Stefani from her No
No
Doubt
Doubt.
days. Because
No
now she's
Doubt.
more pop, not really rock, but No Doubt was more pop rock.
Yeah.
No doubt. No
No
doubt
doubt
about it.
about it.
Pun not intended.
Right.
And John, for you?
I'd have to go with from I guess my era, Sheryl Crow.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I thought she was
I like her
she
too.
was good. And then I think you got to look at like Stevie Nicks, and I'll go before my era, but I'd love listening to some of her songs, and that's Janis Joplin.
Oh, yes.
Totally agree.
Yeah, I mean-
the voice on her
yeah,
was unfreaking believable. From her solo to when she was in Big Brother and the Holding Company. It's going way, way, way back. But yes.
yeah. But those songs, they last. And people of different generations will listen to them and go back and hear them. And there's some of them, I think when you have your songs that are remade by artists now, like they last the test of time.
Yep. All right, 248-539-9797. For me, my number one, and it's just when you, for me, it's, I don't know, however you want to declare or categorize why I'm putting this person in there. She is a member of the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Anytime you see, in my opinion, a woman with a guitar playing rock and roll, there's something hot about it.
Oh, yeah.
And you can debate whether you consider this person hot or not. That's irrelevant to me. But Chrissie Hynde of the Pretenders is just one of the greatest rock and roll women of all freaking.
Yeah.
I just love Chrissie Hynde. I love the Pretenders. So she's number one on my list. And I think it would be negligent not to mention, somebody else is mentioning, so I'm not going to steal that person's thunder, but it's with local connections.
Sure.
We'll say that. All right. So I'm going to just have.
You're going to stop at one?
I'm going to. Well, I don't want to. There's so many of them. You know that I'm just going to. I'm not going to steal everybody's thunders because a lot of them they have right here. So I'm just going to.
Okay.
Chrissie Hynde is mine. Let's go to Terry and Carlton. You're 97.
Hey, Stoney and John, how you doing?
Good. Good morning.
Good. Hey, John, I want to say I followed your career, and you were awesome. I really enjoyed watching you play.
Thanks, Terry. Appreciate it.
Anyways, my vocalist is it's kind of dating us a little bit, but Diana Ross.
Okay, absolutely.
I loved her music. But hey, Stoney, can I ask you a question about the Michigan State thing?
Sure.
Hey, Stoney and John, what's going to happen with the state playoff, Michigan High School State playoff?
They'll push it all back
It's
one
going to be
day.
Saturday and Sunday instead of Friday and
Yeah.
Saturday.
You know, that really stinks. I mean, I'm sure they got a contract that says that they've been playing those dates for how long? I mean,
they made
40 years?
they made a concession. The Big Ten, I believe, or the television network will pay for a lot of the things that the Michigan High School Athletic Association has to pay for other events like the wrestling state finals and things like that. They're going to pay for the setup fees and all that stuff. So
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. You're right.
well-
It does screw with tradition, so to speak.
It does, but money will help heal some of those open wounds.
Yes, they will. Let's go to Hal and Ypsilanti. This is the one I didn't want to steal thunder for. Go ahead, Hal.
Well, in my era, I think Aretha Franklin was the greatest one.
Yep.
Although I did see Stevie Wonder, James Brown, and all those good, players.
Well, Stevie Wonder and James Brown technically weren't women, but yes, Aretha Franklin.
But I did.
Yes.
I do think Aretha Franklin was one of those.
Yes, exactly. Thank you very much. Greatest female rock and rollers of all time.
Yes.
Aretha Franklin, number one. Stevie Wonder, number two. With all due respect, maybe our caller is blind like Stevie Wonder if he had Stevie Wonder in that category.
Well, I mean, yeah, blind, but maybe not great hearing either. It's a deeper voice.
That's true. All right, John in Auburn Hills. Hey, guys, some of the best female rock and rollers. Pat Benatar.
Oh, sure.
Hit me with your best. Joan Jett.
Mm-hmm.
Joan Jett and the Blackhearts. And Janis Joplin, who has already been mentioned. For me, it was Pat Benatar. That's John from Livonia. The best female rock and roll singer is Feist, or Feist. I don't know, F-E-I-S-T, one name from Canada. Most Americans never heard of her. You're correct. Kind of like the Kurt Cobain up there of her time. Interesting story, perhaps the most sexually suggestive, provocative video on MTV ever. That's from Big Ken in Waterford. Okay.
Check that out.
Lita Ford, for sure. That's from Adam in Ann Arbor.
Yeah.
OG Queen of Metal, Doro Peach, and my first rock girl crush, Susie Quattro. Patti Smith, Because the Night, among other things. Greatest female rock and roll artist would have to be Janis Joplin or Pat Benatar. Stevie Nicks, first female in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice. There are literally about 3 female rock and rollers. Okay. Best is definitely Joan Jett. Come on. Really? I mean, you're going to be, shall we say, that technical? Is that what the text is about? I don't know. I think that's.
Oh boy.
I think that's
nitpicky.
I think that's being sexist, actually. Let's go to Irvin and Celine. You're 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, long time listener. How you guys doing this morning?
Good, Irvin. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. The two rock. Well, there's a rock group which is hard.
Yes.
And then you got Annie Lennox.
Oh, the Eurythmics. Annie Lennox was great.
Got a great voice.
Absolutely.
You know,
Sweet dreams. Yeah. And, you mentioned Hart, Ann Wilson, Nancy Wilson. I mean, they're great. Absolutely great rock icons. Jarrett and Livonia, you're 97 on the ticket.
Hey, morning, guys. Love the show. Long-time listener.
Thank you.
You stole my thunder a little earlier, but yeah, Pat Benatar, iconic voice, great guitarist / husband to boot. Nobody talks about Neil Giraldo, how good a guitarist he is. And then Joan Jett and the Blackhearts.
Didn't Joan Jett do a song that I think is vastly underrated? Don't Put Another Dime in the Jukebox. Is that her? Okay.
Probably a remake, but yeah,
okay.
She did a lot of remakes that were all great.
Okay, I don't remember if it was a remake or not. 248-539-9797. Here to tell you about the great friends at Capital Mortgage Funding, Harry Glanz, Dan Burke and company. They do a wonderful job, and they've been doing it for over 3 decades. The home purchase market has changed, and it's crazy right now. Multiple offers, overbidding. You need an experienced lender now more than ever, and they've been doing it for over 30 years, and they do it the right way, and they're consistent. When you see an ad from them on television, Lance Burke, Capital Mortgage Funding, I know those guys. Sometimes you see some of these other people that are on television pushing mortgage companies. You say, wait a second. What company does he work for? Because he used to work at some other place like 10 years ago, and then he worked for someplace else. I mean, you don't know what you're going to get with these guys. Capital Mortgage Funding, you know what you're going to get. Consistency. Call them today, 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry, Dan, and their great staff make the whole process smooth, easy, hassle-free. They're from here. They live here. They know what you need. 1-800-LOW-RATE. Capital Mortgage Funding, the best mortgage banker. Yeah, he looked at the heaven and said, "Thank God I did something." Big 2-run double by Scope. Talk about a player that needed a big play. That would be Jonathan Scope. As the Tigers beat the Royals 6-4, they begin a 4-game series with the White Sox tonight at Comerica Park. Alex Faedo on the hill. Stanley Cup playoffs last night. The Florida Panthers are in the finals. They sweep the Hurricanes 4-3. Matthew Tkachuk scoring a power play goal with 4.9 seconds left to win the series. Didn't like the call on Jordan Stahl for the penalty, but that's water under the bridge now. They will play the winner of Vegas and Dallas, who play Game 4 tonight. Jamie Benn has been suspended 2 games. So we'll see if Dallas can stave off elimination tonight. The Celtics will try to do the same at home against the Miami Heat. Tina Turner passes away yesterday at the age of 83. So we're asking, what are the greatest? Who are your favorite female rock and rollers? This is an interesting ticket text. Hands down, it's Leather Tuscadero. She had Arnold's Rocking from Happy Days. Remember?
Yeah.
Remember Leather?
Yeah.
All right, let's go to this is
yeah, there's no idea.
This is see, Heather, there's certain iconic television series you should just watch a couple times.
You've seen Happy Days, haven't you?
I've heard of it.
Oh, okay.
You've never seen an episode?
Happy Days, something like that.
The Happy Days. Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, the Fonz.
No, I've never seen an episode.
Henry Winkler, the Fonz.
I've never seen it.
Okay.
Never.
Karen in Sterling Heights with a great one. What's up, Karen?
Hi, good morning. What about Grace Slick, Starship?
Well,
Jefferson Airplane.
Jefferson Airplane before
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yes. Don't you want somebody to love? Oh,
That's White Rabbit.
yes. White Rabbit. Yes, it's Starship. What was it? The pop hit Starship? Oh, We Built This City, right?
Yeah, that was Starship.
That was Starship. That wasn't Jefferson Starship. It's when some of their members left and when they decided to go. And in fact, a Jefferson Starship, or was it an airplane song, was supposed to be, was our prom theme.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It was Miracles. If only you believe in me.
Oh,
Yeah.
Marty Ballin.
Yes, exactly. And you know what's interesting? And thanks for the call. The song that
What year was that?
76. The song that was voted.
Happy birthday to me.
The song that was voted to be the prom theme that year was rejected by the administration. It was Aerosmith's Big 10-inch, which is obviously about a record, not about what you think it is, but they thought it was.
Yeah.
So they went with Miracles. And if you check the lyrics to Miracles, it's dirtier than Big 10-inch, but they didn't, check the, yes.
Presentation is what it's about.
Mm-hmm. Jim in East Point, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Good morning, Heather. Good morning, boys.
Morning.
Good morning.
So I'm old enough to appreciate and love some of these classic rockers that have been mentioned before, but I'm going to take this 90s and newer with my 3 favorites. But honorable mention to Miley Cyrus, who can sing anything.
Yes.
She can.
Seeing her sing with Metallica is just amazing.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm going to go with my 3 A's. First off, I believe, Heather, you said Alanis Morissette.
I did.
She is amazing, one of my faves. You have Amy Lee from Evanescence, absolutely my favorite female singer in rock. And then, of course, the since departed Amy Winehouse, who could sing the phone book.
Yeah, she had a great voice.
Gosh.
By the way, I'm just curious, Jim, who's Doughboy's favorite female rock star?
Doughboy's favorite rock star would also be Amy Lee from Evanescence, but he's tired and he can't speak for himself except to say, "Hey, John, go blue, baby!"
Thank you, Doughboy. Michael in West Bluefield, you're a 97 won the ticket.
Oh God, I gotta follow Doughboy.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go with the Seagirls, Carly Simon and Carole King. Not known for their performances, but their library of work is unparalleled.
Yes, I mean Carole King. Her album Tapestry is one of the greatest albums of all time. I remember buying it at a record store. Yes, they used to be record stores, people, in Dover, New Hampshire, when I was in summer camp.
And when you think about all the songs that were covered I mean, they wrote a lot of songs for other artists.
Yes, like James Taylor.
Which is awesome. And can I make a comment on the Pistons?
Yes.
Okay, so observations from this year's playoffs, the Pistons are one Jimmy Butler and one Eric Spoelstra short of being relevant again. And that's all I got to say.
It's very interesting you say that because we're going to mention something about the Pistons coming up at the top of the hour. Because they actually did something that we have actually promoted, we've wanted them to do, and other organizations and other general managers and ownership to do in certain situations. And it appears, if we believe certain reports, they have done that. But it didn't materialize.
And we'll see.
Yes, exactly. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Now, I do want to mention the fact that the Detroit Tigers won a series yesterday.
They did win a series.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
beating the Royals 6-4, and the Royals are not very good, so there's no banners for beating the Royals 2 out of 3. But this is how you get in the conversation in the mix for possible, and I don't think they're going to get there, and because they're still not very good. But postseason play, if you win series, you win games, and especially when you're in a crap division, that you're only 2.5 games out of first place as we get to Memorial Day.
Well, if you win series, you're winning more than you lose.
You think you have a chance. And I do want to give A.J. Hinch some credit for the move he made yesterday when he took Akil Baddoo out and put Zach Short in the game. And Zach Short, not exactly known for his offense, more of a defensive player, but he went with the matchup against the lefty. And Zach Short did certainly better than Akil Baddoo. I mean, when that happens, and we talked about briefly before, Scope with the big double, Riley Green with a monster shot of a home run.
Yep.
These are the things you need to win games. And their bullpen actually did not have a great game for the first time in a while, but they still managed to win. Matthew Boyd did his Matthew Boyd thing, couldn't get to the 5th inning, 4 2/3, 3 hits, and he started, getting
6
deep
strikeouts.
in counts, 6 strikeouts, he had, 2 walks, but God, you need your starters, if you're going to be successful, to go at least 6 innings these days, right?
Yeah, you need 6 innings out of them, and Matthew Boyd just hasn't been able to get there.
Yes. By the way, before we hear from Chris Villar, watching the game, and they posted something, I wasn't really paying attention, like a little stat, I guess, because my daughter goes to me, Dad, this is his 20th year? Zach Greinke, this is his 20th year pitching in the major leagues. That is a long freaking time.
It is
pitching.
2 decades. Yeah.
And he's not nearly as good as he used to be, but he was still effective at times yesterday against the Tigers. But
yeah.
But you knew he's been a veteran. He's been around. I mean, he started Kansas City. He went Angels, Astros, a few other Dodgers, and now back with the Royals. 20 years anyway. And there's going to be a debate about him, whether he's a Hall of Famer or not, coming up in 10 years or whatever. I think
however long more he pitches.
Yeah, borderline. He's becoming more of an accumulator, I guess. All right. Our telephone number, 248-539-9797. We'll get into the hockey playoffs. Also, the best quarterback in football. Who does he think are the top 5 at his position? That's coming up next. 97 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Chris. The telephone number, like I said, is 248-539-9797. Our caller, I think it was Michael, asked a Pistons question, saying that he believes, after watching so much of the NBA playoffs thus far, that the Pistons are just a Jimmy Butler and Eric Spoelstra away from being really good, competitive, relevant basketball team. Yesterday, it was reported by Mark Stein, who's been an NBA insider for different, websites, newspapers, whatever. I think he does his own stuff for Substack right now. Anyway, he reported that the Pistons made the call, John.
Yep, they made the call. They made the offer.
They made the call, and then they made the offer. Allegedly, big money to Phoenix Suns head coach Monty Williams, who was just let go at the end of their season. And Monty Williams said, thanks, but no thanks. Allegedly, he is going to sit out a year and collect his $2 million or so that he's getting under contract from the Phoenix Suns. So, it's I wouldn't say upsetting that he turned it down. I kind of look at it, okay, at least they are in the right direction as far as, in my opinion, what they should do when they look for head coaches, because all we've heard is, Jaron Collins, Charles Lee, and Kevin Ollie.
Right.
So Monty Williams became available. Allegedly, they went after him.
Yeah.
I don't know if they went after Nick Nurse, who I think is going to be gobbled up by either Philly or somebody, or Phoenix, actually, themselves. Budenholzer, there's a few other guys out there, obviously Frank Vogel, too. Who knows what they're going to do, but it appears that Monty Williams is not part of the equation. But it's...
So for the Pistons, for Troy Weaver, I'm excited to hear that they had zeroed in on 3 guys,
mm-hmm.
and then more guys became available, so they re-expanded their search.
Right.
They included that. You want to make sure that you vet everyone. You have, you put yourself out there for everybody available. And so, hey, nice job, in regards to that. The disappointing part is, and we don't know why he turned it down, and I think that plays a part of this. Like, why did he not want to coach the Pistons? And maybe it simply is, hey, they're going to still have to pay me the Suns. I'm going to take a year off.
Right.
I'm going to, rejuvenate. We talk about this with Doc Rivers. Like you mentioned, hey, maybe he needs to take a year off. And there's great value in that for the coaches. And maybe he believes next year the teams that may become, have head coaching availability,
mm-hmm.
he would rather select from those teams. There's a number of different reasons why he may have turned them down.
Right. You're right. He might wait to see, like if Boston loses tonight, there's a chance that Missoula might get fired. I'm not saying it's definitely going to happen, but there will be a lot of people, Celtics fans, who believe that should happen. But, maybe he's waiting for that. Maybe, we don't know this answer, maybe when they made the offer, it was before last Tuesday, and he saw that the Pistons got the number 5 position instead of 1 or 2, and said, what? I would have done that if Wembanyama was going to be one of my players I was going to coach.
Yeah.
So we don't know, but like I said, I think it's because we always say, we do it with Brad Holmes and Eiserman, Scott Harris. Just make the call.
Yeah.
And a lot of times they do make the call. We don't know.
Yeah.
Which it's not our, it's not their business to let us know who they called.
Right. But maybe it could also be he looked at the roster and said, you know what?
Mm-hmm.
They're just too far away.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to spend the time trying to develop this team. I don't want to spend a year with a team that I think is still going to be a lottery team. And maybe it's 2 years. I don't know. Maybe the coaches across the NBA look at this roster in a different lens than we are, and it's not favorable.
No, but like the call, like Michael said, if you had a Jimmy Butler type, not Jimmy Butler, and a really good coach, or, this team would be pretty damn good, especially if healthy. All right, speaking of making the call, Deion Sanders, whether it was through Zoom or telephone, has made tons of calls. And, John, he has completely redone his roster at Colorado, which he promised he would do from day one.
Yeah, he basically came in and said, hey, there's a lot of you guys that, aren't going to be here. And you might as well, I forget the exact terms, enter the transfer portal now.
Mm-hmm.
And he's had over, 50 kids leave the Colorado Buffaloes football program. And there are some coaches that are not excited about the way that Deion Sanders is going about business. He is using the transfer portal from a coach's perspective or from a coach's position to restructure his roster. And, we talk about roster management all the time. And Pat Narduzzi took exception to the way, and some other coaches have been very vocal about, what they think about the way Deion Sanders is going about business. And Pat Narduzzi doesn't like it. He doesn't think it was supposed to be in place, the transfer portal, for coaches to come in and basically cut guys. He said when you come to Pittsburgh, or when he went to Pitt, it was that's your team. You made that decision to go to that school. That's the roster you inherited. That's the roster you coach.
But the rules changed.
Well, the rules have changed. And players, student athletes who have wanted this to be able to have player movement, to have the power of the decision that whether I want to stay here, and it doesn't matter if there's a coaching change or not, I can leave at any time. One time and be able to be immediately eligible. You can leave as many times as you want.
Right.
But one time you get a, get out of jail free card and you're instantly eligible at your next school. And I mostly agree with Pat Narduzzi, but the student athletes can't have it both ways.
Right.
They can't have it like we want to be able to leave, just like coaches can leave.
Well, correct.
But when a coach comes in and doesn't like the roster he has, they are not 4-year contracts. It's a 1-year renewable scholarship.
Right.
And if that coach comes in and says, I don't want to renew your scholarship, he doesn't have to.
No, then they do keep it. If they don't want a guy on their team and they stay in school, they can continue their scholarship academically. Can't they? Usually, yeah.
Well, that depends on the coach, depends on the program. If they walk away from football and they're not playing football anymore, no, you don't get the academic scholarship.
But even if it's not by your choice?
Yeah, it's a 1-year renewable scholarship. And so coaches now, and Deion's the first one to go all full scale.
Mm-hmm.
We've heard about other coaches running players off on a much, lesser scale.
Right.
But he's the first one that's basically run off his entire roster.
Right. Because most coaches do a little wink, wink, listen, you're not going to play that much. Why don't you look somewhere else? I mean, every school does that.
Yeah. And they enter the transfer portal hoping to find a place to land.
And they did it before there was the transfer portal per se,
Correct.
too. Yes.
Correct. But this
roster
is
manipulation.
Yeah. And I don't like the way that Deion's going about it, but I can't disagree with it because all of those players, they have the power to leave. And they could have decided, hey, without Deion running them off, that we just don't want to be here with the new coach. Insert any coach you want.
Right.
They have the ability to leave. And
isn't Narduzzi's part of his problem, though, is basically because of what happened to him with Addison, the wide receiver, who allegedly USC was tampering with while he was still enrolled at the University of Pittsburgh.
He's got something stuck, that he didn't like, that he had the Blitnikoff Award-winning wide receiver.
Right.
And USC allegedly tampered with him,
Correct.
Unable to prove it, and he ended up transferring to USC. You could say, I mean, again, the power of the player. Kenny Pickett is no longer his quarterback. He's going to have somebody that's inexperienced throwing the ball. He could have looked at that and said, I had really good numbers with Kenny Pickett.
Yeah.
I want to go somewhere else now that I have this reputation. I have this skill set. I have this ability that I've developed. Yeah, I've developed it at Pitt, but I want to take it to the next level somewhere else. He has that ability. And coaches are going to start utilizing the transfer portal the same way players are and say, hey, you're not going to play here. You're cut.
Yeah, because if you're Jordan Addison, you're sitting there, wait a second. Pickett's leaving. Would I rather play for the head coach who's a defensive head coach in Pat Narduzzi or go play for Lincoln Riley?
Right, with Caleb Williams as your starting quarterback.
With all due respect to the fine people of the Steel City, would I rather be in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania or Los Angeles, California?
Yeah, I mean, there's all of those things play into it.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that are looking at the way Deion Sanders is doing things. They don't like it, but you have to accept it. He's not breaking any rules. He's not doing anything that the players aren't doing themselves.
We'll find out whether John thinks Pat Narduzzi has, as what we used to call back in the day, a legitimate beef. That's coming up next. Great things are happening at Sarah Whalen Chevrolet as the #1 volume Chevy dealer in the country for new and certified pre-owned vehicles. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet has a huge inventory of new Chevys, with even more arriving daily, like the Silverado, Equinox, or even the Malibu, just to name a few. But that's not all, because once again, Sarah Whalen will be helping their community with their quarterly blood drive on Friday, June 2nd. Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. They do things for the community. The people there are great. Ben Brown and his staff, Darren Ulick, who I love. And look, their service department does a great job. I had my Blazer service yesterday. Great stuff. They do a fine job. Check them out. Even if you didn't get your car there, go get your car serviced there. They're the best. Call 800-WHALEN-1 or go to sarahwhalen.com. Find new roads. 248-539-9797, discussing Pat Narduzzi, the head football coach, University of Pittsburgh, former defensive coordinator at Michigan State, as we know, upset at the way Deion Sanders is doing things in basically the state of college football, where completely renovating his roster, so to speak.
Yeah.
He's doing a renovation.
Well, and here's his quotes regarding the way that Deion is going about business. He says, that's not what it's meant to be. This is Pat Narduzzi talking. That's not what the rule intended to be. That it was not to overhaul your roster. We'll see how it works out. But that, to me, looks bad on college football coaches across the country. The reflection is on one guy right now, but when you look at it overall, those kids that have moms and dads and brothers and sisters and goals in life, I don't know how many out of the 70 that left really wanted to leave or were kicked in the butt to get out. He continues, I grew up in a profession that you can't tell a guy that he has to leave based on athletic ability. And I think that's really the question right now is Deion went in there and he saw how, in his view, how bad the roster was, and it was the worst team in college football last year, and wanted to remake things. And here's, to me, again, I don't like it, but you got to take the good with the bad. The players, the student athletes, wanted the ability to transfer. Shouldn't a coach have the ability to cut a player from their program as well?
Yeah.
I mean, we talk about the unintended consequences of rules. And when the redshirt rule was originally brought out, you could play 4 games and then redshirt still and not lose your redshirt. We've seen guys play the first 4 games, find out they're on a crappy team, and say, you know what? I don't want to play anymore.
Right.
And, I'm not going to transfer. I'm going to stay here, Houston quarterback. Who was that? He ended up transferring like 3 different times. We went down to Miami.
Yes.
King.
Yes.
And
Derek
King. Yeah. And so we've seen players utilize these rules to their advantage, and now when one of them has the tables have been turned and a coach is using it to his advantage, to a great disadvantage of those players that committed to the program, to the university at Colorado, Deion Sanders has said, you know what? You need to move. You need to get out of here.
I think, I know you can't force them to do it, but I think you should at least, if you're going to do that to a kid, say, look, if you like it here in Boulder or wherever, you can stay, and your academic scholarship is still being paid for. You're still under scholarship, even if you're not on the football team.
Right. So, but then the football team does it. It's 1 of 85. You can't utilize that scholarship.
No, but it automatically gets moved to a non-athletic scholarship.
Oh, so you can then offer these kids, and then all of a sudden, hey, you're not going to play here. We don't want you here. You can either leave the program and stay in school, or you can just leave.
Correct. I don't know financially if it's feasible, but I think that's fair if you're telling a kid, if you're kicking the kid off the team.
So basically, obviously, I think the numbers that Pat Narduzzi is a little bit inflated, but
correct.
If it's 45 kids that you've asked to leave, now you're going to have 45 kids on scholarship.
Well, if they choose not to go play football somewhere else,
right? But I'm just saying, if they say, hey, you know what, we all committed because we wanted a degree from Colorado,
right?
And you're going to have 45 kids that the university is footing the bill for,
yes.
And another 85 that are on scholarship.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's the way I would do it. I think that's fair.
Well, money is no object, sure.
Jacob in Plymouth, you're a 97 The Ticket.
The other thing is, too, is you guys got coaches leaving and taking players with them, like Lincoln Riley leaving Oklahoma and going to USC, or I've seen some coordinators leave and take over head coaching jobs, and they take a lot of players with them. But I think it's a mixed bag, too, because if you're a pro-style quarterback and you're on a team and they bring in a new head coach who's a spread offense, you might not get to play just because you don't fit that system.
Correct.
Right, and players have that freedom.
Right.
And that's a good thing. But what we're talking about is now coaches using that and giving themselves some freedom when they take a job. I don't like any of these guys.
And I do think that's unfair that, Lincoln Riley, I think he took a bunch of Oklahoma players with him when he went to USC, and they played last year.
Yeah, Caleb Williams.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you're leaving Oklahoma really, even worse off, and the kid who wants to stay at Oklahoma, who thought he was going to a top 10 program, is now on a 6-16.
Yeah, I mean, there's risk involved.
Well, it's life's learning lessons, risk.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Yeah, it just seems like a lot of the old school honor has left the game, but there's also some new school ideas in it too that are helpful. So it's like you guys have said, it's just such a mixed bag. It's a good situation here, bad situation there.
Well, look, everything evolves, and a lot of people think it's bad. For instance, something we're going to talk about at 8:35. 10 years ago, you'd never think of a end of season game on a Friday night on Black Friday at a neutral field, so to speak.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Michigan State getting hosed by the Big Ten, in our opinion.
Yeah.
At least their football program being hosed. Our telephone number is 248-539-9797. It's time for news, and here's Heather.
Well, a Biore TikTok ad is going viral for making reference to the mass shooting at MSU. Now, you guys might not be familiar with Biore. It's a skincare line. They specifically do those pore strips that you can put on your nose.
Yeah.
You might have seen those ads. It's been around for a long time. Well, social media influencer and former MSU volleyball player Cecily Max Brown posted a video on her TikTok account because she partnered with Biore, and she was doing this ad as part of their mental health campaign. And in the video, she appears to kind of open up about the anxiety she experienced in the wake of the shooting, while also promoting the products. And she discusses her struggle with mental health. And in the video, in the TikTok video, it kind of cuts to different scenes of her doing everyday things, of her exercising, journaling, and of course, using the Biore pore strips. And eventually it cuts to her lying on a bed, and she's talking about the countless anxiety attacks she suffered as a result of the shooting. And here's what the original ad sounded like. Now, I mean,
well, what's wrong with that?
What she said, there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
I think is very important to talk about your mental health and how it affects others. What people don't like is that they feel like Biore is kind of trying to profit off of school shootings, is that they're taking advantage of the situation to advertise their products. She could have just shared her story. And do you know what I mean? Without having to advertise for.
There was a very small line in there.
Yeah, but it's the video as well. She's using the pore strip on her nose, whatever. That's what happened, and people feel like they're taking advantage of the situation. Some people can't believe that the idea of this ad even kind of got through marketing personnel in the first place. So Biore did release a statement on Instagram. They apologized for the video, and they said they went about it the wrong way, but they're still committed to continuing their mental health mission. So that is still there. They're just going to try to change how they attack that situation. And the girl in the ad also did create an apology on her TikTok account as well.
I think what she said was fine and was, personal.
I do too, but I can kind of see the tie into this company wanting to let's use her feelings to advertise our pore product. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that it's not really tied to her story is great. Just use her story and don't advertise if you're gonna focus on mental health.
Right, okay.
Anyway, this story, this one makes me so upset. Officials at Yellowstone National Park say that they were forced to put down a newborn bison calf after this unfortunate encounter between a park visitor and the wildlife. So on Saturday evening, this random man, unidentified man, disturbed a bison calf after it got separated from its mother and its herd while it was crossing this river in the park. And this guy literally goes up to this bison calf and basically picks it up and pushes it out of the river onto the road. He's probably thinking, I just saved this bison's life. Yeah. However, the complete opposite actually happened. There is regulations at the state park that people need to stay at least 25 yards away from bison, elk, and pretty much every other wildlife there is, 100 yards away from bears and wolves. And this calf was later seen by other visitors walking up to and following cars and people, and it was creating a hazard. And the National Park Service says that they tried to, reunite the calf with its mother, with its herd, but they were unable to, and they had to euthanize it.
Oh.
Yeah. I know. Just because this guy had to go over there and pick it up and touch it.
Mess with nature.
Yeah, Yellowstone did release an image of this man. And they say if found guilty of any wrongdoing, he could be charged with a Class B misdemeanor and could face up to 6 months in jail and a $5,000 fine.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. And the whole, their rule of staying 100 yards away from
That's
wolves,
from bears and wolves, yeah.
I'm not sure 100 yards is far enough from a bear. I've been close to one, and no, thank you.
I agree with you, but there's people, but you see those videos in the park, people want to get the photo, so they get closer, and they get closer and closer so they can get this awesome shot. No, they're
how quick, how fast.
Clueless.
The tide can change.
They just want that pic for Instagram. And speaking of Instagram, an Instagram post prompted police to go do a welfare check on John Morant. This was on Tuesday because he had made a series of posts. He posted photos with his mom, his dad, his daughter, and then he posted a photo of himself, and he captioned it with one word, bye. And then minutes later, he deleted it. So that was concerning. Fans saw it. They were a little concerned. I don't know who ended up calling the police, but they did go and check on him. And they said, you know what, he's fine. And he said that he expressed that he was going to be taking a break from social media.
You know what? I'm glad that they checked on him because you never know. But he's kind of like toying with people's emotions when you do something like that, right? I mean,
there's a much better way to go about doing it.
Yes.
Hey, I'm leaving social media for a little while. I'll let you know when I'm back instead of just bye.
But it was also like these emotional posts about mom, dad, and your daughter.
Yeah. Right.
Which is like, what are you saying bye to? Your family?
Exactly. I mean, that's the thing. All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, Michigan State got hosed by its own conference, in my opinion. We'll discuss coming up next. 97 won the ticket. The telephone number is 248-539-9797. Let's go to Al in Brighton. You're 97 on the ticket. Hi, Al.
Hey, morning, guys. Hey, this whole transfer portal, I mean, back when John was playing and so forth, I'm sure he'll say it was a little different. You know, if you had a new coach come in and it was a different system, you could, you were pretty much stuck unless you wanted to, eat another year of eligibility. So, you were a pass blocker, known for that. That's what you're building on. All of a sudden you bring in a wishbone, coach and, you're out of a job, but you can't go anywhere because you're stuck. Well, I get that piece of it, but they've opened this up where, the top, say, your elite players, your top 10% of your players that are eligible for D1 football that are performing, they're going to be fine no matter what. It's the other 90% that are really getting hosed. And I know, like in the Big Ten, you sign a 4-year contract as far as that goes for your scholarship. But in a lot of the other conferences, it's year by year. You always have to sign again, but that original national letter of intent is for 4 years. So you got kids now, some of the elite kids, but other kids as well. They're loading up on classes before they even get to school. They're taking extra summer school, and you'll hear them talk before they even step on campus. Well, I'm going to start here, but, if I have a good year, then I could transfer here. And then if I graduate early, I can transfer, again as a grad student, and I'll never lose a year of eligibility. So the coach has to manage that. So I feel bad for the coaches in that perspective. But the kids, those 90% that I talked about, they're the ones that are really in flux. You could have a new coach come in like Deion, just wipe them all out, or that I think it was a volleyball coach at Baylor or somewhere. She cut the entire team when she took the job. Now you don't get. I know, Stoney, you were thinking that maybe they can keep their scholarship, but they're off the team kind of, you're not going to play. I get that piece. That's been going on forever since the dawn of time. But now you don't. So some coaches are saying, hey, you know what, you should probably enter the transfer portal. You can still play here. We're going to honor what we did with you. You still have your scholarship, but, you're really not going to play much here. You can continue working hard in practice and all that stuff. But now you got coaches that are saying, look, you're never going to play here. We don't have plans for you. And on top of that, clean out your locker, and you're not around the team anymore, but we'll still honor the paperwork that you signed. I mean, it's gonna. I don't have all the answers, but it's really turning college sports, and you're going to see it into like minor league programs. Well, so you're going to have tons of kids going into like MAC or below, knowing full well their goal is to play at Iowa or Michigan someday, so they can play right away and transfer and leapfrog all those kids that are already there and working.
Well, that's okay though, to a certain extent. I mean,
yeah, and coaches have had to deal with that, and you hear from a guy that's been in the coaching profession for a long time, Pat Narduzzi. He actually says, "I grew up in the profession that you can't tell a guy that he is to leave based on athletic ability." All right, Deion Sanders is relatively new to the coaching profession. And this is an unintended consequence. He is not breaking the rules.
No.
He's doing something that some may look at as unethical, but as the guard changes and older coaches leave the profession, they retire, younger coaches come in. Are they going to look and operate more like Deion Sanders than Pat Narduzzi?
Correct. We have some ticket texts on this, and before we get into the Michigan State stuff, Narduzzi just butthurt because Addison went to USC instead of staying at Pitt. I think it's more than that, but yeah, that probably triggered it more than anything else. As a former college football player, I feel the transparency Deion has shown is refreshing. Letting them know they won't play allows them to find a home where they are wanted. I'd rather have a chance to play than stay on a team where they have no shot at seeing the field. That's from Ronnie in Detroit.
Yeah.
You agree with that, don't you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. Be real. The difference is that normally these types of transitions where coaches come in and players leave is done quietly. Deion has been wildly vocal about the process. That's Sam from Ipsy.
Well, and there's been a mass exodus.
Right. It's tons of people. Guys, can we just admit that college football is now professional sports? Dennis at work. Yes,
it's resembling that.
Yes.
More and more every day.
Somebody says the student athlete is allowed to stay in school on scholarship if the coach decides to move on. That is already the rule. Okay. And by the way, we mentioned the Pistons, made the call for Monty Williams.
Yeah.
And he decided to stay, either retired or going to take another job. Maybe he said no to the Pistons because he was afraid he might have to talk to Stoney every week.
Yeah. He said, let me talk to A.J. Hinch, Dan Campbell, and Newsy and see what that relationship is like.
We'd love to talk to all those guys every week. Dan Campbell, the only one we actually talk to every week, and Jim Harbaugh, too. The Pistons don't need a Jimmy Butler, because a caller said they're a Butler and Spoelstra away from being really good. They need better scouting and development to stop losing players like KCP, Bruce Brown, Chris Middleton, Spencer Dinwiddie, etc., Sam and Dearborn. Well, each one is a different case. I don't think anybody was crying that KCP left. Same thing with Bruce Brown. He became a really good player. Chris Middleton, nobody really knew much about him when they traded him to Milwaukee. Dinwiddie, yeah, he was hurt when they drafted him, and that's why they got him in the second round. They didn't keep him. He went to Chicago and completely bombed there, too, and then he became really good in New Jersey. All right. We talk about college sports being a business. Michigan State and their fans, but particularly the football team, felt the wrath of that yesterday. When it was announced that their game with Penn State has been moved from Spartan Stadium, the season finale, to Black Friday in the evening at Ford Field. Now, at first glance, you sit there, all right, it's still, it's in Detroit. It's still basically a home game. But it is not, because it's not on your home field.
Right.
It's 10,000 less people that will be there. And no matter what you think of weather conditions and things like that, there's something about playing a college football game on your home field for the
campus.
last game in somewhat of a rivalry game. They've, whether there's hatred between the two schools, I don't think so. But they've basically established the ugly trophy, the land-grant trophy, as the end of the season between Michigan State and Penn State. And they've been playing that game as the last game of the season since 1993, with a couple of exceptions. A few years they played in October. And I think, I don't know how the fans feel. A lot of them are upset. But for me, as an observer, if I'm a Michigan State football player, and I guess a fan as well, I think it sucks for a competitive stature. Now, I don't, people say, well, Michigan State's not supposed to be that good this year anyway. Irrelevant. What gives you a better chance to beat Penn State? Playing the game at Spartan Stadium under whatever weather conditions there are, or at comfortable Ford Field where weather is not a factor? In my opinion, you're giving your opponent a better chance to beat you, and that's where Michigan State effed up and said, okay, Big Ten, whatever you want, we're going to just bend over and just kick us in the butt. Because it's ridiculous from a football perspective.
Yeah, and speaking as a former football player, I look at the schedule and I say, okay, we got 7 home games. When's Senior Day? Well, it's going to be against the very last game of the year. It's Penn State, and it's what the entire season, what your entire career has built up to. It's a send-off, and they will not get that. Sure, they're going to have a send-off against Nebraska earlier in the month, November the 4th, but then they're going to go and play 3 more games. One of them should have been at home. For a former player, I think this sucks. And it's, you could say, well, they get to go play in an NFL stadium. There's...
Ooh, the pageantry of Ford Field.
Well, some will say that is, if you grew up a Lions fan or an NFL fan, you get a chance to play in an NFL stadium. It's a small, very small piece of the puzzle. But the biggest part is I don't get to have the Senior Day that I thought I was going to have against a marquee opponent in Penn State. The opportunity to go out and have a win against a team like Penn State, like that could be a very pivotal game, whether Michigan State has a great season or not, whether Penn State has a great season or not. If Penn State does, it's an opportunity for these seniors to make a mark on the program and say, we beat Penn State in Spartan Stadium, in the woodshed, to finish out our career. They're not going to get that opportunity, and I think it robs them of a very valuable experience.
Is it possible, because I know it's not their home field, because it's still, they're the home team, okay? Michigan State will be the home team. There will probably be, it holds 65,000. There'll probably be 55,000 Michigan State fans as opposed to maybe 10,000 Penn State fans, if that many even make the trip, have the senior day at Ford Field?
No way. No way. Come on. Is that, you want to have it in the stadium where 2 years ago you had an epic moment where you beat Michigan and you've got all of these other memories. And
I'm looking for some kind of
If
solution.
you're going to have senior day, it's going to be in your stadium.
Okay.
You want to be able to, whether they give a rose or you run out, you want to look around and see the environment that you committed to as an 18-year-old high school senior.
Now, because I didn't play the game, I probably, even though I liked senior day as a fan, to me, the biggest reason that this sucks is the competitive nature of the game. You're giving your own school less of a chance to win, and that blows. 97 won the ticket. 248-539-9797, talking about the Big Ten asking, and Michigan State saying, yes, sir, can we have another? Thank you, sir, can we have another? Agreeing to play the Black Friday game against Penn State at Ford Field. I think it's awful because of the fact of the competitive nature. Look, for fans who are from around here, yeah, it's much easier to go to Ford Field than to go to Spartan Stadium. It's with the weather situation, it's more comfortable. I get all that stuff, but I'm talking about why you play to win the game, and to give Michigan State a better chance to win the game. I believe the game should be played at Spartan Stadium.
Well, and you hit the nail on the head. The most important aspect of this is the competitive aspect of it. I'm giving you all of the other, from a player's perspective, some of the ancillary things about looking at it from a senior football player's perspective. Mm-hmm. Students who want to have 7 home games, had planned on having 7 home games, alumni, season ticket holders, those that just simply want the entire atmosphere of a college football game. You don't get that at a pro stadium.
Right.
You don't get to tailgate. You can, but tailgating in downtown Detroit in a parking structure, and yeah, there are other outdoor areas where you could park, is not the same as tailgating in East Lansing. And even though it's going to be cold in November, there are still people that have found a way to enjoy that, just like you find a way to enjoy it when it's 85, 90 degrees at the start of the season.
So their home schedule at Spartan Stadium is deprived of a good opponent, number one. Mm-hmm. They still get the Michigan game, obviously, and they still have Washington with Michael Penix coming in.
Yeah.
But they lose Penn State, and that has turned into obviously as big as Michigan.
It's a marquee game.
It's a marquee game. Penn State's a marquee program. I don't get it. I don't understand the appeal. I mean, obviously they're probably getting money from the Big Ten, or where they're going to get something.
They're going to have to get something in return. They're not just going to give up a home game and say, like you mentioned, just bend over and get kicked in the butt for it.
Thank you, sir. May I have another? Mel Tucker said in a statement, quote, "This is an exciting opportunity for our program to play in prime time on a holiday weekend. Our players will be able to compete in an NFL environment while being showcased in the national spotlight. I'm looking forward to our fans creating a loud atmosphere and giving us a home field advantage at Ford Field."
They could have been showcased in a national spotlight in Spartan Stadium on Friday night.
Yes, they could. What's the difference?
It's a shame. It's really too bad that because of TV contracts and because Kevin Warren promised things that he wasn't able to follow through on, didn't finish things, and ran out the back door, that this is what right now Spartan fans are having to deal with.
Some ticket text. Stoney, why would you be mad about Michigan State playing at Ford Field? It's the last game of the year, and Michigan State can't even fill a stadium in the middle of summer, and we know that there would be less than probably 8,000 people at that game, so I think this is a great thing for the program. If the weather's crappy and the team's crappy, there might not be a big crowd, granted, but you still want to give your team the better chance to win the football game. You're not tanking for draft position.
And you know what? And there are going to be some people, like, I don't like this. And I know that there's a lot of Spartan fans that have voiced the fact that they don't like this.
Right.
There are going to be people that do, that don't want to sit outside, that would prefer, hey, I live closer to Detroit than I live to East Lansing. It's an easier get home for a night game than trying to leave East Lansing. It's a domed stadium. I don't have to bundle up. Those are all, positive things about this. But for me, in totality, if I was a Spartan fan, I'd be upset.
And then to play the rivalry card that I really don't want to play, but people have played it, and I'll throw other schools in the mix. Would Ohio State, Michigan, or even Penn State give up a home game for this?
No.
Why is Michigan State doing it?
Again, those are, and you hear Mel Tucker, right? And he is towing the company line. He is.
I hope so.
he's trying.
I hope he doesn't really feel that way.
Yeah, I would love to hear behind closed doors how he actually feels about this, because I bet it's completely opposite.
Here's some more ticket text. Don't discount that they moved the game closer to Pennsylvania too. That's an hour and a half closer. Maybe more fans travel from Penn State for the game.
No, I don't think that makes any difference.
No. Do students and fans who have tickets for the game at Spartan Stadium get in at no additional cost to Ford Field for that last game?
No.
No. That if you bought season tickets, the Penn State game is refunded, but you have the opportunity to purchase new ones, and I'm sure there'll be
parking. If you bought parking, it will be refunded as well. University parking.
Mm-hmm. I know it will never happen, but no one should go. It would put an end to this crap. You're right. It would never happen. More importantly, what happens to the high school football playoff championship games? Well, they will go on as scheduled, but just a day later.
Right.
Instead of the Friday-Saturday, it'll be the Saturday-Sunday. And from a selfish point of view, because the team that I follow closely in high school football, West Bloomfield, the Division I game is always
the
Saturday at 1 o'clock, the same time Michigan-Ohio State is being played. So
if they make it, you'll get a chance to see them play.
Look,
yeah.
It's a great weekend, but it's a great weekend even if the game's at Spartan Stadium. You have the Lions Thursday, Michigan State, Penn State on Friday, and Michigan, Ohio State on Saturday.
Right.
I mean, it's outstanding.
This
and the high school
decision
stuff
was made by those in Chicago and those broadcast partners in New York, looking at it going, hey, you got the Lions on Thursday. Now you can have Michigan State on Friday, and you've got an entire weekend of really good football.
It's great football for the state. It's the state of Michigan will have 3 huge primetime games.
Sure. And obviously Michigan, Ohio State on Saturday,
games.
And then more NFL games, not the Lions, but more NFL games on Sunday.
Right.
So it's from somebody detached from the situation. You can understand why they're looking at this and say this should be a great thing.
Right. Now the night game does avoid going up against the Jets Dolphins on Black Friday. At 3
what's
o'clock?
that? 3 o'clock game. Yeah.
John, you're a 97 on the ticket.
Morning, guys. So I look at the big picture because my daughter's a senior there. I live in Florida. She's a senior, and she's pissed because that's her last home game, and she wants to, they have darties all day long. They get up early, they party all day, and then they go to the game, and then they go to the bars afterwards, which eliminates all that. And now the fact that I come up because I have season tickets, now I have to go to Detroit and go pick her up, bring her over to the game with her friends. They have to stay there. I mean, I think this whole thing is just a joke. And for her last game to be at Ford Field instead of at her home stadium is ridiculous because, like she said, what are we going to do? We can't have party and then drive to Detroit.
Well, yeah.
So that eliminates all the parties all day long.
I'm sure there'll be Spartan bars set up there, but you're right. And thanks for the call. Thanks for listening to us down in Florida. Kurt on Twitter at Stoney16 says, also moving a home football game is also a big hit to East Lansing businesses and restaurants that rely on big football weekends. Here's the other thing. A lot of college students go home for Thanksgiving, and they come back for Saturday's game, whether it's, Michigan, Ohio State or Michigan State, Penn State. Now they have to come back on Friday if they want to go to the game.
Right.
And, maybe people, because if they're smart, they've purchased their airline tickets now already because they're cheaper now than later on, too. Right?
Yeah, if you're going to fly back for a game on Friday, that's not even going to be on campus.
Yeah, exactly. All right, our telephone number, 248-539-9797. 248-539-9797. Thank you very much, Chris Villar. I did not realize, and we mentioned, about time Jonathan Scope did something, that these were his first RBIs of the season. Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
You talk about a drought.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. And then, on Zach Short's home run, I don't know if you noticed the dugout celebrate. Miggy was going crazy.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, my daughter said, Dad, maybe Miggy should just be the cheerleader. Because he looks like he's having so much fun in the dugout when things do well for the Tigers. And
sure. I mean, he's always been a fun guy.
Yes.
And loves to win.
Loves
to
mushrooms too then, huh?
Yes, he's a fun guy. Ha ha. Thanks, Dad joke.
I know. That was your favorite. That's why I
my
mentioned
favorite. Yes. Actually played that card the other night.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, he's going to enjoy every moment he possibly can. This is his last go round.
Yeah.
So yeah, like to see him have some fun.
Let's go to continue the discussion on Michigan State moving the game to Ford Field, the Penn State game, the day after Thanksgiving. It's an evening affair. Ron and Grocio, what's up?
I was just pointing out that when you buy your season tickets, you pay a state licensing fee, and that's you spread that over 7 games. And when they take a game away, they're not giving you a refund for the seat licensing fee, a prorated refund. So the school will hang on to $1.4 million that should be returned to the season ticket purchasers.
Oh, the one
So,
you're right.
It's another slick move by Haller.
If that is correct, that is kind of slimy.
Yeah, that they would. I mean, yeah, because you don't just you pay to buy the rights to buy the tickets.
Yes, exactly. Sam in Lake Orion, you're 97 on the ticket.
I just wanted to make a point about the students, the Michigan State students for their last home game.
Mm-hmm.
Most of those students go home for Thanksgiving break that entire week, coming back by Saturday for the game. So I think you'll probably have more students going to the game in Detroit since they're all home in Metro Detroit, and they won't even be in East Lansing.
Well, let me ask you this. Are you a Michigan State student, Sam?
No, I'm a Michigan student, and so my freshman year, fall of 2019, for the Ohio State game, I think about half of my fraternity class came back for that game, and that's the Michigan-Ohio State game. Granted, this year, I think the entire fraternity was back by Saturday, but...
Even though it was a road game this past year.
Yeah.
But
not all Michigan State students live in Metro Detroit.
Exactly. Grand Rapids, the rest of it. This is a big state.
Yes, it is.
I mean, I know there are tons of Spartan alums here. We get that. I mean, look, they've played basketball games at Ford Field before.
Yeah.
I mean, Michigan State played Kentucky. They played North Carolina. Not even before when they played the Final Four there. And they play games every once in a while at Little Caesars Arena.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. This is different. This is completely different.
One of 7.
Yeah.
And a home field advantage in football is a big deal.
Yes.
And I don't mean to say it's not in basketball. I know it is. But you have very few opportunities on a yearly basis. And as soon as that last one happens, it's, hey, sometimes you're tired of tailgating. Sometimes you're tired of, packing everything up and doing all that stuff. But you instantly look ahead to, wow, it's a long time before next year. Now that last home game is going to be almost a month earlier, November the 4th.
Yeah. And look, I understand there are going to be a lot of people, not a majority, who think this is great. They don't have to go to East Lansing. They'll sit in comfort. It won't be cold as hell. And it's going to be easier for many of the alums and some of the students, as Sam pointed out. That's true. But what helps your football team win the game?
Playing at home.
Playing at home in your own stadium. Not a home game played somewhere else, because it is a home game. They'll have most of the fans, but it's not on their own turf.
And it's all about familiarity. All right. It's familiar to the players to have, what they do the day before the game. And then they get on the bus, they go to the team hotel. They wake up in the morning, they go to the stadium, and it's, if you're in East Lansing, it's literally a 5-minute bus ride, or it's a walk to the stadium.
Right.
And now it's going to be, are they going to stay in East Lansing and then bus an hour to Detroit?
Right.
Again, it changes everything.
Look, I'd have no problem if they said, you know what, we're going to give up a home game and play, I don't know, either Richmond or Central Michigan, or I wouldn't say Washington because that's still somewhat of a marquee game.
Sure.
But if they wanted to play one of their non-conference games besides Washington at Ford Field, that'd be okay. I mean, they played Florida Atlantic there. It was a Florida Atlantic home game because of their stadium deal.
Florida Atlantic is not Penn State.
Correct. It either is Richmond or Central Michigan. That's the point.
Or if, we're going to make this concession this year. The next year, I don't want the pain in the butt that it is going to State College. Let's go to Philly. Let's go to Pittsburgh and play that game. Do you think James Franklin and the athletic department in Penn State would agree to that?
No, and they shouldn't financially either, because at Penn State you have over 100,000 people in the erector set there in State College, and you get maybe 70 to 75 at either where the Steelers or the Eagles play. So you're going to have a 30,000 seat decrease.
Oh, but the kids get to play in an NFL stadium.
Yeah.
This is where I lose my patience with the Big Ten, is the fact that you're asking Michigan State to do that this year. And maybe next year it's moved to Black Friday, but it's still going to be in State College.
Right.
They're not going to give up a home game.
No.
So what did Michigan State get in return? That's a piece of the puzzle that we don't know. We're assuming, hey, maybe they got some financial benefits from moving the game from East Lansing to Ford Field.
Here's a question I want to know. Why does the Big Ten or NBC, I believe it's an NBC game, right? What do they, if they're going to play it on Friday night, why do they care if it's Ford Field or it's Spartan Stadium? Is it just because it's colder at night that they? Well, who cares?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, that's
so. That's
the
my
argument
question.
Is, the concessions made before is that both athletic directors would have to agree to playing a night game in the final weeks of the Big Ten season.
Correct.
And we understand that, part of that is weather. There's a lot of things that go into it.
Right. Ohio State is doing it with the Michigan State again.
Earlier in the month. Yeah. But this is one where, if you get both Penn State and Michigan State to agree to a night game, was this Michigan State saying, you know what, we don't want to play a night game outside, find an indoor venue. Okay, well, we'll check with Ford Field. I'm only guessing as to why they would switch the venue. I understand moving the date. I don't like it.
Right, but I understand it.
Right, but now you move the venue as well?
Yeah, why do they why does it have to be at Ford Field? The only thing I can think of is weather. And you know what? If it was cold and snowy, television loves that crap.
Yeah. I mean, again, a college football, more so than almost any other sport, it's about the ambiance.
Yes.
It's about the culture.
Right.
And the culture for this game this year was in East Lansing. It's not at Ford Field in Detroit.
Right. Do you think, like Michigan State's playing Ohio State in the horseshoe, right? Do you think if NBC would ever said, listen, why don't you play that game in either Cleveland or Cincinnati? What are they going to tell NBC? Go F themselves, right?
Yeah, Ohio State would, sure.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Michigan State did. They said, thank you, sir, may I have another? For the 8th time I said it today, and I'll say it again. Mike in Ypsilanti, you're 97.1 The Ticket.
Hi, how you guys doing today? I love your show.
Thank you.
So I'm just going to spitball. I got 2 questions. I'm going to spitball this real quick. The first question I have is that do you think, you were talking about Ohio State move, do you ever think, I mean, if it happened to Michigan State, it could happen to Michigan. What if they moved the Michigan-Ohio State game to Ford Field?
No.
On a Michigan home game?
I don't think Michigan or Ohio State, either one, would agree to that game being moved.
Oh, I don't either, but I mean, Warren Manuel, or not Warren Manuel, but the other guy from Big Ten, and his TV stuff. I mean, TV's TV. They're going for attractability, and I just, the other thing is that what if moving Michigan State senior night? Now I get it about tradition. I'm all about tradition. Okay, seriously, I'm old school Big Ten. Okay, I'm all about tradition. No Bo, Woody, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But what about moving Michigan State's home game and the Nebraska game on November 4th being senior night?
It will be.
Well,
I'm
I'm sure that will be. Yeah, but then you're going to play another month of the season.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm just trying to find an out. You know, I don't agree with this at all. I mean, I'm tradition. I mean, they need to leave the.
Let me ask you this, Mike. Suppose hypothetically, and I know how we already mentioned how John feels about it. What if they said, as if you're concerned about Senior Day, that they do it at Ford Field?
I mean, it's not the same thing because you don't have your university fans.
Would a player rather? Let me ask you this: would a player rather have it on their last game at Ford Field or November 4th at home against Nebraska?
Well, you want to have it at home.
Okay, that's my question.
But up until yesterday, you thought that was going to be against Penn State,
right,
the very last game of the year.
Right, I know. I understand. Paul and Shelby are 97 on the ticket.
Thank you for taking my call. Great conversation. First of all, I agree the game should be played at Michigan State, but since it's been changed to downtown Detroit, there's 4.5 million people closer to downtown to Detroit than there are to Lansing. Second of all, with all the new hotels they've opened up, people are now making it a weekend affair because they don't want to drive back home if they've drank too much. And I have to point out, when the Michigan State plays hockey, there's thousands of people that come down here. They don't all go to the game, but they're filling the bars up, the restaurants up. And there's plenty of places to tailgate. You got all of the Eastern Market. You've got all Gratiot Avenue and my lot that they tailgate. And so I disagree with some of the things you're saying, but I wish the game was played at Michigan State for the seniors and for the city too.
And for the competitive reasons.
For the bars, the hotels in Detroit, that's great. But how about the bars and the hotels in East Lansing?
No, I agree, but what can we do? It's been changed, but I'll tell you what, there's more bars and hotels in downtown Detroit than there is in Lansing. There's a lot more tailgating in downtown Detroit that people don't see, especially the Eastern Market and up Gratiot Avenue. And people are, with the 5 new hotels they've opened up, people are now spending the weekends here for events. I know, I'm down here every day, so because they don't want to drive home if they drink too much.
Okay, I get that, but it's about the competition.
The tailgating is not the same in Detroit as it is on any college campus.
248-539-9797.
Hey, I want to tell you about auto accident injury attorney David Femininio. David has been helping victims of auto, truck, and motorcycle accidents in Michigan for over 25 years. And the best thing about David is that when you call David, you actually talk to David, and he's going to take the time to speak with you about your accident, your injuries, and how he can best help you through such a difficult time. David handles all the legal technicalities so you can rest and heal. You can call David right now at 855-65-CRASH or go to his website, getdavidgetpaid.com. That's 855-65-CRASH, getdavidgetpaid.com.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. By the way, I do want to mention that the NFL FPI, the Football Power Index, that ESPN and others use to rank teams, has come out with their preseason prognostications on Super Bowls and things like that. And according to the analytics, the Chiefs are the favorite, no surprise, with a plus 6.4 rating. Rest of the top 10, Bills, Eagles, Bengals, 49ers, Jets, Chargers, Cowboys, Dolphins, and Ravens. So you only have three teams in the top 10 are in the NFC. Number 11 on that list, by the way, the Detroit Lions.
Okay.
The 11th best chance to make the Super Bowl.
I'm okay with that right now.
Mm-hmm. Actually, no, I'm wrong on that. That's the 11th is the power ratings or whatever.
Right.
The best chance to win the Super Bowl, the Lions, because they play in the NFC, is 7th. They have the Eagles as the best chance because of the lack of competition in the NFC,
right.
They believe, followed by the Chiefs, 49ers, Bills, Bengals, Cowboys, Lions, Jets, Ravens, and Chargers.
All right, so it's Philly, Dallas,
San Francisco, and the Lions.
Okay, you said San Francisco, missed San Francisco.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're in the top 4.
Mm-hmm. The NFC.
It's about what I would expect. And now it's going to be a matter of, we all know injuries are going to play a factor in this. Mm-hmm. What does San Francisco look like? Who's their quarterback? Is it Trey Lance? Has he developed? Is it Brock Purdy at some point?
Sam Darnold. I believe Sam Darnold's going to be their starter week 1 and then Purdy after that.
Yeah. It's weird to hear all of the different timelines for Brock Purdy.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard as much, as late as he's going to miss the entire season or he might be available week 12 or 13. And then you hear from Shanahan and even Brock Purdy himself, like they're both optimistic, and I understand the word optimistic, that he'll be available week 1. Like, you don't come out and say that if there's no chance. So
right.
It'll be interesting. And what
do you
really is Brock Purdy? I know he had a really good run last year.
Right, but he was he was Mr. Irrelevant for a reason usually, right?
We've seen 5th or 6th round quarterbers perform well.
Yeah, I understand that, but not the last pick in the draft. But you never know. Look, he could, especially with the
could
team,
be that guy.
Especially with the team he's on, with their defense, they have a very good offensive line. So that's very possible.
And then the other thing about Dallas is, we just got to wonder: did Dak Prescott learn which team to throw the ball to?
Mm-hmm.
If he hasn't, then they're not going to be in the top 4.
Yeah. As far as Purdy, also, do you want? They start the season with the Steelers, T.J. Watt and company.
Yeah, you want to take a hit?
Yeah. Do you want to wait till their schedule after that is a lot easier? I think they have Arizona 2nd or 3rd, that type of thing. So.
That goes to the confidence you have in your offensive line. Can they protect him?
Right.
And I understand, T.J. Watt, his ability to get after the quarterback, but you're going to have that risk that you run. It's not going to be any different week 2 than it is week 1.
True. Well, week 1 around here, we know the Lions are going to Kansas City.
Oh, yeah.
And that means they have to deal with Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes, they're going through OTAs just like the Lions are right now. And he spoke yesterday about a couple things, including where he doesn't care that he's the 7th highest paid quarterback by AAV, average annual value. Yes.
Yep.
Right now, he said, I don't have to be the number 1 because I'd rather win Super Bowls than be the highest paid quarterback.
Yeah, he's worried more about his legacy. He mentioned I've made a lot of money.
Yeah.
A little bit more. Is it going to change the way I live the rest of my life?
Exactly.
And wants to win Super Bowls. And to do that, you've got to be able to pay guys around you. He was also asked about who are his top 5 quarterbacks of all time. And this is what he answered. He said, you got to say Tom Brady is number 1, but if you talk about the legends of the game, and then he goes in order, Tom, Peyton Manning, obviously Aaron Rodgers, Joe Montana, and then it gets down to Dan Marino or John Elway to round off your top 5. Now, he didn't actually say his top 5.
Right.
Do you agree with him?
Yeah, being the old guy, Unitas has to be thought of, but I like that list.
You go with Aaron Rodgers over Brett Favre?
Yes, I'd go, but I don't know if I'd go with Aaron Rodgers over. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up. I'd take Elway over Aaron Rodgers because in that position, winning counts, and Elway did win too.
Yeah.
And Elway was great for a team that had a lot lesser talent than Rodgers had in Green Bay for some of those years.
Does any part of – did you have this opinion about Rodgers or Favre prior to the Mississippi funds or the giant
yes.
D-bag that Brett Favre has shown himself to be? I mean, because Aaron Rodgers has a lot of those qualities, not in terms of doing anything illegal, but the diva quality is certainly there.
Yeah, you could argue Marino. Look, they're all great quarterbacks. Rodgers is, top 6, top 7, no doubt. But
sure.
But if, in that list, Brady, Brady, Manning, Marino.
No, Brady. Okay, I don't want to interrupt your list.
No, I'm thinking I'm going by his.
Okay, so
it was
Brady, Peyton Manning, Aaron Rodgers, Joe Montana, and then Marino or Elway.
I'd put Elway ahead of Aaron Rodgers. And then you could argue Aaron Rodgers or Dan Marino because Rodgers at least did win one.
Right. I would go Brady, Montana, Peyton Manning, John Elway, and then I would have to sit there and go, I think I'd go Brett Favre.
Yes.
And not Aaron Rodgers.
Really?
And I understand the pros and cons. I know really the only thing that separates them is one MVP.
Yeah,
Aaron Rodgers has 4, Brett Favre has
awards.
I'm
3. Looking at completion percentage, all that stuff. I think Aaron Rodgers was better. Anyway, it's time for news. Here's Heather.
Okay, so some Jeopardy fans are really upset after a very, very small spelling mistake ended 9-day champion Ben Chan's winning streak. Happened on Tuesday night. Chan reached the final Jeopardy category after kind of a rocky start, and he was like neck and neck with the other opponents. And the final Jeopardy category was Shakespeare's characters, all right? And the clue was both of the names of these two lovers in a Shakespeare play come from Latin words for blessed. Now, here's what happened next. So, you probably heard it. He was one letter off in his spelling. He used
what were the two?
He used a T at the end of Benedict, and it was Benedict.
Well, let me tell you something.
I just want
the judge.
Was he really?
The judge of Jeopardy.
He had been one. That's for sure.
Was a dick.
So obviously he didn't get to continue on, and people are really upset about that because obviously he knew the answer. I mean, but he did. He has actually kind of touched on the controversy himself. He said the show has rules. I didn't get it right, and that's okay. Overall, he walked out with $252,600 and an invitation to compete in the Tournament of Champions. So he's doing okay, but there's a lot of people not so happy.
Now, John, if you go to your favorite breakfast place, would you order eggs Benedict or eggs Benedict? Benedict. I never heard of the name. Now, I'm not a Shakespearean scholar. I've never even heard of the name Benedict.
Me neither. Oh, my gosh.
Been called one.
Yes.
Well, there's a wrongfully convicted Michigan man who spent more than 30 years in prison, and now he's suing for $100 million. 2 years ago, Gilbert Lee Poole Jr. was released from prison thanks to advancements in DNA technology. He was originally accused of stabbing a man to death in Pontiac back in 1988. He was sentenced to life in prison the next year. Well, now he is suing the city of Pontiac, Oakland County, the former prosecutor Richard Thompson, prosecutor's office staff, police officers, and lab scientists. And he says in this lawsuit that there was an inadequate investigation that was conducted, which included not following through proper tests and identification procedures. And basically there was some fabricated evidence and testimony as well. And which is why he's been released, because they have now updated the DNA testing, and his DNA was nowhere on the crime scene. Things that they did too, there was a bite mark, and they were like, oh, yes, your teeth match the bite mark, which there's all sorts of, the testing has now changed, and that was really unreliable, things like that. So, I mean, hey, go for it. You should be awarded some money. I'm sure he already was.
Yeah.
But hopefully he gets some more. A U.S. Marshal Service says that a 10-day operation called We Will Find You resulted in the recovery and the location of 25 missing children in Metro Detroit.
I know. How about that?
It's incredible.
Yeah.
So this was a national operation, and it resulted in the recovery of 25 missing children. It includes runaways, those who were abducted by maybe non-custodial partners or parents. And but they do say that these children were some of the most challenging recovery cases in the area. Maybe they were victims of child sex trafficking or child exploitation, sexual abuse, physical abuse, and things like that. So this is absolutely incredible that they were all located.
All right. Thank you very much, Heather. All right. Coming up next, a Greg Hargrave conundrum. I want to tell you about the D Las Vegas. No conundrum there. When you go to Vegas, you want to stay downtown, stay at the D because it's the best bang for your buck. And now the D offers something that's really, really cool. Anyone who stays at the D gets 2 free stadium swim passes located at the Circa Hotel and Casino. Now, I was in Vegas a couple weeks ago, stayed at the Circa. Great time. Stadium swim is awesome. So if you're at the D and you get to still, spend time at stadium swim, it's win-win. Win because inexpensive at the D. Win, you get to go to the Circa and, hang out at Stadium Swim. It's great. Great food at the D as well. They got Bacon Nation, John Jansen's favorite. They got Joe Vaccari's Andiamo Italian Steakhouse. Or you want something a little more casual, they got American Coney Island. Now, downtown, the odds are great. Better than they are on the Strip. And like I said, best bang for your buck. Now, if you want to golf, they'll hook you up with some great golf times as well. Downtown is so much more fun than the Strip. Lots of stuff going on. So book your room today. Go to thed.com. The D Las Vegas, your home for Detroit sports in Las Vegas. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. We'd like to welcome all our Twitch viewers. And also, you can check us out on YouTube.
Yeah, streaming live on YouTube as well.
Fancy.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Starting at 9 o'clock because the show starts at 6.
Gives us a couple hours of prep time.
Yes. Chance to do our hair,
Yeah.
make sure we look good.
Kind of like having your last home game at Ford Field when it should be at Spartan Stadium, you know?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Like that.
All right, we have the holiday weekend coming up. Our offices close at 2 o'clock, of course, after we get off the air on Friday. A lot of people are taking tomorrow off, make it a 4-day weekend. Now, Greg has come up with an interesting conundrum, not just for this weekend, but on travel in general. Greg, would you like to share your question here?
Yes, well, first of all, I'd like to hope that this goes a little bit better than my idea that the Wings would be better off as an expansion team from yesterday.
Yes,
Sorry.
yeah.
I kind of crapped on that one.
No problem. That's okay.
Yeah.
I do appreciate it's constructive criticism. I'll take that. So later this month, probably about a month from now, I'm going to be going out and visiting my friend. He lives out in New Jersey, kind of halfway between Philly and New York City. So I'm going to go out and visit him. About a 9-hour drive to get out there. And he did suggest to me that there are flights that are available. I looked up, they're about $313 round trip. It's actually not going to Newark, it's going to Allentown.
Oh, okay.
New Jersey.
Yeah.
So there's
Allentown, Pennsylvania, which is closer to New Jersey.
I think it's actually Jersey.
No, Allentown.
Allentown, PA.
Yeah. Because my daughter was going to do the same thing because she has her college roommate lives in that area of New Jersey too, and it's actually pretty equidistant between Newark and Allentown, Pennsylvania. So anyway, go ahead.
So I appreciate the correction, Stoney. So there's the option of flying into Allentown.
Yeah.
In whatever state that is.
United States of America.
Yes.
Allentown, USA.
Billy Joel song.
Or driving the 9 hours there. And the idea that I had was, while the convenience of air travel is simply that it is faster, I think that is the one trump card that it does have over driving. I was and am looking forward to simply driving the 9 hours, a little time by myself, listen to a few podcasts.
You're going solo.
Yeah. Going solo.
How long are you going for?
About 4 days. We're going to be, there's a travel day, 4 days there. We're going to go up and down the East Coast, watch some baseball, and then come back the sixth day.
Okay. So you're going to need a car too. So
but your friend probably has a car. You would use his car. You don't need. Greg doesn't need his own car.
Right.
Could your friend pick you up from the airport?
Yes, he has offered that.
Okay. So I'm not going to tell anybody how they should spend their money, but you said $300 and some. To me, it's definitely worth especially since you're going by yourself. Now, if there's your family, that's a different story with as far as price
in terms
goes.
of price point. Yeah.
For $300 to avoid a 9-hour drive to New Jersey and then a 9-hour drive back here, it's worth, in my mind, every freaking penny.
I'm with you. I'm totally. If you don't need your car while you're there,
and I don't mind driving.
I
don't mind driving. Like driving up north is 4.5, 5 hours. That's fine. I don't mind that at all. 9 to 10 hours, I'll do it if I have to, but I'd rather fly.
Where is the breaking point for you? Because, Greg, I'm with you. I would much prefer to drive. It's not a bad drive. I'm not a huge fan of the turnpike, but especially if I get 9 hours all to myself, I'm the only one in the truck, that is absolute gold at this point of my life.
And that's a good question, John, and that's what I'm going for too here is what's the line of demarcation between I'll drive there or I'll take a flight there?
Yeah. I asked the kids this one last night, and, I said, hey, Chicago. Like, would you rather fly to Chicago or drive?
Fly.
And to me, okay. And so I had a couple say that. Now, here is the deal, right? And from my house to Chicago, I can make it in a little over 3 hours.
Okay.
Three
it's
and
really
a half
not
hours.
bad, and I've done it. I've done the drive numerous times.
Whoa.
3.5 to Chicago from where you live? Really?
Yeah. It's not that far.
I thought Chicago's like at least a 4.5.
I was going to guess 4.5.
Okay, so let's call it 4.
Okay.
All right. Well, let's call it 4 hours. Stoney's driving slow.
Canterbury's got to drive very slow in the limo.
Right. Yes,
No,
he does.
I drive too fast, actually. But anyway,
but let's go with 4.
Okay.
If you leave your house and you drive to the airport, got to park your car, Got to go through security. You got to wait for the plane to arrive. So what are you leaving? What do you normally leave before you get to? The time doesn't work out.
I understand what you're saying,
Right.
but I still would rather fly.
I leave 2 hours before my flight.
All right, so 2 hours before your flight. It's a, 45-minute flight.
Yeah.
And then you've got to get off. You've got to get out of the airport.
It's about the same time-wise, probably. Whatever. That's negligible. Right.
Yeah.
Like Chicago, because I might go and visit. I might go and visit my niece in a couple
But then
weeks.
you got to deal with parking.
Right. That's the other deal. And if you stay in downtown Chicago, from what I understand, getting at a hotel, you're paying $70 a day to park.
It's very expensive
in some places, especially with a big truck like yours in downtown Chicago.
Well, I ran into it when I drove to Indianapolis. Because Indianapolis is about the same from here to Indianapolis, a little bit further than it is from here to Chicago. I actually got down there, and most of the I have no lift on my truck, but it sits higher than most cars, and I couldn't find a parking garage to park in, right? Because it wouldn't clear.
Yes,
so that's an issue. But
Chicago's close for me. I mean, I would drive. I haven't been there in a while, but see, in a city, you don't need a car, so that's the other reason why I might fly. If you go to an area, even if it's the same, time difference. The distance, but if you need your car, then I probably would be more inclined to driving.
Yeah, for like when we go to the Big Ten games, I would much prefer to drive to Wisconsin, fly to Iowa, flying to the East Coast, and some of that is because of the time crunch and it's getting out, it's getting back. So it's kind of not a fair comparison, but I do enjoy the drive. I love seeing the road. I love seeing the sights around the road, seeing all the different places. I just like experiencing it a little bit more.
The other thing for me is how much time I have in that location. If it's a week, it's one thing. If it's a weekend, I mean, I haven't, but I would rather, but it is really expensive, so I don't. I'd rather fly to Traverse City than drive. Because if I have a car up there, because it's a half-hour flight. You don't have to deal with holiday or weekend traffic.
I just hate dealing with the airport.
But it's I don't mind. I'm a very good flyer.
Yeah, I don't mind flying. I love flying. Right. I just don't like dealing with the airport and security and all of the stuff you got to do just to get to the plane.
It's not that big of a deal to me. I mean, security lines. You get TSA pre-check and you're right through, basically. All right, let's go to the phones. Let's go to Sam in Brighton. You're 97 on the ticket.
Hello, you get there?
Yes.
Yep.
Hey, before I make my point, have you guys flown anywhere recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So, my point is that by the time you get up, got to get up early, get to the airport, get checked in, sit on the tarmac, fly, maybe got to change over, get a car rental, get to where you're going to go.
Right.
At 9 hours, you're probably faster just driving that than actually going through that whole process.
Not 9 hours, because the flight's about an hour to New Jersey.
And is it a straight flight?
Yeah.
You're close, man. By the time, you got to be there 2 hours early at the airport. You got to get your rental car when you get there and wait in line for that. And you got to drive.
I never get there 2 hours early.
No, you leave your house 2
Sean,
hours
I'm
before.
more on your side. I would prefer to drive because I don't like the hassle of the airport. And you got to pay for parking. I mean, you talk about paying for parking.
All that stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just a lot involved with travel. I mean, whenever I travel, it is a monumental effort to get to the airport and go through all that busyness. So just it's close. I think it's close.
Yeah.
So
it's all personal preference.
Absolutely. The other thing is, John, you'll find that out as you get to be vintage when you drive.
Oh, you got to stop to pee.
You got to stop to go. You have to stop.
Yeah.
So the flight is the drive takes a little longer because you got to stop to do your business, so to speak.
The grapes start to shrivel up.
Renee and Warren, what's going on, Renee?
Hi, guys.
Hi.
My daughter lives right outside of Marquette in Ishpeming, and she's gone to Northern University for the last 6 years. I drive it. I love the anticipation of driving up. No, I just keep going because I don't want to be in the car anymore.
Yeah, I get it. I get it. Yeah.
It gets old. It
does.
really does. But, flying's good, too. Don't get me wrong. And it's only one airport you're flying out of, which is Marquette. But it's just a very long drive back, not going. It's the back that I don't like.
And flying into the northern airports, like if you're flying up to Petoskey and you fly into Pellston. It's a great airport. It's not busy.
So is Traverse City's a great airport, too.
Yeah, it's easy to get in and out. So I understand that argument.
Mike and Troy, you're 97 on the ticket.
Yeah, you guys are talking about like airport stuff.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just want to know why people get to the airport 2 hours before a flight. Like your flight's at like 9 a.m. They ain't gonna leave any earlier. I get there at like 8:45.
I do too. I'm with you.
Well,
those are people who are worried about getting through security. They're worried about making sure their bags are there. I get there like literally as my plane is boarding, and I am
different tolerances.
See, those people are overpacking.
They're vintage.
Yeah,
too vintage.
Yeah, but it's all about tolerances. Like I don't want to have the anxiety of I show up and then all of a sudden there's a huge line at the security line, or there's something goes wrong. Like I just don't like to be in a hurry.
Bro, that's why they make Xanax.
Well, it sounds like you're on it right now, Mike.
Yeah, bro.
Couple.
All right. Have a great weekend. How those gummies treating you?
Oh, I am chiller than chill.
I can tell. Yeah. Well, we appreciate the chill demographic.
Thanks,
on
bro.
the Stoney and Jansen program. 97 won the ticket.
Hey, when I have a question about my finances, I turn to my bank, First Merchants Bank, and I know that they're attentive. Local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life and my personal and financial goals and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And you got to love it when you sit down, they're asking questions, and you could tell that they're interested in your life and helping you out as an individual. That's because First Merchants Bank really does care. They see me as a person, not just as a number, and they do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. And you can count on that since First Merchants is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community. It's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help our communities prosper. Get started on your personalized financial solution today. You can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com, member FDIC.
All right, 248-539-9797. Don't forget, Gator will be attempting the 2 Grand Slam a little later in the show, coming up in a few minutes before Carson Anderson. We have some ticket texts. Actually, you know what? I punched up the wrong button last time.
Oh, you hit the bro?
Yeah, I hit the bro. The bro was not
chilling.
screened, but he was, it didn't say Xanax user on line 3, but on line 3 we do have now Mike from Troy. What's up, Mike? Mike?
How's it going, guys?
Good.
Hey, I agree with John. We have a home in St. Augustine. I make the 16 to 17-hour trip, and I love my time to myself because I don't get that. With work and with family, John, it's the best.
Oh, it is. How often do you make that drive? And when you go, how long are you staying?
3 to 4 times a year, and I stay at the house for a week to 2 weeks. I do my work from there. But in the wintertime, I fly because it's brutal. But it doesn't matter about the traffic. It's peaceful, and it's wonderful.
It's quiet.
Thanks, guys.
Yep, thanks.
Well, if you're by yourself, it's quiet.
Yeah, that's the whole point. Greg is going by himself, and that would completely change the equation for me.
Oh
my gosh.
Okay, what about a family trip? You flying?
That's hard, too, with 5 kids.
I know.
Well,
it's expensive, but
so we've got a basketball tournament down in Orlando at the end of July, and I actually think we're going to drive down to that one.
I get it.
And we're kind of at the point, too, where sometimes we've even got to, if we're going to go as a family, we have to take 2 cars because of the luggage as well. And so you're sitting 7.
You can't fit 7 in the BBT?
No.
Oh, heck no.
No. I could fit 6.
That's that you just shove all the kids
Well,
in the bed.
actually, a drive to Orlando probably like 6 hours because he drives so fast.
Yeah, well, you got to get there one way or another.
Don't forget the extra expense to ship your buddy's shoes back to him. Dan.
That's it.
Jeff in Harlan says, Greg, you also need to consider the cost of gasoline and tolls. Depending on your vehicle, these costs could easily be over 100 hours round trip. So now your flight would only cost like $200. My time is worth more than that, Jeff in Harlan. And if you're taking I don't know if you have to take the Pennsylvania Turnpike. That's an expensive
route.
Yes. Fully loaded cost of driving is 65 cents per mile, according to the IRS. Flying is a no-brainer, Bob from Ann Arbor.
If you're making your decision just based on dollars and cents.
John, I did that drive yesterday to Chicago from West Bloomfield. I've done it close to once a month for about a year. My record time is 4 hours and 26 minutes. I need to know what shortcut you're taking. That's from Robin West Bloomfield.
Well, I'm starting closer anyway.
But Plymouth isn't that much closer than West Bloomfield.
Half hour?
Half hour, 40 minutes, especially with all the...
40 minutes? No way.
All right, it depends on what time you're leaving. Drive down 696. Drive down 96. Telegraph Road. South... everything has got red barrels right now.
And normal time, then nobody's making it from the Detroit suburbs to Chicago in 3 hours unless you're going 100 miles an hour.
Okay.
Am I crazy? How many miles is it from Plymouth, Michigan to
Get
Chicago?
Get your phone out.
Yeah. All right.
Google Maps it.
I just think that's.
I would guess it's
4 hours. It seems
fast.
Exactly. God, you could probably make it up north in like 2 hours then.
No, just relax.
Because Chicago is further than up north.
All right, from here it says 4 hours and 13 minutes.
Yes.
And I'm 25 minutes closer, so I'm already under 4 hours. And I guarantee I could shave a few minutes off of that. So, 3.5. I said 3.5 hours.
I did Plymouth to Chicago, and it says 4 hours and 1 minute.
Okay.
I could shave 25 minutes off of that.
Okay, good. Congratulations.
You're welcome.
Give me a 10-hour drive over flying to 2 to 4 hours anytime. Long drives are relaxing. That's from AP.
Mm-hmm.
I prefer the independence of driving, especially when I give myself time to take the scenic route and stop in random small towns. It's about the journey as much as the destination. Oh, yeah. If I have I've never had this since I've been working, had 2 to 3 weeks to just go wherever I wanted. Oh, yeah, I would definitely drive. I drove to South Padre Island, very bottom of Texas, 28-hour drive that was awful, but I don't mind driving. My dad flies up to Alpena, which seems so unnecessary.
Yeah. I've made the drive to Austin before. That's where my wife used to live. And by the way, today's number 4.
Happy anniversary, Lisa and John.
Yeah, love you, babe. But I enjoy seeing places and different areas that I've never seen before. It's the first time. It's the only time I've driven to Austin.
Yeah.
And I loved it. It's a long drive.
Right.
But that was actually the year that I stopped at the Kentucky Derby on the way.
Oh.
So you get a chance to see many things.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. Guys, I'm a pilot, and seeing the craziness at the airports already the past few months, I would say that driving may be the better option. Not to turn down business, but just my opinion. There has been...
There's been some crazies at the airport. That's for
There
sure.
have been, yeah. But again, it's all a preference of, do you like to fly or not? And I like to fly. I just don't enjoy the process of getting to and through the airport.
I get it. And it all depends on how much time you have for your trip.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. Carson Anderson comes up next. It is a Thursday, so it's time, as we do twice a week, for Gator to do the 2 Grand Slam. We'll let you know, Gator, that the contestant got 6 correct. First of all, how are you, sir?
Doing all right.
Good.
Always nervous for this.
All right, you shouldn't be nervous. These are
By this point, I mean...
I don't know if you'll get 10, but you'll do very well.
John, I get nervous every time I crack open a microphone.
Oh, okay.
Do you really?
Not really.
Okay, good. All right, the clock starts with the first question. Here we go. Who is the coach of the Florida Panthers?
Paul Maurice?
Who plays John Wick in the John Wick series?
Keanu Reeves?
The Tigers play this team tonight.
Chicago White Sox?
He sang the 2015 hit Hotline Bling.
I don't know, Bruno Mars.
What former Red Wings' first name is the same as the city the Stars play in?
Dallas Drake?
What is 23 times 0?
0.
What is the capital of Florida?
Tallahassee?
What Denver Nugget was drafted 8th overall by the Pistons in the 2013 NBA draft?
Brown?
The defunct Detroit WNBA team had this nickname.
Oh, come on. Why am I drawing a blank on that? That's ridiculous.
Well, pass. Shock. Okay, yes. John Bon Jovi, Bruce Springsteen, and Charlie Puth were all born in what state?
New Jersey.
All right, you got 8.
Yeah.
I know you do well.
Well done.
Yeah, well
Not
done.
bad at all.
Drake,
Hotline Bling.
Drake sang the
Drake,
2015 Hotline Bling.
And who's the player?
KCP.
KCP. That's right. I knew that. I did know that.
Yeah.
Yep.
So did you watch the great pinch hitter Zach Short last night?
I did.
Huh?
I watched it.
How about that move? We always criticize. We second guess when they make bad moves. That was a great decision.
Well, I got to tell you, I don't know. I think his moves where they pay off far outweigh the bad move.
I know.
When you can find, when it's obvious, like a pinch hitting situation or changing pitchers, those kind of moves, as opposed to, starting to giving somebody a day off or rest or whatever. But the Tigers lead the majors in pinch hits this year, and he just pushes the right buttons, man. And Zach Short step on up and crushed it.
I know. I did not realize, by the way, that those were the first RBIs this season for Scoop.
Yeah. I knew that, and I'm like, oh, hey, there's 2. Way to go.
And did you realize, because my daughter pointed this out to me because she was paying closer attention than I was, she goes, Dad, that pitcher, this is his 20th year. Zach Greinke's been pitching for 20 years.
I didn't know it was 20. I knew he'd been around for a long time.
That's unbelievable.
Because I do remember him when I was covering the Tigers.
When you were a younger man.
Well, yeah, but yeah, exactly. When I was doing pregame and postgame shows for the Tigers back in that awful 2003 season.
Yes.
So that would seem to make sense. That's 20 years ago.
Yes, it was.
And I do remember Zach Greinke.
What do you guys got going today?
We're going to talk about what's going on with the Pistons and the head coaching search a little bit. We've got some Tiger stuff we want to get to. And an interesting question we have for the listeners. It's kind of created out of something that golf phenom Michael Block said.
Oh, all right. Carson Anderson coming up next. Have a wonderful day, everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, 97.1 The Ticket.
I went to the Tiger game last night, Gator.
Yes.
And it felt like it was a tighter game than it should have been. Like I felt really, really good about the way the Tigers were playing, and yet here it is, 4-2. It's 2 outs in, what is it, the 7th inning? Or Jonathan Scopes at the plate with runners at first and third and 2 outs. And you know what I did?
Turn the channel?
I reached for my remote and thought, what else is on?
Because Scope has been completely non-productive this year.
I grabbed the remote. I said, what else is on? I went, nah. All right, I'll ride this one out. And then he doubles. The left center field gap, 2-run scored, and it kind of salted the game away. But I didn't even give it a second thought. I wasn't trying to be funny or anything. I just all right, what else is on? And I realized how incredibly dismissive I was of Jonathan Scope, who, again, drove in, as you heard, the first 2 runs of the year. And, not dead yet. Hey-oh, Jonathan Scope. Time to explode. Was water going to find its level here, Gator? Is there going to be a bounce back, a correction? No?
Well, I think there should be some. Yeah. I mean, this is I'm checking the date. Last night was the 24th of May. He hadn't driven in a run all year. That's nearly 2 months.
Yeah, I know.
That's unbelievable. Now, he's not an everyday player anymore, and that's one of the reasons, if not the reason. But, I mean, he's better than this. Is he at the end of his career? Absolutely. And it comes, we talk about it all the time, it comes quickly.
Yeah, maybe he's not better than this. You say that as a statement of fact. I'm not sure it's true.
Here's why I say it, because I think it is the end of his career, but I don't think it gets shut down like it's been shut down. I think there's been some signs lately that he's kind of waking up. He's getting better at bats, and hey, here's a base hit here and a base hit there. But I mean, he stung that one last night. It was a really good hit for him, and congratulations that he delivers. The team needed somebody to deliver with runners on base because they just haven't done that the last several games, but they got it done last night.
Yep.
I don't think he's going to bounce back and be an all-star. I think he can. Can he bounce back and be a capable guy off the bench is what you're hoping. You're hoping if you need a defensive replacement, they can still get that done, although I don't know if he can as much as the guys who are already there. I guess, who's he going to replace? At McKinstry? McKinstry's been pretty good.
The thing is, I look at Jonathan Scope, whose hard hit rate is amongst the lowest on the team. I don't know that. I think at this point in his career, he is what he is. But hey, good for him. Thank you for coming through last night. And there was a lot of stuff to discuss with last night's Detroit Tiger game. And we'll get to that. We'll get to that coming up in more depth as they come home for a 4-game set with the White Sox still loitering near the top of the division. Now, Kang found this and we thought it was interesting. It was Michael Block. I'm sorry, was it the Bob Minery podcast?
Yeah, I think they actually call it the Ripper Magoo podcast.
Is it? Okay. All right. Well, he's talking to Michael Block, and he's talking about
that's the golfer
from the PGA, the PGA Pro that qualified for the PGA Championship and then made the cut and had the hole-in-one and finished in the top 15 and can come back to next year's PGA Championship and getting sponsors exemptions to play in tournaments and just charmed everybody. Although I hope he's careful. I don't want anything to turn on him. But he was asked about, his game and all that. And here's what he had to say. Okay.
All right, Hotshot. Slow down.
All right, so there's a couple things about it. One is, I don't want to turn on him.
I don't either. I like the story, but come on, man.
It's happening.
I can appreciate he's confident in himself.
Yeah.
The only thing separating him is the length off the tee.
World-class irons and short game.
Now, he might be. Maybe he is.
I think I'd be one of the best players in the world. It's not really the topic, and it's not going to be a golf topic per se.
But, I mean, that's...
But he's doing something we all do, though.
If only I had blank.
Exactly. What's your fatal flaw? What's your fatal flaw? So whatever level you played at, okay, let's say you played in high school and you're hoping to play in college and you didn't make it. Or let's say you made it to college. You were D3, but you wanted to be D1. Or you made it to D2 and you thought you had an outside chance to play minor league baseball. Or you were a AAA hockey player that never got that chance. What? Or you got cut. Like you didn't make the high school team. Because of what fatal flaw? Like, what's the biggest one thing that held you back? Because all of us, as athletes, all of us
have several fatal flaws.
We do, but we think there's one in particular that holds us back. Like, I could talk about my kids' fatal flaws, my own fatal flaws. My biggest thing, I was a soccer goalie, okay? And the guy that I split time with in the summer went on to play Division I. And we would split time. Nobody even blinked an eye at me. And there was a reason. And I know what it is. I was a giant wuss. I would let him one goal, even if it wasn't my fault, and I'd start to like panic.
Got in your head?
Oh, it got in my head. I mean, I was not wired. I was not wired to be a goalie. I loved the position, had good size, good hands, was athletic enough. But I was a giant wuss. And I could look back at it now and go, my God, that was sad. And in basketball, I was a 6'3 3/4 post player. You know what that gets you? Nowhere.
Yeah.
Absolutely nowhere.
Now, it gets you a matchup against everybody else's center who's 6'7" or higher. And,
I mean, nowhere. So I always love the undersized post guys because I'm like, aha, we do exist out there. But that was probably the two sports I played the most growing up, probably my fatal flaws.
Well, for me in football, I'm trying to think. It's always wanted to play quarterback because I could throw the football, but I couldn't. I couldn't run. So I mean, I guess it's running. I had no speed whatsoever. And
you're slow.
I was slow, and I was slow, and I wasn't. My mind was quick. My body was not.
Mm-hmm. You know what you wanted to do.
Yeah. So that would be it for football with me. And, obviously I was I shouldn't say obviously because nobody knows unless you know me what it was like as a teenager. But I was, I've always been a bigger guy.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, that
a lot of bigger guys are successful, Gator.
Certainly kept me, but that's me. I mean, my fatal flaw was I lacked any kind of, plan to adhere to, any kind of desire or willpower to get myself in really good shape, to test the theory if I wasn't fast enough. But I think even if I were in great shape, I was not destined to be fast.
I watched this guy run the 40. He's faster than you'd think. And you were on the swim team, so it wasn't like you were completely unathletic.
Well, right. I'm not saying – I'll never say I wasn't unathletic. Today I can say I'm not athletic, but back when I was in high school, no, I actually thought I was athletic. There were things I could do that I was pretty proud of, but there were a couple things I couldn't do. I couldn't jump and I couldn't run.
Yeah.
In baseball, what I've looked back on and kind of bummed me out is that I didn't get great instruction in baseball.
Really?
Yeah. So at the plate, nobody really taught me how to properly hold the baseball bat. It was
not
just
a huge mystery.
No, it's not a huge mystery. But the problem was that the one thing you would hear is that,
it goes up there holding it upside down.
No, it's it's the thing that, hey, line your knuckles up. Okay, great. But I didn't line up the knuckles to make like this straight line. I would line them on like that when I first started playing. So there was no way. I'm already, the bat's already in finished position or whatever. It was terrible. But more importantly for me, the fatal flaw was in pitching. Nobody taught me how to grip the baseball properly. I could throw strikes all day long.
Yeah.
But nobody taught me how to grip it properly, so I'll never know what my ideal velocity could have been. I never tried throwing breaking balls when I was a kid. Never tried any of that stuff. So that always bummed me out because I could throw strikes.
Kang, what was your fatal flaw? The sport you play more than any other was basketball, right?
Yeah, my fatal flaw was about 8 to 12 inches. I need 8 to 12 more inches, and I think I could have at least played some kind of college basketball.
He's talking about height.
Yes. I mean, 8 to 12. That's a different sport. But 8 to 12 inches from, vertically, I could jump. I'm hoping I keep my at least same vertical. I had a very decent vertical for my height. Just to play like D2 ball would have been nice. Those guys are really good. I don't think they're very underrated.
Really, really good.
Yeah, I've played against D2 guys. I played against walk-on D1 guys, and I'm like, damn, these guys are good.
Sometimes when you watch like a D3 player, you can actually tell their fatal flaw. Like this guy'd be D1 if, whatever it may be. But 248-539-9797. Michael Block just said if he had more length off the tee, he'd be one of the best players in the world. That's his fatal flaw. What's your fatal flaw? Whatever level you made it to, you could have gotten to the next level. If not for what? 248-539-9797. Coming up today at 10:50, we'll talk about the latest Pistons coaching news here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
So I was sitting at home last night watching the Tigers play, and it gets to the end. It gets a little hairy there, a couple runners on base, but Alex Lane gets the job done. The Tigers hold on to the win. What was I doing? I was sipping on some spirits, my friend. Flying Ace Spirits. They're bourbon. I love their bourbon. It's a small batch American-made bourbon blended in Holland, Michigan. It's part of the Coppercraft family. It's artfully crafted for the brave of heart. It's a blend of aged whiskeys with notes of caramel, toasted rye, vanilla, and ripe stone fruit. And it's versatile. You can drink Flying Ace bourbon any way you want. You want to do shots, do cheers with your friends, celebrate something? Go ahead. Do that. You want to celebrate that Kachuk put the puck in the net with 4 seconds to go and Florida goes ahead and sweeps the Kings to get the Stanley Cup Finals? So be it. You want a sipper? You want to play the long game? It's great for that. Drink it on the rocks, drink it with a mixer, ginger ale. Sounds great. That's what I love about it. It's not pretentious at all. There's no gimmicks. It's just great, approachable American whiskey for the maverick at heart. And listen, it's only $30 a bottle. It's not going to bust your budget at all. Flying Ace is delicious. Give them a shot yourself, and you can follow them at Flying Ace Spirits on Instagram and stay up to date on all their upcoming releases. And as always, please drink responsibly.
It's Michael Block.
I'm trying to make sure that he's not intending to insult Rory McIlroy or anybody else, but it sounds like, and look, it's a confidence thing, right? He thinks his short game, he thinks his iron play, all that is as good as it gets on tour. It's just that he doesn't have the length off the tee. Now, I will say this. When I watched him play the final round, and he's on the first tee, and everybody is bombing it past these traps that are on the left side of the fairway, and you kind of faded in the middle of the fairway, and that's what everybody was doing, or they were just bombing it right over these traps. He didn't. He got caught, and that's what caused him to bogey the first hole. Is he hit this beautiful looking smooth as hell drive, and it was right in the direction of the target where all the other golfers are going. He was just 20 yards shorter than everybody else.
Right. I mean, look,
so I see it.
There's probably truth to him. Okay, he's not as long as other golfers. But Kang, didn't you say the data shows that Justin Rose has the same length as him? And
someone put the numbers out there, and his average, Michael Block's average drive was like 291. It was the same as Justin Rose's.
So it can be done.
Which, by the way, 291 is still getting it done.
Oh, sure. But I mean, the point of the topic, and I don't want to read too much into what Michael Block has said.
We'll do that tomorrow.
I don't want to turn anybody against him for sounding
douchey.
Yeah, kind of. But I also, it's kind of in some ways an average Joe that's getting, with very little media experience and training, getting put into a position where he might say something and he doesn't realize how it comes across.
Well, when he says, I'm just going to say this. When he says something like that and calls it stupid length that Rory McIlroy has, it's almost in a way like saying Rory has no excuses for not being the greatest golfer in the history of golf. And he's not.
I'd be better than him. I'd be better than him. But
it just rubbed me the wrong way.
Yeah, I hear you. But again,
we all have our fatal flaws when it comes to athletics.
Yeah, so what is yours? 248-539-9797. There's some great feedback coming in here. Unnamed texter says, my fatal flaw for high school football was I wasn't focused enough to be a consistently good player. I did not study the playbook as much as I should have.
Been there.
Yeah. Wait, you weren't good at the books?
Well, no. I mean, on defense, we literally had to know a handful of things, and I knew all those stuff because I played defensive line. I was a backup offensive lineman, and I never paid a lick of attention to it. So when we had to run that stuff in practice, like, okay, let's bring the second team, I'm like, oh. So my buddy I was playing left tackle, and my buddy was a left guard. And every play, I'm like, what am I doing here? He's like, yeah, just get the linebacker, and you got to reach the linebacker. Like, okay, all right.
That's so on brand for you.
Yeah,
I can
totally.
see you in a 3-point stance. What am I doing here?
Like, am I supposed to do this?
Kyle in Toledo says, my off-speed stuff was great, but I'm 5'6", and I only threw in the high 70s. If I were like 6'5", and was throwing 95, I would have been a number 1 overall pick to the Yankees for sure.
There you go.
Drew in Lake Orion says, my fatal flaw, confidence. I was good in practice. I was great in the backyard. But put me in front of a crowd, I'd freeze up. Didn't find my confidence until my early 20s. Can't teach that. You know what's funny is I was talking about how I didn't have the mentality to be a great goalie because I would blame myself. And in retrospect, it wasn't always my fault, but I would blame myself, and then I would crumble. So I was my best. When I was at my best was before I let in a goal. The scouting report on me would
before you let in a goal, you were your best.
Well, because once I let one in.
The first goal.
Yes.
Okay.
Before I let in the first goal. Once I let in a first goal, the scouting report, if anybody was scouting and nobody was, would be just keep shooting on this guy. Yeah. He's done.
Floodgates are open.
Shoot
it! Kick it! Come on! Not now.
My fatal flaw is having 2 knees made of glass. Complete reconstruction of both knees before my junior year of high school. Oh. ACL, MCL, LCL, etc. Are there more CLs? I think there was only 3 CLs.
PCL, MCL, ACL.
PCL is the Pacific Coast League. Maybe there is a PCL. I don't know. I have the footwork of a drunk pirate, which is keeping me from the Professional Bowlers Association. That's from Will.
He has the what of a drunk pirate?
The footwork of a drunk pirate, which is keeping me from the Professional Bowlers Association.
Now that's interesting. So, like, what is it? What is his average is? So, like, I roll 200s all the time, but I'm all over the place.
I would like to see. I don't know what this. I know nothing about bowling, right? I'd like to see Will here. You know, in lanes next to guys who are really good, and see if I could tell his footwork was bad.
Exactly. There's that.
Or is this some subtlety that I wouldn't get?
Or is it just as simple as you walk like you have the footwork of a drunk pirate because you're drunk?
Could be.
Because it's bowling.
I played offensive line at the Division II level in college. My fatal flaw was, well, no one would describe me as a dancing bear. I had concrete feet. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. Michael Block says, if it weren't for distance off the tee, he'd be one of the best players in the world. What was as an athlete, your fatal flaw? It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
hands down.
Kang, we're losing Gator.
He came in a little hot.
We are losing Gator. Honestly, the topic isn't what he said. The topic is what was your fatal flaw. Because it's always kind of fun just to hear everybody's
I'd say
perspective.
my fatal flaw was humility. Staying humble. Sometimes get a little too full of myself.
I'm just too good looking.
Yeah, it's sometimes it's a curse.
Yeah,
I mean,
bad.
You couldn't possibly understand, but
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just too damn cute.
He could have said, if Rory had my iron and wedge game, he'd be good.
Gators.
It's even worse.
During the commercial break, I was like, Gator, he doesn't have media training. It's okay.
He's been around this thing long enough.
From him being the story to now Gator's looking at him, this effing guy.
I still want to tease off today at like 2:30.
And are you rooting for him?
Kind of. I mean, I want to see if what he did last week wasn't just a fluke.
Sure.
Okay. And you know what? If length is really what's keeping him from being great, you know what he should do? Maybe he gets a sponsor's exemption to play here at Rocket Mortgage.
No kidding.
Because the length isn't the big thing.
Well,
here.
Look, I mean, it wasn't just the way he played. He had a charming innocence to him, right? And
well,
that innocence
is gone.
It's counter to.
There ain't no innocence anymore.
It was one soundbite. Don't turn on him.
It's like he woke up in a whorehouse, and then TMZ was right there. What? No, I didn't like those comments. It's the way that he said them. He could have taken a higher road in every comment there, and he didn't do it.
So it's clear he has confidence, and you need.
Oh yeah, and you need to. You need to. Yeah.
But does this make you look back at when he played so well at the PGA to think, did he rope-a-dope us? He was acting all kind of shucks and
was
did
he
it go
faking
in?
it when he was like turned around when he was being interviewed and said, "You're playing a Rory tomorrow." It's,
oh yeah. What?
You're beating John Rahm right now. Oh, come on. No.
And now
is
you
it
feel
all
like,
fake? Is this like
deep
the Hills?
inside, he's like, of course I am.
This is the Hills all over again.
Have you seen me play?
Right.
Of course I am.
I'm world class.
God, everybody on the tournament was saying, if only this guy could hit it off the tee. If only he could be accurate and long. He didn't say accurate. He just said length.
He just said length.
My man, you're driving at 290 off the tee. What's the problem? If you're in the middle of the fairway at 290,
right?
Good God.
All right, 248-539-9797, open lines. Let's go to Claudia on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Claudia.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
I just got off the phone with the MSU people. I'm a season ticket holder, have been a season ticket holder since 2001.
Okay.
And I discovered that I'm almost 100% sure that in the past, the tickets used to have a value on them. Like some games were $50, some games were $70, and your premium games were, I believe, $70. Well, what they're doing is, wait to hear this. What they're doing is they're taking the price of just all the tickets and dividing it by 7, and they're going to give me a refund of $49, not even the price of one ticket in the past, $49 per ticket. I have 5 tickets that I've purchased. So they're going to give me that's the price they're going to give me. So I said to them, what about my seat backs? I buy seat backs too. What about all those other funds that they give me? Too bad, basically. So I said to them, I spent over $2,000. What you should be doing is taking the price I spent and giving me 1/7 back of what I spent. And because you have to pay those other fees, whatever they are.
Because you're talking about you're not happy that the game's at Ford Field, the Penn State game, and you don't plan on going to that. So rather than pay the extra fee for that ticket, you want your refund just for that ticket.
I'm going to get my refund regardless. And then if I want to go, I can go. But is my ticket going to be $49?
Oh, no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So if you give me the value of a ticket to go to the game, maybe that'll be okay. Give me a seat there. Maybe I'll do that. But if I'm getting $49 back for my 7th game and I can't even buy a ticket for $49, this is not right. Plus, you changed the day on me.
Can I ask you, I'm a little confused. You haven't decided whether or not you're going to go yet. Is that correct?
You know what? My initial response was, I'm going to go. But now I'm not sure if I'm going to go. I don't want to go if I got to pay more than my ticket value.
So you won't just get, essentially you can't just transfer your ticket in Spartan Stadium to Ford Field, is what you're saying.
That is exactly what they told me. They are going to refund me $49. I don't think there's a ticket that says $49 there. So in the beginning I thought, oh, this will be all right. I'll just go over there. But if I can't go to the game with the same price, I've already spent over $2,000 on 5 tickets. Now I got to spend more, and maybe I don't know if I got to pay to park or, whatever it is. But if you bought parking for Spartan Stadium, they'll refund you that. But we don't. We do the commuter lot thing. So, but they're not even giving you, see, that ticket value in the past was more than if I went to the Central Michigan game.
Okay, that's
because everybody does that.
And they're not refunding me. They're not refunding me that higher value.
They're not giving you that higher value.
No. If they were giving me the $70, then maybe.
Well, I guess I feel bad for you, Claudia, because I think I understand what's happening because they're not. This is a one-off game, right? So this isn't part of your season ticket package up until 2 days ago. Your season ticket included the Penn State game, and it was at the price that you were paying, the $50 a ticket or whatever, and you had it, and you were golden with it. But then they changed it yesterday with the announcement it's moving to Ford Field. So you keep your season tickets, and I guess they're going to charge more for the Ford Field ticket, but they're going to apply what you're already paying to it. Is that correct?
That doesn't sound fair. Personally,
it doesn't sound fair. It doesn't sound fair, and it doesn't sound right. And it sounds like maybe this is something they're going to have to work out and realize that we've made a mistake.
If Claudia is correct, we'll hear more about this.
Yeah,
because it doesn't seem like you're taking care of your loyal customers. But,
no,
but I want to hear. I want to hear more on this. I wonder if Claudia misinterprets something. Or
on the other hand, it's this though. So they are. I guess if you used to be given the paper tickets, we still have paper tickets for Spartan Stadium. I think we do.
I haven't been in as a fan in
long
time.
Doug's busy on Saturdays.
Yeah, I get it. But we understand that that there is the different pricing for the premium games, like for Michigan, Penn State, Ohio State. When you play those games at home, they're going to be more expensive than the other games. So that's reflective on the ticket. So why wouldn't they
give you back the value
of that game? Because you've already paid for it.
If they still did it, yeah.
Don't spread it out over the course of the 7 home games.
Yeah, that doesn't seem
fair.
Yeah, I think I will hear more about this because if that's true, this will be a thing. People will be talking about it. 248-539-9797. Let's go to Ben next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Ben.
Hey, guys. How's it going?
What's up?
Good. Calling in on the fatal flaw. So, funny enough, I was a walk-on quarterback at Michigan going back a little over 10 years ago. It was 2011. Only played one season, but my fatal flaw would have been my height. I'm only like 5'11", and if I was like 6'2", like my dad, I think things would have been a little different, possibly.
Where'd you play in high school?
Grosse Pointe South.
Grosse Pointe South. And did you get college looks?
Yeah, mainly like Ivy League. And then Michigan, I always wanted to go to Michigan, like 4th generation, kind of thing. Whole family went there. So that, that kind of came together.
Yep.
And so, went with that. Yeah, it was a great experience. But, yeah, I wish I was a little taller.
So what was the tryout like, and were you a little surprised you made it, or?
I actually didn't even try out. Just had like a pretty good senior season. We were 1 game away from the state championship, and then sent them like my highlight tape and was invited as a preferred walk-on.
Oh, that's cool.
My roommate was actually Graham Glasgow was my roommate freshman year.
Oh, that's awesome. So just too short, huh?
That's what I would say.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple other things too, but if I ran like a 4.4, then maybe that wouldn't have mattered.
Yeah.
But,
All right. And what was your role? Were you like a scout team guy or?
yeah, I was a scout team quarterback. I mean, they carried like 7 quarterbacks. Denard Robinson was the starter that year. I was probably 5th on the depth chart, but yeah, ran the scout team. Tried to give the other team a good look, and yeah. It was a really cool experience.
Fatal flaw is a lot more impressive than your fatal flaw. He did make it pretty high.
Yep. Are you saying that I wouldn't have?
Yes.
How dare you?
Short quarterbacks are in now, right? I mean, there was a time when you didn't even get looked at. You had to be 6'2" at least.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, in college you could get away with it.
Yeah, college.
He might have got recruited a little bit more. I don't know that
But I
his
think you
same
had to
skill
move
set.
at least.
I don't know that his same skill set would have got him recruited in this day and age. If he were fleet of foot, I don't know if he was or wasn't. But 248-539-9797. A lot of text coming in on this because Michael Block, the PGA Tour professional that qualified for the PGA Championship and then finished 15th in the top 15, says it was. Hey, man, I'm just not long off the tee, and that's what's kept him from being one of the best players in the world. What is as an athlete, what was your fatal flaw that kept you getting to that next level? 248-539-9797, 97.1 the ticket.
Fighters, start your engines. The XFC is coming to the Detroit Grand Prix Friday, June 2nd at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. XFC Grand Prix is a one-of-a-kind mixed martial arts event that officially kicks off the return of the Detroit Grand Prix to the streets of downtown. Be witness to world-class MMA league fighting on Friday night and take in the racing on Saturday for an incredible weekend of Detroit sports action. Fight fans, you can get right next to the action with tickets starting under $20 or purchase a VIP table ringside for the ultimate experience. It all happens Friday, June 2nd at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. For tickets, visit xfcfight.com. Again, tickets at xfcfight.com.
Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97 won the ticket. Fatal flaws. What was your fatal flaw as an athlete? My fatal flaw was being stronger than 95% of my team, but being 5'11", 185 in high school. So as a team player, I'm playing offensive line and defensive tackle because I needed to hold the line of scrimmage. But had I been put at tight end or linebacker, I probably would have been able to play low to mid-level college. Unnamed texter. I was a Macomb County 5 at 13, 6'1" at 13. I never grew another inch. Was taught post moves and no ball handling.
That sucks. It's so true, too.
Dude, there was a kid when I was growing up. I was playing rec and ed basketball in Ann Arbor, and everybody was scared to death of Dino Dastios. Dino Dastios was a giant, okay? And nobody wanted to be any part of Dino Dastios. This is like 4th, 5th, 6th grade.
Yeah, sure.
Get to middle school, and I'm as tall as Dino Dastios. And now I think I'm taller than Dino Dastios. I think he was one of those kids that got to be like 5'11".
Yeah.
And, when he was 10.
We all grew up with those guys.
Absolutely.
There was a trio that I grew up from middle school to 9th, 10th grade where they hit like 5'11", 6 feet before everybody else.
Yep.
And they never grew again.
And Dino Dastios was a good basketball player. But I remember thinking he learned all at a young age. I'm like, he learned all that post stuff. And now he's not a post player anymore. And it's tough, man. It's tough because you learn those skills.
I feel like those guys are a dime a dozen, guys that peaked physically at 14. I remember going to a baseball tryouts one time when I was like 12, and there's this kid that showed up and he had like almost a beard going. Like he had tons of facial hair, and he's a year older than me, and everybody's looking at this guy going, wow. And he was bigger than everybody else. He'd started to develop some muscles. Wasn't terribly coordinated, but everybody just marveled at this guy. And then 4 years later, we're all in high school together. I'm like, where's this guy? I'm like, that's him?
Yeah.
He's like, he stayed 5'8", 5'9", and, did not have an athletic bone in his body.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Jess next to our 97.1. Hi, Jess. Jess, are you there?
Yeah, hey, are you here?
Yeah,
go ahead, man.
Got you.
Hey, I'm turning my radio off. Hey, I got a question for you guys because it's on the fatal flaw, but I'm not sure what you would call it, so I want you guys' opinion.
All right.
Real quick, I played in a small high school in Florida. We graduating class of like 32. Played football, of course, defensive end, kicker, running back. I went to the Van Tiffin Chris Moore Kicking Academy at Alabama. I was 97, 98 maybe.
Okay.
Did very well. Got a scholarship, but I wanted to play running back. I mean, who wants to be the kicker? You just, it is what it is. But I turned that down, and I went Division III in Marietta College in Ohio so I could play running back and start because I would have had a red shirt my first year as kicker, and I could start up there in Marietta, Ohio. So I'm not sure what you would call it. Maybe immaturity, or if I would have been successful at Alabama, I could have been an NFL kicker and retired by now.
Where was your scholarship to?
Alabama. I took the Division III. I took the Division III scholarship.
No, I understand, but you said
Marietta, Ohio.
But you were offered a scholarship to kick at Alabama in the late 90s?
97, 98, 96, yeah.
Wow.
But I couldn't play running back.
Right. How'd you do at running back in
sports
Ohio?
It was good. Unfortunately, the coach up there was – I quit football after the first year. That guy just he turned me off, and a couple of other guys from Florida that I went up there with, they did the same thing. And fortunately, he had a massive heart attack about 8 years ago, which I'm not sad about. But
wow,
he killed a lot of people in football. But I wish I would have took the scholarship to Alabama, but that's 25 years ago.
What do I call that?
BS.
Not saying that.
That's when it's a little hard to swallow on that, right?
So what? I don't know.
From a school that had a graduating class of 32?
He did what he wanted to do.
Yeah. I mean, look, you made the decision. You wanted to play running back.
Yep.
So you chose to go to a school, which I assume was one of very few that offered you that opportunity.
Yep.
To play Division III, and then you quit after 1 year because you didn't like the coach.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I don't know. You do what you want to do, I guess. How that Alabama education would have been nice.
Yeah, I mean, look, I don't know that was flawed. I think you do what you follow whatever dream you have, you pursue. I don't know that there's a flaw there. I think there might be a little bit of flaw in the way it feels about the coach.
Well, that's
fatal flaw. Too excited or nervous for games. I knocked down threes in practice all day. Game time, high school started the year, 9 air balls in a row. Teammates were dying laughing each time I took a shot. That's from BP. My flaw is I was too shy. I was 6'5" in high school. I wanted to play football so bad. 248-539-9797. Okay. I said we get to the Pistons news today. Mark Stein now with Substack has 2 reports on the Piston coaching search. First, there's this. League sources say that the Pistons went through the intent to make a big money offer to Monty Williams in hopes that the former Suns coach could be lured straight into a new job. It appears that plan, which we revealed in the enclosed story, was from inside the drawing room at the draft lottery in Chicago last week, was unsuccessful. Williams has 3 years remaining on his Suns deal, valued in excess of $20 million. Another report from Stein says former UConn coach Kevin Ollie and Bucks associate coach Charles Lee said to be headed for a second meeting with Pistons owner Tom Gores. There's been a consistent buzz in coaching circles that Pistons GM Troy Weaver wants the job to go to Ollie. Now, let's start with Monty Williams not wanting the job. There's speculation out there Monty Williams wants a year off, which basically means Monty Williams isn't a candidate for any job. Now, if that's the case, then so be it.
If he were to accept the job, does that cancel the main contract that he has with the Suns?
I'm guessing that it impacts that, yes.
So if he sits out and he's got $20 million remaining on 3 more years, so it's roughly $7 million a year. Mm-hmm. So if he sits out, he can sit out and get paid $7 million. If he sits out 3 years, he gets paid $20 million.
I would be the most sitting out MFer you've ever met.
I mean, yeah, I get it. But if there's a job that he really covets, I mean, that's what's going to lure him to go there. And the Pistons I'm glad the Pistons took their shot.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently offered him big money to do so. Unfortunately, word gets out publicly now, and does that undermine what they're trying to do because they have to go back to the drawing board? Because this was somebody who was outside the triumvirate of coaching candidates that they had a couple weeks ago, those 3 that interviewed with Gores and Weaver and everybody, right?
Yep.
So does that undermine that search? Now this report, Mark Stein is saying that they're interested in that Troy Weaver is very interested in Kevin Ollie. You trust the GM to make the right move. I'm not. I mean, Kevin Ollie is the one that moves the needle the least.
Yep.
For me.
Yep.
It doesn't mean he's bad. It just that's not the one that gets me excited about Pistons basketball moving forward. Unless he was thought of as his great coach with the G League Ignite.
Yeah, look, the Monty Williams thing, I completely understand, okay? And I'm glad that they, shoot or shoot, right? Take your shot, and they did. But the bottom line is if the job were more attractive, would he be considering it? Would he consider it more? I don't know, maybe. It felt like a year ago there was momentum that Cade Cunningham was making Detroit a place that players might want to play with. And after the injury, it feels like that's lost something, which isn't necessarily – it shouldn't. I mean, so what? He got hurt. Now, is Cade going to be a generational talent type player? I don't know. Can he be good? Can he be on the cusp of elite? Can he be elite? Is he the kind of player that coaches want to come coach? If Monty Williams felt that, because the whole thought, the Monty Williams thing started with if the Pistons win the lottery, they're going to try and get Monty Williams.
Right.
Then they didn't win the lottery and apparently offered him the job anyway. So the idea was a generational talent will lure Monty Williams. So obviously I guess the assumption we can make is that he doesn't see the generational talent on Detroit's roster in Cade Cunningham or Jaden Ivey or Jalen Duren for that matter.
I don't know.
I don't know if that's a safe assumption or not.
I don't know.
I'm trying to connect some dots here.
I think there's a bunch of factors that go into it. I think money is a big factor that goes into it. Maybe, well, how does he feel? Does he just, I need to breathe. I don't need to coach right away. I need to take my time. And I've got, fortunately I'm getting paid to take my time. I think the Pistons do have a good nucleus of talent, but they have to find, I've heard a lot of people say lately that it doesn't matter who the coach is. They got to bring the right players here. I think we've already got a group of players that you need to grow those players. To me, the factor that I'm looking for from the coach is the coach can get the most out of these guys. Mm-hmm. They didn't play defense last year. That cost them tons of games. They faded away in the fourth quarter. They couldn't keep it going for 48 minutes. I'm intrigued by Cade Cunningham. He only played 12 games this year, but he averaged 2 more points a game, 2.5 more points a game in the 12 games and in the 64 he played last year in his rookie season. So I think he's a guy that can definitely get better. He's already at 20 points in his second year, and he hardly played in his second year.
All right, coming up at 11:24, as a quiz for all of you about the state of Michigan. I have a quiz for you, Gator, and for the audience. Coming up at 11:24 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Live score happening right now. 7-0 USA Hockey needing 3 more victories after sweeping the preliminaries. They're in the quarterfinal action right now against Czechia, who features Red Wings goal scorer Dominik Kubalik on the roster. The score from Finland, USA looking good at the moment. They're up 2-0 and just beginning the third period. In minutes, it'll be Michigan State's turn to attempt to stay alive during the Big Ten baseball tournament this morning. Double elimination, so one more loss would take them out of the running. First pitch against Rutgers momentarily is to prepare out in Omaha. If they win, MSU would take the field again tomorrow night. Back home for the Tigers following a 3-3 road trip in D.C. and KC. Now they'll have 4 straight games against the Chicago White Sox, or 7-2 in their last 9. Alex Faedo gets the nod with coverage from Comerica Park on 97.1 The Ticket right here with Dan Dickerson on the call at 6:40. And golf's newest darling, Michael Block, he'll hit the links again today for the Charles Schwab Challenge after earning a top 15 pit finish at the PGA Championship as a 46-year-old club pro. He says he feels some pressure to keep it going. We shall see. Block tees off at 2:28 p.m. down in Fort Worth, Texas. At the Ticket Update Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Maybe
Gator has turned on my man.
Maybe he should just keep his mouth closed from now on, right?
know?
Just talk about your round. That's all.
You're not.
How'd you shoot today? I shot okay. About where I expected. I know I've got to improve.
So
my
what do
game
you
here.
like about him saying, I know there's a lot of haters out there?
Who's hating on him?
You are.
Well, I am now. But he's like the first part. He's like, everybody's rooting for me right now. Yes. And I know there's some haters out there. There weren't. I hope the club pro shoots it. This guy. He's becoming insufferable in 24 hours. I want to root for this guy. I really do. He's making it difficult. He was humble over the weekend.
Is it that he's starting to pretend like he's something? I'm the kind of guy that has haters now.
That's part of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude, congratulations. You finished tied for 15th in the PGA Championship. I think that's awesome. Particularly for anybody that's on tour, it's awesome. But for somebody who's a club pro and has limited experience on the tour, I mean, you played in some events. I think he's played parts of 7 majors over the years because he's qualified. That's awesome. That's great. And he actually, you qualified for this along with 19 other club pros, and you were the best of the bunch. And you finished 15th. You were relevant. You were on the last day. You were one of the featured groups. You got paired up with Rory McIlroy. That's amazing. And he handled it all so well until it was done.
And now
it's
Gator's making the motion of a head inflating.
Now this guy. I mean, it is tough to root for him now.
I think you need to stop paying attention. Like, don't pay attention to anything he says.
So not listen to our radio station?
Yeah, it might be healthy.
We turned it into a topic.
Well, I wasn't expecting to be that. The topic wasn't going to be Michael Block is now insufferable.
Well, I can't help but interpret something that I hear. I get the topic we had. I like the topic we had. What's your fatal flaw that kept you from being great at some sport? I get it. But when he says, if he just said, oh, you left it alone, soundbite completely done, where he goes, yeah, my biggest problem is that I'm just not long enough off the tee. Next question. If he had left it at that, but instead, whoever did the interview did a great job because you keep asking that, you keep prodding on that, and look, maybe you just stare at him so he keeps talking, and he did. He kept talking. Really, you think that's the only thing, the difference between you and Rory McIlroy? Yeah, he's got stupid length. I got world-class stuff.
If you listen back to the
hands down
to the cut, Bob Menry, who's doing the interview, is actually caught off guard. He says, I would be one of the best golfers in the world. He goes, really? Like, you know, like
right? He says,
like,
really, and then but his response is, hands down.
Yep.
Hands down, dude. Come on, really? Because I imagine there are plenty of golfers out there that would sacrifice length to have the accuracy that you apparently possess, world-class stuff.
Doug, you weren't here Monday when we talked about this.
No, I wasn't.
And I think, Gator, correct me if I'm wrong, you were kind of like emotional. Watch, you asked the question, you got chills, you almost got teary-eyed.
Yes.
And the honeymoon is not even over yet, and you're turning on this guy.
When he hit the hole-in-one, it was surreal. I mean, it was like, come on. He didn't. Did he just seriously come back for commercial break and Jim Nantz goes, and this just happened. And when Jim Nantz says it, you know something great happened, right?
Yep.
You can't look past it. You know exactly what happened. And this just happened on the 15th. I'm like, okay, so he stuck it close. Thanks for ruining it, Jim. And then I'm like, wait a minute, that flew in on the fly. Oh my God. This is unbelievable. And yeah, I started to get a little teary, like this is the greatest story ever. And then he's backing it up with hands down. I'm great, hands down. World class.
Gator, here's the original comment he said on the Ringo podcast.
Ripper
Magoo podcast.
The Johnny Ringo.
And this is Michael Block talking about his fatal flaw.
Hands down. World class. I mean, can you see why, Doug? I mean, he's taking it and running with it, and it's like it wasn't. So the only thing, what's different between you and Rory McIlroy? And he's like, it's like length. But this is like nothing else. He refused to say anything else. It was length. Hands down. If I had that stupid length, I'd be one of the best players on tour.
Okay, so I guess here's the thing. He's not media trained. He's kind of an average guy who's been given this opportunity and isn't been well schooled on how this stuff can come across.
I'm not buying the media trained stuff because he's 46 years old. He's been around forever. He's been a PGA pro forever. He clearly watches golf, okay? So by simply watching it, you can be savvy enough after being around it as long as he has. I don't buy it. If he were 25, 30 years old, I might buy it. But he's not. He's 46.
Mm-hmm.
And he just went through it all this weekend. He went to the gauntlet this weekend. I mean,
he was pretty savvy all weekend.
Yeah,
right?
He put the earbuds in, and it's like there's no question when this guy's done being a tour pro, he's going to be an analyst. There's no question, and he'd be great at it. And then he does this interview, torpedoes that in my mind, and now and then what's the other thing he just said that we had in the update? The comments that he made.
I know I've got haters.
Dude, you never had to say it, okay? Because you really didn't.
Dude, he doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how that comes across.
He just might be a giant skadoosh.
People want to know on the
possible.
ticket text, is this the fastest someone's ever made the list, Gator?
He's not on the list.
Okay.
He's not on the list. Because I want to wait. Let's let this marinate a little bit. See how he's teeing off today in a few hours. He gets the sponsors exemption for the tournament this weekend, and he should. I mean, the way he finished last week, of course you'd want to see this guy on tour, playing another event. You want to capture that. You know, you want it on TV as soon as you can. Hey, the good thing about golf is you got a tournament every week. Let's see it. You know, and if he finishes in the top 30, if he makes the cut, first of all, if he makes the cut, hats off to him, right? Then maybe he needs to start thinking about, do you need to be a pro anymore, or do you want to actually be a tour player?
Right.
You know?
Well, he always said he didn't want to be a tour player. Like he didn't think the lifestyle and the guys that he knew that were trying to qualify were miserable, and he just said it wasn't for him. But
well,
now
when you're world class,
All right, Gator, we have some
and look, let me just say this. I could be dead wrong. All right? And I'm willing to admit that. I could be dead wrong on this. Maybe he's a humble guy. Maybe he's awesome. I wish he were. I hope he is. Because he could be the guy that I was rooting for this weekend. He could be that guy in that PG-13 rated movie that everyone's hoping is going to get it done in the end. Instead of being that guy in the R-rated movie that you're not so sure about, it turns out he's a jackass in the end. You know? You don't want that.
I almost want to go back and check this guy's social media from like the last 15 years and find out.
Oh, boy. I wanted to be...
You wanted to be guy number 1, and he's starting to sound like guy number 2.
I wanted to be Mark Wahlberg from The Other Guys, the cop that just needed a chance, and he was a good guy, as opposed to, Mark Wahlberg in the movie Fear, where he was dating Reese Witherspoon and ended up stalking the entire family.
That totally makes sense to me.
See?
248-539-9797. We do have some breaking news at this hour regarding the Tigers, and it's going to get some reaction. We will get to that at 11:16. 97.1, The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97 won a ticket. All right, so the Detroit Tigers have just announced a partnership with Meijer. And there's going to be a Meijer patch now on the Tigers jersey.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. I believe it starts tonight. So, when this topic has come up in the past, advertising on jerseys, there has been some pushback, but there's also been some people that don't have a problem with it. There's two things about this. One is there's nothing in it for us, right? You can't, because they're putting a Meijer patch, and it's a sponsorship deal, because they're putting a Meijer patch on the jersey, it doesn't mean that we get cheaper ticket prices.
No, it doesn't mean that. What it means, the Tigers organization is getting paid a sponsorship fee, and that maybe they can apply that towards salaries.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we knew this was coming. The patch will read Meijer in the same shade of blue as the Old English D on the home jerseys. For road jerseys, this is according to the Detroit News, it's the white lettering over a blue background with orange trim. It's going to be on the left sleeve, and the classic Detroit Tiger Old English D jersey has their first corporate sponsor. It's a local company. When I brought this up, when the Pistons got their first corporate sponsor, Kang, I don't know if you remember this. I made the comment like nobody's going to buy this thing. And I think you and Evan pushed back and both said, actually, people will because they want the authentic jersey, even if it has a corporate logo on it. And I, me not running in the circles of collectors, or I'm not a jersey, I don't buy jerseys. I guess I get my jerseys for my kids, but am I wrong about that, or is that still true?
People still buy jerseys. People just get used to it. You guys have gotten used to it and probably didn't even realize it, right?
Yeah, so actually, yes, because I'm watching the games and I don't even notice
exactly
that it says University of Wisconsin-Madison on the Red Wing helmet.
It's kind of interesting because
it was United Wholesale Mortgage.
right. With the United States and our professional teams, like I don't like it. Like, I don't like to see it.
Mm-hmm.
And because we haven't seen it up until a few years ago, we just never saw it. So it was different. We don't like that. But if we've paid any attention to sports overseas, they always have sponsorship stuff.
Yep.
And that's all I've ever known. So I never saw what, the Swedish jersey looked like before they had some kind of sponsorship over it, right? Or Spain or whatever it is. So I've always grown up, looking at that and knowing that the European leagues are way ahead of the curve when it came to advertising and making money off that and putting it on the jerseys. It was accepted. And it might look weird to see an international jersey that didn't have advertising on it, but it's still weird for me to see some kind of logo here on our jerseys. And because the Tigers have been reluctant to put one on there and now they're going to, I'm not thrilled with it, but it's not going to stop me from attending a game or buying a beer. And Meijer's fine. It's a local institution, so that's great. But
I think now that ceiling has been broken and we've seen it in sports and it doesn't really impact me in any way. It doesn't ruin does it ruin my experience to see UWM on a Red Wing helmet? Although I think Meijer was on a Red Wing helmet for a while. I don't even know what the Piston sponsor is. Because NBA teams have the little patch.
Is it Platinum Equity?
Might be.
I don't know.
Well, whatever it is, I can look this up pretty easily, I guess. But you get accustomed to it quick, and it doesn't really change much. It'd be nice if there was something for the fans in it, though. That's the thing. I always feel like if you're going to clutter up the jersey, and that's what it is, it doesn't impact the product on the field. But if you're going to clutter up the jersey, is there anything in it for the fans?
It would be interesting if they decided to do something like, hey, if you purchased a Detroit Tigers jersey with the Meijer logo on it, and you go to Meijer to go shopping with that jersey, that you get, 10% off $100 worth of groceries or something like that.
I'm going to read some of this stuff because the story's just breaking as we speak. This is from story put together Tony Paul, the Detroit News. Financial details of the Tigers deal with Meyer not disclosed, though it could be worth 8 figures. Padres deal with Motorola is worth $9 million per year. Red Sox deal with Mass Mutual is worth $17 million per year. Mets deal with New York Presbyterian Hospital could be worth $20 million a year, and the Yankees are reportedly seeking $25. For a team like the Tigers, considered a middle market, the money could be critical windfall, especially given the economic uncertainty surrounding Bally Sports and TV rights. The Tigers are still receiving TV rights payments believed are worth $50 million a year, but it's unclear how long that contract will continue as Bally's parents company go bankrupt proceedings. Meyer is a longtime sponsor of Tigers, part of the new deal. Tigers and Meyer have agreed to donate $100 for every strikeout by a Tiger pitcher to Meyer's new Strikeout Hunger campaign. The money will go to Meyer's Simply Give campaign, which has combated hunger with $80 million in donations to Midwest food pantries since 2008. More than $8 million of that coming from proceeds from the annual Meyer LPGA Classic. Donation figures could easily exceed $100,000 this season. That's kind of it. I was just making sure there wasn't any give back for the fans. All right, so there you go. 248-539-9797. That is some breaking news. So we're going to shift around the schedule of the show a little bit and get to your reaction. We go to Bill in Madison Heights here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Bill.
Hi, guys. What's up?
Hey, Bill.
Hey. Well, my question would be, obviously, I've never liked any of it, being the old school person, when Meyer, stuck their big fat name on the Red Wings helmets. I did not like that, but I've kind of come around to, super grudgingly accept that that's the way it is now. But it's like, do they think that, putting their name on a Red Wing helmet or a Tiger jersey is going to make more people shop there, which will in turn, maybe help their profits, which will in turn hopefully make them offer better benefits or wages to employees? Is that? I know it's all advertising, but what's the?
It's awareness.
They think about.
It's awareness. Yeah, it's how many eyeballs are going to see our name.
It's marketing.
Yeah, that's what advertising's for.
Yeah, it's marketing. It's marketing, but what is it really? Is it gonna make more people shop at Meyer?
That's their anticipation.
It's not like you're going to see it and Bill go, I'm inspired to go get my coffee filters from Meyer. No, you're going to. It's just making it more top of mind. Hey, we're out there. You see them all the time. They're, it's name recognition.
I'll bet it makes some people do it.
Do you think so?
Yeah.
248.
You see, how it works. It's how advertising works with some people. You'll see it on TV and you go, oh, that reminds me. I get some milk. I'll go to Meyer or whatever, right?
I've never done that, but I'm not saying it doesn't happen. But I do know that having your name out there and in front of people is helpful.
Yes.
Matt in Roseville is next. Hi, Matt.
Hey, guys. Just wanted to say we might be getting a little bit out of the deal. I remember seeing an email this morning, actually, for something like a Meyer family 4-pack of tickets on Fridays for like $70 for 4 tickets, 4 dogs, and 4 sodas.
Okay.
So, there's a little bit of corporate sponsorship, benefit to the fans there.
And you're a season ticket holder, or you've been a ticket holder, or?
No, I'm just signed up for updates and things like that. I think it came through Ticketmaster or something like that.
Okay, and you got today for $70. What's it called again?
Meyer Family 4-pack or Family Fun Pack. It's on Fridays.
Okay, and that's new.
Yeah, it's the first time they just announced it.
Okay, well, that's good. I like that. That is because, they should do something for the fans. The team's going to make a bunch of money off it. Meyer's going to get a bunch of eyeballs on them. If you're just joining us, there's a Meyer logo now is going to be on the Tigers jerseys on the left sleeve. So 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1 A Ticket. So breaking news today at this hour, Meijer and the Tigers have announced a partnership that will put Meijer's logo on the Tiger uniforms. I've grown somewhat accustomed to this, and not the specific to Meijer and the Tigers, but the idea that there are going to be some semblance of logos or corporate sponsorship logos on jerseys. I hope it never gets as bad as it is in like the Premier League. I don't know I've never heard what's on the Manchester United jersey, but it's a corporate sponsor across the front. You know, I'm not a follower of that team, but as far as I'm concerned, that's their logo.
Right.
It's not replacing the old English D. The Red Wings are not replacing the winged wheel. You know, it's not a corporate, you know, that to me is where a line will get crossed to a degree when there's no more iconic logo associated with the team. But at this point, 248-539-9797. One text came in here. So does it say Meijer or Myers? It says Meijer.
That's funny. I tweeted out, ironically, fans will start calling them the Detroit Tigers now. You know, like instead of like Tiger, they'll call them Tiger correctly. How they say Meijer. It's supposed to be Meijer, but everyone says Myers.
Myers.
Terrible.
Go to Meijer in support of Tigers is basically what it makes you think. Go to Meijer in support of the Tigers is basically what it makes. So you think spending your money at Meijer will indirectly have a positive impact on the Tigers? 248-539-9797. Does this mean Chris Ilitch is going to spend money now this offseason, or is he pocketing an additional $10 million per year now? I haven't seen a point in the Ilitch ownership where it made a ton of sense, but we're getting closer
to spend money.
Yeah,
well,
they've been shedding money because players are being aged out and they weren't likely to be able to compete. They're on the brink of competition here. We like to say loitering.
Yep.
But it's only in this division. But if they make enough strides this year, then I'll have a little bit higher expectation for Chris Ilitch and ownership to spend some money.
Well, particularly with money coming off the books. Yeah. You know, and then you could have potential opt-outs. Eduardo Rodriguez could opt out. The Tigers could trade him. Either way, that frees up money. If Javi Baez stays hot, he could potentially opt out. If he does, that creates money. Obviously, Miguel Cabrera is done after this year. That's $30 million off the books. There's a ton of money that could be off the books in this offseason. So, yeah, they need to spend some money. They got to spend it wisely, but they need to spend some money.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Brian. You're on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Brian.
Hey, guys. That old psychological subliminal message type deal is with this logo, Myers affiliation and others, corporate affiliation is, you know, you see it on the uniform, but you kind of grow to ignore it or whatever, but subliminally, if I can get that out correctly, it's in your mind, and you're going to Myers for everything, or giving them, you know, the first option or whatever, you know, because I obviously I don't like the idea, but also, you know, I don't like the idea, not to get off topic, but I don't like these naming rights, you know, once it was the DTE Music Center, right. You know, that's Pine Knob, it should have always been that. I don't even like Little Caesars Arena. I don't like it at all. We know that Red Wings logo should be on the top of that the roof, so we can see that in the skyline and flying over the top and stuff like that. That should be a Red Wings logo. So just my opinion. You know, I guess I'm old guy, whatever. But.
It's okay, Brian. I remember when Comerica Park first opened. I was working at different radio life for me. I got called into the boss's office, and you know what he said to me? He said, "You're calling it Tiger Stadium." And I said, well, it's not Tiger Stadium. He goes, you're calling it Tiger Stadium. And I said, why? And he said, because Comerica isn't paying us. And I was like, wow, okay. So I said, can I call it the new Tiger Stadium? But it's so accepted now.
It is, you know. And like I said, it obviously I dislike it, but it slowly, it doesn't win me over or those like myself. We just kind of slowly accept it, but it's not with some not wholeheartedly.
Yeah, you get used to it, and I understand. I mean, I think a lot of this goes on this day and age is there's way too much thought, worry, and angst put into things that really don't impact you.
Yep.
And I'm like things that have no impact on your life, and this is one of them. If I had my choice, I'd say no corporate logos on the jersey. Now that there are, I'm watching a game tonight.
Yeah, it's not going to
stop me
from
from
watching
weekend,
the game,
right?
I mean, when they made the switch from Pine Knob to DTE Energy Theater, did it stop me from going to get some lawn tickets to watch Judas Priest? No.
Yeah.
No, it didn't. And now that they're back to being called Pine Knob, does it matter to me? No, not even a little.
Now, I'm telling you how I feel. I'm sure people out there feel differently.
Yeah, and they do. And I find it interesting that people will hold on to that gripe forever. Like, I know people that have always called it Pine Knob, refuse to. I'm like, why are you hanging on to it? Unless it's just easy for you to say Pine Knob rather than DTE, fair enough. But people still hang on to the Tiger Stadium thing. They'll hang, which this isn't Tiger Stadium. It's a whole different ballpark. So
you couldn't tell Ray Nelson that.
Well, yeah, I guess not. And same thing with LCA. I mean, Joe Louis Arena was Joe Louis Arena. There was no corporate sponsors to it. LCA, if you're not going to call it LCA, what are you going to call it? This is the only name it's had.
Yeah, that's easier because it's a completely different arena, like you said. But when you're like Lambeau Field is Lambeau Field, right? Like if they don't ever move and they just renovate or get sponsored, people are gonna call it Lambeau until they're forced to. Otherwise, if they change it completely, the thing that sucks about this is, and we're gonna get over it, like you guys said, but it's gonna turn into soccer jersey one day.
All right, that's
okay?
the line I don't want crossed.
No,
but
it's gonna cross.
Of sports is having your team's logo prominently displayed, and if you, it's weird, but that's where I draw the line, and I suppose some people draw the line with any of part of the uniform, but you really think that we will see a corporate logo replace a team logo?
Yes. And I think that the fact that we're getting over it is the reason why. That unfortunately, what's going to happen is I
should start yelling and screaming now. This is where I throw my hissy fit.
The thing is, you need enough people to throw hissy fits with you, or it doesn't make a difference. Yeah. And so I think what's going to happen, guys, is just like the stadium names, they're not going to be as iconic. It's just not going to be as big, as important as it was us or your dad's growing up. When your grandkids and their kids, Doug, are going to be. They're not going to know the difference. They're not going to think like, oh, the Old English D was that important, or the winged wheel. It's just going to be, hey, this is what the jerseys look like this year.
Well, I don't know. I think the winged wheel and the Old English D, the logos, those are still going to
be there.
Yeah, they're still iconic, and people will always have.
But I'm saying the clutter around it with the advertisement is going to be there as well moving forward.
Yeah, it definitely will. And it's interesting with stadiums. I mean, it's just it feels like now every 30 years you got to build a new stadium.
It does happen rapidly, doesn't it?
It does.
248-539-9797. Feedback coming in regarding the Meyer patch will be on the left shoulder of Tiger jerseys moving forward. Just look at the soccer teams in the Premier League. Sponsorship all over the place. That's from an unnamed texter. From TACman, the ADT logo on the Marlins uniform looks horrible. I hope the Tigers advertisement isn't that big. Well, you can do a quick Google search and see it. It's not that big. Brad in Chesterfield said the jerseys look like trash now, like cheap stadium giveaways. Tom in Flat Rock says, I'm desensitized to corporate sponsorship. A decade ago, we mourned the loss of unique stadium names because those are all sponsored. Now it's ice, boards, jerseys. Oh, well. 248-539-9797. Gator, you've seen it. Do you think it's cumbersome? Do you think it's... I will say the picture that I'm looking at looks superimposed and kind of fake. So I don't know what this is going to look like in the real world. But the picture I'm seeing on the Detroit News website looks like it's been photoshopped, and I hope it has because it looks kind of chintzy.
Yeah, I'm looking on the Free Press website, and it just looks like it's nothing. It's a big nothing burrito.
Oh, let me see if the Freep has a different picture.
They show it on the arm sleeve.
Don't they have a couple Tigers showcasing it on their sleeve? Casey Mize and Manning, I think it is.
Yeah, I do not like. I'm looking at the Freep. I think it looks kind of cheap. The fabric looks different than the fabric of the jerseys. I hope that's just superimposed because I don't like that look in particular. I'm not mad about the concept, but
I don't know if the fabric's different or not, but because it's let's say it's the same fabric, it just looks like it's more white and less breathable.
Yeah.
And maybe that's just because it's another layer.
Don't make it look cheap, I guess, is where I'd say that would be the one.
You think it looks cheap, huh?
I do think that in that picture, that looks cheap. Maybe you won't be able to tell on TV or when you're sitting in the stands.
Are you guys looking at the Bally Sports Twitter account?
No.
They have Mize and Manning holding. They're wearing the jerseys with the patches on them, and that's
actually
exactly
the road
what it's gonna
jersey.
look
The
like.
road jersey looks better than the home jersey. The road jersey looks like a nice professional patch. The home jersey looks like an iron-on patch.
I
kids
agree.
get at high
I
school.
agree.
I just think I think it's reflective of the jersey. It's what's on the Old English D jersey. It's just the really deep blue and white. That's all they have, right? So that's the logo. What's on the a road jersey? Well, you've got the really deep blue and the orange outline, and it's white outline as well around the Detroit and the number. And that's exactly what's reflective on the logo of Meyer. It's just reflective of whatever the jersey.
I'd actually rather have the road patch on the home jersey as well.
Ooh, I don't want that.
Because I think this home jersey does look chintzy.
I think I agree with you, Doug, as in the road looks better, but I think mid-season here, I don't like the patch. I'd rather have it just been like part of the uniform. You know, I don't like
not
the
a
patch.
Yeah, I hear you. 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Fighters, start your engines. The XFC is coming to the Detroit Grand Prix on Friday, June 2nd at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. XFC Grand Prix is a one-of-kind mixed martial arts event that officially kicks off the return of the Detroit Grand Prix to the streets of downtown. Be witness to world-class MMA league fighting on Friday night and take in the racing on Saturday for an incredible weekend of Detroit sports action. Fight fans, you can get right next to the action with tickets starting under $20 or purchase a VIP table ringside for the ultimate experience. It all happens Friday, June 2nd at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. For tickets, visit xfcfight.com. Again, that's tickets at xfcfight.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. Reaction pouring into the breaking news today that the Detroit Tigers are adding a Meyer patch to the left sleeve of their jersey effective tonight. I'm kind of over getting upset about this stuff, although Kang has made the point that it's going to come a time where and I'll give you an example, the winged wheel, the Old English D, will be replaced by a corporate sponsor or logo because somebody's going to offer enough money. And that's where I'm like, oh, you can't do that. I mean, we those are like the markings of our tribe.
Yeah.
Like we're all part of it, right?
I don't
And
see that happening.
he might be right. I hope it doesn't. That's where I'll yell and scream. A patch on the shoulder. Now, the only issue I have is I think the home one looks cheap, but maybe it's just a superimposed picture. I want to see it. In the real world, it might not look that cheap, but the road one actually, to me, looks better. Gator, you don't think they look?
No,
good.
I just think the road Meyer logo has all the colors of the Tigers road jersey, just like the home Myers logo has all the colors of the Tigers home jersey.
Let's go to Larry. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. Hi, Larry.
Good morning. How are you?
Good, thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, sir.
Hello.
Oh, boy.
All right. We go to Amy. You're next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, Amy.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to weigh in. I'm a big golf fan, and people who are golfers, whether they're the LPGA Tour or PGA Tour, they've had a lot of sponsors on their polos, on their bags and stuff like that for forever, and it really doesn't take away from the game at all. My hope is that the Tigers will take the money that they're getting from Meyer and put it back into the community. From a marketing perspective, I really can't see them ever taking away the Old English D. I think that that's something that, the fans really live for. So I'm hoping that some good comes of this that's just beyond putting a logo on the sleeve.
I think Meyer's been a pretty philanthropic company and family that runs it. I think they've done a nice job with that over the years, very community oriented. So I don't think that's going to change. The comparison with the golf, you're looking at individual sports versus team sports, and that's how those individuals get paid. And yeah, you're right. We've all gotten accustomed to that, seeing everyone's got a hat sponsor, they got a shoe sponsor, they got a club sponsor.
Here's the difference. I feel a little bit as a fan compelled at times to buy gear, okay, that represents the teams, and I don't do it a ton, but I do feel compelled. And back when I was more of a fan, like just a young fan, I'd buy stuff a lot. I have no inclination and never would have to get a Phil Mickelson KPMG or what's that? The
KPMG, right?
Is that what it is? Yeah. I have no inclination to get a hat, a Phil Mickelson sponsored KPMG hat.
No, but would you consider that? What is it? A financial planning company or something like that? I mean, would you consider that if you're looking for a financial planner? Because that's what they're trying to do, or whatever it is. I don't know what KPMG does. Forgive my ignorance on this, but that's what it's for. Now, when somebody wears a Titleist hat, do you buy Titleist golf balls because of who the player is? I think a lot of people do.
The golf balls I play are the ones that I find in the woods when I'm looking for my golf ball.
Fair enough, but you know that people buy golf balls based on who's playing them.
248-539-9797. Let's go to Bob. You're on 97.1 The Ticket. What's up, Bob?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Morning.
I think it's a little bit of a slippery slope, and I think it depends how far it goes. So I'll give you my prime example, which is the NHL. I cannot watch a hockey game with those boards in motion while the players are playing. They've got things imposed on the ice, on the glass. It has become almost like a video game, and it's just surreal. And I also pay for Valley Sports, and even if I pay that, I still have to watch all that as well. It is just insane.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't. I don't know. I don't really pay attention to it. I'm aware of it. I know that it's there, and there are times that I'm like, oh, hey, look, the logo. It's all the same logo throughout the entire rink, and then, oh, well, of course it is because it's CGI. It's not what's actually at the arena. When you're at the arena, you can see it, but it really bothers you that much?
Yeah, and I'm not the only one. Obviously, like Doug, I play a lot of hockey, so we may be a little purist, but that is the general consensus, is that It takes away from the game. Your eyes get caught on the motion. So, maybe if they did it and they just said, look, we'll leave the boards the way they are and change on a whistle. But when you have movement, remember, there's must be 15-year-olds designing these things because it's actual, graphics moving while the play is in motion.
It's honestly a pretty incredible technology. However, I've heard more than a few people say that the movement of the advertisement on the boards can be distracting. So 248-539-9797. We go to Alec. You're on 97 on the ticket. What's up, Alec?
Hey, how are you guys?
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to talk about the sponsorship. I actually think the small little sponsorships, like the patches, like Meyer, I think that's good for teams like Detroit. I mean, I think I'd be a little afraid if it was a bigger corporation like McDonald's sponsoring an arena instead of Little Caesars. When people think of Michigan, they think of Little Caesars Pizza, Detroit style pizza. I just think it's the local companies. When they sponsor local teams, I think that's a really good thing.
Okay. Good to know. 248-539-9797. Well, you'll see him tonight for the first time. Unnamed texter writes in, this is garbage. I hate it. Why don't we just sell the naming rights and call them the Detroit Meyer or the Detroit National Coney Island instead of Detroit Tigers?
Isn't that going to an extreme? A little bit? Maybe gripping a club a little tightly. It's a 4-inch logo on the sleeve of the jersey.
Duffy writes in, I'd rather not have ads on uniforms, but if they do, I would prefer them to look better. Personally, I find the Meyer logo on the Red Wings helmet aesthetically displeasing. Todd.
But you know what, though? You never notice it during the course of play. The only time you notice is if they have a close-up of the player when there isn't play. Because otherwise, you got this wide angle, and you're not going to zero in on the small portion of the helmet that has the logo on it.
Yeah, it hasn't impacted me with the corporate logo being on the helmet. It just doesn't. But the bottom line is, I want to see this home jersey patch in the real world and not just a picture of it, because I think the picture looks chintzy. But
how much of this do you think is just people wanting to be angry about something because people love to be angry?
I don't think that's it.
They don't like change.
People, I think they've been fearful of this, and it's another example of big corporate maneuverings where other people are making money and we get nothing out of it. Unnamed texter says, I'll quit watching when they go from being the Detroit Tigers to the Meyer Tigers, or when their uniforms look like NASCAR uniforms. Signed, Todd, sponsored by no one. That's what he wrote.
Well, if it gets to that point, I think there's reason to be upset.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. It is, again, if you're just joining us, the one caller said that he got an email from the Tigers today offering a Meyer family 4-pack for Friday nights with 4 tickets and hot dogs and drinks for $70. So maybe we will get something out of it. Meantime, Tigers will come home, open this series with the Chicago White Sox after taking 2 of 3 from the Kansas City Royals. Still 2.5 back from Minnesota after Minnesota beat a useless group from San Francisco 7-1. Thanks a lot, Giants. But hey, some good stuff did happen in the game last night. We'll get to that today in the noon hour. And so we'll see if Alex Faedo can keep it a go. Is Faedo better than we think in the early going? Is he better than we think? Some of the stuff we will debate next hour here on Carson Anderson. 248-539-9797.
Also, some stuff coming out of the OTAs. There's something I just saw that I don't think the majority of fans are going to like.
Really?
No.
Uh-oh. I don't know what you saw. I did like the quote about Jack Campbell from Aaron Glenn.
Mm-hmm.
What are your expectations?
To be a very, very good football player.
To be a very, very good football player. I think that's a realistic expectation, and I expect him to achieve that.
But one of the Lions coaches just said something that I think is going to have fans bristling a little bit.
All right, we'll get to that today. 12:02 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. All right, Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, you can stream the show now through YouTube TV along with Twitch. Go to twitch.tv and search up 971 The Ticket, and bam, there we are. Myself, Gator Kang, sometimes Kenny and Evan. You can also watch on YouTube TV. Go to YouTube and just type in 971 The Ticket, and the live stream will pop up. Always, you can take in our show and watch said show. In the meantime, still streaming the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Download it for your mobile device today and through our website, 971theticket.com. I've covered just about all of it other than Twitter. Go to Twitter, and we're at DunGator971. So, in the middle of our show yesterday, we got breaking news about the Michigan State-Penn State game being moved to Ford Field and being placed on Black Friday. I think Missouri and Arkansas will now play on Black Friday.
Yeah.
Yep. Seems to be the new hotness is to move your college games to Black Friday.
It didn't seem like there were that many fans upset when the announcement came down yesterday that we talked to on the show, or there were ticket texting. There were some, but it didn't seem like it was many.
Mm-hmm.
But then I'm reading today in the papers, and there's so many stories about, fans are very upset about this. And I have no doubt that there are some fans that are upset about this. But I'd be upset if it were, a really good Michigan State team that was cheating its fans out of a home game. That's not the case. At least we don't think that's the case. And I'm hoping this is a one-off. I don't need to see this every other year. I don't want to, force the Penn State game to Ford Field every other year for Michigan State's home game. But, I tried looking this up, and I was having difficulty finding it, what the attendance was for the 2021 game, because that's the last time they played Penn State. Yeah. And it was a snowstorm. It was a really good season for Michigan State. Kenneth Walker did play in that game, ran for over 100 yards. And I don't recall it being all that well attended. And I think it was weather related for sure as to why it wasn't all that well attended. And that's the gamble you're playing. If the weather's going to be crappy out, this is a great thing to have. If the weather's going to be tolerable in 40 to 50s for the low, but you just bundle up and you go enjoy the game, then that's going to be unfortunate. They're rolling the dice on this.
So if the one problem I would have, the biggest problem I would have, where I think that there's voices need to be heard, is if what the one caller said, that you're not getting back all your money if you don't want to go. And we got a couple of texts on that. The listener was Claudia that called. We are getting screwed. I have to donate money for a seat license to buy my season tickets. They're not refunding me 1/7 of that. Another one here, and I don't think they're reimbursing for the PSL either. $300 per seat for me times 2. I mean, make sure that the fan is getting back the actual value of what they are giving up if they don't want to go to a game at Ford Field.
And I hope that the university and the athletic department are looking at this a little more closely and maybe saying, oh, you know what? We need to go over this with a fine-tooth comb because these are some details we maybe overlooked, and we need to treat our season ticket holders better and compensate them if they're unable to go to this game, because we don't want to lose that base over something that's as simple as maybe $20 per person. Don't do that. That'd be really dumb.
I mean, I know it adds up if you're Michigan State,
sure it does.
But you just can't do that. The breaking news today is that the Tigers have added a patch to their jersey. It is a Meijer corporate sponsorship, that there will be a Meijer patch on the jersey. We discussed it ad nauseum. The biggest issue I have is I think the home one looks chintzy. The road one looks more professional. Gator, you don't think it looks chintzy, and but you'll be able to judge for yourself, and you might not be able to tell on TV. I acknowledge this might be a product of the picture that the Freep and the Detroit News are running, which almost look like they're photoshopped and superimposed.
You know what I like about the home logo one is that you hardly see it. You hardly notice it. I don't want it to stand out. If I don't like logos on jerseys, this is the perfect solution, right? It doesn't stand out. It's just the word Meijer written in blue.
But don't make it look like an iron-on high school project.
I guess you and I disagree. I don't think it looks like that. The road one is more intricate because the road jersey is more intricate.
248-539-9797. All right, you said you had a quote that you didn't think fans would like from Lions OTAs this morning.
Right. The coaches are speaking. I know Brad Holmes was up there as well for a little bit. Interesting to see some pictures on Twitter that are coming through. Dan Campbell was wearing a Brad Holmes shirt. Brad Holmes was wearing a Dan Campbell shirt.
Hilarious.
It's kind of funny. But Kyle Meinke and all the other beat writers had this one out there from Dave Phipp, the special teams coordinator. Rookie Jahmyr Gibbs, definitely a possibility at kick returner. So I imagine that anytime you think about putting your starting running back, or certainly someone who's going to play a large part in this offense, running and catching the football, that the thought of using him on special teams, I think we'll have some people bristling.
I will say you might be right. I think that people have less concerns if it's with the ball in your hands than, say, Jamison Williams as a gunner. I don't think people are as worried about the kick returner. If you are going to be Cordero Patterson, right, then we'll take that. Does it come with a degree of risk? Yes. But he was drafted as a weapon, not a running back, and you want to get the ball in the hands of the weapon. So 248-539-9797. We'll see. You can react to that. Anything on your mind, of course, fair game. It's what we do here. Open lines. Carson Anderson, 97.1. Let's get back to your phone calls. We go to Jeremy on 97.1 A Ticket. Hi, Jeremy.
Hey, guys. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
I think this is going to end up being like a lot like the Premier League, like Kane says, where the logo is going to be dominant. I mean, how many people out there that are into soccer have 3 or 4 Lionel Messi jerseys, each one with a different sponsorship? Lots of them. So as people become more and more fans of individual players and not teams, I think that everyone's going to want like the new sponsorship for like their players' jersey.
Well, I won't like that. I think a subtle corporate logo, but I really think you have hurt the branding that the fans take pride in with the tribe that we are all in. If you're going to mess with the Old English D or the winged wheel are the two that come to mind. We have 2 classic logos in this town, but I don't even want the football helmet touched. I don't think you put anything on the football helmet, please and thank you. And they've got a very subtle logo on the Piston jersey.
Well, if they do anything on the helmet, it would be like a decal like they've done for, if there's been a death, if you want to honor somebody, something like that, I think shows up. And it's very small. You hardly notice it. But I don't think it's going to get to the level of what we're seeing with the European soccer leagues.
They already do with the actual logos, too, though. I mean, how many people do you see with like the Red Wings Winter Classic jerseys? That comes up and everyone's like, ooh, I got to get this one, too. Or, the elongated lion for like the throwback logo.
Yeah, throwback jerseys and alternate jerseys are one thing, but going completely to the corporate sponsor as your logo, like superseding the winged wheel or the Old English D, or replacing it, I don't think it's going to get to that. I hope not in my lifetime.
I really hope not, because that to me is crossing a line.
Yeah.
Tom is next on 97.1. What's up, Tom?
Yeah, guys. The problem I have with the Tigers uniforms is their road uniforms. They're that dull gray that they've been wearing for years and years. You got these other teams coming in with their gray pants. Like, I'll guarantee you tonight, the Sox come in wearing their black uniforms. Cleveland comes in, they wear their blue uniforms. Oakland comes in, their jerseys, their tops. Why can't we have a blue top on the road except for that dull gray?
I've always wondered the same thing because I like the blue top. I get tired of the old gray. I've been watching it my whole life, and I don't like it. I like it better with the script, Detroit across the front as opposed to the old block Detroit across the front from like the 84 team. But, yeah, I'd like to see they wear them in spring training. You'll see the dark blue, and I like the dark blue look. I agree with you, but it has to coincide with the team when they're on the road that the home team that they're playing against is going to go with the lighter jersey.
But he's saying if they go on the road, can we wear?
Well, no, I know. I'm saying, but sometimes that's in Kansas City. Sometimes wear their royal blue jerseys at home. I don't know. You'd have to look around at it. But
all these visiting teams come in. They all wear the colored jerseys.
Yeah.
Probably all of them except for maybe the Yankees. I mean, even look at the Pirates last time. They come in with their black and gold with their gray pants.
Yeah, I'd like to see it. I'm with you.
Yeah.
You want to see it, Doug?
Take a poll or something.
Don't mess with the home jerseys.
Right.
But we've seen various subtle changes to the road jerseys over the year, and it hasn't. I don't think there's been any outcry. Twitter didn't freak out when they had the crawling tiger through the hat, the logo on the hat back in the 80s, early 80s, whenever that happened.
But I think it'd be pretty great if they have the dark blue jersey with the white Old English D. Just reverse it.
Yeah, I wouldn't really. That'd be a good look. I think it would be a good
It's
look.
better than gray.
You don't like gray, huh?
Well, I don't mind. Gray is like so neutral. Gray. You play things off of gray. I don't like the gray baseball jersey.
How about gray with more orange? Orange pops.
How about an orange jersey with a blue Old English D?
That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
I swear I've seen people walking around and stuff like that. All right, got a quiz for Michiganders today at 12:24. We had to change with the breaking news with the jerseys. Also, get into the Tigers game last night. Some good stuff is happening. Things are afoot. Can they capitalize and finally get to 500? They've been right below the surface, man. Right below the surface for a while now. Hey, have you been to happy hour at Twin Peaks? No one does it better. From 2 to 6, 10 to close. Monday through Thursday, they offer up some of the best deals in town. Specials range from $2 to $5 on a wide variety of food and drinks. You get a 22-ounce, 29-degree draft paired with a shot app and tacos for just under $20. Wow. Bring your friends from work and post up. Not a bad way to close out your work day or work week before you head home. Not to mention, these great specials are all brought to you by your favorite Twin Peaks girl. And don't forget, it's a great place to watch games. Minimum requirement of 50 TVs. I like the 29-degree ice-cold drafts. 2 reasons. One, they got the digital thermometer there behind the counter where I could see exactly how cold it was. Sometimes it gets down to like 28. I'm like, pour it now. And the ice-cold mugs, a 6-hour freezing process for each mug. If you're a fan of Twin Peaks, sign up for the E-Club and stay up to date on all things Twin Peaks and score free stuff. Signing up is easy. Just visit twinpeaksrestaurant.com/peaks-club to get started today. To find a location nearest you, go to twinpeaksrestaurant.com. We know people get emotional about things like corporate logos on jerseys. So when that story broke that the Tigers were adding one, kind of hijacked the show for the last hour. But there is some stuff to talk about with the baseball team that is not sucking. They are staying relevant. They won again last night. They're back to 3 games under. If the pattern holds, Gator, they win tonight and then lose either the next 2 or 3, because they keep getting to 2 games under, and that seems to be where they never.
Yeah, that's a problem.
That seems to be their ceiling. But they're still 2.5 games back after Minnesota's win in San Francisco. Bullpen wasn't perfect last night, but it wasn't god awful. They were simply good enough. They went 4 2/3, or maybe it was 5 1/3, and gave up 3 runs. But it seems like they've been either lights out or terrible. And last night they were just simply good enough.
Well, they were good enough, and sometimes, it was great. Like Will Vest comes in the game to bail out Matthew Boyd. Matthew Boyd pitched well until he wasn't pitching well.
Mm-hmm.
And Vest comes in, throws 1 pitch, gets the out they need, and all of a sudden Matt Boyd's stat line looks pretty good. 4 2/3 innings pitched, 3 hits, 1 earned run, a couple of walks, 6 strikeouts. It looks a lot better with the 1 earned run because Will Vest got the job done. Alex Lang in the 9th inning wasn't his best, but got the job done. He'd thrown 28 pitches, I think, a couple nights before that. Probably not available tonight, but they're going to need him, I think, in this 4-game series against the White Sox. He can't close every night. You got to have other people step up, and they'll have that opportunity.
Something has been a major point of angst has been Jonathan Schoop. And Jonathan Schoop finally got the bat going at a critical time last night in a 4-2 game. Late in the game, he comes to the plate with 2 outs and runners at the corners, and he drives them both in with a double, his first RBIs of the year. Long way to go to claw back into being a fan favorite or into the fans' good graces. But thank you, Jonathan Schoop, who I very, very organically saw he was coming to the plate, reached for the remote to let me see what else is on, because I thought the inning was surely over. And I went, well, that's pretty cynical, Doug. And I decided, all right, let me sit this one out. And he thankfully came through. And Riley Green, this is starting to get very good, isn't it? He's hitting .373 in the month of May. Spraying the ball all over the place. Showed some pop. I think he's got 3 home runs this month. Riley Green, right? Here in the second full season, starting to look like he could be a good young hitter. And they need guys like this to hit. Can Torque, turn that corner as well? That would help a lot, because what this team is lacking is what he is supposed to provide, and that's some power. And the Tigers just don't hit a lot of home runs.
No, they don't. And it's interesting. The other night, Toronto beat Tampa. I think it was 20-1 or something like that. And I was looking at that box score, and it's a lot of fun when you see 27 hits for a team, and somebody's going to have a huge night. And was it Vlad Guerrero Jr. I think may have driven in 6 in the game, or Bichette, one of those 2 guys drove in 6. But you look at, there were like 4 or 5 different guys that hit home runs, and they were all at least their 7th home run of the season.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have that here.
Nope.
We need to have guys that can show some power, and Torque is supposed to be that guy. And I think will eventually, because you see his approach, and he does crush the ball, but it hasn't gone over the fence enough just yet. But he's building everything else up slowly. His OPS now is, I believe it's 663. It's still below average, but it's a lot better than what it was a month ago. And Riley Green has been fantastic. His numbers have gone up significantly over the last month. Javi Baez, same things. His numbers have gone up significantly. Those 3, that's the offense of the team. Anybody else wants to pitch in, great. But those 3 guys have to be there consistently. And how much better can they be the rest of the way? Is this what they're going to be the rest of the way? I don't think Riley Green's going to be a 350 hitter. But can Riley Green hit 300 for the season? That'd be outstanding.
Yeah, he can. Can he be a 350 hitter, though?
No.
You don't think he can ever hit 350?
For a season?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. I want him to be that kind of player, and I don't think it's unrealistic. And I'm not going to be mad at him if he doesn't hit 350, but I think he can be one of the best hitters in the league, and I hope he can shoot for I put the bar up there. I don't think that's out of reach. Now, somewhere between 300 and that is where I expect him to be, and I won't be mad if he's a career 305 hitter.
Well, if he's a career 305 hitter, he's a Hall of Famer.
I know, but can he have a season where he mashes like that? I hope so. I hope he's got it in him.
Yeah, I think it's highly unlikely somebody hits 350 from this group, but okay. Baez, can Baez be a guy that hits between 260 and 300 the rest of the way? Can he do that?
Provide some power.
Please provide some power, because that's something he hasn't really done.
Keep the strikeouts down.
Yeah. And, torque, I think, is going to be steadily better. I think these hard hit balls he's hitting are going to find some holes in the infield and some gaps in the outfield, and an average is going to climb. He's only hitting 234 right now, but he was at like 200 not too long ago. So that is starting to change. Now, anybody else want to join the party? Great. McKinstry has been better than we thought he was going to be. Vierling has had his moments with this team. Anybody else, it's just kind of like a flash in the pan kind of thing. You look at Zach Short, and I think it was very dismissive of Zach Short at the end of last year. And I'm still kind of dismissive of it. But you know what Zach Short has done? He's played himself to a point where he's definitely belongs on this bench. Does he belong in the field now? Because he's performing. He's hitting. And if he's hitting and other guys are not, then, maybe it's time for, hey, third base, no more Nick Maton or Andy Ibanez. We're going to give Zach Short this series against the White Sox. Maybe he plays 3 out of the 4 games against the White Sox at third base. Why? Because his bat deserves it. Give him a chance and see what happens.
For the record, there have been 2 hitters in the majors that have hit 350 for a season in the last 5 years. I stand by it. 248-539-9797.
Well, Maglio did it, right? Didn't he hit 360 one year?
Yeah, and I'm Tony Gwynn, man. Tony Gwynn all the way.
Well, if you think that Riley Green's the next Tony Gwynn, then awesome.
I want him to be Tony Gwynn with more power.
Yeah.
That's all I'm asking.
Less punch?
Yeah. All right, so, good moment for Zach Short. Good moment for A.J. Hinch. I mean, maybe it was an obvious move. You go from a right-handed starter to a left-handed reliever, so you pull the lefty and put in the righty. But when your pinch hitter comes in and hits a blast and drives in 3 runs, again, good move for you. And Zach McKinstry, okay?
This guy.
Zach McKinstry was a who? Well, who? He was a Chippewa, a 3-time Great Lake Loon.
Love the Loons logo.
Oh, yeah. And now he's providing production and
he's thriving as a leadoff hitter.
Yeah, position versatility and a guy that could be a fan favorite. And it's cool to see.
Yeah, Zach McKinstry as a leadoff hitter is hitting 297 on the season with 64 at bat. So it's not a terribly small sample size to this point of the season, but it's not a huge one. But 297 with a 410 on base percentage as your leadoff hitter. Yes, please. You get somebody that's going to get on base 40%, 41% of the time, and he's your leadoff hitter. Okay, that's why he's there, and not Jonathan Scope. Because what does Scott Harris love more than anything?
Guys that dominate the strike zone.
At the
plate or pitching.
Yep.
Now, on the downside, Andy Ibanez hasn't had a hit in forever as he's come back to earth.
Yep.
The Tigers, again, the bullpen wasn't great last night, but they still found a way to get a win. And so here they said, all right, Gator, I got a quiz, and we're going to take 10 texts. I saw a list that had the oldest city in every state.
Oh, boy.
I want you to see if you know what the oldest city in the state of Michigan is. And we'll take the first 10 texts, so get them in quick at 248-539-9797. I will say it's a city that I suspect that everybody's heard of. It's not like East Munising Township or something like that. It's a more common known city, all right?
Go Broncos.
All right, think about it. We'll get to the answer to that today at 12:32. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Lamar Jackson said something interesting back with the Ravens for OTAs. I want to get your reaction to it. Coming up today, 12:37. 248-539-9797. That is our phone number here. Carson Anderson on 97.1. All right, so we asked a question before the break. Found a list of each state's oldest city. And our state is a city that many have heard of. I'll read some of the text that came in.
All right.
Ben in Roseville says Fort Wayne.
Well, that's is there a Fort Wayne, Michigan?
I don't know.
There's a Fort Wayne, Indiana. There's a Wayne, Michigan.
Pat Whitelake says Pontiac. Bren writes in Monroe. Tony in Oxford says Mackinac. Anthony in Shelby says Bad Axe. Brian from Canton says Sault Ste. Marie. Aaron in Wall Lake says Kalamazoo. PJ says Rochester, Michigan. Gator, do you have a guess?
Part of my gut is telling me just go with Detroit, French. And I got to think about, where this country was when Michigan was introduced and what would be the first place that settlers would come to. And it sounds like Detroit would be a great guess. But I'm going to go off the board.
Okay.
I'm going to say this. I'm going to sound so stupid.
Please, sound stupid.
Yeah, suddenly this became way more worth it.
Yes. And I was trying to think of something that might have like a tribal type name that goes with it. Like somebody said Pontiac, and I thought the Pontiac's
like maybe natives settled there. Yeah. And okay,
because there was Chief Pontiac, and I thought that was good. And I'm thinking something that might be along a coast, but I'm thinking the east coast of the state rather than the west coast of the state.
Mm-hmm.
Got no love for the west side?
I love the west side. But I'm going to say this.
I'm so excited.
Algonac.
He goes with Algonac. Okay, King, let's talk about his reasoning. Solid.
Yeah, I get it. There's always a process that Gator goes through when he's trying to guess things that he's not sure about.
Or he makes something up.
I could just make up a city.
He's really good at that. All right, here it is. The correct answer to the question is the oldest city in the state of Michigan, Sault Ste. Marie, is a port of entry and is linked to its Canadian twin city, Sault Ste. Marie in Ontario. was first visited by French-Canadian explorer Etienne Brulé and was named after the Virgin Mary. In 1668, Jacques Marquette founded a mission there. And there it is.
I buy it. Yeah, it makes all the sense in the world. So not Algonac, huh?
It's not Algonac.
No, I'm dying to know what year Algonac was founded.
I am too.
I thought you were going to guess Troy.
Right?
Going something historic. So was it supposed to be Sault Ste. Mary? It was
Sault
named
Ste.
after,
Mary.
Named after.
I mean, not
Virgin
even.
Mary. Not even.
Okay, I was going to say.
What did you find out about Algonac?
It was an incorporated city back in 1967, but long occupied by Native American tribes. Algonac was settled in 1805. Yeah.
What wasn't a terrible guess.
I was trying to, when somebody, because you read off Sault Ste. Marie earlier from one of the listeners, I thought, okay, that's a good guess. I wanted to go with something different.
Mm-hmm.
Pontiac, I really was leaning towards Pontiac.
Yep.
But again, wanted to go something different. I was wrong.
It's okay.
I'm okay.
No.
Do you have all the states in the union?
Had a list. I can see if I can find it again. I don't. Why? What do you want to know?
Well, I was just going to try to figure out if I knew a couple.
Hold on.
You're going to make up cities?
No. No. I mean, I could. But
Okay, go for it.
Is Florida St. Augustine?
It is. Wow.
Is Virginia Jamestown?
Virginia.
Where the hell is Jamestown?
It's Williamsburg.
Williamsburg.
Yep.
Where the hell is Jamestown?
I don't know.
Wasn't that the first settlement in the United States?
Am I looking for Jamestown in any state? I'm not seeing a Jamestown, but I'm only through about half of them.
Maryland. Is it Baltimore?
So Maryland. Sorry, I got to work it through. Maryland is Annapolis.
Annapolis. Okay.
Yep.
Guess Hawaii's.
Is it? I would guess Honolulu.
I don't know if it's Hilo or Hilo, but it's
Hilo.
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 Okay.
Yeah, Hilo. That's where BJ Penn's from.
Dana.
Brada.
Trying to think if there's anything else here remotely interesting.
Doug, do you know Alaska's? You're the Alaskan
I don't
man.
know. Yeah, I don't know Alaska's.
Fairbanks?
I'm looking to see how many of these cities actually have a major sports team. And I see 1, 2. One city has a bunch of them. A professional sports team, 3. And that looks like it's it. Can you guess the 3 cities that are the oldest cities in their states that have professional sports teams, major professional sports teams?
So it's not St. Augustine.
No.
They used to be they weren't the Buccaneers?
They were not.
New York?
Nope.
Okay.
One is in the NFC North.
Chicago?
Incorrect.
Minneapolis?
Nope. You've eliminated the 3 others.
Doug, is it Green Bay?
Correct. Well done.
Good job, Gator. Way
Thank
to play
you.
a process of elimination.
Thank you very much.
NFC East, NL East,
Philadelphia?
Eastern Conference. Yep. Philadelphia is one.
What was the next one you said?
No, not the last one, because that Philadelphia is the NFC East, the NL East, and the Eastern Conference. The last one, the translation means whale's vagina.
Doug went there. San Diego.
That is correct. Those that saw Anchorman reference.
That was the first city in California?
Yeah, apparently.
I would not have guessed
Me
that.
neither.
Okay, I mentioned it earlier. Lamar Jackson said that he has a plan to scale back his running. He's back, but he's not going to run as much. Says it's about winning. He wants to stay healthy. Gator, are we about to see the turn in the mobile quarterback? Are we about to see the mobile quarterback perhaps start to get de-emphasized?
I think that No. I think it depends on the team and what their needs are. I think every team that has a quarterback that's capable of running really well, I think they all would like to use that less, but they can't use that less until they get weapons around that person. So in the meantime, you're going to have to keep running a little bit.
Josh Allen said something very similar, and then we've seen Lamar, seen Kyler Murray, and now we've seen, I guess it's just those two off the top of my head that run a lot and have gotten injuries, even though Kyler's was kind of a non-contact injury. And
Robert Griffin was
years ago. I was, talking about current guys. But, yes, Robert Griffin.
They don't have longevity.
No.
Cam Newton isn't all that old, and he was running a ton, and then his career was derailed.
Yep. So it's a matter of making that decision. I do wonder, though, if the league is going to react to Lamar and Kyler Murray and maybe start to de-emphasize a quarterback's mobility. While it could be useful, it's not something that they want to basically use as a game plan. Now, if you're in a Super Bowl and you have a chance to win it and your quarterback can run, go ahead and run him. But maybe you pare down on some of the plays that has him quarterback on the move.
Yeah, I think a great model to have would be to look at what Patrick Mahomes does.
Yep.
It's not about being taken off and going all the time. It's about buying yourself extra time and knowing when you have to take off and get what's in front of you. Patrick Mahomes is he's the best quarterback in football, right? Mm-hmm. But he's also incredibly mobile and has averaged over 5 yards a carry in his career, but he's never had more than 66 carries in a season. The last 3 years, he's carried at 62, 66, and last year 61 times. It's been pretty consistent. He knows when to go and when not to. And I think that's the hard lesson to teach quarterbacks, if that's what they've known to come into the league, is I got to use my legs, Bryce Young can certainly take off and run, but at Alabama, it seemed like last year he made a concerted effort not to prepare him for the next step in the National Football League.
248-539-9797. All right, coming up, is Alex Faedo maybe better than we think? We'll get to that today at 12:48 here on 97.1 The Ticket.
Fighters, start your engines. The XFC is coming to the Detroit Grand Prix Friday, June 2nd at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. The XFC Grand Prix is a one-of-a-kind mixed martial arts event that officially kicks off the return of the Detroit Grand Prix to the streets of downtown. Be witness to world-class MMA league fighting on Friday night and take in the racing on Saturday for an incredible weekend of Detroit sports action. Fight fans, you can get right next to the action with tickets starting under $20. Or purchase a VIP table ringside for the ultimate experience. It all happens Friday, June 2nd at the Wayne State Fieldhouse. For tickets, visit xfcfight.com. Again, tickets are at xfcfight.com.
Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. 248-539-9797. Alex Faedo goes for the Tigers tonight, and his ERA is hovering in the mid-4s at this point. And he's only had 3 starts so far. But Gator, one of my favorite stats for a pitcher that I think tells how good or bad they are. One of my favorites is walks and hits per innings pitched.
Whip.
Anybody who's got a whip near 1 is getting the job done.
That's correct.
You're below 1, generally you're elite. 3 starts in 15 2/3, I think is enough to call Alex Faedo elite. No, obviously it's not.
Do you like the 5 home runs he's given up in the 15 innings?
That's the problem. His whip is well below 1. It's like 0.8.
0.83.
Is that what it is?
Yep.
0.83. How many walks does he have on the year?
He has walked none.
Yeah. I knew it was a low total. The on-base percentage against
I'm sorry,
him,
he's walked 1. My bad.
Okay. The on-base percentage against him is 203.
That's fantastic.
Yes. Keep the ball in the park there, Alex.
Yeah.
Keep the ball in the park, which I guess is easier said than done, but I like some of these secondary numbers, and I want to watch how it plays itself out.
No, I hear you.
Biggest problem with Alex Faedo right now is the hair. It's a total mess.
It is a mess. Last year he had 12 starts, pitched in 53 innings. His whip was 1.64.
Mm-hmm.
But, Doug, as somebody has pointed out on YouTube, JB says, surely Faedo is the next Max Scherzer since we're anointing Riley as the Tony Gwynn 2.0 and McKinstry is an elite leadoff bat.
Let's go. Sure, let's roll with it. Let's roll with it.
I like it.
Yes.
I like it.
JB, he's not Max Scherzer. Don't be silly. My God. This guy. No, I mean, look, there's encouraging signs. And remember, I didn't just want Tony Gwynn. I want Tony Gwynn with power. But I'm intrigued. See what Faedo, if he can keep the ball in the park and keep those secondary numbers down, he will be really damn good. Now it's big if.
Yeah, I don't think
it's 3 starts.
Yeah, and he hasn't had that one special year in the minors where you're like, that's why they drafted him in the first round. Mm-hmm. He hasn't been that guy. It's kind of like Bo Brisky. You're getting him through. You hope you get some use out of him, but the expectations aren't very high. It's different when you talk about Casey Mize. It's different when you talk about Matt Manning at this point because Matt Manning is still younger in his career, I believe.
Yep.
But that ship is going to sail soon too. Jackson Jobe, Ty Madden, these are guys that have chances. They're still in the minors. Jackson Jobe is still injured, but you're hoping to get those dominant years as a pitcher in the minor leagues. It's been a while since they've had somebody that was dominant in the minor leagues. Justin Verlander was dominant in the minor leagues. You draft him in the first round. You kind of figured he was going to do that. These other guys have yet to do it, and that's what's disturbing because they spent so much of their draft history with the first round picks using it on pitchers that haven't panned out.
All right, I wanted to bring this up because I am starting to wonder if the Lions' turnaround is real. Who is the new Lions? Like if the Lions are moving away from being the bumbling fools that always find a way to screw things up,
mm-hmm.
I think we're starting to see the foundation being laid for a team in the NFL to be the new Lions.
To be the next bumbling team?
Yes. I think it's the Washington Commanders.
Been bumbling for a while.
They have been bumbling for a while. The foundation is already there. And the latest is kind of funny.
Yeah, actually it is.
It cracks me up. So Washington decided to change their name from the Redskins. And they went with football team, which in and of itself is goofy and in a kind of charming way. But they didn't leave it with football team. They seemed unprepared for something that had been talked about forever. Like, how could you not have a name or a group of names? It's almost like they gave it zero thought, decided to pull the Redskins moniker off, gave it no thought, panicked, said, we're just going to go with football team for a minute here, used it for an entire year, changed it to Commanders, and then they tried to trademark Commanders.
How'd that go?
Well, they have been denied by the United States Patent Office the trademark on Commanders because, this is weird.
It is weird.
The Commanders Classic has been trademarked by Army and Air Force for their game, and that because of that, and a fan patented and squatted on the name Commanders, hoping that would be it. So now the Washington Commanders, they can keep the name, but they would have trouble stopping third-party sellers from offering goods with the term Washington Commanders on it. Now, does this have anything to do with the product on the field? Not necessarily, but in a bigger picture way, if new ownership sucks, because old ownership did, old ownership seemed to screw up everything.
They've really set the bar for bad ownership.
Yes. I think they could assume the mantle if the Lions are leaving spot as the league's bumbling fools.
I could see it. And this latest is a fun twist.
Yes.
But it also might be really short-lived because they are going to go under new management.
That's right.
And that could be good.
It could be.
I'd like to throw it back in the court of Green Bay.
Oh, you want them to be the new Lions?
Well,
or you think they could be?
I think they could be. We'll see what happens this year. I mean, if Jordan Love is what I think he is, which isn't much, then this is what they've done. And look at what they've done over the last couple of years. They just continue shooting themselves in the foot, right?
Mm-hmm.
You got in a spat with your franchise quarterback because you decided to draft Jordan Love, and then he took offense because he's precious.
Yep.
That you didn't talk to him about what your draft plans were going to be.
Precious.
And then he blew a hissy fit and wins a couple of MVPs out of it, and then you still can't parlay that into something great. In the meantime, because you were kowtowing to Princess,
mm-hmm.
then you lost your top wide receiver, who apparently didn't necessarily want to play there. I mean, there's reports that came out in the last couple of weeks that Devontae Adams was ready to leave.
Yeah.
For a bunch of reasons. Most of it may have been money. Hard not to think it's money given how much money he was given. But they've kind of had a couple of screw-ups lately, which is very unpacker-like. So if the Jordan Love promotion to starting quarterback ends up being a failure,
mm-hmm.
how long is that going to hurt the franchise, this storied franchise?
It could. I mean, the league is built for quick turnarounds, and one of the things that's been absolutely remarkable and borderline impressive has been the Lions' inability to turn it around. But now they maybe have. The other thing about the Commander story is with new ownership, they do have a third option here, and that is change their name again.
Yeah.
Will a new owner, in an effort to distance himself from everything Daniel Snyder, try to change the Washington football team's name again? And again, we just kind of get back to that's comical.
It is. No, it really is.
If they have to change their name again.
I'm with you more than I am with me. You know, I'm throwing out Green Bay as an alternative, but I like your thoughts on what's going on with Washington because they can't get out of their own way.
Yep.
And this one is just funny to me, you know, because of Commanders Classic.
Yes.
The Commanders Classic. That's just funny to me.
I mean, I'm a big college football guy. I had no idea that the Army Air Force game was called the Commanders Classic. Now, Army, Air Force, and Navy play for the Commander-in-Chief trophy. I don't know why Commanders Classic as a trademark keeps the Washington football team from being able to trademark Commanders, but apparently it has. The squatter might be the bigger problem, is somebody squatted on the name, which is an eye roll for you. I noticed you didn't like that.
Well, you know what? People do what they're going to do, and They're going to hold out. It's like being a property owner. If you got property in, I don't know, maybe District Detroit and you're holding out for the best offer, or if you're that guy in Scotland that has that little plot of land right in the middle of Trump's course out there, and you're holding out, or you don't want to give in, so be it. Do what you want to do. You do you. That's fine.
Can you, if they have to change their name again and we get to do this all over again? God. And then we just start combining, because we call them the Foot Commanders.
They really should go back to Foot Commanders.
Yeah, because we thought it was, all right, they were the football team, now they're the Commanders. We're just trying our hardest not to still call them the Washington Redskins. And so we came up with Foot Commanders because it's kind of funny. But could they change it again, we'll have to add to the Foot Commanders.
I mean, if they change again, at least change to something that could have an actual logo,
Right.
Like something people know, they recognize, whether it's an animal of some kind or, inanimate object that you can point to, like at the Jets or some specific vehicle, whatever it is,
right. The Humvees.
Right. The EVs. Yeah. I just do something like that as opposed to something generic. What do we come up with for a logo for the Commanders? How about this? Nothing.
Yeah.
It's a color scheme, guys.
It's a W.
Oh, what's the color scheme? It's the same one we've used. Well, what's different? Yes.
That idea pops.
It really pops. That idea pops. That maroon and gold, it pops.
Yep.
What's the logo? Yep.
No idea.
Well, I mean, honestly, they're better off calling themselves the football team.
And quite frankly, if I were a new owner, I would be doing everything I could to distance myself from Dan Snyder, and I probably would strongly consider another name.
Would you change the color scheme?
I don't know if that would piss off the fans. I'm not as familiar with that area and how much that would bother them. So I might be careful with that.
Because I think you might have to.
Maybe. 248-539-9797. We'll get to more of your phone calls and feedback coming up. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're doing well on a Thursday. Sun's out and shining, a little chilly. Did you get the freeze? Did you get cold last night at all?
No, not really. I mean, I had the window open.
Okay.
In my room. What I did do is I turned off the ceiling fan in the bedroom.
Did you?
So I just had the window open.
Did get chilly. Nice. Did get chilly last night.
Oh, it was chilly.
I went to a soccer game, then a baseball game, and I realized that through the entire spring sports season, there's been one good weather day. One.
Well.
By the end of the night last night, I was wrapped in a blanket standing in a baseball field watching a game through a fence. You know what I'm talking about, baseball parents?
That doesn't sound like a good picture there, Doug.
We're
in the corner by yourself too, Doug. What's that creepy guy doing out there in left field?
A full-length coat.
Don't worry, just leave him alone. Nothing to see here.
Total creeper.
Total creeper.
No, it wasn't that. I wasn't the only one, man. All the parents were wrapped in blankets. It's just been a miserable spring when it comes to spring sports. And the seasons are about to end, and the weather's really going to turn.
Yeah, and then people are going to complain. It's too hot.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. Let's go to D on 97.1 The Ticket. Hello, D.
DK Gator, what's going on, homies?
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Gator, didn't that cool air feel good last night? Because I had both windows open, bro, but I had the heavy blanket on and slept so good. And I'm going to do it again tonight, bro.
No, it felt great. I switched out my blanket 2 weeks ago. Went from the heavy comforter to just a normal blanket and a sheet.
The wifey was like, oh, it's a little cold around 11:30, 12. She said, you need to close these windows. I said, you need to get a little bit closer to me, homie, because these windows are staying open.
There we go.
That's a closer to move.
That's a move.
Yep.
Body heat. Hey, man, I got 2 points real quick. Did you guys see the Colorado Rockies uniforms? I believe it was the other night. Have you seen them?
Are these the City Connect uniforms?
DK, I don't know what they. I just know I've never seen nothing like it. They were incredible. They were green. They had like the Colorado, the Rocky Mountains on it. It was incredible.
Yeah.
The uniforms were green and white.
I'm looking at them now. That's actually pretty cool.
The City Connect.
Pretty sweet, bro.
I liked some of these things, and I'm glad they're only one and dones. But yeah, it's a good look for a game here or there.
Yeah. Yep. I thought it was college. I said, oh, this is Major League Baseball. Yep. But, hey, bro, my point, I'm calling. You know I'm a frustrated Piston fan.
Yes.
Frustrated. But I felt a little better when I heard the Pistons made the attempt to bring Mighty Williams here. Okay, Tom Gores, Troy Weaver, don't stop now just because he turned us down. It's plenty top candidates out there. You got to keep the pedal to the metal, and we got to get a coach in here, bro, and turn this shit around.
So,
hey, Doc Rivers, go ahead.
Well, the names Kevin Ollie and Charles Lee don't particularly move the needle, and I kind of feel like the Pistons are acting like they know it.
And you know what, DK? They know they got to make a big move because, like I say, we do have talent. You know what I'm saying? They just got to get coached up the right way. And like I told my brother, Doc Rivers, Frank Vogel, or I'm going to give Mark Jackson the keys to the palace, bro.
I mean, there's Nick Nurse, there's Budenholzer, there's all kinds of guys that have established and won. And maybe they've lost their jobs because they haven't won championships or they blow series leads or whatever. But quite frankly, I'll take a guy to get us to that level where we can be upset about a blown Eastern Conference final.
Because, DK, we desperate, bro. We desperate. And like I say, this is a proud franchise, bro. And I just can't keep taking this all the fans forgetting about this team. Cause man, you remember how the Palace used to be rocking, bro?
Yes. Oh, it used to be great.
Yep. But being in the Bells, man, I want the moments back. Love the show, fellas. Have a good one, man.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Did you like the Arizona Diamondbacks Serpientes?
Is that
jerseys?
the Serpentine ones? I think those are great. The ones I hate the San Diego Padre ones.
Oh, no.
Well, they've perfected the baseball uniform. The brown and gold
yeah, they perfected
is
it, right?
A thing of beauty. And they come with these Miami Vice-looking pastel-colored pieces of crap. Oh God, I hate them. Now, Tigers are going to wear one this year, right?
I believe so.
and it hasn't been announced yet, I don't think. I want to see what they're coming up with.
But I'm looking at the Diamondbacks for the City Connect page on their webpage, and the Serpientes is, it's for the serpent, right? Diamondback is a rattlesnake. And it's cool. It starts showing some pictures of this, and the jersey's cool. It's a script, and it's got the snake in the logo, and then they have a picture of a rattlesnake crawling over it, like an actual rattlesnake out in the wild.
Yeah, it's a good look.
And that's pretty cool. And then they have one of their players, and Kelly is the player's name, and he's holding up so you can see the back of the jersey, but he's got a snake around his neck.
Like an actual snake?
Yeah, but it's like a boa or a python, one of the two.
What are we doing?
That's not a rattlesnake.
No, it's true.
I mean, what are they doing, Doug?
I don't know. You're worried about the authenticity of the snake, or the correct type of snake.
Yes, let's not confuse.
Yeah. When I was out there a couple summers ago, the gift shop had the Serpentines hats, but they didn't have my size. I was like, I could get this. The other one that I really like, have you ever seen the Brewers City Connect jersey?
I believe I have.
It's got like a cartoon font. I don't know how else to describe it. It just looks like it's written in, it should say Shazam instead of, I think it says Brew City or Brew Crew or something like that. Let's see if I can look it up here. But it says Brew Crew, and it's like a Shazam type font, and I think it looks great. I think it looks fantastic. But yeah, Tigers are going to have one, but it's to be determined. So we shall see. 248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. Carson Anderson. Tigers come home for the series with the Chicago White Sox and looking to get over that ceiling that has been 2 games under. They're 3 games under right now. They've gotten to 2 games under a few times. Gator, the Celtics, trying to stay alive against the Miami Heat. Are you in any way rooting for the Celtics? I've spent the bulk of my life rooting against them.
The only reason I'm rooting for them,
not a little, by the way.
Yeah, no, I mean,
very passionate and organic despise.
I've always liked Larry Bird, and basically hated everybody else on the Celtics.
Very dynamic.
Yeah, although I was a big Dennis Johnson fan too, but it was when he was in Seattle. But then got moved over to Boston and had to like him there, which was hard. But the only thing that has me even leaning towards the Boston way is just make it a better series, win another game to make it 3-2 to force a game 6. Outside of that, no, I want Miami to win.
I can't help it. I'm rooting for the story, but not the team. I guess I want the Eastern Conference Finals to continue a little bit because I'm mad at the NBA that the finals don't start till June 1st, and I don't want an entire week with no games. And is it true nobody's come from 3 down? Nobody's come from 3-0 down in the NBA ever, right? So, hey, man, we've seen 16s beat ones in March Madness now, like twice in the last 4 years. I can't remember who the most recent one to do it is, but I understand it happened this year. But yeah, so an 8 seed is about to make it to the NBA Finals in Miami, and 8 seeds have never really impacted the NBA playoffs. So, as I astutely pointed out right before the playoffs started,
there it is.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, I'm kind of rooting for the story and to have more games.
I just want more games. You want the story for Boston? You think that?
Yeah, I know.
What makes Spoelstra the story?
Spoelstra's awesome. He's awesome. But win it in 7. That's the story. Boston comes roaring back and loses in Game 7. I think that's what I'll pull for. More than
I'm uncomfortable with that. Ken, you uncomfortable with that?
Yeah, I want this thing to end quickly here.
There it is.
The longer it goes, the more confidence you give the team that's down. The Celtics aren't a bad team.
No.
They're one of the best teams in the league.
They're just playing one on TV right now.
Yeah, exactly.
And the other story is that the 8 seed in the NHL has made it to the Stanley Cup Finals in the Florida Panthers. Okay, every time this comes up, we kind of talk about it in the same vein, which is, God, the Red Wings were battling for the 8th seed. Florida's a better team than Detroit. This just in. You don't need to be told Blake to figure that out. But They were battling for the 8 seed, and it's important to remember it this time, not this time, but next year when we're coming down the stretch and the Red Wings are close, is just get in. Just because Florida is not only there, they look like they belong.
Well, yeah, they do look like they belong. I mean, the fact that they beat Boston and then beat Toronto and then they swept Carolina. That team, you can't do that. One series, you may call that a fluke. The team was distracted, whatever. 2 series, you're earning it. And 3 series, and now you're in the Stanley Cup Finals. You belong there. And they're there because they've got a budding superstar player in Tkachuk, and they've got an outstanding goaltender in Bobrovsky.
248-539-9797. Phone calls, feedback. What is the most dangerous one of these in our state? We'll get to that question today at 124 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Hope you're having a great Thursday. The one of the big stories today was that the Detroit Tigers are adding a Meyer patch to the jersey. I think if you give a fan a choice, do you want a corporate logo on your jersey or not? Everybody would say we don't. Would you be at all worried as a corporate sponsor that there would be some blowback?
I think you expect it.
Yeah.
I think you have to expect it. But like I said, if I'm Meyer, being a consumer here, I'm fine with the logos. I don't think it looks out of place. I think it blends in quickly, and I don't even think you notice it, which is either good or bad if you're Meyer, because you clearly want it noticed, because you want to get something for what you're paying for.
Right.
But at the same time, you don't want to throw it in everybody's face and have them turn on you, and I don't think they will. It's because it is a locally owned company, because it is a company that's very philanthropic and been great in the community and does a lot of great stuff. I don't think fans will react poorly to it. You know, if it were a national brand, that's different.
Right. I'd very much like to see, and we weren't at the news conference. Maybe we'll read these quotes later, so I apologize ahead of time. But I would like to see that the money will help the Tigers acquire and retain players. The money is going to be used directly to improve the product on the field. The money is, in somehow, some way, that the tangible thing that we as fans get out of it is some better baseball. Now, is that a 1-to-1 correlation? Well, let's say it's looking at the numbers for these things, let's say it's a $14 million deal. That could be a player, right?
Yeah.
That could be a player.
If they say if they're in a press conference in the offseason, we'd like to thank the good folks over at Meyer for allowing us to go out and get these bullpen arms.
Right.
I mean, then you sound cheap, right? Relying on the sponsor to do it and, go out and do it yourself. You're billionaires.
Right. Got it. But the reality is it is still a business. The story in the Detroit News really did point out one of the uncertainty about the TV broadcast rights because of the Bally's parent company. They don't know what's going to happen with the TV deal, so that could be a stream of income that disappears. I mean, the best income is you're selling out the stadium because the team's good. I've set a goal, Gator. I think if this team is still within striking distance in 2 or 3 games of the Twins in the middle of next month, when the Twins and Tigers will play 7 times in 10 days, I think that's the series that determines how legit they are.
Yeah, it will. Because I think this is the best team in the division. Minnesota is. And if you show by that point that you can hang on them, that's great. And hopefully by that point, you've got Kerry Carpenter back. You've got Tarek Skubal back. That would be really nice.
Powered by the resurgence of Jonathan Scope.
Right. The continuing exploits at the top of the order from Zach McKinstry.
Talking about
the Tony Gwynn-like performance of Riley Green. Right.
That's right.
Yeah, all of it.
Which right now, the biggest thing that they have in common is lefties. But
look, the big three for this team offensively has to continue to produce at close to a similar rate of what they're doing now. That being Green, Baez, and Torkelson. Mm-hmm. And if those 3 guys combined can continue to provide an OPS above 750 for the rest of the way, that's going to bode well for that offense.
I wonder if you're Spencer Torkelson right now, who hasn't quite had the big step forward like Riley Green, is seeing Riley Green produce encouraging, or is he starting to feel pressure? Because for a while there, they were both kind of spinning and trying to get their legs under him at the major league level. But now that Riley Green looks like he's turning into a pretty damn good young hitter, does that put more pressure on Torque, or is it encouraging for Torque? Like, being a good teammate, I'm sure he's happy because those two are close. I'm sure he's happy for his bud, but for himself, do you think he internalizes that and is feeling pressure to perform?
I think he might feel a little bit of pressure. They're good friends. Came up around the same time here. Their plate appearance is very similar between the two of them. I think less than 100 separate the two.
Yeah.
fact, I think it's way less than 100. It's
Yeah, earlier in the year we had it, and it was stunningly close in terms of their major league. I don't know if it's at bats or plate appearances, but
18 plate appearances difference. That's what it is, 18. So obviously Riley Green has taken a step forward this year, and we're hoping the same thing can happen from Torkelson. And I think he started to take a step in the right direction, but it's not necessarily where we want it to be. I mean, we're expecting this guy to be a 30 to 40 home run a year guy, driving in 100 runs, OPS well over 800, be that guy. But we haven't seen that just yet. But, you go back to May 3rd.
Mm-hmm.
Torkelson was hitting 198 on May 3rd. He's hitting 234 right now on May 24th. His OPS was 554 on May 3rd. It's 663 right now. So over the course of the month, he's increased the OPS by over 100 points.
On base plus slugging.
That's good. But we need to see more home runs out of him. He still only has 2 home runs for the month of May. I'm waiting for these weeks where he goes out and has 3 or 4 home runs in a week, and I think he's absolutely capable of it. And once he has a stretch like that, the confidence will go through the roof, and I think everybody else will follow.
And as we talk about how, and you and I tend to be a little bit glass half full and try and find a path to how things could be better. Torque is one of those guys that it feels like absolutely could do more. Mm-hmm. And I'm not mad. I don't feel like the clock is ticking by any stretch of the imagination. I don't feel like he's a bust or anything along those lines. But the sooner that light goes on, which, it could happen like it's happened with Riley Green anytime here, the sooner that light goes on, the sooner it may help this team define themselves as the real deal in this division.
Yeah. I mean, let's get some extra bases going on here. He's only got 7 doubles in the month of May and the 2 home runs. So 9 extra base hits in the month isn't great, but he did have 2 more hits last night. We did see him walk 4 times in the first game of the Kansas City series. So that was good to see as well. That on-base percentage needed to creep up because the first month of the season, he wasn't drawing any walks. It was startling.
Yeah.
Like for a guy that's got a pretty good command of what the strike zone is and was starting to make contact with the ball and not swinging and missing at strikes, why isn't he drawing walks? Well, he had one prolific day where he drew 4 in one game, and let's get more of that.
Yep. Well, they got to like what they see there because that's something that Scott Harris emphasized. By the way, I was reading in The Athletic today about, the next Tigers that we should be looking for. One is Justin Henry Malloy. The other's Colt Keith. And they said the Justin Henry Malloy thing is kind of easy. It's about his defense.
Yeah.
It's below Major League standard at third base.
Yeah, and look, if you live and die on a nightly basis, you're going to see ups and downs from him as a hitter. But for the large part, the bigger picture this year, he's been pretty good. He's hovering around 300 as a hitter, hovering around 900 with his OPS. Those are good numbers. Colt Keith, same type of thing. 300, 900 plus, those are great numbers. He had 3 hits last night, 3 base hits last night. So I'm curious when they give him the promotion to AAA from AA. And maybe it just happens and it coincides with when Malloy gets brought up.
Well, it could. If Malloy gets brought up, it'll be either – and because the Tigers have actually played good defense. They're 7th in the bigs now in defensive runs saved. So that's a big improvement. You got to balance. All right, is he going to do enough offensively even though he's not ready defensively? But they need offense.
They need offense. And this is where the Miguel Cabrera thing comes into play because even though he's not DHing a ton, he does DH because that's all he can do. So if you bring him up, then that's even less at-bats perhaps that Miggy would get,
right?
If you want to look at it that way.
Yeah, it would be, if he does get the call up, it would be probably DH because he's just hitting too much to not call him up.
And if they do call him up, who goes down? Is it as simple as saying Ibanez or is it Scope? And if it's Scope, it's long-term. He's gone.
Ibanez, I think it's 8 games without a hit now.
Yeah, and Ibanez he's not a spring chicken either. So he's a journeyman. So there's no harm in letting him go if they have to.
All right, Gator. I got a quiz for you. And we'll take 10 texts right now at 248-539-9797.
I feel like I failed last time.
Yeah, but your reasoning was so worth it.
Okay.
Yep. The most dangerous animal in each state revealed.
Jeez.
The United States is one of the most diverse countries in the world, which means that its wildlife varies by state. The Center for Disease Control and Prevention completed a study of the most dangerous animal in each state. Poisonous snakes, wild coyotes, pesky insects are just a few of the creatures that made the list. And it says, keep reading. Discover which one in your state is the most dangerous animal. I'm intrigued to get your answer. And we'll take 10 texts. Some of these states, too. Some of these
Not
states.
going?
Yeah. I gotta
Cross
tell you,
off the list?
Well, I had no idea this was prevalent in Oklahoma. We'll get to that coming up at 1:31. 97.1 The Ticket. Doug Carr, Scott Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Open lines, 248-539-9797. By the way, Thursday Mo.
Oh, is it Thursday Mo?
It is Thursday Mo Day.
It's a big one this weekend, too, because of the long weekend.
Yeah, you, this is some of your final work, King.
You like this?
Yeah, the Thursday Mo. Get it done. Then your Friday, Saturday, and this weekend, Sunday. Well, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday this weekend. Lawn looks good. Lawn looks good. You got it behind you.
Maybe it should be a Friday Mo this week.
Could be. Got high school graduation tomorrow, so it's going to take up much of the day. Yeah.
No, Friday Mo defeats the purpose, man.
Yeah, but because it's the holiday weekend, I figure that way. Because you get that extra day. You want it to keep looking good on Monday.
It'll still look good. Doug, do you go diagonal? What kind of pattern you use?
I change it up. I'm told you're supposed to change it up. So
should change it up.
Sometimes I do like the perimeter and work my way in. Sometimes I just do.
Oh, the never-ending.
You do that?
The vanishing square.
Yeah.
Wow.
The vanishing square.
I have not seen that since the late 90s.
Yeah, I'll do the vanishing square. I'll do the diagonal, and particularly in our front yard, the way it's shaped, I can do a diagonal straight across. There's kind of got planters in one corner and planter in the other, and it gets a little squirrely around the sides, and then there's just a straight back and forth.
Yeah, you go back and forth or up and down.
Yep.
Right.
But I do not. I try not to do the same thing twice in a row. So
I saw.
Oh God!
My neighborhood the other day was walking and saw a way overgrown lawn, and I figured, okay, they're doing the no mow May, and one of the reasons they say is to let the grass grow is for the bees. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So
I let it grow longer, but I can't hold out these.
So I'm like, this is kind of an eyesore right now with what these people have done. But then I saw that they have bees, that they had like the hives set up or whatever, those black the boxes. They had several of those. So they obviously are making honey that they sell at markets or whatever. So I'm like, okay, I'm okay with this.
All right, let's get to this. Follow up on it. The most dangerous animal in every state. Here's what has come in, and it's done by the CDC, and they use data to find out which ones, quote, wreak havoc. Now, they don't say if this kills people or injures people. I assume it's just straight injuries.
All right.
Unnamed texter says the most dangerous animal in Michigan is a deer. Ryan Livonia says the wolverine. Dave and Troy says rattlesnake or brown recluse spider. Scott says porcupine. TT says, I say the most dangerous animal in Michigan is actually a moose. Another unnamed texter says wolf spider. Jim in Milford said, I think wolves are the most dangerous animals in Michigan. Joe says black bear. Gator?
I love this question.
I knew you would.
Yeah. When it comes to spiders, I'm this. I'm not a fan of spiders. We have an unspoken rule. Don't step to me in the house if I see you, and you can leave.
Right.
You can live.
Yep.
If you step, you got to go.
Yep.
Wolf spiders they're big and hairy and scary, but I don't think that they're dangerous. The brown recluse spider can do a ton of damage, but I don't think they're nearly as prevalent in Michigan as they are in other states of the country. For some reason, I seem to think that Missouri is like rampant with them.
Well, I'll tell you the state that they're worse in. Tennessee. Yeah. The worst critter is the brown recluse spider. According to the CDC, there's only one state where contact with venomous spiders was the most common cause of animal fatality. Tennessee is the home to the dangerous brown recluse spider. Their bites are painful and can become more serious if they are systemic. These kinds of bites have venom that could destroy the body's red blood cells, cause effect.
Yeah, if you have a reaction to it, it can be really bad for you. It eats tissue, and it's terrible. Bears, I understand, but we have black bears in this state, and black bears are the least fearsome of the bears, from what I understand.
Yep.
So I'm not going to say it's that. I would think something along the line. I'm like, I like to talk this through. The wasp, you've got your honeybees, which are fine. Your regular bumblebees, those are fine. But if you see a wasp, it sucks because they're just MFers, right?
Yep.
They're no good. And lots of people have allergic reactions to stings, and that can cause problems. So I'm thinking that's definitely on the board.
Okay.
But the answer I'm going to go with is deer. And I think it's deer by a long shot because people get in accidents with deer. It does amazing damage to vehicles, to people in those vehicles, sadly. And, of course, the deer perishes as well. But I would have to imagine it's deer. I mean, they're all over the place.
So the answer for the state of Michigan is dogs. According to the CDC, the animal most likely to end the life of a human in Michigan is a dog. While many are friendly pets, some can get very violent. For example, a young girl in Michigan had to be airlifted to the hospital after a couple of her rescue dogs attacked her at her home. The dogs who attack often come from a troubled past.
This is true.
Yep.
Huh. I don't like to hear that.
No, I don't either. I was a little surprised.
I know people mistreat the animals and then they get bad reputations.
Yep.
Some are earned.
Yep. Some of these
Not
are really,
deer?
not deer. Utah is deer. Oklahoma.
Yeah, you said.
According to the CDC, Oklahoma is considered to be a large animal state, which means there's an unusually high number of them there. Some Oklahoma residents are owners of exotic animals, including tigers.
Why?
These animals don't always receive great care, which leads to them escaping and hurting unsuspecting humans. The most dangerous animal in Oklahoma is tigers.
That's crazy.
Oregon has bees, wasps, and yellow jackets. Here's one of my favorites. Kentucky, domestic cattle. Kentucky's most dangerous animal fits into the category of domestic cattle, more specifically cows and bulls. The CDC reported that most of the casualties created by these animals are blunt force trauma injuries that are usually to the head or chest. This can happen when people go into an enclosed space with them. Also, the most common victims are males over the age of 65.
Sounds like maybe they need to get in touch with Ricky Littlejohn.
Perhaps the cowboy that helped the loose cow on 75 near Holly.
Look out for the Wranglers.
How about this one?
All right. Give me the state.
Wisconsin.
Okay. I would have thought like moose or deer or something like that.
It's ticks.
Oh. Okay.
Although they're small, ticks can be a creature to be feared in the state of Wisconsin. American dogwood and black-legged ticks are the most common found there. These ticks can spread some life-threatening and chronic diseases such as Lyme disease. Yeah, according to Only in Your State, there were at least 10 tick-related casualties between 2015 and 2018.
What about, how about Hawaii? Is it a fish of some kind? Is it a shark?
Oh, I'm going to have to scroll. These are the most dangerous animals in every state that cause injury.
I think it's just pissed off Hawaiian.
Yeah, I mean, it could be.
Those guys can
natives?
Fight. Yeah. Everyone knows jiu-jitsu out there.
Right.
These are not done alphabetically, which is really
I'm
irritating.
sorry.
It's okay. I'm going to have to scroll to find Hawaii. Any others while I'm scrolling?
Well, Florida is interesting to me because Florida has every creature known to man. So what's the most dangerous creature in Florida? Is it like the man-o-war? Is it
it's got to be
python? Is it alligator?
Florida?
It's probably actual Florida man.
Right. Yeah, Florida man.
Florida, it's mosquitoes. Well, some may think alligators are the most dangerous creature in Florida. Mosquitoes actually top the list. While mosquitoes are non-venomous, they can carry some awful diseases from West Nile virus, and then they list a whole bunch. Mosquitoes can significantly harm and even terminate the lives of those they bite. Florida residents should take extra precaution wearing bug gear, spray, using mosquito nets, eliminating areas of standing water. I don't think they got numbers on Hawaii.
But Texas.
Let me find Texas.
Texas, you would have unruly cattle.
Mm-hmm.
You have rattlesnakes. You've got scorpions.
By the way, Tennessee. Did I tell you what Tennessee is?
What you said was brown recluse spider.
I'm trying to remember if I told you that or not. Scrolling for Texas. Not seeing Texas. I don't know why I can't find Texas.
What are the states you're going past?
Let's see. Louisiana.
Oh.
Alabama. Louisiana is hornets, wasps, and bees.
Bama?
Dogs. South Carolina, wasps and hornets. Minnesota, deer. Colorado.
Okay, so I'm thinking it could be like grizzly bear.
It's got a double entendre. Often seen in Ferndale.
Some kind of cougar?
Cougars is the correct answer. Yeah, I don't know why.
You went with Ferndale.
I went with Ferndale.
I
Thinking Birmingham, maybe?
Yeah, Birmingham, not Ferndale, but.
Let's see. My last trip to Ferndale. I don't know where I was. I got to go look up the name of the place because I was like, Texas. You ready for Texas?
Yeah.
Fire ants.
Oh, those are the worst.
According to the CDC, Texas is experiencing a massive fire ant problem.
Oh, no.
People who are allergic to the venom are the most risk because they can go into shock.
Yeah.
Fire ants have the capability of floating on water so they can survive worldwide catastrophes such as hurricanes and tsunamis. All right, Gator, we opened the show with you reacting to what Michael Block said about himself.
Uh-huh.
The world is starting to react.
Are they?
Yep.
Curious.
We'll get to some of the reaction coming up at 1:46 here on Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket.
Tired of maintaining your tired old deck? Well, rise above maintenance with Trex composite decking from Builder's First Source. Trex decking is fade, stain, scratch, and mold resistant. You've got some red wine spills, maybe the scorching sun. No worries, my friends, because Trex decking maintains its premium, ageless look no matter what you throw at it, with decking to fit any budget. Find Trex composite decking at Builder's First Source in Clinton and Shelby Townships, and also online at bldrmichigan.com. Builder's First Source, Macomb County's largest and first source for decking. You left out what Illinois' most feared animal is.
I did.
Kane, you want to take a guess what the animal is for Illinois?
Is it freshwater shark?
It's not, but now I'm scared. It is the zombie coyote.
Such a thing actually exists, huh?
Those who've never heard of zombie coyotes will most likely think again before approaching them. Commonly found in Illinois, these coyotes are usually infected with a disease and will often look sick. People may try to get them help because they look like hurt dogs, but it's best to leave them alone. Zombie coyotes will most likely attack if people come close enough.
Great.
Good God. A lot of states with dogs, I noticed on this.
Okay, so we opened the show. We played a soundbite for you, which led into a topic, but it kind of hijacked itself because what was said by Michael Block, the 46-year-old club pro who tied for 15th at the PGA Championship and became sort of the darling of the tournament, a human interest story. Well, he was on the Flippity Doo podcast with
Ripper Magoo,
with Bob Menery.
Flippity Doo.
And here's what he said.
Hands down. This guy.
So we were talking about, like, as an athlete, what was your fatal flaw? Because he says, if I could hit it that far, I'd be one of the best players in the world, hands down. Sports Illustrated has done a story. Golf fans did not appreciate this bold claim by Michael Block.
Nope. Well, he basically said, he says, because the guy who's interviewing, Flippity Doo, says, is it just basically that Rory's just a better golfer? And he says, no, he's just longer off the tee.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's just that Rory's longer. Okay.
Yep.
Former number one in the world. Okay. And you,
so
not former number one in the world.
You know, I don't know that this is a great way to measure how people really feel, but I know it rubbed you the wrong way. In Sports Illustrated, you see this every once in a while where somebody, to back up the claim, puts a bunch of social media posts. The story on SI says the quote, which immediately went viral on social media, was not particularly taken particularly well by the golf community. Somebody named Andy Johnson put on Twitter, if I was big and fast and strong as LeBron, I could shoot like Steph Curry, I'd be one of the best basketball players.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Then LKD says, if only I had this one specific, very important skill that the best players in the world painstakingly develop over years and years.
If only I had talent.
Yep. Lurch says the press and love may have gone to this guy's head a bit.
Well, the haters out there.
Yeah, well, that's the other thing he said. So you weren't the only one that had that reaction.
Yeah.
When does he tee off?
2:28, I believe, is the
Do you
time.
think he walks it back?
If he's relevant today.
Mm-hmm.
If he has, they're going to interview him regardless at the end of the round, I'm sure, because he is a story.
Yep.
It might behoove him to walk it back.
Mm-hmm. Hey, guys, sorry I was taking a little bit out of
Hey,
I
things
said
were
that wrong.
Yeah, it didn't come out the way I wanted it to.
Yeah.
All I was saying is that, I'm confident in my game. I wish that I could be as talented as Rory McIlroy in hitting the ball off the tee. This is what separates these guys from everybody else. You think that you're really good, and these guys are blasting it 30, 40, 50 yards past you. It's amazing to watch how good these players are.
Follow up to something else we brought up earlier in the show.
If only he knew somebody to teach him how to hit it further.
Yeah.
Is there someone you know?
And by the way, it's like the only thing keeping being one of the best players in the world is a skill that people use to become one of the best players in the world. That's all I lack. You know what I remember? The only difference between the Tigers and the A's is Justin Verlander. He wins 2 games every series. This is what we heard coming out of Oakland when the Tigers kept beating the A's in the playoffs.
Uh-huh.
Oh, the only difference is one of the hardest things to find in the sport. Arguably the best starter in the game. That's the only difference. That was one of my favorite columnists out in Oakland after I think it was the second time the Tigers beat him.
He can make a difference. This is why you want players like that when they pitch and shut down another team.
All right, Spencer.
Like Alex Faedo.
We got a tweet today from Spencer Atkins.
Oh.
How about the Algonac mention by Gator today? Not the oldest town, but on a nice day, one of the best. And Gator says it right. Algonac, not Algonac. Also, it does not have a pro team, but it has the most fearsome sports mascot. Do you know what? I guess I'm assuming Algonac High School is known as?
I don't know, the Raptors?
The Muskrats. And then he put in parentheses, okay, not fearsome.
Maybe not fearsome, no. But can be very meddlesome to boats in a marina.
Oh, can they?
Yes.
As a boat owner, you know this?
That's what I've been told, that boats that are in the water all year long, got to worry about things like muskrats chewing on cables underneath the boats.
Really?
Yeah. Pontoon boats.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
Well, it's good to learn.
I'm here for you.
The muskrats.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever been to Algonac?
I have.
What for?
The summer after my senior year in high school, I worked for a landscaping company. It wasn't a company that did like mowing lawns. It was a company that did like putting in berms and did some commercial projects and stuff like that. And I had to go out to Algonac with one of the other guys, one of the older guys in the crew, to pick up some stuff and do a quick job out there. So we got into one of the cube trucks and drove up 94 to get to Algonac.
Does it count if I floated past it on the river? Does that count?
Sure. Why not?
Well, just because we had a friend that had property on an island. I got to see if I can find the name of the island. It was on the Canadian side, and we were staying in their cabin for a weekend, and we floated downstream. I think I'm trying to find the bar we went to. I guess I was.
You're on the Canadian side?
Yeah.
This Canadian side of Lake Huron?
No, the Canadian side of the St. Clair River. The island was actually technically in Canada.
Gotcha.
But we did go to a bar down there, and I guess I got to try and figure out where it was. We didn't float past. Maybe we didn't go to the bar there. Where did we go? I'll have to look it up. But in the meantime, yes, nice area. We welcome in Rico Beard, who's made his way in studio. What's up, man?
Hey, man. Gator, you know what? I've often wanted to know, am I the only one? If you look up at the monitor, do you care for the gray when they use the green and white and gray for Michigan State?
Oh, because they're playing in the Big Ten tournament right now?
Yeah, the baseball team. I often wonder, like, man, that would be so badass if the football team came out with those. Or that's not you. I don't want to make the list.
I'm okay. It's not my favorite. I mean, I've got a sweatshirt that has the gray in it. I prefer just old school dark green and white.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I years ago, not that you asked my opinion, but it's okay. Years ago, I thought that the Michigan State baseball uniforms with the white hats looked so sweet. I always said, I think that Michigan State with a white football helmet would be awesome. And then when they debuted it, it lived up to the expectation. And I personally think it's their best look.
The white helmet? Yeah.
The white helmet is awesome.
I kind of, probably, good chance you'll never see. I like the white on white helmets.
What do you mean by white on white?
They had the white on white helmets they wore in Ann Arbor last year for the football game.
So
it was the white logo trimmed in green with all on a white helmet.
Okay.
But they probably won't wear those again.
No.
No?
Now that helmet's known for something else now.
Yeah. Being used as a projectile.
Right.
Excellent point.
Part of the great history.
Yeah.
So what do you guys got planned?
It's known as something else. It's evidence number
it's got a little tag
45.
on it.
Yeah, 45.b. Yeah.
Good point.
It appears that the Pistons did something, as I like to say, they understood the assignment. They went out there and they asked one of these big-name coaches, do you want to come here? Now, the coach said no, but I like the fact that they just didn't settle for Kevin Ollie and the Olliettes. They're actually going after some people.
Is that what you call the field?
Yeah.
The Oliettes?
The Oliettes.
I mean, that's who it's going to end up being, though, isn't it?
I got a feeling, yeah. But no, because if it was, they would have made the hire by now.
Well, but Monty Williams became available.
Right. And then they asked him, and it was like, no.
See, but now it seems like it's been a week and a half, almost 2 weeks now since everybody's been fired.
And
It seems like going to go back to the three guys.
So I got to be honest with you. It sucks to be fired. I'm sure we've all been there. But, man, I would do what Monty did. If I had like $20 million.
Coming in the next 3 years?
Man, where's he at? Here's my new address. Under the tree by the ocean.
Yeah, in Guantanamo.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I'd take at least a year off. I'm getting paid. I'll take the year off and let me, what do I really want to do? What's the dream situation for me? And is it possible to get that dream situation, in a year or two if it opens up? Like, is Popovich going to leave? Hey, do I want to take over there?
All right. Have a great show. Stay safe, everyone, and treat each other with respect. 97.1.
Welcome one, welcome all. Just this is like a beautiful October day today. This is awesome. Good stuff. Maybe a last chance to wear a sweatshirt here.
Football's in the air. You can feel it.
No, you know what's in the air? I'll tell you what's in the air. Paul Serra's arrogance. That's what's in the air.
You know what?
You see how this guy walked in today?
He's got every right, man.
I mean, we got holiday scheduling going on, and I love DJ Paul Serra. I don't know if you guys out there in listener land are familiar with this cat. He works all day parts, all places. He brings joy to whatever room he walks in. But I got to tell you something. I hate this MF currently because he walked in the room as we're sitting here in Detroit. Now, Paul is a Florida transplant. David is here, Rico, me. We're sitting here. I literally have a topic that Paul has no idea exists. And it was a topic today about, has all the losing the last decade in this town, how has it altered you? And specific to the last 5 years. That, like, we have the lowest win percentage of any city in America. Paul has no idea that's on the show sheet. This guy saunters. Paul Serra doesn't walk into a room. He saunters. He's like a silent assassin.
He's got the long lit cigarette.
Right.
The cigarette holder.
Yeah. He's like Cruella DeVille.
What are you poors
So
doing?
he rolls up. He's got a Florida Panthers hat on. He's got a Miami Heat sweatshirt on. He's got Marlins skibbies on. I mean, he's decked out in South Florida attire. This is a direct quote from Paul Serra. And Detroiters, I want you to tell me how you'd respond to this. Quote, I'm in a really weird place right now. All my teams are just so good. I don't even know what to do. Close quote. Now, mind you, we're in Detroit. That's like walking through Skid Row in L.A. announcing you've just hit the Powerball. Mm-hmm. It's offensive. Right. But here's the other thing. A member of this show is a Celtics fan who the Heat have pummeled. And you're saying this to me. And Paul has one of those bleep-eaten grins on his face. No one's got a stupider smile than Paul Serra. I mean, infinitely punchable face.
Paul, who's got it better than you?
Right. That's the T-shirt Paul should be wearing today. Nobody. I would love to know right now. Like, I can't even imagine if all my teams were doing what Paul's were doing. I can't. Now, my teams win games. They just tank in the playoffs. But, like, we're in Detroit. Mm-hmm. We've got people at the station who follow the Tigers like they're in a pennant chase. They're 2 games under 500. David, are you personally offended by Paul Serra's presence today the way I am?
Yeah, especially when I have no idea the direction of my basketball team, but he's just loving on his basketball team right now.
Well, we are going to get to that a little later. Some news for the Pistons. We're going to get to some Lions. Yeah. And look, normally I'd say I'm happy for Paul, but he waltzed in here. And he was wagging it all over the place, and I don't appreciate it.
Yeah, Paul's in that weird spot where sometimes that city just becomes that city. Boston.
We've been that.
Not all at once. Like, Boston's had multiple titles with the Patriots and the Bruins and the Celtics. L.A. just had it with the Rams. You had the Lakers. You had the Dodgers, all within a year of each other, where it's just like, why this city gets all the championship parades? Well, nobody showed up for the Rams parade, but here, nothing.
But it just annoys me and upsets me when he walks in like that, wearing the Florida Panthers hat. They can't make ice outside of the arena.
And the cherry on top,
we're Hockey Town.
The Miami Hurricanes went to the national title in basketball.
Right, and are dropping the bag in football. Add that to the list. Talk about privilege. So, no, my question about the decades thing, it does remain. I'm just brainstorming. Rico, has the losing, like, guys in listener land, I mean, I would offer, yeah, exactly. There you go. He just did the Jordan shrug.
Well, because he just reminded me, FAU went to the Final Four.
You are not an FAU fan. You do not get to claim that.
No, but it's still South Florida. It's just unbelievable. I don't know what to do with myself.
Yeah, but what are you, Pitbull? You don't represent everybody. Now you rep your teams. Hold on.
Tell him, hey, Paul, tell him another one.
Right. I want to understand this. In the face of someone like Paul, guys, if you describe in a word what the losing has done to you, what is it? Like, for some people, it only increases their hunger to win. Other people, it's caused outright apathy. Other people, it is just cynicism sets in. Being jaded sets in. Like, I know for me, it just makes me angry. I just get angrier. I get pissed because I actually begin spiting these teams. Yeah. Their job is to provide us with joy, and all they provide to me is acid reflux. Can they please? Please.
I would say for me, despair.
Despair?
Despair.
Like, what type of despair? Like, help me, I'm poor, or like dying on the floor, or what?
Just why bother? Why try? You already know what the results are going to be. It kind of taints. I mean, at the beginning of every season, you want at least a little bit of, you know what? If things kind of go this way and that way, we got a shot. Now, it may not be a great shot, but we have a shot. If I said Pistons next year,
no.
Tigers this year.
Shot to win historically bad division.
No, right. The bar, you said one word.
Oh.
So that's why I just summed it all up with just despair.
Yeah.
Because, we lowered the bar. Can you just win a bad division? That's good enough for me.
People, I want to ask you the question on this gorgeous Thursday afternoon. The last decade, or if you want to be more specific, the last 5 years, what has all the losing in this town done to you? Has it taken away your passion? Has it made you angrier like me? Not in a general sense, because life is great, but sports-wise, it's just, I get angry. Rico's taking more of the homeless man with a coffee cup routine of despair. Help me. I would love to know, because we are right now dealing with, and we love Paul, but this man's in going to be in the NBA Finals. They're in the NHL Finals. Miami just was in the national title game. They're dropping the bag in football. I mean, Paul Serra's the monopoly man of sports right now. And Rico and I are Billy Ray Valentine on a board with wheels. 248-539-9797. Really, the only shining light in this town that's produced much of anything would be U of M. And let's face it, only half the people like them.
Right.
The Lions represent a hope, and I do believe in them.
There's a right. There is a hope, Mike, but because of the despair, people took that season last year and elevated it to whole new heights. Where I'm expecting when they open up in week 2 at Ford Field, a banner to get raised. Almost made the playoffs.
Greatest 9-win season ever,
and everybody stands up and cheers.
No, I'm in. I don't even care anymore. It's like the Miami Heat retiring Michael Jordan's number. It makes no sense. David, what is the word? What? Like, give me what the losing has done to you.
I'm apathetic to a lot.
Oh my God.
In this town now. I am. I don't care about the Tigers. Don't care about the Pistons anymore.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Yeah, when we talk Pistons later, I guarantee you'll care.
Here's why I know.
Future's dead.
David, as the song says, it's a thin line between love and hate.
It is.
You hate them right now, which means there's still emotion there. When you're apathetic, you don't care one way or another. It still angers you, and I see it does. You call out Cade whenever you can.
Oh, the bust?
See?
Yeah.
See? It's hate. He's hate watching.
Okay, you may
hyphenated.
Be right. You may be right about that.
Hyphenated hate watching. How about that?
You know, when I start thinking about the 3 words we've used, maybe that's the new name of our show. Apathy, despair, anger, 2 p.m. to 6. Jesus. Come on, man. But seriously, what has all this losing done to us? Because none of us can walk in a room like Paul Serra. This guy's on cloud 9.
The only thing missing was his own theme music. He just kind of walked through like,
honestly,
your team's not playing tonight. Mine is.
Paul walks into every room to Narcos. Trumpets blaring, carpet being rolled out for him. I mean, it's just like literally. We didn't even know Paul was working today. And then all of a sudden, the faint sound of trumpet was in the air as Paul turned the corner and sauntered with that clown red Panthers hat of his. And that's how you look at it. Smiling ear to ear like the Hamburglar. I don't even know what to do. All my teams do is win.
All of a sudden, we're sitting out there and we're like, where's that coming from?
Right. With the actual trumpet player behind him.
I can't imagine what it's like to be you people. Great to see you, Paul. You on phones today? We're all sitting here about to do this topic on the sheet, and I'm going, oh, my God. Oppo topic has walked in.
It is the
It's
exact
complete
opposite.
180.
Paul, what does it feel like? Tell the people. Talk to them. Use your words.
Sums it up.
I honestly don't know what to think. When the playoffs started, I thought maybe they went around, surprised some people, and then they just kept winning, and it's like...
Which one?
Both of them.
Yeah.
It's just, honestly, I don't know how to describe it. It's like the happiest championship win I've ever seen was the 06 Heat when they won, just because my favorite player is Dwayne Wade. But this is like unbelievable. Like what Kachuk's doing in the playoffs is just, I mean, I don't know.
Why don't you be honest?
He's trying to spare your feelings.
How long have you lived in Metro Detroit?
10 years now.
Okay. Do you look down on us?
No.
Don't lie to me.
I don't.
David looks down on me. It's okay. Calls me a heathen all the time. Paul, do you look down on us?
No, I don't.
Do you laugh at us, Detroiters? Come on, don't lie. It's okay.
Some Lions fans.
Oh. No, be careful. Be careful. Why do you laugh at Lions fans? Do you think their optimism isn't warranted?
Sometimes, yes.
Okay.
Like during the Stafford years, I didn't
No.
think Stafford could win you anything, so I laughed at all the people that would come to defend him, and they would still lose.
Totally agree. But right now, you can agree they're building a monster.
Oh, yeah, they're going to be good.
Yeah, but he still gets to laugh because Miami came here and beat the Lions last year.
Yeah, well, his quarterback can't stay healthy for 10 minutes. So I don't want to hear any of his ha-has and hee-hees. That's all right. He's got a $50 million payroll in the Miami Hurricanes, so it'll all be okay. 248-539-9797. I wanted to start the day right, let people establish the baseline, because it is very, look, we have the lowest win percentage of any town in America over the last 5 years. I think the Lions are about to make it better. I think the Wings could be a playoff team next year. And you know what? I'm not going to laugh. Please don't laugh when I say it wouldn't shock me if a year from now I have optimism for the Tigers. I don't have any right now because I think it's highly flawed.
All right, coming up, 10-2.
See, I could say something right now,
Don't.
and then you'd laugh, throw a flag, and walk out of the room. So you're baiting me. This is a speed trap. You're doing what Highway Patrol does.
Mm-hmm.
He's doing what he accused me of yesterday of throwing a log on the fire.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
speed trap.
Mm-hmm. I'm having a good time here.
Yeah. Look at him. Look at him over there.
Let's talk about something more
Slapping the
positive.
taste out of his mouth.
Let's talk about some people who are always happy. Despair, you don't get this at their dealership. It's the Chevy dealer in the area leading the way, Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren. Andrew and the sales staff, they want to be your Chevy dealer. How? They're going to guarantee you the lowest payment on your next Chevy, period. New vehicles are being delivered every day into Hamilton, including the May Rico deal. And if you want one of these, you got to hurry up because May is ending. A new 2023 Chevy Equinox LT, $289 a month for 27 months. Walk in with $995 down, and you leave with 10,000 miles a year. Yeah, a new Chevy Equinox for less than $300. I said it right. That's why the best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details and make Hamilton Chevrolet your Chevy dealer. Drive away in the Rico deal. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. That's HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads.
Oh, hi there. If you're headed to Vegas, go to the D Las Vegas, located right in downtown where all the action is, including one of the best pizza places in America. Just saying. The D.
That's true.
Very true. The D has it all, whether it's cocktails, betting a game, a little gambling. Downtown, it's not what what it used to be. And Circa, it bookends it. They got Stadium Swim. You know the drill. 2 great properties, 1 great location. Check out thed.com to book your stay today. It's thed.com, the D Las Vegas. It is your home for sports in Vegas. David, the ticket text. What? I'm sorry, Rico. It's automated.
Okay.
I've asked the question. In the face of Paul Sarah walking in here today as our call screener, and we appreciate him being here. We like Paul. He had no idea he really stepped in it. He's on cloud 9. I don't know what to do. All my teams do, all they do is win. It's amazing. I'm a Heat fan. I'm a Panthers fan. The U is back. And we're all sitting here like helpless, shivering, on a street corner in Toronto. And it's like, what's the losing done to us? For me, it's made me angry. For David, it's made him apathetic. For Rico, it's pure despair. And it's like, I don't know when it's going to turn. I know the Lions are the great hope. But what has the losing done to you? Over a 10-year period, we are one of the 3 worst sports cities in America. And over the last 5, we're number 1, and it's not close. In fact, if you drill down the numbers even further, it's a wide margin that no city has ever experienced a time period as bad, collectively, as what we've experienced the last 3 years. I'm being serious. Last 3 years. The worst 3-year run, I think, the way I read it, in history. Anywhere, anytime. And then Paul Sarah saunters in to Narcos, talking about he just can't get enough winning. David, the ticket text, please.
The losing has created a hybrid of apathy and hunger. I will always look forward to when these teams play, but until or unless there's a paradigm shift that allows one of our teams to be a powerhouse, I know nothing substantial will come out of the regular season in a twilight zone.
See, the only team I feel that with right now is the Pistons. The Tigers, I can make a case we're a year away from being competitive again within the division. Really competitive. Not this cheap facsimile. Give Scotty Harris a year. Give him a trade deadline. Give him a winter meetings. Give him some free agent dollars. Hello. Get Miggy's dead body off the books. I think there's a way in this division. Next year, could they win 85 games? Maybe. Red Wings, I'm optimistic. Lions, I think they are building a monster.
You are all in.
The Pistons are the only team I look at, and I
thought Dan Campbell was going to walk in with a picture of your face on this T-shirt today, because you're all in.
I am. I admit it. I'm ready to be hurt.
But it's one of those. And you know what? And I can see Lions fans. At least there is something there. But it used to be going into last year. It was okay. The Lions are starting the season. We know how this is going to end. Now they changed everything.
You realize I have a drop of you on here, and I don't know what it is.
What does it say?
Let's find it. Well, I don't want to say it. I can't believe it's labeled this. Okay, then. Have to use that more often. Let's go to the people. I want to see what everybody has to say here. But we're being mocked. We have somebody who only knows winning, and we're sitting here, we only know losing. What has the losing done? It's made me angrier. It's made Rico sadder. And David has just said, F it. JFC. 248-539-9796. You know, I heard him say that one time? Harbaugh's first game against Utah.
I was there.
You remember that?
Yes.
No.
And David jumped up in front of everybody in front of the big screen.
It was a running player.
The running back missed the cutback lane.
Yes.
Smith.
And he said, JFC, go left. I was appalled.
No.
And my dogs were appalled.
You know what? That was the first day I actually met David.
Yeah, what an impression I made, huh?
Mm-hmm. This guy's a pastor? Let's go to Aubrey, 97.1. What's up, Aubrey?
Hey, Bishop. Don Juan.
Hey guys. How you guys doing?
Good.
Hey, Aubrey.
Good day. Hey, it's always a good day to hear some Tommy trumpet, so thanks for throwing that out. Always get hyped up when I hear that. Right?
Jesus.
Hey, Look, here I'll put a caveat. If I was 30, 35 years younger, I might be angry. But for me, I'm wistful, right? So, last night my wife and I were at Janet Jackson's concert at the LCA, and the place was packed
So
to
jealous.
the rafters, right?
So jealous,
Right?
Aubrey.
Yeah, and the show was awesome, 90 minutes, and it was good stuff. But I looked around Little Caesars, and the place was packed, and I said, think of the energy you would have in this place if the Pistons were winning. And that's what really made me wistful. I think there is so much that we can have in this town if we put a winner on the basketball court, on the football field, or on the ice rink. So again, wistful. I'm old enough to remember, obviously, some championships.
Yep.
That's why I'm not angry.
Aubrey, I'm going to tell you
So
something.
that's what I would say, man.
And I agree with a lot of what you're saying. I think the way I view it is it's a race to glory, meaning the first team that has the success that we crave is going to own this city.
Yep.
And you can laugh. Even if, hey, I think it's going to be the Lions, and the Lions are already number one. The Lions will take okay, everyone calm down. I'm not comping the two teams, and I'm not comping the success. I'm saying they will begin to have a Patriot-like hold on this town. If they go out this year, win the North, win a playoff game, they will own it. Now, if the Wings can take that step, the Lions underachieve, and the Wings make the playoffs and win a series next year, they're going to own it. People are so desperate to cling to something because the losing has been it's been so egregious. But he said wistful. See, it's a different word than you. You're sitting here with a coffee cup. Help me, I'm poor.
You just
Jesus.
every
Despair.
year. I mean, it
I'm so
capsulizes it all.
cold.
Like, here it is. There's
Yes, Dave.
nothing.
Go ahead. What? No? Any more highlights from that Michigan-Utah game you'd like to share with us?
No.
All
I mean,
right.
Mike, seriously, college sports has been the only saving grace in this town.
Has it?
Yes, it has. Yes,
It
it
has.
has. You are exactly right, Rico. It has.
Yeah, you're right.
It is our savior.
My program admitting they're Mickey Mouse and willingly giving away a home game.
Mike,
Yes, it's been a blessed time.
I'm talking about over the last 5 years. You did have a team that went to a New Year's Six game. You've had basketball team do. Both basketball teams have done something. Michigan football has done. If it wasn't for the college sports, this town would have nothing in the last few years.
Well, if you're a State fan, you do have nothing.
Mike, you had a bad year, okay?
Really?
Hold on. Quote somebody I know. Wah. Grow up, man. You be.
Let's go to Nate. 97.1. What's up, Nate?
Hey, what's going on, guys? How are you guys?
Good, buddy. How about yourself?
Not too bad. So it's made me enjoy sports more. Growing up, I love sports. Could tell you where every guy went to college, stuff like that. But now, Dad, I dread watching Detroit sports. So I'll just go watch, just any game, and I'll enjoy that. So it's made me enjoy sports more, which I enjoy. I like that. But I'm ready to get hurt again. Like you said, Mike, ever since 2016 when they dropped the last three and somehow found the way into the playoffs and then fumbled that bag, I just couldn't. I had to divorce them. I couldn't do it. But now the ex-wife's looking hot again.
There it is.
Got a new job.
There it is.
Down 20 pounds. And I'm ready. I'm ready to put a ring on her again.
Ready to be hurt. He's up there with the little square jewelry box. No, Nate, listen, I'll be right there with you. You know the drill. They're going to win this division. They're going to have a home playoff game. I am ready.
There is no flip side to that coin for you.
None. The coin, it's not Harvey Two-Face.
Okay.
It's got one side. By the way, since you're talking coins, I thought of George Washington. Did you see what George Washington did? They changed their name. G-Dub, the university. They're no longer the Colonels. They're the Revolutionaries.
Really?
They deemed the nickname Colonel offensive. Their logo's George Washington. How's that offensive? Outside he had wooden teeth, which is definitely offensive to the dental community.
I thought you was about to say they changed their name to Commanders.
I thought so, too. I was like, did they take the Commander's name?
How about that one? Washington football team might be coming back. What a train wreck of a franchise when you think about it. when you select something, don't you think you hire the right lawyers to know that the trademark's going to go through?
You know what? This is what happens when you let Daniel Snyder run roughshod for all of those years.
248-539-9797. Let's go to KG, 97.1. What's up, KG?
What's going on, boys? How you guys doing?
Good, man. What's up?
Yeah, good. I've got to say, I'm a mix of Paul Serra, and I'm also a mix of David, where I have seen all my teams win it, or at least the big three sports that I care about, football. For football, I'm an Eagles fan, so I saw that back in 2017, and I was waiting for that since high school, and obviously I know I'm still clinging on to the 04 Pistons, but after 20 years of rebuild, I'm just numb. It's just going to happen when it happens, and the Red Wings, same deal, just waiting back for those glory days, and the Tigers are – whatever. For in my life, I like baseball, but I'm not a huge Tigers fan. So for me, I've seen it all for what I wanted to see.
Yeah, and look, if you're, KG, I don't know how old you are, but if you're, you're my age, it's like they've only
I'm 32. I'm 32.
Okay, so perfect. They've only had one legitimate, nice 5 or 6 year run in your life of being worth a damn. That's all they've given you. So, yeah, I totally understand the whatever principle of it. I mean, hell, I've been in this town for 20 years. They've only been worth any amount of my time, maybe 5 total seasons. 06, they had the disaster of 07. You had game 163 and 09. And then you got real good again. And you got to the World Series in 12. And 13, they blew the real opportunity. And that's it. Right there. That's all we had. Everything else with the Tigers has been a complete waste of time. Now, again, I think we have the right baseball man. I know this division's awful. Maybe that helps them. The Pistons are the only one, and we'll get to it a little later. I'm not mad at them. I'm not going to rip them. They tried, but they missed out on, allegedly, the guy they needed to hire, and they tried. But, Rico, that's the one. It looks like an abyss.
Well, but see, the thing about basketball, 1 or 2, and you can change everything around. That's the beauty of the NBA or just basketball period. You land at 1 player or 2 players, you go from the bottom to your Sacramento.
Good thing you're picking 5th. Guys, Hungry Howie's celebrating their 50th anniversary, and Paul Serra is celebrating more than flavor. Paul's celebrating winning. So when the Heat go to Boston to burn the Garden down and end my season, Paul will be celebrating with Hungry Howie's this evening. 8 different flavors of crust. And for the 50th or for your team making the finals, you can celebrate with a 73 Classic, which in my world feels like the last time the Celtics were relevant. 73 slices of spicy pep to celebrate Jimmy Butler busting Jason Tatum's ass into the offseason. So here we go. It's Hungry Howie's. It's real cheese, real toppings, $9.99 on that 73 Classic. And you don't have to be a Heat fan to be a winner. You can just be yourself. It's Hungry Howie's, limited time only. Enjoy it, Paul. I hope you choke. Restrictions may apply. All right, real quick, we'll get back to your calls. A lot happening in the world of sports, including something on the basketball court where Paul Serra lives a life of luxury. David.
Well, Mike, your guy is in the news somewhat.
My guy?
Yeah.
Oh.
Penis cancer.
Oh, no, Kyrie?
He is in the news. He went on Instagram Live to complain about people talking about him. Quote, "Stop mentioning me on Twitter. All y'all fan bases, stop mentioning me right now. Please, can you leave me the F out of this? I just want to eat dinner in peace. They're talking to me at dinner about this. Please stop it." Basically about the free agency. People are talking about him, rumors about him going places, and he wants it to stop. Yes, the Lakers.
Well, unless those people are at your dinner table, you could log out of your accounts, uninstall that stuff on your phone, and live a very peaceful life. You're a moron. That's Kyrie's problem. He's a moron. Stupid people are bad enough, but stupid people who think they're smart are the most dangerous people in the world. Kyrie's the latter.
And the second you tell everybody all of that, just leave me alone, you're now going full Kardashian mode because you really want the attention.
Now, if someone showed up at his house, if somebody accosted him in public, I'm on Kyrie's side.
Right. The pizza man comes in with the pepperoni saying, go to L.A. All right, a little too far.
Right, we're good here. I listen to me. Right here, right now. All jokes aside, I know I did the topic screwing around with you months ago. I'm being serious now. If Kyrie called and said, I just have always wanted to be a Piston, would you? My answer is no. That's how little I think of him.
I mean, I would say no, only because that's not the position of need. No.
Okay, that's how little I think of him. His talent is A+. Him as a teammate, him as a human, F-.
So Kyrie or James Harden to the Pistons?
I'd take Harden.
I would say yes to Kyrie.
After what he did in Dallas?
I'm desperate.
Dallas proved my point. Brooklyn, you could say other people were hurt. Dallas proved to you what I told you while I dealt with him in Boston. You don't want that, David. That is lead in the water.
I want to win. I'm desperate. If this gets me closer.
Okay. My answer is no. Next.
Oh, let's talk about Dallas for a second because according to Mark Stein, they, of course, want to deal the number 10 pick. Want to know if this interests you at all with Tim Hardaway Jr., Bertans, or JaVale McGee?
Bertans does.
Okay.
David Bertans had a really nice year or two with the Wizards. Great outside shooter, stretch 4. He vaporized in Dallas. Damaged goods, what we always talk about. Here's the thing. Here's my overriding takeaway. Number 3 wants to move. Number 4 wants to move. Number 10 wants to move. And according to reports, the Pistons want to aggressively move. Guys, will you believe me for once? This is an awful draft. Okay? Yeah. Would I take 10 and take on a damaged goods big man who can shoot the 3 because I desperately need it? David, I would. Because I think the player I get at 10 could be every bit as good as the guy at 5.
No, I mean, I like that. I like McGee, but yeah, I could not for that trade.
That guy's a bird brain.
It gives you something.
Go ahead, call him an energy guy while you're at it.
There it is.
Then we really know he sucks.
Energy guy, yes, off the bench. Yeah.
With your point there about teams wanting to trade, I saw this rumor out there and wondered, wow, already? NBA trade rumor. Of course, Houston wants to move their pick. They want to pair people up with possibly James Harden. Rumor out there is that Jalen Green could be shopped by the Rockets.
I find that hard.
Surprise there?
I find that hard to believe.
No, I mean I'm not, because I think what Sacramento was talking about Murray and then trying to move him around, knowing that if you have an asset, I mean, here in Detroit, you may have to give up a Cade or an Ivy if you want to really go out there and bring in a really good player where teams are willing to invest in that young player.
You know, Rico's right. Now that he mentions this, I was looking at something regarding Pascal Siakam, and Murray for Sacramento is the centerpiece of what Toronto would want, allegedly. So if you're talking about bringing Siakam to Houston.
Okay, that type of player, yeah.
Yeah. And again.
You get the team, like Houston will get the player for right now, and you're going to trade a future star to.
But if it's to sell your soul to get James Harden back and everything he wants.
No, absolutely
there you go.
not.
Okay.
No,
because that's worked out every time. LeBron.
Guys, here's the other thing. I'm going to say this again because there's Jalen Green truthers here. I understand he's on a bad team. This is a kid that's going to take 20 shots a night and shoot 40% and 32% from deep. That doesn't do anything for me. He'll always put up pretty numbers. He'll be exciting. He's incredibly talented. I don't know that he's a winning player. Sorry.
So we've talked about Chris Paul before here, and Mike, he's actually been linked to possibly going to the Boston Celtics. We'll see what happens. A team
what they need.
that needs a point guard. Well, I saw this team that was linked to him, and it made sense to me. Does it make sense to you?
Talk to me.
The Timberwolves have been linked in rumors to getting Chris Paul.
No, absolutely not.
Okay.
No, good God. If I'm Chris Paul, I'd retire. I mean, listen, there's a difference when you go to a good organization or a bad one. I mean, what has Minnesota proven? And David, look, Chris Paul, I think he is a bit of a loser. But here's the deal. It'd be the first time in my memory he'd be the third option at best. At best.
He would.
He goes to Boston. He ain't the first option. He ain't the second option. He'd be the third option. His job in the fourth quarter is to facilitate, take ball handling duty away from Jalen and Tatum. I think it could work. And the Celtics have seismic changes coming, barring an all-time collapse by the Heat. So
basically, he would just do the same thing he did in Phoenix. Just kind of distribute the ball, and then in the fourth quarter, hit a couple elbow jumpers.
Get Jason to this spot. Get Jalen to that spot. And be able to be a spot-up shooter. Shot clock moving down. Get to a spot on the floor, be able to hit a mid-range jumper. I mean, I know I shocked you guys when I said I would take him in Boston. It's the fit. Because I'm not in the business of breaking up Jalen and Tatum. I think the way to unlock it is neither of them can be a primary ball handler. Sorry, I didn't mean to turn this into WEEI there for a second.
You're fine,
My bad.
because here's what we're going to do. We're going to close this out by talking one thing, Boston, and it's the game tonight.
Yeah.
One thing from Boston here is kind of confirming what you've been saying, Mike, about your team, the Boston Celtics. It's being reported that it says, I have a source. This is from FanDuel TV, Kevin O'Connor. I have had a source tell me in the past week that the Celtics team feels like a group that's tired of faking liking each other.
Yeah, but it's a group that's been together for a while. Things get stale. Rico will tell you. I mean, Rico's been around, a lot of MSU teams. When you have the same teammates for several years, that's rare in today's game. Egos develop, roles change, angst, frustration.
The silliest things of who sits where on the team playing.
Right.
Like, why do you get to sit in this row?
It's time for a change. Celtics need a coach. And again, there needs to be a major roster shakeup. They've tried it the team way. If they're keeping the Jays together, they got to get a third musketeer there. It sure as hell ain't Marcus Smart.
So with that being said, they know each other. They've played with each other for a while. They won Game 4. Gabe Vincent out tonight. What happens tonight?
I think the Celtics win tonight and get aced out down in Miami in Game 6. Too little, too late for my guys.
David, real quick.
I would never lay to points, though. Did you see the Celtics are favored by 9? No way.
If the Celtics win tonight, are you back on the train? Do you start believing, you know what, you could do what the Red Sox did?
All right, you ready, David? David. Halftime of Game 6, you got me. Halftime of Game 6. I'll know. Go down to Miami and show me you're up 58-50 at the half. Now you got me. Now I'm in. Because all the pressure in the world is on that sweet, sweet Prince and his soft-ass wannabe fan base, Paul Serra. All the pressure's on them. Game 5, if you don't win this game, you suck.
Paul, do you have any concern?
He shouldn't yet, no.
Not yet. But it'll be concerning how they play tonight, depending on how they play. If they get rolled again in the second half.
Is this a throwaway game for you? Like, yeah, whatever.
Well, I'd like to see them win in Boston just because it would be hilarious.
Oh, yeah. Ha-ha. Yeah, that's good.
And that's a perfect way to end
that's
this.
Good. Be hilarious if your house burned down.
That is the NBA Fast Break.
This guy. All right, listen. Old Nation Brewing, beautiful day out, whether you're hanging out on the patio. And again, a week from today will be mid-80s. Whatever it is, Old Nation has a beer for the occasion. M43, B43, they got the Boreal Lager, and yes, shandy time is upon us. So, no matter what you're looking for, stop by your local, we'll call them beer purveyors, and ask for Old Nation by name. Check out the website as well, oldnationbrewing.com. That's oldnationbrewing.com. 21 and up, and as always, please drink responsibly. All right, we'll get back to your calls momentarily. Want to bring up the Lions today. Also do want to bring up the Pistons. I'm not going to rip them. They tried, and I can't be angry, but I want to know what's next. Because if the report is true that they took a big swing and missed, I really don't know where they go. And Lions-wise, I got something that might be a two-day affair. Today with Rico, and I have a feeling tomorrow Jim Costa will be sitting in for Rico. That may be a battle as well. So we've got some fun for you today. David, a few ticket texts before we go on the board, and I have asked Rico to grant me an audience at the Prop Bet Casino. I have created an F. Paul Sarah same-game parlay for tonight's experience, Celtics and Heat. We'll get to that momentarily. David, please.
Great. I just busted out laughing in my cube. This guy is a pastor after JFC.
I mean, what a moment.
Agony, anger, despair, capitulation. One word for each hour of the show. LOL.
Yeah, honestly, it's the losing in this town. I get it. It has built an animus where I get so upset that these teams, it's like having someone in your life who just can't figure it out, and you start to become angry.
I used to believe basketball was the easiest sport to improve, but yet the Pistons can't seem to do it. What is the problem?
It's the sport that you can get the fastest turnaround.
Yes. Like when you're Miami and you buy all your players. Oh, look, we've got Shaq in his prime.
I mean, this team
is
an 8 seed.
You've heard of Bubblicious? Mm-hmm. This team is Scrubbalicious. Jay Vincent and Max Strus and these bums, these gym class heroes, and they're busting our ass.
Yeah, this was just for you, Paul. Paul is peacocking around.
Oh, yeah.
We all wish we could be Paul today from Tom.
Please. These guys, I won't even say. Forget it. Just, you know what? On the board. I don't want to get in trouble. Go ahead. All right, so it's I gave you a winner yesterday, by the way. Florida Panthers minus 115. I thought they'd complete the deal. They did. Yippee skippy. All right, there is no way I'm laying the points tonight, people. I understand in the NBA the point spread plays no role a lot. I'm not laying 8 points. The Celtics have just not shown an ability to hold a lead, and hell, they've gotten rolled in a couple of these games.
I don't think you believe.
I don't. But I want to offer you a spite parlay where you don't have to bet a lot, but I want you to think about this. The building matters. Role players at home matter. They get comfortable. So I'm giving you a supporting cast same game parlay that I have designed. Rico will give you the particulars, but it is the Celtics money line. It is the under in this game because the Celtics defense is what the key to winning any of these are. It is role player delight over Marcus Smart 3-pointers, 1.5. Over Malcolm Brogdon 3-pointers, 1.5. And over the ageless, timeless Al Horford 3-pointers, 1.5. Plus 1550.
No. It's changed.
What is it?
Since we've last talked. It's now plus 1650.
And just role players, the Celtics are at home. They take nearly 53s a game. The role players get hot. They go crazy. 2 apiece from each of these guys. On a night they could hit 15 or 16. Not terrible. The under because they're going to play defense, and the Celtics winning because I hate Paul Sarah. Plus 1,600. Come on. Don't be a moron. That's not like just something there for the people.
No, it is.
What do you got?
You know what? In the Celtics Heat series, whoever has been favored has not won the game. Heat right now, flat out money line is a plus 260. Sorry, Mike. I'm going to go the Jim Costa value because, every team that's been picked to be the winner has turned out to be the loser.
I hate you, but you're probably right.
Paul, you'll be celebrating tonight.
Paul, do you want to offer a selection or just gloat? It's okay either way. I'm not angry.
I'll just gloat.
Okay, good. Perfect. That's nice. David?
Yeah, I'm going to go Heat plus 8 along with Bam Adebayo over 8.5 rebounds. That'll be plus 200.
How did you arrive at the Bam one of all the props you could put out there?
Because he's been low on rebounds the last couple games, and I think closeout game, I think he gets over that tonight.
Okay.
You're not going to – I'm surprised you didn't take any of your big 2.
Nope. Role players at home. It's
Fair.
a thing.
No.
This is also a rare foray for me into the same game parlay land. I usually leave this for you and Dave.
I know.
But
he just kept saying, now add that. Now add this. Now add that.
But I gave you 3 specific things.
You did.
And I didn't
It's
even
not
know.
bad.
It's not that's value. Whatever you do, don't be a moron. Bet responsibly. That's on the board. All right, we just showed you, again, same game parlay stuff. They got more betting markets than anybody. It's FanDuel. Up to $1,000 back in bonus bets if your first bet doesn't win. And whether you're designing a same game parlay, maybe you want to take Celtics to win the series, plus 215. Maybe you just want to bet against them. Either way, your prerogative, free country. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. Get that no-sweat first bet risk-free as always. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $10 deposit required. Refund issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 14 days. Restrictions apply. You can see full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem, call 1-800-270-7117. All right, hour number 2. Good to have you aboard. Beautiful. It's like fall, minus the disappointment. So we have a number of things to do.
I just really need them to win some games.
But
Calm you down.
I have some breaking news for people.
Okay.
Let's do. This is for you. Fun breaking news for the gamers out there. According to a report today from The Athletic, EA Sports College Football will feature the transfer portal.
Of course, why not?
Because I don't know how you're going to plan that in a video game.
You know what really got me yesterday was
David automatically restarting the minute he loses a player.
I don't even know how Phil Steele can do his magazine.
You don't.
And he was like, yeah, it's going to press. And you brought up something yesterday. I was like, by the time this magazine hits the stands, that only Mike and 5 other people still buy magazines at newsstands.
Oh, that's right.
You could have 30 people on brand new teams. Okay. Oops, sorry. Decided to take my talents for 6 months to North Carolina.
Now, we'll get to some Pistons potential breaking news, but I want to just reset what we've been talking about. We'll take a few of the calls as well. Paul Serra in today for Kenny. And look, Paul is a transplant. I mean, he's lived here for a decade, but he's a Florida guy. He's a Heat fan. He's a Panther fan. Marlin fan. He's a fan of the U. And this guy saunters in. It's just amazing. All my teams, all they do is win right now. And meanwhile, on our show sheet, we had something that was, what has the losing done to us? Like as a city. Has it made you apathetic? Has it made you angry? Rico's word was despair. No city in America has experienced losing like us in history over the last 3 years. The last decade has been hideous. Mm-hmm. So I just wondered what it's done to you. And I made the point, like for me, no, it doesn't make me like sports less. It makes me spiteful. That I have an animus for teams because it's their job to win. It's not your job to exist. It's not your job to waste people's money. That I do believe on one level or another, a team's job is to really try and to, yes, have more than generational success. Like, you got to be in the mix. I mean, the Wings have been nowhere forever. The Tigers have been nowhere forever. The Lions, nowhere. And the Pistons, nowhere. Like, now the Lions, you guys know how I feel. I think we're in the beginning stages of them creating a monster. And they're going to win this division. But I just thought it was something interesting. People really enjoyed it, got involved. Would love to hear from you if you have a word. You know, some of you, maybe it's jaded. Rico, what'd you choose? Despair?
Despair.
David was apathy. Just DGAF. He's had it. 248-539-9797. Before I get, you know what, let me do the calls, then we'll do ticket text. We'll reverse order it. Keith, 97.1. What's up, Keith?
Hey, Mike, Rico, David. How's it going?
Good, buddy. What's on your mind?
My word for the past, especially 5 years, I would say is lost. And you guys won't believe me, but I grew up a Michigan fan. I'm 23. I grew up a Michigan fan, and then I went to MSU in 2018. So now I'm a Spartan, but my first love has always been college football.
Of course.
So,
no,
yeah,
I don't. You realize you're normal. The only person who that didn't happen to was Doug Karsh.
I was about to say, he's the inverse Doug Karsh.
You're the norm, Keith. The only person who went to one school and then still adored the other, that's Doug. I don't know another example of it. So congrats on being normal, Keith.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks.
You're welcome.
But yeah, I say lost just because, I missed out on MSU winning 3 Big Ten titles in football and went through the Hoke years as a Michigan fan. And then 2018, a couple of years later, Michigan wins back-to-back Big Ten titles. We had the one good year, MSU football, but it's mostly been a rough showing. And then, aside from that, it's like I say lost just because I feel like at least once a year, I'm just looking for a new team to root for. Like, I was never a huge NFL fan, but now I'm the biggest Lions fan there is. Yeah. I'm really banking on it.
Yeah, and Keith, you're getting on at the right time because I think they're about to start making it really, really fun. I look, man, if I'm wrong, I'll own it, and it'll be one of my great disappointments. I think they are building a monster. I really do, and the timing's right. It's this division is ripe for the taking. I think collectively as a town. Keith, I don't know, maybe you disagree. Like, could you say Kansas City's got more of their eggs in the Chiefs' basket than any other town. Like, we have more sports eggs in the basket of the Lions than any town with any team in America. It is solely dependent on them right now.
I mean, especially for the Spartans. I mean, I guess for Michigan fans, they still have Michigan football, but I mean, yeah, for me, it's like if the Lions aren't good this year, I don't know what I'm going to do.
No, Keith, it'll be one of the great letdowns we've had.
It's that other side of the coin, man.
There is no other side of the coin.
Okay.
Flip the coin. There's win division or win division by more. Those are your two outcomes.
Minnesota would like a word with you.
They're fake. They're garbage. They're done. Beat them twice last year. No problem.
Actually, you didn't.
You're a liar. David, let me go to Jeff. Let me go to Jeff on a cell. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing pretty good. The word, I'm more on the apathy because I'm Toledo area, and I'd regularly make it up about 5 or 6 events a year between the Pistons, Lions, and Tigers, and I've went to one in the last 5 years because going up there, getting parking and paying for that, there's just, for what we've got from the teams, I'll still watch them on TV and root for them, but going out of my way to go above and beyond, take my kids up there anymore, that's just, that's been taken away from me because of what the teams have not done.
Can I ask you a question separate of this, Jeff?
Go ahead.
Is Toledo as miserable as it seems?
Oh, it's boring. I mean, it's just a boring, average town, and it's got a lot of the problems Detroit does, but there's just no upside, nothing that makes you want to go. In fact, this holiday weekend, it's going to be a ghost town because everybody's going to either go up north or go down south. Toledo is just a boring town with, moderate weather and a decent cost of living. But if you want to be bored, without a lot to do, come to Toledo.
Like I always say it when I drive home to New York, I call it the misery belt. Detroit to Toledo, Toledo to Cleveland, Cleveland to Erie, Erie to Buffalo, and then all the way across the state of New York to get to civilization.
Not a big Buffalo fan?
Buffalo is hell.
Why don't you just cut through Canada then?
That's a pain in the ass. I used to, and then it's just you gotta get on your phone. You gotta guess which crossing you're gonna go to and what the delay times are. It's a pain in the balls. I'd rather just drive the extra 45 minutes at 90 miles an hour.
Hey, they have these new thing called apps.
I understand, Rico. I'm making a point. Plus, a speeding ticket in the U.S. costs less than a speeding ticket in Canada.
Yeah,
you
that's
get caught
true.
in Canada, the Mounties show up on a moose and they take your license and the whole bit.
Like, just leave one of those tires,
right?
Roll away with the other 3.
And plus, I did the Canada thing for years.
You don't like Buffalo?
Buffalo's garbage.
Really?
I wish that town would sink into the lake. Wow. Awful. Ask anyone who's from Buffalo. They're not proud of it. It's awful. I'm not saying anything new.
No.
Buffalo is a far inferior version of Detroit. And ain't nobody here putting pom-poms up because we live in Detroit. Now, we can make fun of it because we live here, but it's way better than Buffalo. Buffalo sucks.
Cleveland?
Very meh.
Really?
Oh, awful.
They kind of improved.
Oh, really? Why? Because they have the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame? And you have a silly bungalow as a museum?
You know what?
Sorry, David Tickets.
No, he's just trying to be mean and hurtful.
In that bungalow.
David, he's just trying to be mean and hurtful right now.
No, I'm not.
I don't understand.
I just stuck up for Detroit. We are the best of the misery belt. We're the best of the misery belt.
But we're still in the misery belt.
Okay.
Do you go through Pittsburgh? No.
No, definitely not.
Pittsburgh's wonderful.
That's West Virginia.
No, I'm just trying to go along in the map. So
no, I just gave it to you. And when I used to have to drive home for Christmas, misery belt deluxe.
Oh yeah.
Those towns in the winter, I never saw the sun on a drive home. It was one big Gotham landscape. It is. It's terrible.
And look, there's more snow.
No, it's just I was thinking about it because it's beautiful out, and I'm like, what the hell do you do in Toledo? I mean, it's on the water, but nobody's pumped up about it. And it's just, I don't know, whatever.
I mean, but I think Toledo is kind of one of those, you're close. It's like Grand Rapids. You're close enough to Chicago and Detroit that you can go either way and you'll be okay.
But what the hell? Okay, see, I don't want to we're not doing this as a topic, but that's another town. What the hell is Grand Rapids? It's just a thing. But people get all like boned up about Grand Rapids and like, well, it's just so much superior to Detroit. And I'm like,
I was about to say,
is it?
It really
is it?
They feel like they are.
They do feel like they are.
We have more money than you. We have all of this. We have the west side of Michigan.
Yeah,
and
how's sports working out for you? The only thing they
The
have,
Whitecaps.
the only thing Grand Rapids is a place you pass on the way to Chicago
That's it.
or to
Right.
the beach.
That's it.
I said the only thing their saving grace is you're 2 hours either way. You can go to Chicago for the weekend, or you can go to Detroit for the weekend, and you're okay.
Said no one ever. David, the ticket text, please. Honey, happy anniversary. Where are we going? Detroit.
You know what? Day after Thanksgiving.
I've maintained self-control today because I heard another thing about that game, and I brought it up to you off the air. But I have not brought it up on the air. But it's another reason we are running a Mickey Mouse operation up there at MSU.
We don't know if it's true.
Okay. You want to bet?
Go ahead, David.
Jeff in a car. Losing made me appreciate the entirety of the sports we had here. So the word is appreciative. First time I've ever thought I would hear that.
No, I mean, you appreciate what's good only when stuff is bad. So I get it. But we're all just desperate, man. Desperate to get something going.
Hence, despair.
Someone says the word is numb. I'm all or nothing. That is from Antoine.
Antoine, I'm with you. Paul Serra was like, well, you did make it to the finals last year. I'm like, and we lost. We don't put banners up where I'm from for making it. Like, what is that? The Hi, It's Me Again banner? I don't care. All these Eastern Conference finals, Piston fans well know, they don't mean anything when you never win them. Celtics have been to like 6 of these. They've won 1 of them. We're about to be aced out by the gym class hero Heat.
Right. They don't mean anything until all of a sudden you go into a 15-year spiral.
That was called Rick Pitino and ML Carr.
And then you wish you could go back to the Eastern Conference final and have Rashid leave somebody, or something happens, or LeBron scored 28 points in overtime against you.
Do you believe LeBron's retiring? I don't.
No.
I think he's doing this to make the Lakers go out and get a big move so he comes back. Kyrie's going to be a Laker. Don't we all
Honestly,
agree?
no, I don't know. I think he's actually doing this just because it's the end of the year. Like, anytime an athlete like him finishes the year, I don't hear anything they say for a week.
Okay.
Because they're reevaluating their life. What do I want to do? Do I want to go through the grind again? I'm getting older, kids, blah, blah, blah. I don't know if he'll be a Laker next year.
He's a Laker. Come on.
He's a Laker.
It'll be him, AD, and Kyrie, and they'll win it all.
Okay.
Then they're going to draft his kid, and then he's going to play another year. He'll be in a wheelchair.
I mean, I'm still looking at that rumored Trae Young trade. And what if
anyone bringing up Trae Young in the LA organization should be let go immediately without severance? Are you insane?
He's the Steph Curry of the Southeast.
No, he's Kyrie's intern. Anything else you'd like to read to us, or you want to move on? Because I got some Pistons breaking news to cover.
Grand Rapids is way better than Detroit. That is Sam in Grand Rapids.
Give me one reason why. You can't.
Exactly. There's no reason.
I was about to say they got the Tulip Festival. That's Holland.
Wow.
But that's Holland. That's not even Grand Rapids.
And what the hell is Holland?
It's the home of Kirk Cousins, quarterback of Minnesota Vikings.
I got a good buddy who's from Holland. He still can't tell me a good thing about the town. Oh, we have a hot dog stand. I'm like, well, congratulations. Honestly. West Michigan snobs. Go ahead, read something.
Baseball and hockey playoffs are in full swing. Heck, Mike will be watching it. And Xfinity connects me to more of the great games that I love. With Xfinity Internet, I get the speed I need at a great price. You can get the speed you need at a great price thanks to the fastest internet on the largest gig speed network, delivering to more homes than any other network. So you can enjoy all your favorite apps all in one place with a Flex 4K streaming box, all with Xfinity Internet. Xfinity allows me to stream all my favorite shows and movies and games without interruption. That means I can get the latest scores as they happen, latest injury updates, heck, who just went into the transfer portal. Choose from a variety of speeds, including speeds up to your needs, including gig speeds up to 1.2 gigabits per second, and enjoy reliable internet on all your devices. To get started, call 1-800-XFINITY, visit Xfinity.com, or just stop by your local Xfinity store today for more details. Maximum download speed of 940 megabits per second when hardwired via Ethernet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed based on Xfinity's fastest available download speeds.
You've heard me talk about David Femininio. We've told you when you get injured in Michigan, you get David and you get paid. Well, we want to tell you that when you get David, you get more than just a result. You get communication. You get the best legal team in the state. And when you get David, you don't pay a thing until he wins your case. Call him up today, 855-65-CRASH, or go to the website, getdavid.getpaid.com. That's getdavid.getpaid.com. All right, so I want to turn our attention to something. And again, I promised you a little over a week ago, as long as they tried, I wouldn't rip them. And I'm not going to. But it is a question about now that, according to reports, Monty Williams has told the Pistons to pound sand. Where do you go? Reports indicated the Pistons had made a major financial offer to Monty Williams. Monty Williams said, thanks, but no thanks. You know what? I can't knock Tom Gores. I can't knock the team. I can't knock Troy Weaver. They made a major swing. Monty was the only guy I was interested in. Great guard, great developer of guards. Chris Paul speaks incredibly highly of him. He's been with Chris Paul for New Orleans and Phoenix stops in his career. You have good young guards. They need a mentor. Players coach. Players want to be around Monty Williams. I think Matt Ishbia made a horrific error firing Monty. We can leave that alone, especially since we've seen who the Suns are interviewing now. Oh, yeah, there you go. Bring Doc Rivers in.
This is what happens when you listen to the players.
The point is, he didn't want to come here. That is according to reports. So, I can't rip the Pistons, but I have a question that I just don't have an answer for, boys. What do they do now? I mean, on no level can the Pistons get a break. The lottery, they're the first time in history the team with the worst record has landed fifth. First time ever. Of course it's us. They got a pick. They want to trade the pick. One problem. It's in a year where number 4 wants to move out, number 3 wants to move out, number 10 wants to move out, and then insert David as Little Penny. What about the Thunder? I know, they've got 20 first-round picks. They can do whatever they want. That didn't work out. And now you're sitting here, and there was a coach that I think would have made them better. I think Monty would be perfect for this young team with a potentially dynamic backcourt.
Right.
He says no. What the hell is next? And am I wrong to feel like this situation is hopeless?
I don't think it's hopeless, but I mean, I understand why Monty said no, because
it's not Grand Rapids.
You're getting $20 million. You're not in any hurry to go and coach somewhere else. And if you wait, you see what happens with Popovich down in San Antonio, or you just a better job coming up. Because right now, what you would say it is Milwaukee. But, Mike, Boston could end up becoming available. If you're Monty Williams, you're not in a hurry. Go take your $20 million and just go sit on a beach somewhere for a year.
It's fair.
But, for the Pistons.
So if it's not hopeless, then why do you have hope? I feel like the Pistons, if I take all 4, well, forget about all 4. Take the NBA. I think it's the most hopeless situation in the league.
I guess I'm hoping that they can find that coach that can be their version of Scotty Harris with the Tigers, where you're like, you know what? I feel good that this guy is leading the team.
That's your hope. That.
Huh?
Okay. Spin the wheel again.
It's slim pickings.
Okay. So it's hopeless.
It's not hopeless.
You're hoping to find Pat Riley from the scrap heap.
No. As you so eloquently put, it's like MSU walking into Ohio State. They got a chance until it's 28-0, and then they don't.
It's hopeless.
They got Monty Williams could have been that type of coach that I would have felt a lot better about this team.
But now, look, we put some hope on it. Didn't work. We put hope on the lottery. Didn't work. Now you're hearing about everybody around them wants to move out of this draft as well. That's bad. If I'm wrong that this isn't hopeless, tell me why I should feel okay about this. Look, I have hope for the Tigers. I have hope for the Red Wings. I have hope for the Lions. I have an expectation for the Lions. I'm hopeless for the Pistons. I have nothing. You know, David, you brought up apathy. I'm not capable. I think the worst thing you can do as a radio host is to tell your listeners you don't care. So I don't like when hosts do that. I'm not apathetic. I'm angry. But I have lost any hope that there is a brighter day for the Pistons.
See, I thought maybe they would go after Budenholzer.
Now, why?
No, I said that they would go after you. It's just like they're free agents, Mike. They're going to have to overpay, okay? Nobody's saying, I want to go and coach this team. But if you throw enough money out there that, maybe I can go and coach Detroit.
No,
they do have some young people.
It's true. At one point, Tom Thibodeau took the T-Wolves job. So you're right. I'm wrong. My bad. David?
Yeah, but I think with this story regarding Monty saying no, I think that's exactly what they tried to do. I think they tried to throw the money at him, and he said no. That's what makes this a hopeless situation.
David,
there's nothing.
They tried to draft Austin Reeves. Did you read this the other day?
Yes.
They tried to draft Austin Reeves, who has been a driving force with the Lakers. You know what Austin Reeves told them? Kiss my ass. I'd rather go undrafted and go to the Lakers. So instead, they wanted to draft him. They had the pick.
You know what that is?
He told his rep said, "Don't take him. We're going to LA on a two-way."
You know what that is? That's Gronk saying I'll retire rather than play for the Lions. That's where the Pistons are now.
That's why I'm hopeless.
No one wants to play here. No one wants to coach here.
You have a second-round pick who says I'd rather go undrafted than be with you. Rico, I don't want it to be hopeless, but the roster makes no sense. The GM doesn't make any sense. Nobody wants this gig. I'm proud that they tried to get Monty.
Right, and I'm saying you're going to have to probably go out and keep trying to get somebody, a name that can settle this thing down and all of a sudden make Detroit a place to go and play basketball again.
Do you have a name to produce? Because your fantasy candidate sounds amazing.
No, I mean, Monty was the guy. I kind of put all my eggs in that basket. The same way I felt when they came at the 5th pick. I thought maybe they can get one or two. Without Monty, I don't know who they can go and get. I don't think Nick Nurse would want to come here. And I don't think you want to go and get 2 former Raptor coaches.
David, I'm sorry. Go ahead. You look
So you
poised.
talking about Nick Nurse.
Yeah, but again, how good is he?
I don't think he is that great.
Oh,
yeah.
Paul Serra adopting the I'll pass it on. Oh, this guy's getting cocky. He fills in for Kenny, starts talking like him. Look at this guy. All his teams are winning. Pass it on to the guy, Spank. All right, you got it.
Go ahead, David.
David, go.
No, I was saying, so Nick Nurse is not that great, but he honestly may be the best we can get.
So now here's my point. Let's say they hire Nick Nurse. Does that all of a sudden instill hope? I'm hopeless with this team.
Yeah, no, you know what? It would, because I just don't think that they had a head coach. I think they had a babysitter for the last few years. I didn't see any development from any players at all.
It's funny you say that. Like, I was thinking about the Austin Reeves thing when I read it the other night. Like, if Austin Reeves came here, he would have been cut. You think they would have developed Austin Reeves?
No.
They don't develop players.
Dwayne Casey was collecting a paycheck. He may have been a nice guy, but on the court,
St. Cecilia's quarter zip,
I didn't see anything. Everybody just had nice stuff to say, but you just didn't see who got better. I'll wait.
No, I can't come up with any. Listen, the other 3 teams in town, even the Tigers, I can be hopeful. The Pistons, I'm out of hope. And look, not all of it's their fault. Part of it is everything goes wrong for them. Everything. I'm still not over lottery night where they fell to 5. And now you're seeing the impact.
5, and then let's cut to commercial.
Right, and now you've seen, articles today, the Pistons are, quote, aggressively trying to trade the 5th pick. Look, if number 3 wants out, number 4 wants out, number 5 wants out, number 10 wants out, let me help you with a translation. This draft blows. Mm-hmm. They're screwed. So now only the boners out there are going to be like, no, they'll get a great player at 5. I mean, people who've never watched Cam Whitmore play are now acting like he's the second coming of Christ. Like, guys,
well, the same ones that watch Jalen Green every game.
Right.
Yeah.
But 248-539-9797. I wanted to at least give it a segment or two today because, look, I'm not ripping them. I'm not. They tried, man. And I wanted them to offer Monty the bag. They did. Looks like he said no. I don't know what's next. You can't lean on the lottery. You can't lean on the trade market. You can't lean on a big-name head coach. I don't know what to tell you. It sucks. David, go ahead with some ticket texts if you got them.
I'm not feeling confident about any of our teams at this point. The Pistons are the worst basketball team in the NBA.
Excuse me. The Detroit Lions would like a word. The Detroit Lions are going to win at least 11 games, and they're going to win this division.
Wasn't Weaver supposed to be the guy to start the turnaround? Craig in Madison. Then fold the franchise, someone says.
Okay, but hold on. If you're mad at me for saying that, that's your prerogative. Argue it. Sell me on the hope here. Look, here's how I view it. I'm watching the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. So here are the teams I need to be. It's not fair to just say, here are the NBA Finals, this is what you have to do. Take it back a step. Making deep, meaningful playoff runs is kind of the barrier to entry with the NBA and to being a really good team. You got to make deep, meaningful runs, right? No one would be happy if you became the Sixers, where you have a star, but you can't ever get to the conference finals. So you look at the Celtics, you look at the Heat, you look at the Nuggets, you look at the Lakers. What is the pathway to you becoming those teams? Now, albeit they are flawed, no question. But if it's the Heat, it's player development, it's culture. Well, you don't have it, you've never had it. If it's the Celtics, it's having 2 all-NBA players. Okay, well, Jaylen Brown and Tatum are in year, 5 and 6 or whatever it is. If you're telling me that Jaden Ivey and Cade are not going to just be good, but they're going to be all-NBA, need to see it. Like, you gotta show me how we take the next step. 248-539-9797. We've talked Northville Lumber for a long time. Largest Trex decking outlet in the state. They just get it done. They move enough product to cover 26 football fields, and there's a reason they sell so much product. They have it all in stock. It's all right there in the warehouse. No special orders, no rush orders, all Trex decking, railing, lighting, every variety. They have it right there for you. And if you don't have a builder, no stress. They got you covered. They'll introduce you to a Trex certified pro. Bottom line, Northville Lumber's your one-stop shop for Trex, decking, and railing. Call Northville Lumber today or go to northvillelumber.com. All right, let's get to the people. We'll knock out a couple of Piston calls. We got a lot of stuff to cover, including some Lions stuff today. I continue to see a couple of players linked to this team. I don't know that if I buy either are realistic, but I want to know if I make you pick one, which one you're going to go. We'll go to Drew first, 97.1. Hi, Drew.
What's going on, guys?
How are you, buddy?
Hey, Drew.
Okay, I got a couple things. First of all, on the Pistons thing. Now, before you laugh me off the phone, I'm reaching here because I can't believe that nobody. I mean, I can kind of believe nobody wants to coach here, but you make a pitch at somebody, you give them an offer of a bunch of money, and it's not enough to bring somebody in. I mean, so what do we do now? Well, I think that we need to make a splash as far as bring in somebody, one of our alums, man. Go trade that fifth pick to the Blazers to the rights for Chauncey Billups, or how about Stackhouse, or maybe get Bill Laimbeer out of mothballs, or maybe throw a pitch at Isaiah, see if he wants to come back and get the spark for the Pistons. I don't know. I mean, my hands are up in the air. I really don't know where to go from here, but I know we're in dire straits. That I do know. And my Lions comment I wanted to make was I wanted to piggyback. You had a caller earlier talking about he's ready to get back in bed with the old lady. She lost some weight. She's starting to look good. I'm going to take it a step further. I'm going to take it a step further. Your wife broke your heart a couple times because you found her cheating on you. But she's lost some weight. You're giving her another chance, and she does it again. That's how I feel about the Lions. I know, Mike, you got a lot of high hopes for them.
It's okay.
But every time I hear you say 11 wins and a division title, my stomach churns.
All right, well, brace yourself for impact. 11 wins and you're winning the division. And I'll see you at the home playoff game. Get ready. It's happening, brother. I mean, it is what it is. They're building a monster here. I believe in it. Because I think what's changed is they don't think they're the Lions anymore. And that's the hardest thing to do with losing teams.
Change the mindset?
Get them to not feel like, and again, like, no, I'm not overreacting to what David Montgomery said the other day, but like it matters.
See, I'll give you that. The only thing I think that is also different is this year, like it or not, teams are going to take the Lions seriously. And they're going to game plan. It's not going to be treated like a homecoming game. And now you have to see what happens when you get the other team's best shot. Because last year they were throwing the haymakers out. This year, everybody's saying how pretty you are. Everybody's saying how good you're going to be. Yeah, they're going to be coming up with game plans against you. I don't think Buffalo had one when they came in on Thanksgiving Day.
Let's go to Sean, 97.1. What's up, Sean?
Hey, good evening, gentlemen. How you doing?
What's up? How are you?
I'm good. Can't complain. I want to talk about the Pistons, and then I think, you know what? I think what we need to do. We have some young talent. Okay, so we need to go and get a young coach to develop that talent. So what I propose to do is this: let's go and make a phone call to the Pelicans to see if we can trade for Willie Green. Now, Willie Green has been coaching for 2 years. A really good X and O's guy. He knows how to develop talent, and then on top of that, he can grow with these young boys. Whether it's
Sean, the team's going to ask you for a first-round pick. You don't even own all your first-round picks. Second of all, why would New Orleans do that? Why?
Well, you know what? I'm just thinking outside of the box. First, we do have number 5, so even if you even just say, okay, let's take number 5. It's not Willie, but somebody in that kind of cloth that you can go ahead and have them grow with the team.
Sean, you're lying to yourself. You're not thinking outside of the box. You're doing what every other Detroiter does and only connects yourself to a Detroiter. Someone that was from Detroit or played for Detroit to come here and revive us again. We got to get out of this mindset. We got to change, man.
I have a suggestion.
Well, before you
what
give
about Rashad Phillips? Okay.
Jerry Stackhouse available.
Okay, but next. What were
Rasheed? No, the reason being, you kind of touched upon it. How do you get somebody to come to Detroit? Well, somebody who's already been in Detroit, who knows Detroit. So that's why people say that type of stuff, David, because the familiarity.
It's weak.
It's not. When you're desperate, you just want somebody to say, sure,
You want a
I
good
want your
coach.
money. I
That's
want your
it.
job.
Look, bottom line, they took a swing at a big-time coach. It didn't work, right? Monty Williams, they tried. I can't rip them. I don't know what the solution is, but if you're saying a team that doesn't even own all their own picks, much less have a war chest of picks, is in the business of trading picks for a coach, I'm out. I'm absolutely out. Let's go to Jay, and then we're going to move along. Jay, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Good, Jay.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on the Lions. You know, I mean, I want them to change the culture here in Detroit and win. But every year they let me down. I mean, this draft, they had prime picks, and I just knew they was going to hit a home run. And what did they do? What did they do?
What did they do
like
wrong?
I said, they're going to be the same Lions as they was last year.
Well, hold on.
Same Lions as last year.
Did the Lions let you down last year when they were coming off a 3-win year and they won 9 and they won 9 games? So you were expecting 10.
If they would have won a couple of close games, they would have made the playoffs last year. Okay, but I'm glad they didn't make the playoffs because they needed to build. They need better players. Okay, I'm looking forward to the draft. I'm thinking they're going to solidify the defensive line. They didn't do anything. So basically, you're going to be counting on the defensive line that you had last year to apply pressure. I don't care who you have at corner. If you're not applying pressure to the quarterback, they're going to give up 300-400 yards a game. Still. I don't care who they have at free safety. I don't care if they have at corner, linebackers, defensive line. Look at the Philadelphia Eagles.
Well, they addressed both. Look, first of all, we can all talk about the Eagles. They're the best roster in football, Jay. They're the best. No one touches them. I get it. But first of all, the offseason's not over. And we're going to
Kansas City Chiefs.
What about the Kansas City Chiefs?
Apply pressure to the quarterback. I don't care who you have at corner.
No. Stop. Hold on. Time out. Now, see, now not be fair. They have Pat Mahomes. That's slightly different. Now, their defense can give up 30. They just won a Super Bowl 38-35. Come on now.
Okay. Yes, they did. But what I'm trying to say to you, while you're laughing, is
I'm not laughing. Rico is. I'm talking to you.
They have a defensive line that can apply pressure to the quarterback.
And so do you.
Look at the quarterbacks that they slowed down to get to the Super Bowl.
Wait a minute. So when you have bookend pass rushers like you have, and they may add another, which is part of what I'm going to bring up at 4 o'clock. If they go out and add another pass rusher, are you happy?
Yes. They need a defensive tackle. They need a defensive tackle. I don't care who they have on the edge. They need that presence in the middle.
Okay. Well, you just told me if you couldn't rush the passer, it didn't matter. You know what? I'm out. And by the way, everyone freaking out about the Jack Campbell thing. I mean, video just came out today of the Buccaneers draft room where the Bucs had 2 names they wanted, and it's Todd Bowles sitting there with his GM going, it's Campbell or Cansey. They wanted Campbell. You know where they picked? 19. You picked at 18. We got to stop with the narrative. This draft sucked. They got players other people were going to take. All right, I know. I didn't want a running back. I didn't want a linebacker. Guess what? They took 2 really good players.
It wasn't the Campbell, Mike. It was the running back.
Oh,
if it were anybody else and Campbell, if they took a defensive player and Campbell, everybody was saying it was a great draft.
My topic at 4 o'clock will fix that, okay?
Okay.
Christ.
But what about Kansas City?
All right, FanDuel, no sweat, same game parlay every weekend when you bet the NBA playoffs. And again, Celtics Heat tonight. I know you guys don't give a damn. Well, maybe you do a same game parlay, gives you a reason to watch. Mix in some 3-pointers, mix in a total, mix in a side. Away you go. Hell, maybe Jimmy Butler body slamming Jason Tatum's lifeless corpse. Whatever you want, it's there for you. FanDuel.com/ticket. That no sweat same game parlay deal. It's FanDuel, the official betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. You can see full terms at FanDuel.com/sportsbook. Gambling problem 1-800-270-7117. All right, David, let's get to a little football. Let's button it up for the people as they're cruising around here. This is a gorgeous day out, man. Wish we had a patio show. All right, hit the button. Let's do the NFL.
So, Mike Rico, it is not the NFL. Let's talk some college football because we are about 100 days away. So some storylines to talk about along with other things and some bowl predictions and stuff. So let's get to it quickly. Can Georgia three-peat?
No. Too hard. It's too hard. You win 2 in a row. It's already the 0.01% achievement award. Like now, you think you're going to three-peat, new quarterback, totally unproven. You've lost every piece of that elite defense. It's too much to ask. I just have to say no on principle.
I'm going to say yes, David. They can, because Alabama's going through the same transition. And I look at Alabama as pretty much the only team that can knock Georgia off, and they don't have those dominant players. At least you don't know who they are going into the season.
Yeah, they lost 25 guys to the NFL draft over the last 2 cycles. But again, Kirby Smart continues to just recycle. So we'll see what happens there. What happens in Colorado with Deion Sanders?
I can tell you, according to reports today, they're going to the Big 12, where they never should have left. This would also be a school that I know, hashtag media markets. Like, this is one where I would have, if I were the Big 10, I would have looked their way. Put them out in the Big 10 West. But it sounds like the Big 12 wants them to come home.
See, you talking about on the field or off the field?
Both. If you
Because
want
on the field, it's going to be a mitigating disaster. This is going to be horrible. You're going in there. I don't even know if you'll have 22 scholarship players. By the way, everybody is leaving. Mike,
here's what I would tell you: the mess that he's inheriting is kind of like, in my mind, what Tucker inherited at State. This is going to take some time. And the portal giveth and it taketh away. Deion got some really good players, and he's got some high-level guys. The problem, Rico's putting it right. There's no depth because 50 guys transferred out. 50.
Higher than that
53?
So, no.
54.
Almost 60.
We're almost at 60.
But what do you make of the news today? They may go back to the Big 12.
I think everybody saw that. And I think the Pac-12, if you're a Pac-12 team, you got to be smart. And no, we got to look out for ourselves. This conference is not going to help you out at all. So if somebody approaches you with a deal, you take it, because it may not be there around. Honestly, I'm surprised no one's really making a pitch for Arizona, because after Oregon and Washington, that's kind of the best team
Arizona State
left. Arizona
sucks. Never been to a Rose Bowl.
No, I'm talking just in all with sports.
Oh, okay. Well, sure. Whatever. Can the Pac-12 just die already? David, go ahead.
So let's touch on some year 2 coaches, and I'll start with just 3. There's 6 on my list. Start with the first 3, all in Southern schools. LSU's Brian Kelly, Florida's Billy Napier, Miami's Mario Cristobal. What happens with them in year 2? They continue success.
I think that Brian Kelly will have success at LSU. He is getting into players. I think they are buying into. After that ridiculous family comment, they actually started off, but then they got better as year progressed, and I think they're going to have something. Is that Jaden McDaniel, the
Still
quarterback?
there,
Yeah, that helped with him coming back. They also got some Notre Dame people transferring down there. I look for LSU to possibly be that surprise team out of the SEC West.
Kelly, I'll end up being wrong on. I don't get it. I don't get the fit. I don't get why anybody would play for him. Not a good guy. It makes no sense. You got no roots there. Rico said a lot of what I would say anyway, so we're done with that. Napier, I don't know. The Napier hire, I always love seeing group of 5 guys get a shot, but the Florida job just doesn't have the cachet it used to have for me.
I laugh because Florida, to me, is kind of like that Maryland, where they look like on paper, this should work.
Yeah.
And it never does.
No, it's fair. And then, look, Cristobal, show me it's him and Jimbo Fisher and maybe Oregon as the bag teams. Show me a coach that's going to have success openly buying players. It hasn't worked yet. Now, Miami and this John Ruiz guy have spent a hell of a lot of money. A&M with the oil money. I gotta see it. Now, Cristobal did a nice job at Oregon, but they're building a team a different way down here. handing out $9, $10, $11 million to some quarterback no one's ever seen. I just worry, is that sustainable? Can you build that way?
I don't think it is.
And then the last three guys on this list, the big one at the end, Notre Dame, Marcus Freeman, Oklahoma, Brent Venable, and then the USC's Lincoln Riley.
I mean, Lincoln Riley's a stud. I like Marcus Freeman, so I'm going to defend him until I have a reason not to. And then what was the other one?
Brent
Venable.
Oklahoma.
Bum.
But you know what? I think Oklahoma's going to try to go out with a bang. And
what?
They're going to win the Big 12. Not that that means anything.
Let's bet.
Well, okay, so I'm interested that you said that, because that is one of the bold predictions I wanted to touch on real quick, which was Texas leads the Big 12 with the conference championship. You're saying Oklahoma does it.
I'll take Texas. He could take OU. He'll owe me another dinner.
You know what? Deal.
Done.
Deal.
I want the golden cowboy hat that they wear in that game.
You want to know why? Because Texas is just like the Cowboys. Every year, it's going to be their year. Every year, they find a way to disappoint you. Yeah. Pass on the Longhorns.
And then I think you all agree with this bold prediction here that the Pac-12 will have the best QB play in the country. Cam Rising, Caleb Williams, Michael Penix, Bo Nix, DJ, Rashada, Dante Moore.
Oh, stop. You just named two true freshmen and then a guy who might not even win the starting job for the mighty men of Corvallis. So take it easy. Now,
I'm just naming the quarterback.
You were great with the first 3-4 names.
Now, here's the thing. They're going to try to showcase the new Pac-12 network where they have the in-game interviews and all of this stuff and players mic'd up. So it may be entertaining because everybody's going to want to watch Pac-12 football because of the QBs.
Yeah, but the QBs are good, Rico.
No, they are. But unfortunately, don't get used to that because then they're going to the pros and the Pac-12 won't be that good this year.
Then the final bold prediction on here is Ryan Day will snap his losing streak against Jim Harbaugh.
I don't see that. You got to show me the quarterback play, and you got to show me that Ohio State has a toughness about him. Michigan has broken them physically.
You're right there. They have all the pieces in place. And it was just like the flip side. When Michigan had all the pieces, but they weren't tough. And Ohio State would just punch him in the mouth and punch him over and over again. Yeah, I'm with him. I don't see that level. And Ryan Day, he chokes when it comes to that game. He's like this smart coach every other game. When it comes to Michigan, he's almost becoming John Cooper-like.
Plus, here's the other thing. How about this, Rico? Show me right now they're going through their Don Brown phase. They're giving up 40, 50 points a game when they play U of M.
Yeah.
And they're breaking in a new quarterback in Kyle McCord that none of us have seen. I would never make that statement.
And the game is in Michigan.
Right.
So even if it was in Columbus, maybe.
That's different.
But then I thought last year, I'm like, man, there's no way you can walk into Columbus and beat. Wow.
Man.
You did. And you know what the only difference was? It was a nice day. And it was sunny. It was no snow.
It was the exact same
Other than that,
game.
it was the same game.
Michigan walked in, slept with their wife, and stole their safe. And made a sandwich on the way out.
I mean, the only thing missing was eating chicken wings like Georgia did.
Right on the sideline, right mid-game. This is how little we think of you.
Right.
No, that was one of the great games Michigan has played in a quarter of a century. It was fabulous.
And that is your college football in Football Today.
All right, 4 o'clock. I want to bring this up, and I want to make sure I don't overreact, which I have a propensity to do.
No.
The Tigers today became one of the, it's not quite a handful of teams, I'd say it's about 10, who are now putting a corporate sponsor on their uniforms. Now, I am a bit of a fuddy-duddy when it comes to this. I don't freak out and yell, but I can still tell you I don't like it. You know, I didn't like it when the NBA did it. I understood it. You know, I know Europe and worldwide, basically, it's everywhere. We're the only country that didn't do it. And now, I think the Celtics are Vistaprint. I don't pay much attention. I think they used to be GE. Didn't really bother me. But in baseball, I guess I've always viewed it different. I hold the Old English D in a higher regard. I think it is one of the iconic logos. I think the uniform is arguably as good as it gets in all of sports. And no, I don't need to see a Meyer patch. Just like with the Wings, I didn't need to see Meyer on the helmets. Now, that has nothing to do with the company. It's just I'm a traditionalist. But I wondered where you guys fell in line with this as native Detroiters. Like, look, if the Yankees did this, I wouldn't be happy. You know who did? The Mets. Because the Mets are the Mets. I just kind of view it like it's not necessary. That no matter what the deal is worth, and I don't have the financials on it, and to my knowledge, they haven't been released. No matter what it's worth, it's never going to be enough to put that on the jersey. It's just not something I would do. I think I'm within my rights to say that. And if you're the Arizona Diamondbacks, that's one thing. You have no history. You're nothing, right? You're the Diamondbacks. And they do have a corporate sponsor, by the way. I'm not pulling that out of thin air. And look, the St. Louis Cardinals are a traditional franchise and a great franchise. They have done it. I just wonder where people are at with it. And if it's a nothing burger, we'll be one and done segment-wise. But I wondered what you guys think of it because the deal got brokered. And I believe they'll be wearing them tonight, correct? They make their debut this evening against the White Sox, where, by the way, White Sox are awful, right? Well, you're underdogs to them. White Sox are minus 150. It's just, again, what the market is saying you are. But I keep it on the logo thing. I mean, Rico, born and bred Detroiter, David, you tell me. I'm not freaking. But, no, I don't have to say I like it. No, I don't like it, just like I didn't like when the Wings did it.
No, I mean, it's just one of those, it's just where sports are right now. Initially, when it first happened, I was like you. I was dead set against it. I wanted my sports teams, the logos and everything to remain pristine and iconic the way that you've seen it before. But now, when you see, a logo on the Lakers jersey and logos, it's a cash grab. Try to get as much money as you can. Now, I would prefer it not. But looking at how now, because I had to make sure, because I'm like, man, if you put it on the hat, that's not going to look good. But it's on the sleeve. And here's the other thing that I like: they made it the color of the Tigers jersey. So on the white jersey, it's the dark blue, and on the gray jersey, it blends in. It's blue and orange, so it does not stand out. Especially on the home jersey, you really have to look at it to see exactly what it says. So it's small. I'm not a big fan of it, but if you're going to do it, I kind of like how they did it, where it doesn't take over the jersey.
All right, so
it doesn't draw my eye to it.
So here's your ultimate test. Great. Then when is Michigan doing it? When is Michigan State doing it? Like, why don't we just get to the things that strike really personal to us? Okay? Look, Michigan fans freaked out when they put a Jumpman logo on there. Well, now it's part of their jersey. It's synonymous with them. I look for the swoosh because I just think about Woodson, number 2, Nike swoosh. My point is, Spartan Stadium shouldn't be Spartan Stadium then. It should be something, something, something at Spartan Stadium.
Well, I mean, they got
Michigan Stadium. Should be corporate. You want to fund NIL? Here's another way. Don't ask me for the money. But I want to know.
Caesar's Casino has all types of stuff inside of Spartan Stadium. I'm surprised they don't have a little casino lounge yet.
It beats watching the game.
It could end up being that booty lounge you wanted.
I just thought it would have been great for the people. 248-539-9797. No, I just said we need to move them.
I understand.
No, is there anything left? Yeah, I mean, if the Tigers and Wings have done it, they're the 2 most iconic teams in town. If the Cardinals have done it, the Celtics have done it, the Lakers have done it.
But but here's the funny thing. We've gotten so used to it because now it's just, I mean, with the whole Nike swoosh or Adidas, like it's on there and that's a logo, but it's so normalized.
Why hasn't Michigan State gotten a corporate sponsor for their stadium? Why hasn't Michigan done it? We tolerate it in the pros. See, I
just think that it's a matter of time.
Okay, I'm just testing you because you are media market beard.
Oh, it's Mike. Like I said, Michigan State has a deal with Caesars. So
does Caesars have any dealers who can play?
I'm just saying. Well, JB Smooth, you see his photo up there. Maybe they can run him out on the field.
Probably be better than our corners.
I'm just throwing you up softballs today.
In the Caesar outfit, no helmet.
Okay, David, Michigan.
No, I'm asking a question, David.
No problem.
Okay, so there's nothing right now that could happen using this type of branding that would bother you.
Not at all.
Okay.
I understand where sports is now.
Because I'm just waiting for the UWM logo from Ishbia on all the jerseys.
So can I ask a question, David? Why do you understand it, though? Why is it okay? Like, why do we need to nickel and dime everything? Why? Think about this. With the TV deals being what they are, how much do you really think, whether it's the Boston Celtics, the Detroit Tigers, or the Arizona Diamondbacks, what are they really getting out of putting the logo on the jersey monetarily? I mean, maybe the number is exponentially higher than I'm giving it credit for, but like, don't tell me that Meyer just dropped $100 million to do it. Like,
no.
you're never gonna sell me that it's worth it.
No, but you know what? Hold it. You know what beats $1? $2. So it may not be a ton of money, but it's still money coming in.
You and I are from different planets. You know that? You're an owner of a team, Rico. You're RL Beard. You're sitting up in the luxury suite.
Right.
Are you really trying to make small moves at the risk of some of your tradition? Like now again, it's not basketball where every team's done it.
Right.
The league did it.
Right.
Baseball, I think there was, and I'll double check, I think it's 8 or 9 teams, Rico. You didn't have to do it. And you're one of the most traditional teams.
You don't have to do it, but if somebody's coming, especially if you don't have much to sell right now and somebody's interested in you, talk to me. What are you offering me? Okay. And like I said, I'm looking at the patch. Like I've seen some where it's just like, yeah, this is a complete and utter sellout.
Look at the Mets.
Their
patch is ugly.
Okay, right, but this is one where, you know what, it kind of goes with the...
If the Mets are your bar to clear, you've already lost.
No, it's not. I'm just saying we're not that.
No.
It doesn't look ugly. But what I'll say, I don't think it's about the money for these teams.
What's it about?
I think it's about the partnership.
Their love of produce?
Nope. I think it's about the partnership with this company. That's why I think they love to do this.
And I can't wait for the Lions to put 97-1 on the jerseys.
Because they already have all the money in the world.
And it looks like they also are, it's giving back to the community to Tigers and Myers because of this, contributing $100 for every strikeout of the opposing batter. I just want to put that out there.
It's a partnership.
Yeah, it's a partnership. So, yeah, you know what? If we came up with something and, 97 won the ticket.
What?
You don't think that the Lions would be like, okay, how much?
No, I don't think so.
They would listen.
I think they'd have enough pride that they would not take that.
I bet you that if you put enough money out there, they would listen.
248-539-9797. And again, I don't have to like something, but that doesn't mean I'm freaking out because I've given up. I know what we're dealing with. I understand the greed in sports. There's just no boundaries anymore. But my point was, okay, then if you're okay with the Tiger thing, then what's the next step? Like what happens when it's, Aldi Farms, the Big House, brought to you by Aldi? Yeah. Like, I just wonder, will people ever draw a line?
When the Rose Bowl finally gave up and said, fine, throw a sponsor on there, I think that was the last holdout in college. Every bowl game is a sponsorship. And the Rose Bowl, no, we're better than that until they weren't. Because they were like, wait, where'd you guys get all of that extra money? Sponsorship, man. Oh, okay.
248-539-9797. David, some of the early ticket texts coming in.
Fans don't care about sponsors. They buy and bank where they will. Sports teams' unis are starting to look like NASCAR.
No, now you're being overdoing it. Listen, if you want to see what that looks like, go look at the Swedish Hockey League. Go look at some European or Mexican soccer teams or Spanish soccer teams. Go look at around the world.
I'll give you one local. Not local, but in America. Look at the WNBA jerseys.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't even know what team it is if you don't
No.
follow them.
Well, that's regardless. I don't know what.
No,
teams it is.
because what they see, this is like I said with the Tigers jersey, it's small, it's on the arm, but like the WNBA, the logo of whatever company sponsoring them is the main thing, and in tiny print is the team that they actually play for.
So can colleges do this?
Logos? I don't know. I'm gonna look that up.
Who would actually want to sponsor Spartan Stadium? Maybe a toilet company. That would be.
You know, see, and this is where I can't have real conversations with you.
I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought that you wanted to talk about
Name
this.
another premium program that has troughs. 248.
I haven't gone to every program.
What's your favorite trough?
You do. You know what?
No.
I'm not even going to do it. Nope. You know what? Better. Let me tell you about Awaken 180 weight loss. How about that? Yes. Because this is much better than talking to Mike about troughs. So, Awaken 180 weight loss. It's a cool plan that you too can get on. If you're looking to lose 10 pounds, 20 pounds, 50, 100, whatever it is, they can tailor a program for you. And before you know it, the weight will just start falling off. Your friends will notice it. You'll start noticing. You'll start losing, you know, and all of a sudden now you're wearing different pants and shirt sizes. Why? Because it works, and you're not going to starve yourself throughout the day. You're going to eat. You're going to feel full. You're going to have energy. You're going to have all of that stuff because they tailor the program to you. You're going to talk to your coach every week, and that coach will make sure that you are doing what you need to do. 844-346-1800. That's the number you need to dial. 844-346-1800, or go online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Don't get stuck without power the next time a storm hits, or certainly don't wait till next week to make sure the AC's on the fritz. It's going to be a burner next week. Let Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical get you right with a $78 AC tune-up. Get that thing working at peak efficiency. And do it before the heat gets here. Schedule your $78 AC tune-up today. Visit mastercraftheating.com. Now, before I get to the callers, I was rudely cut off. But, David, I brought up maybe a toilet or plumbing sponsor for Spartan Stadium.
And he always takes things too far.
No, but think about it. Schematically speaking, you could put a toilet bowl, where you have that gap, and you could put well, hold on. Didn't Michigan put the halo up?
They did.
Why couldn't we?
When?
Call it the pit of despair.
When? You didn't win enough games for me. When? I'm mad at you. When?
That's the
pit of despair.
The pit of despair. Honestly, you can't kick a field goal. The hell you want from me?
Brought to you by Kohler.
But
brought to you by Kohler Fields at Spartan Stadium. And by the way, Rico did reach out to the NCAA during the break. So the NCAA can't do anything about NIL, but you're not allowed to do corporate sponsorships on your jerseys.
Correct. You can name the stadium. You can do all that stuff inside. Nothing actually on the jerseys.
A section of the stands can be sponsored by something.
Right. So what I'm saying is where they got the new jumbotron on the long end of the stadium, you wrap the bowl around that, and then the edges of the bowl, the opening would be the huge jumbotron, and you just lay this giant bowl right on top. And in the aerial view, you could write Tuck coming.
Mm-hmm.
The fly Lansing view.
You are looking live
from the same man whose panties were in the bunch because they're playing in Ford Field. This is what you want.
Yeah, you know why?
Now that
you want to do this again? We'll do it again.
No, that shut the program down if you do that.
Yeah. Well, guess what? They basically admitted their minor league by giving that game away because they're afraid no one's going to show up. You know what else it tells me? They don't have any season tickets. That's why you give a game up. And if your program's in that kind of shape, then I start to question a guy making $10 million a year.
What you yelling at me for? I don't get none of that money. Last time I checked.
I'm aware. Or I'd love to see Tuck's contract if you did. It'd be an incredible loophole.
But, you can't put anything on the college players' jerseys as of now.
Thank you, NCAA, for saving us. Meanwhile, John Ruiz just gave another high school athlete $20 million.
Trust me, give it a few years.
Yeah, I see you, Paul. I see you.
That'll change.
Go to the people. Tom's up next, 97.1. What's up, Tommy? Tommy!
Hey, Mike. First time, long time.
What's up, brother? How are you?
Hey. Good. How are you?
Good, man.
Mike, I got to say you're my spirit animal because my three favorite teams are the Lions, the Giants, and the Spartans. So I'm living and dying with you week after week.
It's been mostly the latter lately, but yes. So where are you with this Tigers thing?
I am totally against advertising on jerseys. I've always hated it. I don't honestly see the value because I am not going to suddenly start shopping at Meijer instead of Kroger because I saw it on a jersey. And along with stadiums, I'm not going to start banking at Comerica because the Tigers told me to, or buy an AT&T cell phone because Jerry Jones told me to.
No, but here's
don't
what
understand it.
Tom, here's what it is. And I'm not saying the jersey's the most effective route to do it the way they're doing it in America. Look, in Europe, it's different. The actual logo of the team on the uniform is the corporate sponsor. You know, if you look at a team like Inter Milan and they're brought to you by Pirelli tires, well, it only says Pirelli on it. The Inter logo is the small piece of it. Right. So if you took Lakers 23 off LeBron's jersey and you replaced it with like a Ferrari logo and the little Lakers thing was in the top right, that does have power. Tom, advertising is psychological. It's not about you swaying where you go. It's that if all things are equal, you have shown people a message so much that at the end of the day, subconsciously, it'll be 51% one way and 49% the other.
Yeah, when you're hopping in the car, you swing by Meijer and pick up something. You don't even realize you did it.
Well, two quick things. One, I think it was the Astros or something where it kind of blew up in their face where they advertised with a company called Oxy, and people were like attributing that to like OxyContin.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
And
What about
that's what they have on the
OxyClean
jersey.
with Billy Mays?
It's just Oxy. It's some company.
Yeah, well, it's the
short
same
for
as people who
something,
got
but-
involved with some of the crypto stuff with FTX and the like. No, I mean, Tom, you do have to be careful with who you're doing business with. No, it's a fair point.
So my question is, now I'll let you go, is if I go out now and buy a Tigers jersey, is it going to come with that patch on it?
I don't have that answer. I don't know how baseball's handling that one.
Probably if you buy one
I don't want to
today.
buy. I don't want to pay money.
No. I think it may take a while before those jerseys get generated because they still have stock of the old jerseys.
And right now, the only one worth buying would be a Riley Green jersey.
So the old jerseys may get discounted because of this logo coming out. So maybe, the fans can catch a break there.
I don't know how that one works.
But
Can't even act like I do.
But now I guess it's on the arm because at first I thought, like, if you put it like in the old English D or something, like, okay, that's
Oh my
tacky.
God, please. This town freaked out when they put a tiger in the D, and the team's name is the Tigers.
See, and I actually like that logo too.
Oh, blasphemous.
They're
leave
the
it alone.
Tigers. It was coming through a D.
I just didn't like the logo. I understood it, didn't
You
like it.
also like the teal jersey.
Those are great.
Those are not.
I'm staying out of it. I don't have a dog in the fight. I
It's
wasn't
like
here when that went down.
Leftovers from Willy Wonka's chocolate factory.
God, okay. It's funny. I think more people had a problem with the logo change than the actual vomit that was on the field.
Thank you.
That was like the Brian McRae era. Camara Barty. Was it Joaquin Garcia? I mean, they were horrible.
Well, all right,
Mike Myers, the reliever.
Oh no, but remember when they had the when State was going to change the helmet for like 2 days.
Okay,
they
time
leaked
out. That was the worst logo ever. It looked like something from MS Paint.
And the funny thing is,
what?
The logo never left. They just incorporated it in the basketball uniform, and no Spartan said a word.
What are you talking about?
That Spartan head logo?
Yeah?
That was in the basketball shorts.
Where?
On the basketball team. I had to show it to a buddy of mine. He didn't believe me.
Where?
Either.
They put the Sparty on there and they put the gruff.
When that logo came out, they moved it. That logo was in the jersey because I was laughing like fans haven't even realized that. And they're like, no, they haven't.
You got to show us.
Yeah,
I'll show you.
You know what? Right now, you're doing one of those conspiracy theory things with me.
Okay.
Well, you're also the astrology guy. I can't trust you. You're up there looking at a telescope telling me you see whatever it is.
It's a little different.
I see a star. Rico's telling me he sees a secret pattern in the state shorts. Why don't you do me a favor? You're looking through your telescope so you can find the end zone.
Oh, boy. Somebody's gotten hurt today.
Well, I will just tell you, as we prepare for Celtics Heat, Hungry Howie's. If you don't feel like cooking tonight, you want to have a little pizza, you could hate watch both teams. I mean, that's acceptable. But if you're Paul Sarah, tonight's a bit of a coronation. Paul answering phones today. You know, if you're a Heat fan and you're up 3-1 and all your gym class hero try-hard players are playing so great, why don't you enjoy a little Hungry Howie's tonight as the Celtics win by 30. $9.99 with that 73 Classic. Get 73 spicy peps on that puppy. $6.99 on the mix and match. You're getting 8 flavors of their flavored crust. You can get real cheese, unlike a lot of other places, and toppings that don't come in a can. So look, bottom line, Hungry Howie's, you don't feel like cooking on a Thursday night, you want to watch a little NBA ball, it's there for you. Then try that 73 Classic for a limited time only, which is probably the same amount of time the Celtics will be around. It's Hungry Howie's. Restrictions may apply.
Got a little bit of Lions news coming up in the next hour. Before we get to that, though, David, hit me with some ticket tags.
If Paul's house does burn down, now we know who burnt down the Detroit crack house next to the
Erroneous. Erroneous.
How long until
Unbelievable.
I'll never forget that day.
How long until the Tigers become the Detroit Little Caesars Tigers?
Guys, let's not overdo it. I get it. I don't like it, but it's never going to look like Swedish hockey. I mean, if you've ever seen that, come on. It's not going to get there.
No, and here's the thing. You're also not going to go backwards either. Logos on uniforms, they're going to – eventually, your team is going to get one too.
It's just so funny. Like, you go so long without it, and now I have to sit here with the inability to argue that I have to accept it. Like, it's just so stupid.
Mike,
when you really look at the big picture, Rico, no, it's dumb.
No,
it's dumb.
You're right, because you're not making this monumental sum of money, but it's a cash grab.
But it's greed. I mean, look, I don't want to do this as a topic, but it's like when you look at it, the TV networks are why college football is destroyed. It's not because the conferences didn't work. The conferences were different. They all wanted their own. There was a greed per conference. But Rico, think about it. What we talked about yesterday, Michigan State, Penn State, that had nothing to do with football. Nothing. That is TV. These conferences getting destroyed. Why is the Pac-12 failing? Is it because West Coast teams don't want to have football? No. It's because there's no TV network that's going to pay what they're paying for the other leagues, which puts them at this disadvantage because of NIL.
Right.
Like, none of this was brought on by true sports evolution. It's brought on by greedy pigs in suits.
Right.
That's all this is.
Yeah, the funny thing is the Pac-12 actually, for 1 year, may be the best conference in football. You may see the best games in it.
Well, USC with Caleb, Oregon with Bo Nix. I mean, Cam Rising's a dog. I just don't know if Utah's got enough coming back. But
UW.
Yeah, Penix.
Yeah.
So, yeah, funny. The conference is in flames. It's going to crash this year, and it might be their best year in, I don't know, maybe the last decade. Potentially. Sorry, I didn't mean to go on a tangent. It's just funny when you say it. I can't argue with you. I'm not trying to. And it's like, oh, I have to accept this. Well, why? Like, you have these billionaires trying to make pennies. Who cares? Go big picture with it. They're destroying their product.
Someone says, I would rather see more on the uniform advertisements and less commercials, if that's possible.
Again, the European model for soccer specifically, and you see it with what used to be NBC Sports Network doing EPL. One sponsor pays a megaton for the rights, and that logo stays up there for a commercial-free first half. And then you have commercials at halftime, which are copious, and then you have a sponsor by the entire second half. That is a different sport and a different way of doing it. I don't know that you'll ever see that here because, let's face it, our sports, with the way we watch and how it is, you're never going to get rid of the commercial break stuff. Never. Because what they would have to charge for the ad would be so high. Like, yeah, Snickers can buy the first half of a World Cup game between Algeria and the U.S., and then they're like, cool, we'd like to do it for the NFL. The NFL just got $110 million for one regular season game to be streamed. You know, here, Snickers, great. Here's a check for $3.2 billion. That's what you owe us.
You know what? But here's what it may not be for the whole game, Mike, but I think the first thing somebody's going to get smart enough. It's a risk. What if you bought the overtime or extra innings? Or you bought, like in baseball, you bought the 10th inning. It's all yours. But if they don't play 10 innings,
you're talking
you don't
to
get
all
that
the
money
greedy
back.
people. Make the call. Your media market beard. You know it all. Go ahead. Make it happen. I'm sure we'll see it soon.
Every now and then, the stuff you study actually comes back.
I know. And look, you don't see me arguing you. I argue I don't have to like it. I cannot argue.
It's inevitable, but no, you're right. You don't
can't
have
argue
to.
what you're presenting.
It's like a storm that's on its way. You don't have to want the storm to be here, but it's going to come and tear up the house.
Hey, real quick, because I know we're going to get to the Lions. Did you see the article today on ESPN about Bronny James going to USC?
No.
The preparations they're having to make. It's a good read. I'm not going to – I hate when people read on the radio. That's horrific. The point is, read it. because you're getting this high-level player, and it's LeBron's kid, but like security measures and moving games to Crypto.com Arena off campus.
Really?
Money, right? All the things they're doing in preparation for this kid to be there for 8 months.
I didn't think that he was worth that, but I mean, the same happened with his father, that they had to hold him in Akron.
Right. His dad's
no.
His
but
dad
I'm
was
saying,
a way better ball player.
No, but I'm saying the games were so big that they had to move it to Akron. They had to move it to the small Akron, University of Akron.
Well, didn't they move it to the Richfield Coliseum at one point?
And then they had to keep moving it,
or Gund Arena or whatever it was.
Because it was like. It kept there. You know what? We need a bigger space. We need a bigger space. So
go read the piece though. I know you'll be into it because the amount of work USC's having to put in for 8 months of Bronny James, it's incredible.
I didn't even think that. Well, one, I don't think he's just a one and done. Two,
stop. You'll owe me another dinner. Stop.
No, okay.
A team will draft him. This kid could go 0 for 400 this year. A team will use a first-round pick to get LeBron in their town for 1 year.
Okay, let me rephrase that. He should maybe not be a one-and-done talent-wise, but
will be.
People have made
and he'll be a
move.
Piston, and we're getting LeBron.
Yes! And that fixes everything. 2 for 1.
So he's not connected to Detroit, so there's no way he can come here.
You got to stop. One caller did that to you today.
It's
all right.
the whole city,
But
Mike.
I can't understand. I guess I figured USC has had high-level people on campus. I mean, back with the Pete Carroll and the Reggie Bushes and the Matt Liners.
Yeah, but it's different now.
They had
When
Snoop
those
Dogg's kid, didn't they?
Yeah, hold on. Oh, first of all, stop.
Who?
Stop.
Snoop
This is
Dogg's kid
different.
went there.
Guys, social media, 365 coverage. Here, you want to feel old? Those USC teams Rico's bringing up, it's approaching 20 years. Okay? Facebook wasn't a thing. Twitter wasn't a thing. And TikTok and Doot Dot and all the other garbage. They weren't things. It's different now.
You weren't hopping on your Insta?
This kid, apparently, reading the article, has almost 7 million followers.
Yeah.
So you're just talking, it's a different way. And plus, LeBron is Jordan. Jordan is LeBron. I mean, with all due respect to Snoop Dogg, like, come on, man. This is the biggest son of an athlete in how long? This is the dude. And even if he's not that good, they're going to treat him as such. And they're going to sell out crypto. And they're going to sell out their arena. These games, I mean, dude, you're going to see USC probably change the start times of their games. So they're not on at 11 o'clock at night.
Oh, no. I think USC is going to probably play a ton of weekend games just to make sure everybody can see them.
But read the article. It's interesting.
All right, I am.
If you're into it. David, take a text, and then, we'll get to this Lions thing.
What about the logos on the PGA golfers' hats and shirts? Those are very annoying, and I wish they'd get rid of them.
For some reason, it's never bothered me because I view it differently when an individual is sponsored versus a team. The Old English D is a team. That's the Detroit Tigers. If you're Brooks Koepka and you use a certain type of club or a corporate sponsor wants to sponsor you, I view that different. That doesn't mean it's right. I'm just acknowledging I view it differently.
This one may hit you there, Mike. It says the jockeys now wearing ads on their pants. I was surprised when that happened.
That's happened for a few years, whether it was Sentient Jet, whether it was Jeff Ruby's Steakhouse. Like, I don't like it. I admit it. I don't like it. I mean, what's next?
Well, I've often wondered.
We're going to shave a Ford logo into a horse's hip?
I've often wondered, has anybody ever done?
No.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just asking a question because, that's the perfect billboard. You're going to be staring at it for 2 minutes.
No.
Brought to you by Kohler.
Christ.
On the horse.
Right. This horse is behind. Brought to you by Kohler.
Someone said Obama's daughter just graduated from USC. Bronny's security better not be to that level. That would be ridiculous.
I'd argue it'll be more. More people are going to know Bronny than all due respect.
Except if she had to bring her own security, USC's got to pay for this. Wow, they're moving it to crypto.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's why LeBron's
but you know
not
what?
retiring.
Yeah, but their arena's not that great anyways.
You been there? I always wonder what that was like because that is a football school.
Yeah.
All right, let's get to this Lions thing. Couple names continue to be attached to your Lions. And I only think one of them makes sense. I'm going to force you to pick. We'll do it next. 97.1. Old Nation Brewing, summer beckons. We are just about to hit a great stretch. We're in it right now. I know it's a little chilly for some of you, but we're in a great stretch of weather here. Old Nation complete lineup, whether it's the M43, the B43, and yes, all summer long, the Shandy. They got it. It's Old Nation Brewing. Wherever you buy your beer, ask for it by name. They are coming out with new stuff all the time, including that Boreal Lager, among many, many others. You can go to oldnationbrewing.com and check out that complete lineup of beers and get your Shandy before it sells out. It's oldnationbrewing.com, 21 and up, and please drink responsibly. TJ, please. Please. All right, on to mix in some football. Now, This is not an idea here of like this is going to happen, but I don't know if you guys out there have noticed the Lions continue to be brought up for these two players. Now, both of them have teams, but the expectation is at least one of them could move. And it is the Lions on this list every time. Every time, Rico. So one of them, Bird Brain McGee, who I'm doing a show with tomorrow, Jim Costa, he loves one of these players.
He does.
And I happen to love the other. So I'm sure this will get brought up tomorrow. But it is, these are seismic moves. Both of these players are big-time players. One of them is Jim Costa's guy, that the Lions continue to be brought up for a landing spot for DeAndre Hopkins, the disgruntled wide receiver from the Arizona Cardinals. Now, again, DeAndre Hopkins is very, very expensive, a huge contract. That means you pay less to get him. Arizona is tanking. They have a lost season coming up where Kyler Murray's dead. They're acquiring a war chest. They already have Houston's pick. They have their own. They could have the top 2 picks in the draft. And the Lions keep getting brought up because of J-Mo's suspension, because even with J-Mo, they do lack a big-bodied perimeter receiver. Now, again, J-Mo's not that. J-Mo is a Deshaun Jackson, Tyreek Hill, deep shot, speed burner guy. Amon-Ra is a warhead. You move him around the field. DeAndre is a red zone, contested catch, big body receiver. The other name that you are constantly being tied to is Washington Commanders / Washington football team defensive end Chase Young. Now, the team, in my world, it's a puzzle why they would decline the 5th-year option. As a rookie, he was a Pro Bowler. He had a great year. He blew his knee out midway through year 2, and he only came back for 3 games last year. So he has spent a good amount of time hurt. Now he enters his 4th season. I happen to love Chase Young. I do. The knee, clearly, comes down to your doctors. But we've all talked about the Lions need to continue to bolster the front 7. I wonder what Chase Young would cost you as a rent-a player. Now, here's how I view this. DeAndre Hopkins, I'm never paying. Arizona would have to pay some of that contract. I'm not redoing his deal. I'm not extending him. He's old. He got popped for PEDs.
How many more years left on his deal?
Let me double check before I blurt something out. And then you have Chase Young. Do you know what the downside of Chase Young is? It doesn't work, and he's gone. Do you know what the upside is? I pay him, and I have the number 2 pick from 4 years ago, and I have the number 2 pick from last year, and I have Aiden Hutchinson, Chase Young, James Houston, Jack Campbell. We're building a front 7 here, people.
Yep.
Now, no one will say what it's going to take to get Chase Young. I understand Washington is a franchise in flux. They don't have an owner. They do have an owner. They don't have a name. They do have a name. Work with me for a second, and let's just deal in this. Both of these players would require premium but not uber premium assets, meaning call it 2 second-round picks. I'm not saying that's what it will be. I'm saying for the sake of our exercise here, let's leave first-round picks out of it, because you know what I'm not giving up for DeAndre Hopkins or Chase Young? A first-round pick. Not doing it.
as I wouldn't, especially for Chase Young.
No, not doing it. So I would be team Chase Young on this. I like James Houston, but I collect pass rushers like Christmas ornaments. I mean, I want as many as possible on my tree.
Mm-hmm.
And Chase Young is, when he's healthy, is a dominant force.
But that's the big key.
Right.
When he's healthy.
I totally understand. But with DeAndre Hopkins, Rico, your issue becomes this. Aging player, super expensive guy, and then I've told you there's other stuff with this guy.
See, for me, DeAndre Hopkins, I would not do it because I don't think that, being that this is a young team, they don't have the stabilizing voice in the locker room to keep him under wraps, to keep him from basically turning this thing into a bad situation. I think that he would become that voice. It's okay to have a couple of bad guys on your team. And not by bad guys, I mean, no, he's done nothing legally wrong. But when you have those players, you also have a few guys that make sure you only take things so far. I think the example I used for Costa was back when, the Pistons had Rasheed Wallace. That worked because you had Ben Wallace right there to make sure, hey, Sheed, enough. We're done with that. Let's focus. Let's get this thing going. Chase Young, I've always liked him going back to the days at Ohio State, but this guy he's one of those players that just cannot stay healthy. But if it didn't cost you too much, and honestly, I would give up 2 second-round picks to roll the dice on 1 year with him because you said it right. If it blows up in your face, you lost 2 second-round picks, okay, but the reward of it is,
if he comes back, he gets you 8.5 sacks.
You hit the lottery.
He's healthy. Can you imagine him opposite Aiden Hutchinson? I mean, just think about that for a minute. Then James Houston gets to be the energy guy.
Right, a rotational guy. Hey,
Right.
James, on third down, just go get the quarterback.
Right.
That's your job.
And again, DeAndre Hopkins. If you believe they need a receiver, fine. If you believe that, hey, this is a guy that would turn this offense into, they're already one of the better ones in the league. But I'm not into 30, 31-year-old wide receivers. He's expensive, costs about $20 million a year. I think there's an ego issue there.
There's 2 years left on the deal, by the way.
So you get 2 years left at about $20 million a year for a guy who's going to be 31 this year. I don't want that.
And see, here's the thing about Hopkins, too. If he's going to be somebody that's going to be all over social media, all over podcasts, all over whoever puts a microphone in his face. I wonder what that's going to do just for the morale of this locker room, because this team, we've all agreed it's a different team. They all believe in each other. He comes in here, he's not getting enough balls thrown to him because, trust me, I don't think he's ready to become team player and is willing to accept just 4 or 5 attempts at him.
Well, here's the other thing,
he's going to
too.
want at least 10 to 15 attempts a game.
Chase Young fits the profile. Prove it. Fight for it. You're fighting for your professional life if you're Chase Young. You know the other thing I was thinking about? They just paid Deron Payne. Didn't they just pay Montez Sweat?
Last time I saw, they were both sitting out the OTAs.
Okay, well, the Payne got his money, Allen got paid, and they're going to pay Sweat. Can't pay everybody. So the idea, look, the best case if you're Washington is you keep the guy, he plays well, you franchise tag him, you do what you got to do. I'm just making a point. It is not me attaching these players. Every time you read something, your football team is linked to these two. So I just look at it and I'm like, all right, I know Cookies wanted DeAndre Hopkins. I think it's absurd. Chase Young to me is risk it biscuit. And when he's right, I mean, man, if I have him opposite Aiden and I have James Houston, you're talking about I would have the best 3-headed pass rush monster in the NFC. It's not only on par with Philadelphia, it'd be better. And as good as Nick Bosa is, you don't have 3 edge guys like that. No. Okay? I would have something that is formidable here.
No, at that point, you really just need a defensive tackle and you're golden.
Yeah. So I just wanted to throw it out there. A little football. We've touched every base today with every team. And you can use Odyssey.com rewind to go get it. But 248-539-9797. I mean, David, Team Cookies, you could have DeAndre Hopkins.
No.
Doesn't even want to hear the rest.
No.
Or Team Mikey. And it's you take a risk with Chase Young, provided your doctor's clear whatever's going on in that knee.
Right.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Chase Young, and I'm trying not to nitpick here. I know you said second-round picks. I probably would do it for a third with conditions. If he plays a certain percentage, then I'll give him my second-round pick. But just the injury history is what I'm concerned with him. Yes, if he's healthy, oh, yeah, you got something there. You got a player in Chase Young. I'm just worried about the injury, not just because it was an ACL injury, but he also ruptured his patella tendon.
Yeah,
and I think that combination of things.
I read a quote about this a while back, and I apologize, I don't remember who it's from. But it was what you were saying, David, except the doctor was saying, I've never seen that combination together in football, where a player ruptures the patella and the ACL, that it is not just an injury and we'll see you in a year. It's a big deal. I got to figure out where that was. The point is, that's the reason he took so long to come back. And then with the team not in a playoff position because Carson Wentz pretty much sunk that, he didn't. Look, there was a thought process he was going to come back earlier. He couldn't make it back. But now you're another offseason later. The expectation is he's ready to roll. This is the type of chance, again, everybody wants the perfect player. Everybody wants Quinnen Williams. Everybody wants Aaron Donald. Okay, great. What's real? This is one where
it kind of sounds like the Pistons situation. You have to take a flawed player.
Well, because the perfect ones never hit the market.
No.
And when they do,
it's a premium.
Hey, you want Quinnen Williams? The Jets be willing to do it, but you'd have to give up minimum 3 first-round picks.
Yep.
And in the end, this ain't the NBA. NBA, people throw around first-round picks like dinner napkins. The NFL, first-round picks, that's major currency. So I just would love to know if I force you to take one of these guys, because all people are doing now is clamoring for the Lions to make a splash move. That one last thing. And guess what? It could happen during the season. The NFL trade deadline has become a thing.
Yeah, it used to be just nothing ever happened.
It could happen during the year too. But
see, you know what? But I'm thinking as far as Chase Young, you're better off taking the chance before the season starts, because during the season is where if all of a sudden he takes off, that price goes up and up and up.
Oh, yeah. Now, you're right. If he had a really good first 5 weeks, he looks like Chase Young. And him and his representatives go, you declined our 5th-year option. We're out of here. Well, guess what? That's going to cost you a first-round pick trade for him.
Yep.
And you'd have to sign him right there on the spot. So I agree. Just wanted to see where people are at with it. I wanted to make sure we did a little football today. So 248-539-9797. You know where I'm at with it. I'm sure Cookie's going to scream about this tomorrow. I just have no appetite for DeAndre Hopkins. Don't need it. J-Mo's out for 6 games, not 6 years. And I don't need this guy's prima donna attitude here at all.
And that's just it. I just don't think that when he's unhappy, every place he goes, he lets you know how unhappy he is. And now you'll be stuck with him for 2 years, and he'll let everybody know how bad the Lions are. They're not taking care of me. I should be getting the ball thrown.
And if I'm handing a wide receiver $20 million who wears Honolulu blue and silver, it's Amon-Ra St. Brown, a guy that shuts his mouth, works hard, wants it.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't paying this guy, not at age 31.
Because I can only imagine that time where they don't throw him the ball on that 3rd or 4th down.
Well, hell, we've already seen it with J-Mo.
Yeah.
We don't need 2 of those.
Exactly.
2 demonstrative wide receivers beating the hell out of Jared Goff.
Exactly.
248-539-9797. Here's Rico for school.
Yes. Specs at LTU. Mikey got it correct. Well, Specs through LTU, located right here on the campus in Southfield of Lawrence Tech. They are offering the Broadcast Media Arts program, the Digital Media Arts program, Graphics Communications program. What does that mean? Looking for a career, radio, TV, graphics design, Specs at LTU is the place for you. Locally, right here in Southfield, and you're going to be learning things from day one. Why? Because your instructors work in the field. They're going to get you prepared so that they're not going to waste your time. You're going to be ready to go the second that you hit the open market, because you may end up working with some of them. So what are you waiting for? Be curious. Make magic by enrolling at Specs at LTU. Here's what you need to do. Go to ltu.edu/specs. That's ltu.edu/specs and get your career started today.
All right, the Serta Arctic, 15 times better cooling power for a more comfortable sleep. The iComfort, the coolest all-foam model, and if pressure relief is what you're after, the perfect sleeper. You could save up to $1,000 during the Serta iComfort closeout event. It's Serta, family-owned for over 70 years, made right here in Michigan. Go to Serta.com to find a retailer near you. It's Serta. We make the world's best mattress. All right, let's get to the people. And again, just having a little fun. It is multiple reports. It seems like there's a couple each week attaching the Lions as a landing spot for DeAndre Hopkins and the Lions as a landing spot for Chase Young. It is not me purporting it. What I did is just put them together and go, all right, pick one. And neither player's perfect. Whether it's age concerns, money concerns, injury concerns, or outright fit. Because, again, Aiden Hutchinson playing on the weak side is the primary. You got to keep him away from tight ends. His production went way up, keeping him on the weak side. Am I going to park Chase Young on the strong side? I mean, yes, he faces that type of, whether it's crackback blocks or guys coming across the formation or outright they move a tight end over him. That happening and then playing it full time, it is about what they view in the room, and I can't speak to that. But for me, yeah, I'm going to add another missile to the defense.
Can't go wrong with adding defensive players, especially defensive linemen.
Correct.
Wide receiver, maybe if he wasn't always complaining about everything, okay, but this team is too young and too up and coming that I think that bringing him in here is going to be toxic. And I think that J-Mo is diva light, like he's taking the diva classes. He's not quite there yet. But you can see where the thing could change.
There is part of me that wonders, and Lord knows you'd never get a look at it. But if the Commanders decline that fifth-year option, what do they know about this kid's knee? It really makes you wonder.
But see, a lot of that too is, because you were in transition of ownership, maybe you couldn't spend the money.
Oh, well, then fold up.
No. I'm saying, but Snyder couldn't go out there and sign him. And then the next people come in and say, whoa, we weren't going to take him.
No, I think, honestly, it was just a decision between Sweat and Chase. They're trying to see which one they want to pay.
And one player lines up every week. And they paid both interior guys. Paul from Shelby, he's up next. Hi, Paulie.
Yeah, it's just a darn shame he didn't blow that knee out in college because Quinn would have drafted him. He'd already be here. So,
way to look on the bright side, Paul. Thank you for that.
Like, where is he going with this? Okay.
Well, my original question was, what exactly did he do the knee? But David came to the rescue and answered that question. So it's an ACL and a patella. How long ago did this happen? Like a year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
Yeah, middle of his second year.
Okay, so your proposal is perhaps 2 second-round picks?
I just did it as a baseline. Do I think you could get him for a 2 and a 3 or something? Sure. For the sake of argument, I said, here's both. What do you want to do?
All right. Well, modern medicine and especially all the the money that sports teams put into rehabilitation and everything else and therapy, 2 first-round picks for a Chase Young. If he can get even to 90% for a few years, I'd say go for it. Yeah, I would do it. Is he still on a rookie deal? Do you guys know?
Yes. They decline. He's in the last year of his rookie deal, meaning you'd have to pay him. You'd have to sign him if you traded for him, which is why we took the first-rounders off the board.
But you don't have to pay him right now.
No, but I mean, Paul, it's potato. Once he's here and he plays well, you immediately have to go, you can
pretty
use
much
your franchise
once,
tag if you wanted.
Yeah, once he's here, you're probably going to be in negotiation for the next month with his agent to come up with that number, but you guys have already talked about the ballpark number. Now you just got to get it specific.
All right, well, as Mike always likes to say, it's not my money, and I would say do it. Yeah,
it looks like a win-win, and if you lose, okay, well, it's plan B.
And the other thing, too, look, we're doing the hypothetical. I still look at it. Chase Young is a lot like Aiden, really good against the run. Okay, you want to bring a guy in that if he's not, and again, Chase Young has produced pressure. He hasn't always gotten to the QB. He's produced pressure, though. Mm-hmm. But if you're not going to be that 15-sack guy, well, what are you doing for me on first and second down? See, that's where I think a James Houston gets worn down. Mm-hmm. I can keep him fresh and make him the demon he is on third down. Mm-hmm. Chase Young, when healthy, believe it or not, he's one of the 10 best edge guys in football against the run. That matters.
Yeah.
That's big for this Lions team. So it would make sense on that end.
But as you said, what did the Commanders know about the knee?
Just makes me wonder.
That they're like, yeah, but then again, David, maybe they're just trying to see, hey, only one of us is going to be here. So
Or
we're going to make them choose.
Or they're just an inept collection of morons. Let's go to Tony.
Circle gets the square.
Nice job. Good legal team. Your trademark didn't get approved. Now you're changing the team name again.
The Commanders. The football team.
Tony on a cell. What's up, Tone?
Hey, guys. Good afternoon. I'm loving this topic. I would be all in for Chase Young, and for a different reason. I think the more pressure you put on a quarterback and the faster you can get pressure on him, that makes your cornerbacks even stronger. If you can be subpar 3 seconds consistently on defense, you're a top 5 defense, period, in my opinion.
I agree.
And Chase Young brings that.
Listen, that's my whole thing. You know, the Lions, I give them a lot of credit. They identified, wow, our corners suck. But they didn't get stubborn, which is what a lot of teams do. They said, you know what? Throw all these guys in a recycling bin and bring in an all-new group. Mm-hmm. And they have versatility. And then they backed it up in the draft and drafted another versatile piece in Brian Branch. It matters because of what you're saying, Tony. If I am 25% better in that back four, and I am just slightly better up front, this is a defense that was already playing as a top 15 unit the last 10 weeks. Why couldn't they be top 10? They could.
That's the top 5. I would say top 5.
To hell with it.
The other thing you brought up with Chase Young stopping the running, he's also great at containment. People forget that. When he's on point, he's great at containment. So scrambling quarterbacks aren't going to be scrambling just so good against Chase Young.
Look, I'm with you. And again, for me, I just feel like there's one more move they could make. I don't think it's either of these guys. I think these are splashy. You know, we've brought up some other pass rushers that are still out there, but I'm not the one attaching your team to this. Right. NFL reporters are. That doesn't mean we have not seen a Shefty report. But it's something where when we're in the line of work we're in, you see something enough, you're like, well, the hell with it. Like, may as well have some fun with it for 2 segments. And like I said, as I told Jimmy before he left, I ain't talking about picnic baskets.
No, and I think, like I said, Hopkins, I don't think Hopkins would come in here ready to play that role. Meaning,
but can I say something? Hold on, for fun, since you've slandered DeAndre Hopkins. I want to bring you, do you know what DeAndre Hopkins said he wants from his new team? Yeah. I put this in my notes. This is a quote from D-Hop. What I want is stable management upstairs. Okay, well, boy, do we have that.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Everybody's on the same page for the first time.
It's something I haven't had the past couple of years in my career from Houston and in Arizona. I've been through 3 or 4 GMs. I need a QB who loves the game. Jared Goff, we good? A QB who brings everybody on board with him, pushes not just himself, but the people around him. I don't need a great QB. I've done it with subpar QBs. Just a QB who loves the game like me and a great defense.
But what you missed was that final thing that was written in invisible ink. Somebody who's going to throw me the ball. I'm the first, second, and third option at all times.
And that's a problem.
Yeah.
Because if you come here,
there may be games where St. Brown gets 7 catches.
I also view it, whether you are, when you guys ask, like, well, why don't you want to pay this receiver? Or like, what? If you're going to pay an offensive skill player, they have to be top 2 on your team in target share. So total amount of passes, you have to be the guy who got the most targets or the second most if I'm going to consider paying you. So when you look at the Lions breakdown, now I have Amon-Ra. There is no planet he won't be number 1 or number 2 in target share. But then we look at, I drafted Laporta. I drafted J-Mo. I brought in David Montgomery, but I drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah. So all of these players, it's like taking a parking meter. And the minutes start going down, and you go, well, where are the targets now where if I bring in D-Hop?
That's why. Yes.
So who am I taking away from?
Like I said, now, if D-Hop was on the end of his career saying, guys, I'm just willing to kind of be a mentor.
I'm balding Jerry Rice.
Yeah, fit in where I can get. You know what? Read something.
Only time I've ever seen cornrows started a man's earlobes.
Well, just wait for Stephen A.
Come on now. By the way, did you see the comment he just made? Dude, Stephen A is something. He goes, I want to go down as the greatest television host in history. Close quote. I got Oprah on line 5, or I don't know. There are plenty of TV people who have left a much wider audience than sports.
I think that would, if all of a sudden you're a person and the phone rings, Oprah's on line 1, Stephen A is on line 2, both want to do an interview, which one you answering?
Stephen A for sure, right?
Right.
No, I was making a point.
Right.
To be perceived as the greatest TV host of all time. Guys, I have bad news.
Yeah.
Sports is a niche.
Right.
There's bigger audiences out there.
Right. Oprah can interview Michael Jordan, get him to cry, do whatever, pull a Roy Firestone out in her new garden palatial studio.
Wow. Good pull.
Thank you.
Roy Firestone. And at what point did you know it was over? And he'd have a Lyle Alzado bawling.
Roy, don't do this.
What movie was that they did that and spoofed it? Was that that wasn't Draft?
Jerry Maguire.
Jerry Maguire.
Jerry Maguire.
Golly.
I knew you were going to do this, Roy.
Okay.
I knew you were going to do this. I said I wasn't going to cry.
Capital Mortgage Funding, home purchase market has changed a lot, and it's continuing to be crazy this spring. Multiple offers, overbidding. Here's the deal. You got to be pre-approved. You cannot go to an open house if you're not pre-approved. You will get blown out of the water by the other people there. By the time you get home, talk it over, think about it, and start the process, the house is gone. The other family's already had a kid. You just go to Capital Mortgage Funding. Get pre-approved. Get the process going. 1-800-LOW-RATE. Harry Glanz, Dan Burke, the whole staff at Capital Mortgage Funding. Guys been doing it for years. They'll treat you right. It's 1-800-LOW-RATE, Capital Mortgage Funding. That's 1-800-LOW-RATE, the best mortgage banker. All right, David, some of the ticket techs get with the people. We'll get a blitz, and we do have a big finish today as we take it to Tiger Baseball as they take on the Chi Sox. What is it, Giolito, and who the hell's on the mound for the Tigers?
Good question. I'll
Who
find
cares?
out. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Some bum.
No. That's no.
I'm sorry. I went
Just
too far.
saying.
I went too far.
It's not Erod, and it's not Lorenzen. So, whatever. Boyd was last night. I don't care. Keep going. As long as it's not Joey Wentz.
Love the idea of Chase Young coming to Detroit. I would risk the 2 second-round picks because of his talent and age. Yes.
I think you could put conditions on it, too. You could give up a 2, and if he plays X amount of games and does X amount, or you do this, or you sign him, it converts to a 1. In the end, who would be upset about converting it to a first-round pick if you ended up with Chase Young at 85% of what he was and you sign him?
Especially if this team turns out to be what they thought it was going to be.
We're going to win this division, period. Whether we get Chase Young or not.
Let's just say, that pick ends up being in the 20s. Sure. Chase Young for the number 24 pick.
Yeah, we're going 11-6, so 24 sounds right.
Okay.
Alex Faedo, by the way, tonight.
Oh, dear Christ. Oh, God. Well, you know what? The Chi Sox blow. They are horrific. You know what's funny?
That's Gators boy.
Is the Spider-Man meme White Sox Guardians? I mean, they both. They are both like just straight tilapia. Just mud-dwelling garbage. Yeah. You're terrible. Yeah, well, so are you. Oh, my God. I like to watch different baseball teams. You know what kills me with this division? There's no life. Like, these teams in this division, I give the Tigers credit. They're trying. But, you watch a Guardians game or a Chi Sox game or Royal, there's no life. You'd think it's already September, and they already have 100 losses.
But see, that's where, going back to yesterday, you got fans who are happy because they were out there trying, and you know how bad this division is. And maybe, just maybe, the magic could happen, and you... Okay.
Okay, Doug.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to tell you more about this coming up at...
No, you're not. What about Zach McKinstry? David.
Let James Houston cook. My man is fully recovered and will end with more sacks than Hutch. Young is the defensive equivalent to Swift. That is Kenny Powers in Detroit.
I mean, I don't hate the optimism. And maybe you have found that guy in Houston, and you know what? I'll be the guy telling you to pay him. You will never hear me not pay an edge rusher. So hope you're right, man.
The Swift comparison?
Oh, that was hurtful, and I ignored it. Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, I'm doing real good, man. Thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it, guys.
Yes, sir.
So I got it. First of all, thank you for keeping me on hold. It allowed me to sort out my thoughts a little bit. So here's what it is, man. In my opinion, if this is possible, and I know we're just talking hypotheticals, but if it's possible, it's a no-brainer, notwithstanding the money issue, which I'm woefully ignorant about, so I won't even speak to that. However, I think that if we can get him, Chase Young, we get him. We should get him because he's going to make our offense better and our defense. In other words, we got Kansas City first up. If we got Chase Young plus Aiden on the other side, Hutchinson on the other side, plus the guy that we just got, and please forgive me, I don't remember, I think it's from Iowa or Purdue, the big run stopper in the middle. If we can get this guy, we will then tame offenses because now you got 2 rushers and now you got to get that ball out fast. Yeah. And so I'm thinking that if we can do it, it's an absolute no-brainer. We got a wide receiver who's on the bench right now because of some his gambling situations. So now we need something that's going to intimidate other teams' offense. This guy, and I know, Mike, you hate to use this phrase, but if I can use it just this one time, this guy is an absolute dog. And I think that we absolutely need him, man. If we did, it would change our whole team.
Well, I mean, look, if you want the no-brainer thing, I mean, Kevin, it is risky. And look, we're having fun. The reality is there may be no such conversation down at Rotunda Drive. But, I'll give you an easier example. Something that's a no-brainer. I don't need the guy to start. He could play 20 snaps a week, and I've made myself better. All right? And he's a literal dog. He's been a mutt most of his career. What about Jadeveon Clowney?
Is he okay?
I'm fine because now he's a backup for me. He's not a guy I'm paying $20 million.
I never thought I would hear you utter the words like that.
No,
I feel like do I understand the words that are coming out of his mouth? Seriously?
Just as a backup, mix in rotational pass rush guy for cheap.
You know what? It would actually work because the whole he's out to try to prove his worth.
I'm finding guys that fit the culture. You know, Paul Serrano's Heat culture. I'm building Lions culture.
I don't hate it. As a backup, yeah, he's going to try to prove everybody's wrong and say that, you know what, I'm still that guy.
I'm not a mutt. I'm not a lazy, low-effort, oft-injured bust. I've never liked him. I'm sorry.
That's why I'm shocked. Like, I'm sorry.
Well, because he was always out there trying to get $18 million a year, and I'm like, dude, you don't produce. You're never healthy, and frankly, I question your effort half the time. Like, no, I'm not paying you that money. And teams would continue to do it. The Titans did it, and the Browns did it. It was like a con. Like everyone kept falling for it. Was like a 3-card Monty on the corner. Like, how do you keep falling for
Everybody
this?
thought that, well, you know what, maybe
I can fix him.
This will work.
Let's go to Chris. He'll get the last word on this deal. Chris, go ahead, buddy.
Hey, Mike, how you doing?
Good, pal.
Good. Hey, big fan. Glad to finally get a call with you. So, when I first heard the discussion, I was thinking Quinn Williams, but it's obviously not what we're talking about. So, you got to go Chase Young. You go defense. Our offense is looking good. We got the best top 3 O-line in the league, probably the top 5 running backs in the league, and our receivers are fine. Jamison Williams, we didn't have him most of the year last year. He had two plays, and we were fine. So, you go Chase Young, we'll be good. I did want to ask you guys, what if we go after Corey Davis? What if we make a trade for Corey Davis, get a little more depth?
Yeah, I brought up a lot of players like that, and I mean, Chris, I'm with you. I think there are plenty of veteran receivers between now and training camp. If you wanted to bring one in, low risk, low cost, professionalism, I'm good with it. You know, a while ago I had brought up a name, and it's polarizing because, again, he's far from perfect, but like Sammy Watkins, just because people know who he is. A Corey Davis. Yeah, I'm good with that. Bring in someone who understands this is a job, not a hobby.
Right.
Learn the playbook, fall in line, let's play ball.
Willing to work to get to their spot.
Yep, 100% with you. And Corey Davis will be on the move, Chris, so I don't have an issue with it.
Turn it into the culture. I think it'd be even for like a 1 or 2 year contract.
That's it. Yeah. That's it. Because, again, I'm not trying to be rude to J-Mo, but he's coming in. If I got 7 receivers on my roster, he's number 8. You're going to earn your way back. Mm-hmm. You hurt everybody because you did something stupid. It doesn't make you a bad person, but you got to earn it back. And I do get tired of this whole, well, what about the jersey number? I don't care. Yeah. He can wear number 0 because that's how. He
came out and said he's not a gambler. He's a football player today.
Well, that's great.
So
super. Come back, work hard, and I hope he catches 15 touchdowns. You got to earn your way back, man. This locker room, they're building something. And I don't think you waltz back in to 9 targets a week. Mm-hmm. By the time he gets back, you know what I know. 6 weeks, let's say he's back for week 7. In 6 weeks, Jared Goff will have thrown at least 175 passes to people not named J-Mo.
Right. Including, I guess, if Jahmyr Gibbs turns out to be who everybody thinks he's going to be in the Lions front office, that's going to be problematic.
That's another 50 catches, figure 65 targets. Yeah.
So, because now if he's able to run the ball and catch the ball out the backfield, good luck with that. Now you've got your own version of Christian McCaffrey.
What about Zylstra?
And his 3.
Hey, they're all touchdowns. Moran Buick GMC. Time to get out there, get a new ride for summer, the 23 Acadia. Flexible, 3rd row seating. You make room for everyone and everything. The 23 Buick Envision as well. It's all there. Moran, new stock arriving daily. If you need service, moranexpress.com. Sign up, get the certified service appointment, get the free loaner vehicle, and then go about your day. So if you're having engine trouble or anything in between, they got you covered. Stop into Moran Buick GMC where you get the best price period. It's on Telegraph, just north of Eureka and Taylor. or at MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right. We'll get to the big finish here momentarily. By the way, David, I just learned an incredible amount about Paul Serra. I never knew Paul was fully bilingual. Paul working our Spanish language Tigers broadcast. Paul, your talents know no bounds. Maybe we should try to maybe we could have Paul screen bilingual phone calls, and we could just really spice the show up on a Friday. It's amazing.
He
Paul,
can give us what we don't know.
Paul, you're a talented man. All right, you want to get to the big finish? Brought to you by Paul's Hat. All right, David, let's run down the things we talked about today as people are getting ready for Tiger baseball.
Yeah, let's start with what we just finished discussing, and that's you, Mike. You and Rico want Chase Young to Detroit. You want the Lions to find out what it's going to cost to bring him here.
Your team has continued to be linked to him. It's not me doing it. So I said, look, if we actually tried this, who's on board? I thought as a baseline, you could probably do a 2 and a 3, but go ahead. 2 second-round picks for a guy in a prove-it year. You'd have to sign him. It's risky, but I think everyone has an appetite for the Lions to keep getting better.
Yeah, and I think that if you can add somebody on the defensive line, now you have depth in case anybody goes.
You aware Paul Serra's bilingual?
No.
Just learned it. Do you want him to speak to you in Spanish?
Really?
Paul, go ahead.
That's a terrible setup there.
Oh, no. Paul is running the Spanish language broadcast. He speaks no Spanish. I don't know how he... And then, like, corporate was like, make sure you incorporate the live reads. Paul's like, I don't know what's a live read and what's not. I don't speak Spanish.
Oh, see, I'm figuring because he's a Miami guy, I'm like, okay.
Isn't that what
sense.
I told you, Mike?
Yeah, you don't speak Spanish, Baxter. This guy's going to run the Spanish language broadcast. He does not speak the language. I wouldn't know what to do. Can you imagine if they're asking him for highlights? How would he know when to begin and end? I don't care whether it's Spanish, German, Italian, French. If you don't speak it, Paul, you are a Renaissance man.
Do you make the highlight? Do you grab them? No highlights?
You're getting no frills.
That makes sense.
When I said, do you want him to speak to you in Spanish? And you went,
okay.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Yeah.
Paul, serenade him. All right.
Paul was looking like, why are you doing this to me?
Because I like having fun. I like Paul. All right, go ahead.
Well, we did find out about the Tigers, though. We talked about the sponsor logo that they will have starting tonight.
Yeah.
On the side of their jersey.
And again, I don't make a big deal of it. I don't have to like it, but I'm not yelling about it. And as Rico says, you know, we've lost cabin pressure. It's all about the money all the time. Yes, you will see a Meyer logo on the Tiger jerseys tonight. I don't like it, but I get it. What am I going to do?
Yeah, within that conversation, Mike, you said you wanted a toilet bowl at Spartan Stadium.
Well, I just feel like you should have a sponsored representative of the product so we could have Kohler Fields at Spartan Stadium and put a giant bowl up there. Like, remember when Michigan had the Halo? A literal toilet seat on top of Spartan Stadium. It would fit perfectly.
Sometimes you just go too far.
I don't go too far. You know what? Why don't you keep giving away conference home games? That's going too far.
Maybe the toilet bowl will fit perfectly in the misery belt of America, Mike likes to call it, when he was going from Detroit to his hometown.
Yeah, we had a Toledo caller, and we asked. And I said, I called it the misery belt, and you guys didn't get it. It's Detroit, Toledo, Cleveland, Erie, Buffalo. It's 5 of the most miserable weather towns. They're all right in a belt, and that's what you're doing to keep on going as far away from those places as possible.
Do you have a favorite place to stop in any of those towns, or you just drive right through?
There's a good rest stop in Ohio called Ashtabula.
But like no restaurant that you're like, you know what?
Oh, hell no.
Other than this, Erie does have this great restaurant.
No, they do have a good truck stop though, like a Pilot or one of those Loves or whatever it is, where like it's like a supermarket. You get whatever you want. So you just chart out your stops,
right.
And then I'll stop, near Syracuse in New York, and then you keep driving.
So nothing in Buffalo.
Oh
no, he hates Buffalo, you said.
I hope it falls into the sea.
Hey, you don't stop and get wings in Buffalo?
Yeah, nah, overrated. Totally overrated.
They invented it.
Yeah, I've heard. Go ahead.
Paul, say something in Spanish. How do you say chicken wings in Spanish?
Stop. You're making him uncomfortable.
We did also find out, Mike gave us the breaking news that the transfer portal will be included in the new NCAA video game.
And I'm gonna call my buddy at EA Sports. I want them to bring Rico on as like a consigliere of the portal. No, guys, you're not implementing it right. Can you imagine some kid playing that game and he gets a player to commit, and then the next week after hitting a button, the kid leaves? Oh,
Now,
wait, that's MSU.
Wait, the players? Oh, okay. You know what? Good night, David. Have a great weekend. I will.
You're good. Keep it going. We hit a lot more than this. How about the Pistons swinging big for the head coach?
That's what I was about to get to next, because the Stein line, or Mark Stein, if you want to call him that, he wrote an article. Monty Williams said no to the Pistons. They offered him a deal, and he said, no, thank you. I'm good on that.
And it was termed a major financial offer. I can't be mad at the team. They tried. I can't make fun of Goris or anybody. They went after the guy I wanted, and Monty understood the assignment. Just wait until the Celtics are eliminated. Maybe they come calling.
Take my $20 million, and I'm going to go on a beach somewhere.
That's right.
So, basically what you thought the Cardinals coach was going to do, but he ended up coming back.
We also asked Detroit fans, what has the losing done to you? And they gave us one word to describe. One was apathy. Someone said actually they were hope. There was hope there, yeah.
Well, the three words on this show, you were apathy, I was anger, and Rico was despair.
Yes.
Just pure devastation. But look, it's all going to change now. Lions are going to win the division. Wings are going to make the playoffs next year. And next year, the Tigers will compete for the AL Comedy Central crown.
David, am I a bad person for my own little personal root for radio, this whole Lions?
No.
I want the success, but, oh, man.
I know.
You're not me. You're not a horrible person.
No, I respect it. I mean, we work together all the time.
Break out a newspaper every Monday. So what's happening?
Like at the Brez?
Yeah.
Who cares?
Right,
Yeah.
What's happening in the world headline?
We did find out about a horrible person today, though, because this man sitting next to me, Paul Sarah, walked in peacocking today. Oh, with his Florida hat and enjoying, my teams are just so great.
Yeah. Meanwhile, we had a topic on the list of how mentally devastated we are with the losing. Well, Paul, let's hope there's a game 6 in Miami. Celtics tonight. It's got to happen. You don't deserve to win game 5. All right, we will be back at 2. Cookie's joining us. Rico going to enjoy some time off. We'll talk to everybody tomorrow at 2 o'clock.
Here comes the throw. Don Worth lets it go, and he runs over 3, and they got it.
The crack of the bat.
There's a swing, and there's another drive to left. It's deep, and this one is gone. The second home run by Travel. Whitaker scores.
The roar of the crowd.
Into a mob scene at home. Walk-off winner.
It's unbelievable. It's magic here in this ballpark.
The love of your team.
You Tiger fans are the greatest fans of all. No question about that.
A 123-year tradition continues. This is Detroit Tigers Baseball on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan. Committed to providing members access to care they need whenever and wherever they need it. From the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth, here's the voice of Tigers Baseball, Dan Dickerson.
Hello again, everyone. Getting ready for a 7-game homestand. It starts with 4 games against division rival the Chicago White Sox. White Sox got off to an 8-21 start. They've now gone 5-1-1 in their last 7 series. They're playing very good baseball right now. Lucas Giolito, always tough on the Tigers, is on the mound for the Chicago White Sox tonight. Alex Faedo, we've really been impressed with his stuff, especially his last 2 starts. Alex Faedo gets to start his 4th of the year for the Tigers. Tigers and White Sox, it's the first of a 4-game weekend series. We'll hear from manager A.J. Hinch coming up next on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Not many people are prepared for the journey that you must embrace.
Hearing the diagnosis is hard.
You must understand that it is not over, and you are not done yet.
We hope you find a path forward, filled with new perspective, unknown strength, and unexpected opportunities.
Cancer is just the beginning.
That's the belief we share to give you your best chance. Kermanis, part of McLaren Healthcare.
From the biggest of big games to the littlest of the little.
There you go. Run, James!
No, first base!
Go, go, go!
Whenever you shop Meijer, you help support hundreds of local sports teams across the Midwest. From some of the biggest stadiums in the state to the familiar fields down the street. You're helping make a difference to the people and places you call home. Learn more at Meijer.com/community.
If there's anything better than getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's, it's getting a few of your favorite things from McDonald's for less in the McDonald's app. Delicious. Order in the McDonald's app today. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Bo, go get 'em, Tigers. Buy 1 6-piece McNuggets and get another on us when the Tigers strike out 6. Only in the McDonald's app. At participating McDonald's, must opt into rewards. Details in app.
Summer starts here in a new Toyota, the longest-lasting vehicles on the road. Leading the way is the best-selling Toyota Tacoma, with powerful off-road capabilities and the best resale value in its class. Now through May 31st, you can get low 3.99 APR financing on any new 2023 Tacoma, with approved credit through TFS. And every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance included. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
The A.J. Hinch Show, a preview of today's game with Tigers manager A.J. Hinch. Brought to you by McLaren Healthcare, the official health system of the Detroit Tigers.
We're getting ready for a 7-game homestand. Starts with 4 of the Chicago White Sox. 6-4 win in Kansas City yesterday. AJ, a series win over the Royals. And I just wanted to start with there were 2 big hits in this game. One of my favorite moments of the year. Jonathan Scope, who is now 70 at-bats into the season without an RBI. He's had some bad luck. Drives one of the gap, drives into that turn out to be the winning runs in the game. But the reaction in the dugout was one of my favorite things I've seen all year.
Yeah, it was. Scope is such a popular player, and his role has changed. His impact on our team has changed, but the love for him hasn't. Everybody loves being around him, and he's not getting a ton of opportunity. And so when he does, he told me after the game he had 2 goals. He wanted to drive in a run, and he wanted to play the whole game. He's been getting pinch hit for like every game he plays, and so I'm so happy that he's been a pro about all of this. And when he gets the base hit and turns around at second, immediately asks for the ball. He wants to throw it in like a rookie. And the dugout had a great time with him. So He's a pro's pro, and I know his opportunity here has changed a lot, but his attitude hasn't.
Yeah, and that really does matter, right? Because it could be a very different attitude that could go, rub a lot of people, or rub off on a lot of people in the wrong way.
Yeah, he could be a negative influence if he chose to, and he wouldn't. I mean, if you know Jonathan, he's a great guy and understands that not everything is in his control. But if he was a bad teammate, or if he was a bad makeup, or he didn't think about the team, then things could be different for him. But right now he's accepted his role, and he's asking for more playing time like every player would. And the more he does that, the more he may get in there.
Zach Short hits the pinch hit 3-run home run to break a 1-1 tie, make it a 4-1 game. AJ just felt like he was preparing from the start of this game for that particular matchup against Josh Taylor.
Yeah, so they had two relievers, two left-handed relievers that I felt like they were going to use. Amir Garrett, left-handed, Josh Taylor, left-handed, and Zach Short's a good matchup for both of those guys because Garrett doesn't throw a ton of strikes. Shorty's got a pretty good command of the strike zone. When Taylor throws the off-speed pitches, Shorty can obviously do damage like he did last night. So when you build these lineups, you try to give these guys a heads up, like, hey, I'm going to use you. And I've hit Shorty a couple times, and especially with Jonathan in the game. I generally have not used Miggy a ton in those spots because it takes two to replace the guy on defense. Maton was on the bench. He's left-handed. It's not going to be him. Jake Rogers was the other guy. And you generally don't want to use my second catcher. So the at-bat at the beginning of the game, he knows if he gets this left-handed at-bat, it's going to fall to Shorty, and he was prepared. He didn't miss it.
I know we've talked about this before in terms of players know now that they start getting ready early. Short talked about how he was starting to get ready in the second inning. But it's really a very specific preparation, isn't it, in terms of they can now visualize what they're going to see, maybe even take some pitches off that machine, whatever it might be, to have a very specific prep for several innings for that at-bat.
Yeah, I mean, the value of information is incredible, and we know going in the type of pitcher he's probably going to face, and it's left-handed, and it's got a little bit of vertical, it's got a little bit of spin, and he's able to gear all his drill work towards that particular style. And doesn't mean it's going to work out 100%, doesn't mean that that's how the guy's going to pitch him, but today, with all the information we have, the visualization that we have, the pitch style pitching machines that we have, it's amazing how you can set a guy up for success and have it actually work out in the game. And then when you have a hit like that yesterday, it just brings credibility to your preparation. I mean, it makes them want to do it all over again the next opportunity. It might be again tonight against Crochet or Bummer. Both really good lefties. One's a low ball guy, one's a little bit more of a high ball guy. But I think Shorty and Scope on the bench today, with Rogers on the bench today, one thing these players know is I'm going to use them. I'm going to pinch hit when I feel like we can change the scoreboard, and they need to be prepared.
Had you said something to him before the at-bat? It was a pretty big smile on your face as he came back in.
No, he's standing next to me because the thing that's hard about pinch hitting beyond the preparation is the unknown. The game can change in a moment's notice, and it may not, that situation may not develop. And, a good example is Vierling had hit the ball down the right field line, and their first baseman had done a good job of getting it, which set up the first and third. But if that ball goes into the gap, down the line, and Torkelson scores, and maybe Vierling gets thrown out at second base, and now nobody's on base, that all that energy and all that preparation goes down the tube whenever Baddoo gets that at bat because nobody's on. It's not a great leverage spot, and I want to keep my defense in there.
Real quick, Chicago White Sox are in town. As you were just saying a moment ago, this is a talented team. They're 21-30, but playing better lately.
Yeah, they're talented, and they've been playing better, and they're always dangerous. We always play these tough, close games with them, and we go back and forth with them. Their offense is dangerous. It's volatile. They will chase pitches. They will go up there, swing first. They generally don't walk, but you need to make quality pitches against them to get them out, because if you look up, and it's like Tim Anderson and Luis Robert, and they've got Grandal, they've got Moncada now in the middle of the order playing better. This Berger kid is hitting homers left and right. So, when you look at them, like I was telling the media today, the last thing I look at is the record. I could care less what their record is because their component, the makeup of their team is pretty dangerous.
All right, AJ, thank you.
You got it.
Tigers manager AJ Hynde, stay with us. We got more to this on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Where does one community end and the next begin? Across the railroad tracks? On the other side of the river? Is it between the east side and the west side? At Comerica Bank, we believe it's all one community, and we're all part of it. That's why Comerica has invested over $20 million for affordable housing, financial education, and workforce development in lower-income communities. Because when we raise expectations for everyone, we all rise. Member FDIC, Equal Opportunity Lender.
We know what you love. You love baseball. You love the Detroit Tigers. You love spending a day at Comerica Park. We also know what you don't love, standing in line. So we made a VIP entrance, so you could do more of the things you love and less of the things you don't. All you have to do is bank with Comerica. With your Comerica bank card, you'll feel like a VIP the moment you walk in, just like you do at our bank. Learn more at comerica.com/yourpark. Comerica Bank. Raise your expectations. Member FDIC.
Jack Demmer Lincoln on Michigan Avenue has some exciting news. They now offer Lincoln to Lincoln Trade-in Assistance bonus cash. Customers that own a 1995 or newer or lease a Lincoln car, truck, or SUV who trade in or have an expiring lease receives Trade-in Assistance bonus customer cash towards the purchase or lease of an eligible vehicle, like $1,500 bonus cash towards the 2023 Lincoln Nautilus or $1,000 bonus cash on the new 2023 Lincoln Corsair. Get these great incentives now at Jack Demmer Lincoln on Michigan Avenue in the heart of Dearborn or online at demmerlincoln.net.
Daniela Bruce here with a look around the league. Today, we'll head to Atlanta, where the Braves just wrapped up a series with the LA Dodgers. Two of the best teams in the National League took the field for a 3-game set, and last night, Atlanta was able to avoid the sweep. Bryce Elder went 6 innings, allowing just 1 run for the Braves, and Marcell Ozuna continued to impress with a 2-run shot in the 5th for his 9th homer of the year. The Braves were up 3-1 heading into the 8th, but gave up 2 runs and allowed LA to even the score. We headed to the bottom of the 9th, tied at 3.
So here we go. Runners at the corners, 1 down. Bickford versus Albies. This should do it. Betts has it. Riley tags. And the Braves walk it off.
Ozzie Albies with a walk-off sac fly for Atlanta. Austin Riley scores, and the Braves take this one with a final score of 4-3. And they hope to gain some momentum as they welcome the Phillies for a 4-game set beginning today. The Dodgers, on the other hand, head to Tampa to take on the top American League team, the Tampa Bay Rays. I'm Daniela Bruce, and this has been Around the League on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
GMC continues its commitment to professional-grade engineering in the GMC Truck Series, like offering the world's first available 6-function multi-pro tailgate on Sierra. Try the GMC Canyon with powerful and innovative features, or get behind the wheel of the GMC Sierra Heavy Duty with an available Allison 10-speed transmission. We are professional-grade GMC. Well-qualified GM employee program participants with a current eligible GMC lease can get a 24-month ultra-low mileage lease for $339 per month with $32.19 due at signing on a 2023 Sierra Light Duty Elevation Crew Cab 4x4 with a 2.7-liter engine. See your Metro Detroit GMC dealer. Must be a current lessee of a 2018 model year or newer Buick or GMC vehicle through GM Financial for at least 30 days prior to the new vehicle sale. Tax, title, license, dealer fees extra. No security deposit required. Mileage charge of 25 cents per mile over 20,000 miles. At participating dealers only. Visit gmcofferinfo.com for details.
Michigan! PointsBet Casino is live and giving away up to $800 of free spins. In addition to slots and video poker, you can get the live casino experience from the comfort of your home with PointsBet's live dealers. When you play with PointsBet Casino, you'll enjoy easy deposits and quick withdrawals. Sign up for the PointsBet Sportsbook app today using code TRIPLE to get free spins up to $800. PointsBet, your move. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line, because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Stories. We love to hear them. We love to tell them. Even more, we love to be in the moment our stories are born. Like the trips we take. To the forest. To the campground ball field where your little girl got her first base hit. Little moments like these create stories that last a lifetime. So here's to the next trip. Here's to the next story. General RV. Come home with a story.
Now, back to the Metro Detroit Buick GMC Dealers broadcast booth at Comerica Park. From the field, brought to you by Meijer, the official grocery retailer of the Detroit Tigers radio network.
Daniela Bruce here with today's From the Field interview, and we have a very special guest joining us today, President and CEO of Meijer, the new sponsor for the Tigers jersey patches. Rick Keys is joining us today. Rick, an exciting day for Meijer and the Tigers.
Well, thank you. Yeah, it's just a wonderful day. We're here out at our store in Detroit on 8 Mile and with our team, and really excited to announce this expanded partnership that we have with the Tigers.
An expanded partnership that, as I said today when we were talking about it outside, it just makes sense, right? Both of the organizations deeply rooted in the Detroit community.
Yeah, when you think about Michigan and you think about iconic institutions in Michigan, you think about Meijer and the Tigers and everything that has meant to families over the years. And so to be a part of that and to see the partnership come to life the way it has is really exciting.
And not only are you now the jersey sponsor of the Detroit Tigers, Meijer is also the helmet sponsor for the Detroit Red Wings. So your imprint in Detroit just continues to grow. That has to be so exciting for the company.
We think there's a theme. And when you think about Michigan and you think about those teams that really matter to families in Michigan, you're going to see us there and present. And no better than you think about heading into summer and the Tigers, going out on the field to see that Meijer logo on the jersey is something that we're all very proud of.
So I'd imagine that the discussions and the process of finally getting this done was pretty cohesive, right? It seems like you guys were on the same page all the way through and really excited about taking your partnership to the next level.
Well, when this opened up, I can tell you we were all very excited. It seemed like a no-brainer to us as we were working through the details, and it was really more about how are we going to get this done. Mm-hmm. And the Tigers organization is a first-class organization that's wonderful to work with, and we've had a long-standing partnership with the Tigers, and that really will show through in what you're going to see both in-game on the jerseys, if you're going to see it in the stadium, and I think more importantly, you're going to see it in the community as we work together and partner in the community.
And it's really special to the Meijer organization as well. You talked about it today, the deep roots and connections to being Tigers fans, and that goes all the way back to the first Meijer store.
It does, and we started our company in 1934. I had mentioned that 1934, the Tigers went 101-53 and won the American League pennant, and so there's just a special tie there. Our family, the Meijer family, loves the Tigers. Lena Meijer used to watch every day. She would watch the Tigers until she passed last year at 104 years of age. And so it's just this deep roots that just this partnership makes sense.
You also talked today about a new initiative between the Tigers and Meijer called Strikeout Hunger. Very exciting. Tell us a little bit about that.
We're excited about it. I think trying to just bring the community partnership to life in the game and making a difference in our community. So for every strikeout this year, we will be donating with the Tigers $100 to Simply Give, which goes to food pantries across the state.
Awesome. We are very excited to see the continued partnership and the work that Meijer and the Tigers do in the community. Thanks so much for joining us, Rick.
Thank you.
That was the president and CEO of Meijer, Rick Keys, on today's From the Field on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Detroit Tigers Baseball, brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, committed to providing members access to care they need whenever and wherever they need it.
Now, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein. When people contact us, they always ask, is this call and consultation really free? The answer has always been yes, it's free. For over 50 years, it's always been free. A free call, a free consultation, and we don't get paid unless we win your case. That's our no-fee guarantee. Get a free consultation at 1-800-CALL-SAM or callsam.com. It's always free.
1-800-CALL-SAM.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with their impressive family of SUVs, like the popular Chevy Equinox. Equinox is the perfect compact SUV. Its sporty style is versatile and spacious. Its safety features surround you with security.
And with technology like an available built-in Wi-Fi hotspot, Chevy Equinox keeps you connected wherever you go. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Swing, there's a drive to left. That one is long.
123 years of baseball tradition continues.
And it's gone, a home run.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan, Corewell Health, The D Las Vegas, General RV, Meyer, PointsBet Sportsbook, Comerica Bank, DraftKings Sportsbook, UWM, Little Caesars Pizza, and Rocket Mortgage. Brought to you locally by Jack Demmer Ford, Northville Lumber, Jack Demmer Lincoln, McLaren Healthcare, your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers, and your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers.
It's time to play ball with the call of the game from the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers broadcast booth at Comerica Park.
The following is a presentation of Odyssey Sports. For even more coverage of your team, download the free Odyssey app and listen to your favorite stations, shows, and podcasts.
Clear skies, light breeze, cool in downtown Detroit. Hello again, everyone. We're getting ready for a 7-game homestand. Good to be back home always. 4 with the Chicago White Sox. That's how it starts. And Andy Dirks is joining us for the entire homestand. Andy, to play division rivals. Tigers have had 3 series against division rivals. Only 3. They've won all 3, but this Chicago team, this is a team that's been a tough matchup for the Tigers in recent years, but always these division rivals, these series have a little extra importance to them.
Absolutely. It's guys you see a lot more, and there's those little in-game rivalries. You know this guy a little bit better than that guy. You've seen the pitchers a little bit more, and there's always a little more tension in a divisional series because you know every game you win is huge in the division.
Tigers today will be sending Alex Faedo to the mound. He was the one guy who got a chance to come home early and get a good night's sleep after an early morning arrival for this Tigers team. The White Sox got here at a very pleasant hour and time for dinner yesterday after their series in Cleveland. We'll be talking about that because it is a real thing when you arrive. Most guys getting to bed between 3:30 and 4:30 this morning after the late night game in Kansas City. Tigers in Chicago White Sox, first of 4. It's Alex Faedo for the Tigers against Lucas Giolito for the Chicago White Sox, who is always tough, it seems, on the Tigers. Lineups have been exchanged at home plate. Let's take a look at the details with Daniela Bruce.
We'll start with the starting lineup for the visiting Chicago White Sox. Leading off for Chicago, the shortstop, Tim Anderson. Batting second, left fielder, Andrew Benintendi. Batting third, center fielder, Luis Robert Jr. Batting cleanup, third baseman, Yohan Moncada. Batting fifth, first baseman, Andrew Vaughn. Batting sixth, right fielder, Gavin Sheets. Batting seventh, the designated hitter, Jake Berger. Batting eighth, the second baseman, Romy Gonzalez. And batting ninth, the catcher, Sebi Zavala. And now for your Tigers to kick off this 7-game homestand. Batting in that leadoff spot is third baseman, Zach McKinstry. Batting second, shortstop, Javier Baez. Batting third, center fielder, Riley Green. Batting cleanup, first baseman, Spencer Torkelson. Batting fifth, right fielder, Matt Vierling. Batting sixth, left fielder, Akil Baddoo. Batting seventh, your designated hitter, Miguel Cabrera. Batting eighth, the catcher, Eric Haas. And batting ninth, second baseman, Andy Ibanez.
Pitching matchups brought to you each and every game by your local Toyota dealers. Visit buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. Again, it's Lucas Giolito against Alex Faedo. Keys to the game are brought to you by Sarah Whalen Chevrolet, where customer satisfaction is number one. Andy, let's just talk about the keys for a team that arrived at 4 in the morning.
Yeah, it's
to play a game the same day. Truly, what are the keys for the Tigers to kind of get into this game with some energy?
You got to get your endorphins up. You know, that inside little clock, that little motor. You have to really do a little bit extra mentally to ramp yourself up and get excited for the game because you're going to be a little foggy-headed. And baseball is such a game of quick concentration. It's like concentrate for a split second and then relax, concentrate. But those moments they need to concentrate, you just got to do everything in your power to utilize that.
It's a real mental game, isn't it? I mean, you really have to figure out a way to maybe trick your body into being ready for this game.
Yeah, trick your mind and your body, because your body's a little sluggish. You've been on a plane. It's been a long road trip. You get back. You didn't get the normal sleep. So you have to tell yourself, okay, whatever my body's at today, that's okay. And all I have to do is focus in little short spurts. I don't have to be amazing for 3 hours. I can just be little short spurts and focus.
And you lean on your starter, Alex Faedo. Again, he came home a day early, so he didn't get the early morning, really, arrival. First pitch will be brought to you by McLaren Health, the official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. Tim Anderson in the leadoff spot. Where else? First pitch of the game, fastball low and outside, and we are underway here at Comerica Park in downtown Detroit. So glad to have you along for the first of this 4-game weekend series. Shadows will definitely be an issue in the early part of this game. 1-0, swinging a foul out of play. White Sox facing the 27-year-old native of Tampa, Florida. We've really liked the way his stuff has trended in the right direction. The stuff has been better in the last 2 starts for Alex Faedo. Fourth start of the year, the 1-1. Swing and a miss, down and away. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That's good location with his fastball out the gate. You know, the shadow, we call it the shadow monster. Every field's got one. And what you do is when there's shadows, you close your eyes and swing.
The 1-2, check swing in the dirt, and he went too far on the slider. Let's talk about that, Andy, because I really felt it was a factor in Kansas City. Now, the hitters would agree, but I don't think they wanted to go anywhere like it was an excuse they couldn't see. But against Mike Myers the other day, he did have a career-high 8 strikeouts. They were all swinging. He doesn't really have swing-and-miss stuff. So, in this ballpark, when did you think it was the worst time to hit? Once the mound is covered completely in shadow, fastball into Benintendi with the bright sunshine out to the batter's eye?
Yeah, the worst is when the pitcher's in the shadow, then there's sun in between you and the pitcher.
Like right now
would be the worst.
The 1-0, swinging a foul out of play. So that's the roofline shadow from the first base side going across first base out toward left field. And there's the roofline shadow. There's a gap between the last row of the upper deck, and that's the bright sunshine. Maybe 20 feet worth of sunshine, and then it's back into shadow. Fastball off the plate inside.
Yeah, it's when the ball comes from darkness to light, literally, because when the ball's dark out of his hand, you're not picking up rotation, you're not picking up where his hand's at the ball if it pops up, and you're kind of just generalizing.
The 2-1. Good slider below the strike zone. Benintendi saw that well. That's what the Tiger hitters, some of them were saying the other night. I like how Spencer Torkelson put it. He said, yeah, go with that. We couldn't see it. Yeah, go with that. That sounds good.
Yeah.
The 3-1. Swinging a pop-up in front of the mound, charging in McKinstry from third base. He is battling it, staying with it, and making the catch on the first base side of the mound on the grass. Good job by McKinstry as the wind played with that one a little bit.
He never gave up on it, and that's one of those things. He didn't get under it quickly, and sometimes people wonder why infielders drift. It looks like they're drifting to a ball. You wouldn't normally teach that. It's because they don't want to get so far under it that they can't make an adjustment at the last minute, keep the angle right like he did, and then run into the ball.
That brings up Luis Robert. First pitch fastball, low and away. Well, you just clarified something for me. I have wondered that for a long time.
Yeah, if it looks like there's a reason that they do that, it's to not get under the ball too far.
The 1-0 to Luis Robert. Check swing and a slider down and away. Did he go? Ooh. Alan Porter at first base on the appeal. He's the crew chief, says he did not go. And this is...
He's battling the shadows, too.
No, he's in bright sunshine looking into shadow.
He's in the sunshine.
Robert is hot. This is one of the bats you really worry about in this lineup. Swinging a ground ball fouled on the third baseline. But that's what the batters are talking about in Kansas City. It's just like they couldn't see spin.
Yeah.
So you're just seeing this orb come at you.
Yeah, and you just got to do the best in any situation. Both sides are going to deal with it. Now, there are some pitchers, depending on where they set up on the mound and where they deliver the ball from, could be more advantageous on a certain day if he's way on the third base side or way on the first base side.
The 2-1. Fastball low and away. Every fastball right at 93. So this is a White Sox team that's 11th in run scoring in the American League. They're very aggressive. They'll swing out of the strike zone. They'll chase. They don't walk a whole lot. And they've got some power, but it's not big-time power. This guy at the plate does have big-time power. 3-1. Line drive softly caught by Javi Baez. Ran to his left, little jam job line drive, and Javi Baez ends up making a pretty easy catch for him. 1-2-3 first inning for Alex Faedo and the Tigers. We go to the bottom of the first inning. Scoreless. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
Summertime's great, but just because the temps are high doesn't mean your energy bill has to be high. Take some simple, low-cost tips from DTE, like changing your air filter every 3 months to make sure your HVAC system isn't wasting energy. Or install and properly set a programmable thermostat to save about $180 a year. You can keep the family cool and keep your energy bill low. For more tips, head to dteenergy.com/saveenergy. DTE.
Summer starts here in a new Toyota with more electrified vehicles than any other brand, like the aggressively sophisticated Toyota Highlander with room for up to 8. Now through May 31st, you can get low 3.99 APR financing on a new 23 Highlander and 4.99 APR on the electrified Highlander Hybrid with approved credit through TFS. And every new Toyota comes with 2 years no-cost maintenance included. Get complete details at buyatoyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
One bite of 100% Angus beef ballpark frank, and you'll say, hello, summer. Ballpark Franks. They plump when you cook them. It's time to take a bite out of summer and fire up the grill, America, because, oh yeah, it's ballpark season.
Hey, baseball fans, Mike Valena here. If you're looking for a great trip to plan, go do something fun, how about Vegas? The D.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Brought to you by Rocket Mortgage. Buy, sell, finance, and save. And today's game brought to you in part by Northfield Lumber, the official lumber yard of the Detroit Tigers radio network. 1-2-3 first inning for Alex Faedo. Shadows look like they're definitely a factor at this moment. Tigers now get ready to face the 28-year-old native of Santa Monica, California. He's a good one, Lucas Giolito.
Yeah, he's been a little bit better lately. I think his last 6 starts, he's went over 6 innings. He's going to be a fastball, four-seam fastball up in the zone guy. He's got a tight slider, which he also uses up in the zone, which is a little more trendy now. Changeup is his third pitch, and the curveball is pretty much not a factor. He throws that about 2% of the time. So keys for the Tigers definitely to not chase the ball up out of the zone, which I know has been an emphasis for this team in the last couple of years. Really been working towards not chasing the ball up out of the zone.
There's no question he would use that pitch to his advantage against this Tigers offense in recent years. Zach McKinstry at the plate, first pitch foul, back to the screen. Again, we're looking at shadows right now. The mound is in that little rectangle of sunshine. The rectangle goes from the third base dugout out towards second base. So the pitcher is standing in sunshine and immediately delivering it into shadow. Zavala setting up away, the strike one, swinging a little ground ball foul down the first baseline.
I like Zach coming out and swinging. You know, after a long trip, and it's like, you got a shadow. He's going to throw a fastball, so he came right out of the gates. Sometimes leadoff hitters take a pitch. He's just coming out swinging. I love it.
Comes in hitting 273. He can work an at-bat. He can deliver a hit on the first pitch of the at-bat. Swing and a miss. That's a tight, hard slider down at his feet. So each of the leadoff hitters strikes out on a slider that they may or may not have seen.
Yeah, and it is difficult, but don't miss the fastball. That's what I would always say, If you miss the fastball, and that's why a lot of times when there is a shadow, you need to be a little more aggressive. Because if you get to their secondary pitches, it's just tougher to pick up spin and lay off those pitches.
And again, on a night like this, and, through the years we've seen the early morning arrivals have to play that same day. It definitely seems to affect the at-bats. Slider low and on the outside corner. Sean Barber's our home plate umpire, goes up with the right hand. Riley Green waiting on deck. It just seems to affect the at-bats even for a couple of days. But for these Tigers hitters, it just seems like those early runs would be really big to get the offense jump-started. Baez fouls the slider back to the screen.
Yeah, and take some pressure off Faedo, The more, if you can get some runs early on the board, he can settle in, feel a little more confident. But today's one of those days you're going to grind out at bats, you're going to battle, and you're just literally, when you say do the best you can, like it's one of those days, like do the best you can.
The wind up the 0-2, swing and a miss. That's the fastball at the top of the strike zone.
That's his pitch.
That's his pitch.
You know, he's a tall righty. He's got a good arm angle coming down. He gets a lot of backspin on that ball. And the ball, from a hitter's perspective, kind of rises. Now, I wasn't a major in physics, so I don't think it actually rises. But I've seen baseballs in my eyes that rose.
Yeah, whenever you hear about a pitcher's fastball vertical, it means that it's dropping less than the average.
Yeah, I got in an argument with a really intelligent man. He said, the ball cannot come up. It's got to go down because of gravity. And I said, but that's not what my eyes saw.
That's exactly it. The 1-0 to Riley Green. Fastball down and away for a called strike. Lucas Giolito gave up 7 runs on 12 hits in his second start of the year in 4 innings of work. Since then, he's been really good in his last 8 starts. Opponents have hit 200 with a little bit of power. That's the one thing Lucas Giolito will do. He gives up extra base hits. Fastball up and away, kind of swings that right leg around as he delivers the fastball especially. 2 big guys on the mound today. Faedo's 6'5", 220. Lucas Giolito 6'6", 245. Drops the hands into his motion, middle of the rubber. The 2-1, swing and a miss. A very good changeup.
That was good. Had a little ASR, arm side action, arm side run. That's what we used to call it. But definitely a good pitch and a little shadowy, little changeup.
Moncada's at third and off the line. Anderson's up the middle at short. The 2-2. Changeup just off the plate away. That's a heck of a take by Riley Green.
He saw it, though. He was able to shut down because it moves so much. That ball started middle in and ran off the plate away. If it's more of a straight changeup, he probably gets the swing and miss, but it had that arm side action with that tail spin, allowed Riley to pick it up.
Now Green waiting on the 3-2 on the way. Fastball low.
Good at bat. Good at bat, Riley.
2-out walk for Riley Green here in the first inning. So Giolito comes in with a 3.60 ERA. As Andy mentioned, 6 straight starts of 6 or 7 innings.
Yeah, really, he got blown out that one game, which kind of makes his ERA look like he's a 3.6, but really he's pitched way better than that.
260 over his last 8. It's low walks, strikeout an inning. Again, he will give up extra base hits and home runs. First pitch fastball dots the outside corner to Spencer Torkelson, strike 1.
I had a coach in the minor leagues. He always said those 2-out walks, they have a way of scoring. So we'll see if what he used to say rings true.
Giolito's gotten much better at stopping the running game. Slider in the dirt. He allowed 15 steals in his 30 starts a couple years ago. Trimmed that to 6 in 30 starts last year. And this year he has not allowed a steal. So that's a guy who started to pay attention to a part of the game that had been a weakness. He could not stop runners, and now he does. Not a small thing for his catchers. The 1-1 fastball above the strike zone at 92. It definitely rides at the top of that strike zone.
That's a good take by Torque, too. That's a really tempting pitch, but he laid off of it. And that's going to be one of the keys today. How many of those can we lay off, and how many can we do damage on when he brings it in the zone?
Giolito making his 20th career start against the Tigers, swinging a ground ball foul. Changeup that I think Spencer Torkelson saw pretty well. Took a big cut. Ground ball foul behind third base coach Gary Jones. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
He's not afraid to use that changeup against a righty because it's a good 15 mile an hour off his fastball. Right? It's pretty slow. It's about 80 mile an hour.
Green edges off of first. The 2-2. Low and away. Slider and another good take. But I think you're absolutely right. We've talked about it. The best, probably the biggest significant thing the Tigers have done in terms of controlling the strike zone is laying off that high fastball. He absolutely would just carve up Tigers lineup sometimes with that high fastball. Green will be off with the 3-2 pitch. On the way, swinging a foul straight back, fastball away. Spencer expanded the strike zone a little bit, but took a pretty good rip at a fastball 93 middle away.
Yeah, he's been taking good swings, having good at bats, putting good at bats together. I like him where he's at right now. This is always, it's like, okay, is he going to come slider or is he going to come heater? You would imagine heater, but there's a little guy in the back of your head that says maybe slider.
There goes Green, the 3-2, swinging a foul straight back. He got fastball, looked like he was ready for the fastball, fouled it straight back.
That's the fastball right at the top of the zone, and it's a tough pitch to handle. So it's in a 3-2 count, you know, because you still can't just concede to the fastball. So to foul it off, that's a good approach, because that's not a pitch you're going to do damage on unless you're sold out on the fastball.
Torkelson close to the plate, spreads out, knees bent. Green takes off, swing and a miss on a changeup down. Pretty good action down and into the righty. 8-pitch battle won in the end by Lucas Giolito. Spencer Torkelson strikes out. Second strikeout for Giolito ends the first. We head to the second inning in Detroit. First of 4. Tigers and White Sox are scoreless on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Is it too early to start planning for our kids' inheritance? At Comerica Bank, we don't think so. But we're not talking about 401ks or trust funds or estate plans. This is about the greatest gift we can possibly pass on, a healthy planet. That's why Comerica actively invests over $1 billion in green businesses and environmentally beneficial projects every year. Because this inheritance is too important to waste. Comerica Bank, member FDIC, equal opportunity lender.
It's easy to talk about diversity
and equity
and inclusion.
They're just words.
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 It's not as easy to live up to them.
At Comerica Bank,
these words don't describe what we try to do.
They define what we do.
And who we are. This is why 52% of all Comerica managers are women.
And why 31% of all Comerica senior leaders are racial minorities.
Because actions always speak louder than words.
Comerica Bank, member FDIC.
I'm attorney Mark Bernstein. 1-800-CALL-SAM is always a free call. And your fast, confidential consultation is always free too. And for over 50 years, our no-fee guarantee means you don't pay us a fee unless we win your case. If you're hurt in an accident, get the Bernstein advantage. Call 1-800-CALL-SAM. What do you have to lose? It's free.
1-800-CALL-SAM.
Download the PointsBet app today and use code TRIPLE to get free spins up to $800. PointsBet, your move. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
Yoel Moncada takes a fastball inner half of the plate for a called strike. Moncada, Vaughn, and Sheets to face Faedo at a 1-2-3 first inning. We're in the second inning and scoreless. Fastball fouled out of play. So once the infield for you, Andy, as a player here, once the infield's covered up in shadow, you feel like it begins to get a little easier for hitters.
Absolutely. You know, there's just less contrast.
The 0-2. Slider below the strike zone.
But both teams are dealing with it, you know, and that's one thing. As a hitter, you don't let your brain concede to an excuse to give away an at bat.
The 1-2, swinging a ground ball, chopped to first on a high hop, charging, fielding the shoulder high bounce. Torkelson over to the bag, tags it with his right foot. Faedo was over there, but Spencer makes the play unassisted. 1 up and 1 down. It's a Sox lineup that is full of guys with upside, but to me, Andy, it's getting to the point where, because of injuries and guys who really have not developed as I think the White Sox thought they might, and Yoel Moncada looked like he was going to be a monster. He's a good hitter, but he's not the monster I think that a lot of people thought he would be after his 2019 season. Andrew Vaughn stepping to the plate. This is another guy they really need to develop in the power department. A lot of people say, well, this lineup could be a lot better. Well, it could be, but will they ever actually get there? Swinging a pop-up into shallow right field. Ibanez will backpedal and make the catch for the second out. Vaughn, first pitch swinging, pops out for the second out.
Yeah, I think it's pretty unfair to expect a guy to be all-star caliber consistently. Because, I mean, there's only a handful of people on the planet that have done that and continue to do that. But, you know, in Chicago, it's a pretty hitter-friendly ballpark, too. So for guys to not put up home run numbers there out of all places,
right,
really kind of speaks to the lack of potential power in some of those bats.
Gavin Sheets takes a fastball on the inside corner for a called strike. Sheets is in his third year of the White Sox. Hit 15 home runs last year, but it's kind of modest power in this left-handed bat. Breaking ball below the strike zone, and corner outfielder, you probably need a little bit more. Vaughn's a first baseman now that Abreu's gone, and he probably needs to provide a little more power.
I think these pitchers pitch so much to your stinking weaknesses now, too. They know where your hot zone is, and they're not about to try to put something in there for you.
The 1-1 to Gavin Sheets, fastball off the plate away. So when you consider where the danger spots in this lineup, it's Benintendi's a solid hitter, but it's not a dangerous power hitter. It's a solid hitter. Anderson's not having a good year. Power is way off the last 2 years. Swinging a little tap foul on the ground over by the Tigers dugout. It's really Luis Robert to me. Moncada's a solid hitter with good extra base power. Vaughn does not appear to be a big threat right now. Sheets is very pitchable. This is a lineup to me that could be a very good matchup this entire series for Tiger starters. And the entire Tiger staff. 2-2. Line drive to right field. On the run is Vierling, and he'll make a nice running catch. That was absolutely smoked off the bat of Sheets. Good running catch by Vierling, who was shaded to the right center field gap. Another 1-2-3 inning for Alex Faedo. He's cruised to the first two. We head to the bottom of the second inning scoreless. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
Your Metro Detroit Chevy dealers are changing the game with the bold design and amazing strength of the Chevy Silverado. With 9 models to choose from, Silverado is the perfect tool for all your jobs. If life takes you off-road, there's the first ever ZR2 Silverado. Add in features like the available multi-flex tailgate or 8 available cameras, and you'll be Silverado strong whatever road you travel. Put it in D and see why Chevy drives the Motor City. Visit ChevyDetroit.com.
Trust is the foundation of any successful partnership, especially when it comes to managing risk and planning for the future. That's why businesses in Michigan turn to Gallagher. With over 95 years of experience, we have the expertise and resources to help businesses of all sizes navigate complex challenges and seize new opportunities. As a proud partner of the Detroit Tigers, we want to do the same for the city of Detroit and all of Michigan. To learn more, visit ajg.com. Gallagher, your trusted insurance broker and HR and benefits consultant.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook, one of America's top-rated sportsbook apps. This week, all customers can take a shot at an even bigger payout with DraftKings stepped-up same-game parlays. Boost your baseball winnings with each leg you add up to 100%. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
If you or someone you know has a gambling problem and wants help, call the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services Gambling Disorder Helpline at 800-270-7117. 21 and over. Michigan only. One boost per eligible game. Often required. 10-plus leg required for 100% boost. Deposit, parlay, and wagering restrictions apply. Eligibility and terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/baseball terms.
Cancer is a beginning. It's a belief we share as we guide you on your path to give you your best chance forward. Carmanis Cancer Institute, your best chance.
Matt Vierling leads off for the Tigers. First pitch fastball, inner half of the plate for a called strike. It's time for dollars on deck if the Keel Badu gets a hit this inning. Northfield Lumber will donate to Detroit Blightbusters, helping to revitalize Detroit's neighborhoods. Northfield Lumber, Michigan's oldest business, largest Trex decking dealer. Fastball outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Matt Vierling has lifted that average up to 253. Always important to talk to a hitter about how he's feeling at the plate when you see he's in a stretch of, well, having a tough time collecting hits. He was in a 2 for 31. Vierling takes a changeup strike, but he said, you know what, I felt good. And then he kind of went off in Washington. He had a good road trip. But he said, I was actually feeling pretty good that entire time. The 1-2. Line drive, base hit into left field. He went down and got a slider. That's a nice piece of hitting.
Yeah, he stayed down through it, and you see a lot of guys, when you're feeling good, you're not afraid to get what we call extension. You know, your swing is not just in and out of the zone. And it's not a tight swing, it's a fluid swing, and that's what he did there. He stayed down on the slider, kept out on his front foot, which most hitting coaches say don't get on your front foot. Sometimes you're going to end up there. But can you still deliver a nice path to the ball from there? That's the question, and when you're feeling better, you seem to be able to do that. Instead of hitting a ground ball, you hit a line drive.
AJ talks about being athletic in the batter's box. Fastball foul back to the screen, so you don't have that groove swing that only may connect with certain types of pitches.
Absolutely.
Be able to go down and get that pitch. I mean, that was really nice.
I mean, I've seen guys that can hit really well off a tee, but when you get a ball coming at them, they can't touch it.
The strike 1 to Keel Badu. Slider off the plate inside. White Sox always made sure that Lucas Giolito faced the Tigers last year, and why wouldn't you? I mean, the Tigers, let's face it, had a weak offense for a few years running. He faced them 5 times in the 6 series last year. The 1-1, swinging a pop-up over the screen down to our left. 1-2 on Badu's, hitting 245. But really putting together some nice at-bats, kind of getting back to that line drive, gap-to-gap approach that has served him or served him very well in 2021. Kind of got away from his strengths last year. Been making good contact in recent weeks and controlling the strike zone, drawing some walks. The 1-2 ground ball on a high chop up the middle, fielded by Tim Anderson. He'll throw to first, and he didn't get a kill. Badu tried to get Vierling going into second. Vierling slid around him. Boy, sometimes you see that runner called out for going out of the base paths, and then Anderson threw to first, and it was too late. So that'll be a fielder's choice. Maybe a hit for Badu, but nice job by Vierling to avoid that tag.
You know, Vierling got off the ball off the bat. Vierling was gone very quickly, so he had a nice secondary lead. And that's one thing I know AJ's big on is, hey, let's run these bases and be aggressive. Because if he was being lackadaisical at first, Tim could have made an easy play, tagged him. And we knew as soon as Tim took that much time, Badu can run.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. I said he's got to get the tag on him once he didn't. Now we're in a good spot.
That brings up Miguel Cabrera.
But plays like that, that's why a guy like Vierling gets more chances, right? It's not just the at-bats. He's swinging the bat better.
Miguel Cabrera takes a fastball for a strike.
But what else are you doing on the field?
That's right.
You know, like when I played for Leland, his big thing for me was always, I know what I'm going to get out of Andy. It might not always be 4 for 4. It might not be a home run, but he's going to play the game, and he's going to advance bases and do the right thing.
Strike one, swing and a miss. And that's a perfect point to make about Vierling and that secondary lead. AJ talks about it all the time. You've got to be working over there at first base. Working, get that secondary lead, go back, working back. You should be tired by the time the night is over if you've been on a couple of times and you were working over there at first base to try to distract the pitcher.
A little time out there. I see Giolito. He's sweating out there. They showed a close-up of him. He's making him work a little bit.
The 0-2 to Miguel, swinging a ground ball to second base. Sliding stop to the glove side by Gonzalez. Throws to Tim Anderson for one. Relay to first. Beautifully turned 4-6-3 double play. Started by Gonzalez with a lunge to his left.
Yeah, pretty good swing on the ball. Miggy hit basically a one-hop line drive, and he did make a nice play. He got it on the big hop. That's what, as an infielder, you know, when the ball's like that, you want to gain some depth. That's what he did. Got the angle and caught it on the big hop. Made a nice double play. Turned it.
Over to third goes Vierling. He's there with 2 outs now. That'll leave it up to Eric Haas.
A little two-out RBI piece here.
Getting the jump and getting the lead early in this game seems like be a very good thing for this Tigers team after the early morning arrival. Eric Haas takes a pitch in the dirt.
Well, they're making him work. You know, and that's one thing about this Tigers team. When they do that, when they're making the defense work, making the pitcher work, good things tend to snowball.
Haas waiting on the 1-0. Zavala setting up and away. Fastball above the strike zone. Now the good hitters count. 5 starts against the Tigers last year. Lucas Giolito was 1-1 with an ERA just over 4, but the Tigers only hit .230 against him with a little bit of power in those 5 starts covering 28 innings. The 2-0 slider off the plate away. Eric Haas looks like he's seeing the ball well.
Yeah, I love that take 1-0. You know, that ball's up out of the zone, not terribly far, and that's a pitch that a lot of people have swung and missed at, but it looked like Eric wasn't even budging on it.
Now the 3-0, swing and a miss. Had the green light, 3-0, took a cut.
He let it eat on that high fastball. I love it.
I like the green light.
I do too. Especially with a guy on third. I mean, you might not see a better pitch.
The 3-1, fastball up and away, draws a walk. Good trip to the plate for Eric Haas, so the Tigers making Giolito work. In these 2 innings, 20th start of his career. This start tonight against the Tigers, 20th time he has started against them. A career 6-6 record and a 4.46 ERA. Coming off a down year last year, but he's made some improvements with his strike throwing this year. He's cut his walk rate almost in half. Never liked facing him, even with his 4.90 ERA last year. This is a tough matchup for just about anybody. And as Andy said, those last 6 starts really stand out how consistently good he's been.
Well, I think, you know, he kind of went from a swing and miss out of the zone guy to a little bit more command in the zone kind of guy.
Ibanez at the plate. Fastball strike on the inner half of the plate.
This is a good matchup. I like Andy can really handle the bat, so hopefully, he can put something in play, hit a little line drive, score a run.
The strike one, ground ball chopped to third, charging Moncada, a little double hitch as he flips it across the diamond. Let's pause first for station identification. Station identification. This is the Detroit Tigers Radio Network. Tigers threaten, do not score. We go to the third inning. Scoreless, Tigers and White Sox on the Detroit Tigers Radio Network.
Are you ready? Ready to find the right care that works for you? Care that connects you to what you need, anytime, anywhere, and fits best with your lifestyle? Whether it's in person or in your pajamas, online or over the phone, Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan connects you to the care you need when you need it most. With the largest network of doctors and hospitals, an easy-to-use mobile app, and a 24-hour nurse line. Because we're always ready to help. Learn more about Blue Cross Blue Shield of Michigan at bcbsm.com.
Skip, congrats on the win today. Hey, I heard you just bought a house. How did everything go?
Well, speaking of wins, I worked with an independent mortgage broker right in my neighborhood who guided me every step of the way. Got my loan faster, cheaper, and easier.
Any advice to those looking for a home loan?
Yep. FindAMortgageBroker.com or 1-800-BROKERS. They'll find you a local expert.
You heard it here, folks. That's FindAMortgageBroker.com for the win.
Powered by United Wholesale Mortgage, LLC, Equal Housing Lender, NMLS number 3038.
Michigan! PointsBet Casino is live and giving away up to $800 of free spins. In addition to slots and video poker, you can get the live casino experience from the comfort of your home with PointsBet's live dealers. When you play with PointsBet Casino, you'll enjoy easy deposits and quick withdrawals. Sign up for the PointsBet Sportsbook app today using code TRIPLE to get free spins up to $800. PointsBet, your move. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-270-7117.
It's baseball season, and you know what that means. It's Faygo time. Nothing beats an ice-cold Faygo. Faygo, the one true pop. Faygo is a proud sponsor of Detroit Tigers Radio.
Takes ball one, third inning, no score, Tigers and White Sox. A 1-0 pitch fouled out of play. Our second inning today was brought to you by Citgo, the feeling good inning of the game. Our injury report is brought to you every game by McLaren Healthcare, the official healthcare system of the Detroit Tigers. The 1-1, swing and miss, good slider, low and away. Jake Berger, the number 7 spot for the Chicago White Sox. This has been one of the real pleasant developments. I failed to mention Jake Berger is one of the real threats in this lineup. It's Robert and Berger in the power department. I'm just not used to saying, keep an eye on Jake Berger. But he started to show that power last year in limited at-bats. 1-2, shot into left field. Hanging slider, and he was on it.
Yeah, he started rocking the mustache. I think that was a big turning point in his power production.
Jake Berger is 27 years old, so kind of a late bloomer, but he's hit 10 home runs. And just over 100 at-bats coming in.
Maybe he couldn't grow a mustache before that, and now he can. So get back on it with Faedo here. Fastball strike. Let's go.
First pitch slider low and away.
That slider's been pretty good. Last outing, this outing, it's looking pretty sharp.
Fourth start of the year for Alex Faedo. First start, solid. But there's a lot to like about the last two, even if he didn't work deep. The 1-0, fastball, strike low and away.
That's the one. That's the one.
First thing that stands out is incredible strike throwing. First pitch strikes over 70%. That's way above league average. Total strike throwing over 70%. That's, again, well above league average. The 1-1, swinging a foul out of play. I'm precise with that number because anytime you see a strike thrower over 70%, that's elite. There are only a couple of pitchers all year who will finish at that level of strike throwing. So AJ says the big next step for him is to be able to, the quality of those strikes, especially against a team like this, it's very aggressive early in the count. The 1-2 is swing and a miss. Oh, that's a good sharp, late-breaking slider to wipe out Romy Garcia.
Isn't it interesting?
Romy Gonzalez.
He can lay off of it, but then you get 2 strikes and he chases it. I wonder if he was just taking that first pitch. Because that was very similar. The first slider he threw him was pretty nasty, and he took it. But almost the identical pitch with 2 strikes, and I can't take any more. I got to swing.
And that's the thing about facing this White Sox team. You know they're going to be very aggressive.
Yeah.
And in 2 strike counts, that's when you usually see an aggressive team that likes to chase.
Yep.
That's when it really asserts itself, if you will. Pitch low and away to Sebi Zavala. Berger in the number 7 spot, trying to add some length to this lineup, you would think. From manager Pedro Grifol, swing and a miss, good slider, boy. He's tightening that thing up. It looks really sharp right now. Eric Haas points the glove out, likes what he sees.
It's a swing and miss pitch, the way he's throwing it.
Berger with a short, cautious lead at first. He's there with 1 out. We're scoreless in the third. Another slider, swing and a miss. 1-2 on Zavala, hitting 158 and over 70 at-bats so far this year. As Monty Grandal is the normal, everyday catcher. There is some pop in this bat. But this is a very pitchable number 9 hitter. The 1-2, slider in the dirt. Zavala lays off. He struck out 31 times in his 76 at-bats.
Yeah, he's working that slider down and away, and it looks like he's got pretty good command of it. I mean, he's putting it right on the edge of right on the corner, and then like that one to go for the strikeout about 6 inches off. That's where you want it to be.
You would think he goes right back to that.
You would think.
Haas setting up middle, 2-2. Fastball throws him. No, you go with that.
He
absolutely frees Zavala.
He struck all 3 of us out because he's little swing back fastball on the outside part of the plate. If you're looking slider there, you're out.
Wow.
Because he swung it back, a little 2-seam action on it, just a little bit, and swing it back over the plate. That was a nice pitch.
Zavala's head began to hang as soon as that pitch.
Defeating.
Slumped shoulders, walk back to the dugout.
I mean, his slider, he just threw it again, and I mean, you couldn't hardly go up. That was just off the plate. Maybe a strike, maybe a ball, but that's superior location with about 4 sliders this inning.
Tim Anderson takes the slider low and away. The 1-0 fastball dots the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Tough start for Tim Anderson. He's hitting .244, but man, the power has disappeared. The last 2 years covering over 450 at bats. He's hit 17, 18, 20 home runs in a season. But right now, the thing you notice, there's no pop in this bat. The 1-1 swinging a foul straight back. And that matters for a lineup that doesn't really have a ton of power.
Yeah, they need him to be a guy that provides some thump, drive in some runs, hit some home runs. But the power's kind of depleted. In a pretty hitter-friendly part, too.
Very hitter-friendly. At least home run hitter-friendly.
Yeah.
Anderson waiting on a 1-2. The pitch. Fastball above the strike zone, taking off his Berger, and he'll make it into second base. He doesn't look like a guy who's going to steal a base, Berger, and that is his first steal of the year, but he runs the bases decently.
I think Fiota just kind of forgot about him and said, high leg kick, I'm concentrating on Tim here. I don't want to give up a hit, and because he got a huge jump. And the pitch was up out of the zone. Eric didn't have much of a chance.
Yeah, Haas had 0 chance. The 2-2. Swinging a little pop fly into right field. That's going to drop for a base hit. That's going to score Berger. Building up with the ball, throw to the plate won't be nearly in time, and that's going to allow Anderson to get down to second. Just a little pop fly. Berger steals a base with 2 outs, catching the Tigers off guard, and then scores on a little bloop. 1-0 Chicago here in the third.
And you really have to, in the outfield, hit your cutoff man. I mean, Veerling came up. You're going to try to make a play at the plate, but you have to go through Torkelson, who, if you're a right fielder, would be your cutoff guy, to hold the runner from going to second, to at least let Torkelson be able to have a play. I think Tim, he was already gone. So they could have, if he cuts the ball, they get an out. Don't give up bases.
Tigers have been very good at not giving up the extra 90 feet, but they just gave away 90 feet there. Backdoor slider, perfect pitch, but Alex Faedo does not get the call. Andrew Benintendi at the plate. This was the big offseason spending spree for the White Sox. 5-year, $75 million deal for Andrew Benintendi. Hitting .270. Again, he's a solid hitter, but for a corner outfielder, no power. Swinging a foul out of play. He does not have a home run this year. Never been a big home run hitter.
Yeah, he's always been a little more gap to gap.
But he used to be a 15 to 20 home run guy. Now, last year, just 5 home runs. That was 460 at-bats. 0 home runs, 180 at-bats this year, the 1-1. Slider, why is he not getting that call?
Not sure.
I mean, he's just made 2 perfect pitches with the slider on the edge.
Yeah.
And home plate umpire Sean Barber is not giving it to him. Wow. More than a little frustrating if you're Alex Faedo.
Yeah, especially, I mean, he's been commanding the pitches good enough. He should be getting some calls.
The 2-1 below the strike zone with a changeup, 3-1 on Benintendi. Benintendi, one of his strengths, ability to work an at-bat, draw a walk. Walks are down a little bit this year. So it's 272 coming in and kind of a quiet 272. 3-1, swinging a foul out of play.
Kind of shrugs off at that. He said, oh, man, I just missed my pitch. A little fastball, kind of middle part of the plate. But usually when a pitcher's commanding the zone, they get a little bit more. Umpires tend to give them a little bit more off the corner, a little bit more off the edge. That just wasn't the case on a couple of those.
Anderson takes his lead at second to 3-2, swinging the ground ball fouled on the first baseline. He expanded the strike zone there.
You know, going back to that little flare job out to right field to Vierling, I think, too, he was so close to Torkelson on the relay throw because he had to come in a long ways that it was kind of a weird play because Vierling was only like, 30 feet from Torkelson, so there wasn't a whole lot of Torkelson who probably couldn't even caught it.
3-2 and swinging a line drive right field. On the run is Vierling, and he'll reach out, make a fine running catch. Again, shaded toward the gap in right center. And he tracked that one down. Really nice jump, and he hauls it in for the last out here in the third. Today's game brought to you in part by Meijer, the official grocery retailer of the Detroit Tigers radio network. 1-0 Chicago as we go to the bottom of the third. This is the home of Detroit Tigers baseball.
How do we know you'll love pretzel crust pizza? Because anytime we walk out the door at Little Caesars, this happens. With creamy cheddar cheese sauce, pepperoni, and a soft salted crust, pretzel crust is a real crowd pleaser. So, yeah, we think you'll love pretzel crust from Little Caesars, too.
Hey, does anyone know where my car is parked?
Available at participating locations.
Pizza, pizza.
You know what the Tigers are missing from their roster? A board-certified entomologist. Luckily, Rose Pet Solutions has them covered. Craig Monroe here. Rose has the brains and the brawn to keep pests out of your business. Unwanted critters can damage inventory and reputations. Rose Technician eliminates pests from offices to restaurants and residential buildings. They even service Comerica Park. Got a pest problem? Rose is the solution. Call the pros at Rose at 800-966-ROSE or visit rosepetsolutions.com.
Hi, Matt Garkle here with Bill Brown Ford in Livonia. With our winning team at Bill Brown Ford, we'll hit it out of the park for you every time. You'll never strike out at our dealership when shopping for your next vehicle. With our True View inventory at BillBrownFord.com, what you see online is what we have on the lot right now. Save your valuable time and check out our Bill Brown Ford's True View inventory at BillBrownFord.com today. That's BillBrownFord.com. Just one more reason you'll do better at Bill Brown Ford.
Hey, baseball fans, Mike Valena here. If you're looking for a great trip to plan, go do something fun, how about Vegas? The D.com, the D Las Vegas. It's your home for Detroit sports in Vegas.
Nothing Chicago. Tigers bat in the bottom of the third inning against Lucas Giolito. Zach McKinstry, first pitch changeup below the strike zone, ball one. Top of the order, McKinstry in the leadoff spot. Baez and Green to follow. Baez has the best numbers in the lineup today against Giolito. The 1-0. Changeup off the plate away.
Yeah, they've made it through the first time through. They had some pretty good at-bats. Haven't scored any runs, but definitely have made him work, seeing some pitches. Now we just got to get it to result in some runs.
2-0. Fastball above the strike zone. 3-0 on McKinstry. 17 walks, 24 strikeouts. A lot of Tigers starting to show they can control the strike zone. The 3-0 fastball above the strike zone. I don't think there's any question, Andy, that this is the difference for Lucas Giolito facing this Tigers team compared to just last season. He knew he could reliably, with the lineups we've seen in past years, get the Tigers to chase above the strike zone. He's trying it tonight, and it's not working.
I mean, not just a little above either, because we used to chase balls way up out of the zone consistently, right? So the adjustment, this isn't the same team as it was last year, just as far as pitch selection and at bat presence and what they've been able to accomplish kind of from spring training to now.
Javi Baez, it's a fly ball to right field. Routine for Gavin Sheets. He'll make the catch. First pitch swinging. Baez frustrated that he didn't do more with it. He was 10 for 24 in his career against Giolito. That brings up Riley Green.
It's always strange to me. I feel like guys who are a little more free swinging tend to do better off pitchers who are a little bit lack command, because you would think that they would just swing at everything so far out of the zone, but I think they just make enough mistakes in the zone because they don't have command that they hit them better.
First pitch to Riley, fastball strike. Really swings that right leg, kind of a wild finish to the motion for the big 6'6" righty. Moncada's in tight at third. This is a Sox team that's bottom 4 defensively in the American League. 3 of the bottom 4 are from the Central. The strike one, swing and a miss. Very good changeup below the strike zone. No balls and 2 strikes. Giolito's more of a fly ball pitcher. He does not get a lot of double plays turned behind him. It's kind of a big difference from a year ago. He got more ground ball outs, more double plays turned behind him last year. Not many at all this year. The 0-2 fastball up. He didn't get a double play turned in this game. Miguel Cabrera robbed of a hit. Fine play by Romy Gonzalez at second base to start a 4-6-3 double play last inning when the Tigers had 2 on to start the inning.
I think part of that, he throws more changeups now too, which is more of a fly ball pitch. You get out in front, you pop it up a little bit.
McKinstry takes off, pitches low, throw down to second base. Not in time. Whoa, that's a perfect throw from Zavala. Right on the money. Credit McKinstry with a good jump because Giolito has just allowed his first steal of the year.
Yeah, that was a great jump. I mean, he was all over it. The battery couldn't do anything. I mean, he wasn't slow to the plate. It was a good pop time. Catcher got the ball out of his glove. But credit to McKinstry for just having a great jump and putting the pedal to the metal after a no-sleep night.
7th steal of the year. Change up low and away to make it 3-2 on Riley Green.
That's one way to bust the crickets off the legs. Get out there and have to run as fast as you can. Run.
And that's what managers like to do sometimes, right? Put guys in motion.
Yeah.
The 3-2 swing and a ground ball foul down the first base line. So the shadows now covering the infield. There's still some sunshine in left field for Benintendi, in center field for Luis Robert. But for hitters, it's certainly a different feeling at the plate compared to the first inning.
Yeah, right now the only bad spot's to play left field.
Green waiting on another 3-2. On the way, fastball up and away, walked him.
Get it back.
Tigers are definitely making Giolito work. That's the fourth walk that he has issued. Struck out the first 2 batters of the game. And just 1 strikeout since. He did strike out 3 in the first, but now the last 8 batters, he has not struck out a batter, and the Tigers are really making him get into the strike zone.
Make him work, make him pay. So we've made him work. Now it's time to make him pay. We need a big knock here, score some runs, get some action on the scoreboard.
It's interesting that he's cut his walk rate this year almost exactly in half, but the strike throwing is basically unchanged from a year ago. That's first pitch strikes, that's total strikes. Swing and miss rate is the lowest it's been in a long time for Lucas Giolito. So even though he's been on a roll of late, perhaps not quite as the stuff is maybe just a little bit off.
If you lay off the high pitch with him, that's his bread and butter, right? And the Tigers have done a really good job of being disciplined, not chasing that ball up. That's why he's a little frustrated, I think.
Zavala went out to have a little settling down. Walk rate was below 2 per 9 innings for Giolito. It was 3.5 last year, 3.5 walks per 9. Spencer Torkelson at the plate. 2 on, 1 out. Tigers down 1-0 in the third. Changeup way off the plate inside. Today's game brought to you in part by Comerica Bank. Only one bank has been proudly committed to Michigan since 1849, Comerica Bank. To learn more, visit comerica.com/committed. Giolito works over toward the first base side of the rubber. Torkelson struck out in an 8-pitch battle first time up. 1-0, fastball above the strike zone. 2-0 on Spencer Torkelson.
Good hitters count. You know, he's been using the changeup more than probably traditionally he would. It's really his third pitch, and he's thrown a lot of changeups, which tells me the fastball, which is his primary pitch, he's probably not feeling as much. And I think laying off those pitches early and not getting some swing and misses, not allowing him to get in a groove and keep making him work, then he misses with the changeup there, rides the fastball up and out of the zone. Now he's getting a little bit flustered, you know, and that's when you can really – this is when a guy can make a big mistake in a game. He's a little flustered. He's just trying to throw a strike. He knows he can't walk guys, and Torque just needs to be ready. Same approach, though. Don't try to do too much. Same approach as he's been having, and let him make the mistake.
This is a guy who will make mistakes. Again, the power numbers stand out the last couple of years, and it's of the 55 hits he's allowed this year, 24 of the 55 have been for extra bases, including 8 home runs. That's a pretty big number.
Yeah.
Spencer Torkelson still trying to get to that extra base power, but we'll say it again. The contact has been solid this month. He's on a 3-week stretch where he's hit the ball hard. A hard hit rate can absolutely be an indicator, especially when you're getting the ball in the air, which he is. That hard hit rate can be a really nice leading indicator of what's to come. This is an opportunity for him right here. Kinstry at second, Green at first. 1-0 White Sox are in the third, the 2-0. Below the strike zone.
Went back with the changeup.
That's a very interesting selection.
Yeah, and that just shows you what kind of confidence he's got in his fastball right now. So here, this is always interesting. You get 3-0, you got 1 out. Green light.
Absolutely.
Green light.
Fastball does not appear to be a big weapon. I mean, it's 91, 92, a little bit of 93, but it was 93 average coming into this game. The 3-0 fastball down and away. The good hitters lock in on a certain pitch in a certain zone, and I think that's actually a pretty decent take if he was locking in inner half of the plate and that pitch is away.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, got a violation. Now we got the bases juiced.
Wow, violation. So that was before that pitch, obviously.
Yep.
So the pitch was actually thrown.
Yeah.
No, I'm confused. Spencer Torkelson, they showed the clock was just counting down, and Spencer Torkelson, after that pitch, pointed out to Giolito with the clock at 18. Bierling swings and fouls it straight back to the screen.
Good swing. Yeah, I don't know if Torque kind of called a timeout and he didn't give him credit for it because he's on the mound, and once it got down to 15, Torque was just getting ready to step in the box, and he was already looking like he was about to come set, and that's when they called the violation. I would rather seen Torque hit.
The strike one to Bierling in the dirt.
But Bierling's been having some nice at-bats. That was a really good swing on the first pitch fastball. Took the slider, so he's definitely on that road trip.